One Piece, I have Saitama strength. Chapter 1, Arriving in the One Piece world, recruited by Whitebeard. Hey! Look at that idiot doing push-ups again. Really, what's going through that fool's mind? Does he think this will make him stronger? Ha ha ha. If that's all it took to get stronger, we might as well retire. On a coastal beach, several men wielding large swords were pointing and mocking someone. Not far away, a man was performing standard push-ups. The onlookers wore wide grins, occasionally spitting out a few more taunts. 93. 94. 95. 100. Bob counted aloud as he exercised. With the final push-up completed, he stood up, brushing the sand off his hands. He shifted his position and sat down on the beach. Bob's upper body was bare, his muscle lines nothing short of perfect. Gazing at the waves stirred by the sea breeze, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. It's been almost 2 months since I arrived here. I wonder if I'll ever make it back. As an anime enthusiast, Bob had often fantasized about entering the world of anime. Fighting side by side with the characters, overcoming enemies, and reaching the pinnacle of the world. But he never imagined it would actually come true. 2 months ago, Bob was at home watching the action-packed anime One Punch Man. Suddenly, he felt the world spin, his vision went dark, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. No. Not unfamiliar. It would be more accurate to say it was both familiar and strange. Because this was actually the world of the anime One Piece from his past life. However, Bob had arrived a bit early, several decades before the start of the One Piece storyline. Not only was the protagonist Luffy not born yet, but even his father, Dragon of the Revolutionary Army, hadn't come into existence. At this time, Roger hadn't even yet become the Pirate King, and Whitebeard hadn't developed his habit of adopting sons. Big Mom was still a young beauty, and Kaido hadn't eaten his devil fruit. The famous Marineford War was still 40 years away. This was an era of chaos, a time when the Rock's pirates dominated the seas. And the place Bob found himself in was Pirate Island, Hakanosu. The headquarters of the Rock's pirates. The identity Bob was assigned upon his arrival was that of a rookie pirate in the Rock's pirates. To put it nicely, they were called a pirate crew. But in reality, they were just a group of ambitious individuals gathered for their own goal. Each of them had their own ulterior motives, and they were all ruthless and vicious. This led to frequent infighting and betrayal. There was no justice here, only strength was the foundation for survival. Therefore, since arriving here, Bob had been working hard to make himself stronger. Every day, he did 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Because upon arriving in this world, he discovered that he had inherited Saitama's physique. Though he was puzzled as to why he gained Saitama's physique in the world of One Piece. Was it simply because he had been watching One Punch Man? But he didn't dwell on it too much, as Saitama's strength was beyond limits. Moreover, during these 2 months of training, Bob also awakened the 3 types of hockey from the One Piece world. Observation hockey, armament hockey, and the rarest conqueror's hockey. While many had their own interpretations of these 3 hockey types, Bob believed they could be summarized in 3 words. Perception, enhancement, and spiritual intimidation. Through observation hockey, he could hear the conversations of those pirates. Everything was clearly perceived by Bob. Such incidents had occurred countless times over the past 2 months. Bob didn't pay much attention to them. As long as they didn't cause him trouble, he didn't mind continuing his training like this. After all, in the original One Punch Man manga, Saitama took 3 years to break through his limiter. Would he achieve the same? Well, he hoped he wouldn't lose his hair. Touching his luscious hair, Bob couldn't help but think of this crucial issue. Just as Bob was deep in thought, through his extended observation hockey, Bob sensed someone approaching. Upon recognizing the person, his face immediately lit up with a smile. "Yo! Bob, long time no see." A man, standing a full 6 meters tall, wielding a domineering bicento, with golden hair and his iconic Whitebeard, walked over. It was none other than the man who would later be known as the strongest man on Earth, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. However, he was still in his prime years and hadn't yet earned the title, Whitebeard. Bob laughed, "What brings you here?" "Gururara." Edward laughed heartily, "I came specifically to see you." With that, he casually found a spot next to Bob and sat down, planting his Murakumajiri in the sand. The two had met a month ago. Once, while Bob was dealing with some small fry on the island, Edward happened to witness it. Impressed by Bob's skills, the hot-blooded Edward insisted on sparring with him. As they say, no friendship is formed without a fight, and their personalities clicked. Thus, they became friends. "Ha ha ha. You must have something on your mind, right?" Bob chuckled. Having been here for so long, Edward suddenly showing up today, Bob didn't think it was just a casual visit. Hearing this, Edward laughed again, leaning closer to Bob. "You know me too well. To be honest, the test for official crew members starts tomorrow, and I hope you can join my division. You'll become an official crew member right away, and there are plenty of benefits in my team." He was well aware of Bob's strength, even though Bob usually kept a low profile. Just a month ago, he had personally experienced Bob's martial arts skills, which were nothing short of genius, a rare find. Facing Edward's olive branch, Bob had already made up his mind. If he were to join a division in the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard's team would undoubtedly be his first choice. Not only because of his immense strength but also because of his loyalty to his comrades and his longing for family. In this pirate crew full of scheming and intrigue, he was a breath of fresh air. And most importantly, he hadn't yet developed the habit of adopting sons. "Ha ha ha. Of course, it would be an honor to join your division." Bob smiled and nodded, directly accepting Edward's invitation. "Gururara." Edward burst into hearty laughter, clearly delighted by Bob's acceptance. He gave Bob a powerful pat on the back that would have knocked an ordinary man flat, but Bob barely budged, another testament to his extraordinary strength. "Then it's settled. Tomorrow we'll show those other divisions what real power looks like," Edward declared, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the coming trials. As the sun began to set over Hakanosu, casting long shadows across the beach, the two warriors sat side by side, their alliance marking the beginning of a partnership that would one day shake the very foundations of the pirate world. Chapter 2, Whitebeard vs. Shiki. The next day at noon. Under the massive boulder on Hakanosu Island, a spacious clearing was filled with the official crew members and apprentices of the Rocks Pirates. High above, Captain Rocks of the Rocks Pirates sat imposingly, flanked by his division commanders. Among them were legendary figures who would shape the future of piracy: Shiki the Golden Lion, Charlotte Lin Lin, the future Big Mom, Wang Ji, John, and Silver Axe. At this moment, Whitebeard arrived with Bob in tow. The appearance of their division commander personally escorting a newcomer immediately drew everyone's attention. "Who is this guy? I've never seen him before." "Not sure, seems like Commander Edward brought a new recruit. He doesn't look like much. To have the commander personally bring him here." Murmurs spread through the crowd as crew members sized up the unfamiliar face. Reactions ranged from jealousy to disdain to simple curiosity. As the second division commander arrived, a sinister smile crept across Rock's face. The notorious pirate captain rose to his feet, his presence commanding immediate silence. "Edward, you've come at the right time." Rocks boomed. "The test for the new recruits is about to begin. I'm really looking forward to seeing what these newcomers are capable of." His piercing gaze lingered on Bob for a moment longer than the others, as if sensing something unusual about this particular recruit. The air grew tense with anticipation. This initiation would be far from ordinary. "Looks like this newcomer beside you must be quite skilled." To have you personally bring him here. Rox remarked, his voice laced with both amusement and curiosity. Captain, that's exactly what I wanted to discuss with you, Whitebeard responded, his booming voice filled with enthusiasm as he gestured toward Bob. This person is an exceptionally rare talent in martial arts. Oh. Rock's eyebrows shot up in genuine surprise. A martial arts genius? His piercing gaze swept over Bob once more, reassessing the seemingly ordinary young man before him. At first glance, Bob appeared unremarkable, but if Edward Newgate of all people was singing his praises, there had to be more beneath the surface. Yes. Whitebeard confirmed, his eyes alight with excitement. Captain, I have a feeling that if given enough time to grow. He paused for dramatic effect before delivering the bombshell, in the future, even I might not be able to guarantee a victory over him. The clearing erupted in murmurs of disbelief. Veteran pirates exchanged shocked glances. This was high praise indeed, coming from one of Rock's most formidable commanders. Not inferior to you? Rox repeated, a slow, intrigued smile spreading across his face. Such a genius, huh? The pirate captain leaned forward, resting his chin on one hand as he studied Bob with renewed interest. He knew Edward too well, his second division commander wasn't one for exaggeration or empty flattery. If Edward said this recruit had potential to surpass even himself. Well then, Rox declared, his voice carrying across the assembled pirates, let's put this so-called genius to the test. The challenge hung in the air, setting the stage for what promised to be the most memorable initiation in Rock's pirates' history. All eyes were now fixed on Bob, waiting to see if he could live up to Whitebeard's expectation. The man had absolute confidence in his own strength. For him to say something like this about the kid, his talent in martial arts must be extraordinary. After all, when Kaido joined a few years ago, Edward hadn't given such high praise. But Captain, there's something we need to settle beforehand. Whitebeard didn't notice the subtle change in Rock's expression. Still brimming with excitement, he continued. Bob was discovered and brought here by me, so he will definitely be joining my second division. With that, he planted his Naginata, Murakumajiri, into the ground. The handle created a large crater, and an invisible aura spread like a gust of wind. His intention was clear. Bob was his to claim. If anyone wanted to challenge him, they'd have to get past his Murakumajiri first. Wait a minute. Not long after Edward finished speaking, a gruff voice rang out from beside Rox. Then, Shiki the Golden Lion, with his long golden hair flowing down, stepped forward from the crowd, a cigar in his mouth and a mischievous grin on his face. Captain, I disagree. Shiki exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes gleaming with competitive fire. If this kid's really as good as Edward claims, then maybe he belongs in my first division instead. He rested a hand on the hilt of his twin swords, Oto and Kagurashi, the silent threat unmistakable. The tension between the two legendary pirates crackled in the air, their conflicting ambitions putting Bob squarely in the center of what could become an explosive confrontation. Rox watched the scene unfold with an amused smirk. This was exactly the kind of ruthless competition he encouraged among his commanders. Bob meanwhile, remained calm amidst the growing storm, his expression unreadable. He had known joining the Rox pirates wouldn't be simple, but he hadn't expected to become a prize fought over by legends before even taking the initiation test. The real trial, it seemed, had already begun. Oh. Rock's eyes sparkled with amusement as he watched the confrontation between his two top commanders. The tension between Edward and Shiki was exactly the kind of ruthless competition he encouraged. Ha ha ha. If this guy is really the martial arts genius Edward claims he is. Shiki declared, golden hair swaying as he gestured dramatically with his cigar, how can we let him join the second division? The Golden Lion completely disregarded Edward's presence, addressing the crowd instead. Everyone knows that Edward is just a brute. He has no idea how to nurture such talent. His voice dripped with condescension as he tapped ash from his cigar. I, on the other hand, am more than willing to test the mettle of this newcomer. Gururara. Whitebeard's thunderous laughter shook the clearing, though his eyes burned with fighting spirit. Shiki, are you trying to steal him from me? His massive hand tightened around Murakumajiri's shaft. Fine. But you'd better weigh your own strength first. The moment the challenge left his lips, a milky white aura erupted along the blade of Whitebeard's legendary Naginata, the telltale glow of advanced armament hockey. The ground beneath his feet began to fracture as the very air vibrated with his overwhelming presence. Only if you can defeat me, Whitebeard boomed, will you have the right. The clearing fell deathly silent as the two titans prepared to clash. Veteran pirates scrambled backward, knowing full well the devastation their commanders could unleash. Even Rox leaned forward with keen interest, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. Bob, caught between these two forces of nature, remained calm amidst the storm. His eyes flickered between the combatants, analyzing their stances, their weaknesses, already preparing for whatever outcome this confrontation might bring. The true test had begun, and it wasn't the initiation anyone had expected. The clash of titans erupted without warning. Whitebeard's Murakumajiri came crashing down, its blade wreathed in the telltale tremors of the Gura Gura no Mi. The very air shattered as he unleashed a devastating slash toward Shiki, no formalities, no hesitation. When pirates of their caliber fought, words were meaningless. Ha ha ha. Good. I'll fight you today. Shiki's wild laughter cut through the chaos as he crossed his legendary swords Odo and Kagurashi to intercept the blow. Boom! The collision sent a shockwave tearing through Hakanosu. A visible dome of force expanded outward, uprooting stones and sending weaker pirates tumbling like leaves in a storm. Apprentices hit the dirt, covering their heads as the wind howled around them. Yet through the devastation, Shiki stood firm, golden hair whipping behind him, twin swords locked against Whitebeard's Naginata, cigar still clamped casually between his teeth. Not even the tremor fruit's power could shake his smirk. This was no aging legend past his prime. This was Shiki the Golden Lion at his peak, the same pirate who would later ravage Marineford and challenge Gold Roger himself. Rox watched from his throne, grinning like a shark. This was better than he'd hoped. Not only did the fight test Bob Worth, but it also stoked the fires of competition between his commanders. And Bob? He observed every detail, the precision of Shiki's guard, the way Whitebeard's muscles coiled for the next strike, already calculating how he'd fare against either of them. The real initiation had become a front-row seat to history in the making. The message was clear, in the Rox Pirates, you proved your worth through strength alone. And the battle for his allegiance had just escalated into a war between legends. Even at his peak, Whitebeard couldn't claim absolute victory over Shiki, their brief exchange proved that much. As their weapons disengaged with a metallic shriek, the Golden Lion made his move. With deliberate theatrics, Shiki sheathed his twin swords, exhaled a perfect smoke ring, and flashed a predator's grin. I'm claiming him today. His golden mane billowed as he jerked a thumb toward the island's rugged peaks. This isn't the place for a fight. If you've got the guts, let's head to the back mountain after the test and settle this. The challenge hung in the air like his cigar smoke. Whoever wins, the kid joins their team. Gururarara. Suits me just fine. Whitebeard's roar shook the clearing as he slammed Murakumajiri's butt against the ground, sending fresh cracked spiderwebbing through the stone beneath them. His eyes burned with the promise of destruction, for Bob, he'd level mountains. The surrounding pirates gaped in stunned silence. This wasn't just some recruitment squabble, it was a historic clash between two of the crew's mightiest, all over an unproven rookie. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Since when does Shiki care about new blood? Edwards never fought this hard for a recruit before. That guy Bob, just what kind of monster is he? Even the other division commanders, Lin, Wang Ji, John, watched with newfound interest. Rox himself chuckled darkly, fingers steepled. The game had escalated beyond his expectations. Bob observed it all with calm detachment, but his mind raced. He'd known joining the Rox Pirates would be dangerous, but becoming the prize in a duel between legends. That changed everything. The back mountain would run red before this was over, and his future would be decided in the carnage. As the tension thickened, one truth became undeniable: whether by Whitebeard's family or Shiki's ambition, Bob's arrival had just become the spark that might burn the Rock's pirates to the ground. Among the crowd, one apprentice crew member wore a playful expression. Looking at the calm Bob, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 3, Targeted by Kaido. Kaido, the 19-year-old prodigy and top apprentice of the Rock's pirates. Though he hadn't yet consumed the fish fruit, mythical model, Azure Dragon, his raw power already placed him above many veteran crew members. His reputation was such that he could have been promoted to full-fledged status long ago, if not for his obsession with earning a commander's spot. Now, his piercing gaze locked onto Bob, the unassuming newcomer who had somehow become the center of a storm between two legends. Kaido's brow furrowed as he muttered under his breath. Strong talent. Isn't this guy supposed to be a clown in the rumors? The whispers among the crew had painted Bob as a joke, a man obsessed with trivial daily exercises, far removed from the brutal, battle-hardened ethos of the Rock's pirates. Yet here he stood, with Whitebeard and Shiki ready to tear the island apart for the right to claim him. How strong can he be with just low-intensity daily training? Kaido's grip tightened around his kanabo, the weapon's weight a familiar comfort. He actually managed to earn the favor of Commander Edward. To the point where two commanders fought over him. A slow, intrigued grin spread across Kaido's face. Is he some kind of hidden monster? The thought ignited something primal in him, a hunger to test Bob himself. If this so-called genius was truly worth the hype, then Kaido wanted to crush him under his club. And if not, well, exposing a fraud would only solidify his own standing. He'd seen Bob before, of course. On an island like Hakanosu, everyone noticed the odd ones, the ones who trained like civilians instead of pirates. Bob had been a punchline during drinking sessions, a joke among the crew. And now Edward's calling him a genius? The contradiction burned in Kaido's chest. If Bob was truly strong, he wanted to crush him. If he was weak, even better, exposing a fraud in front of the entire crew would be fun. But Bob remained oblivious to Kaido's scrutiny. His focus was on Whitebeard, on surviving the viper's nest he'd just been thrust into. Even with Edward's protection, he knew the rules of the Rock's pirates. Trust no one. Strength is the only law. He'd seen allies turn on each other for a sliver of power. Heard the stories of accidents that befell promising recruits. This wasn't a crew, it was a den of wolves, and he was the fresh meat they all wanted to taste. Hey! Kid! As Bob made his way toward the group of newcomers, a pack of sneering pirates swaggered into his path, their knives glinting as they twirled the blades with practiced ease. Their grins were sharp, their eyes gleaming with malice. This was their turf, and they meant to put the upstart in his place. What makes our commander care so much about a runt like you? One pirate sneered, stepping closer until his breath, reeking of cheap rum, washed over Bob. Another tapped his knife against Bob's chest. Trying to suck up to Whitebeard won't save you. Here, strength is the only thing that matters. A third leaned in, voice dripping with mock pity. This ain't a nursery. Scram before you get hurt. The threat hung thick in the air. The surrounding pirates watched eagerly, hungry for bloodshed. Even some of the commanders glanced over, curious to see how this would play out. Bob didn't flinch. He didn't even blink. His expression remained as calm as still water as he studied them, not with fear, but with the detached focus of a man assessing insects. Then, in a flash, the air itself seemed to fracture. One moment, the lead bully was leering. The next, his face met the ground with a crack, his nose flattened, his body limp before he even realized he'd been hit. The other two barely had time to widen their eyes before. Thud. Thud. Two more bodies hit the dirt, unconscious. No drawn-out fight. No grand technique. Just 3 strikes, faster than thought. Bob didn't even break stride as he stepped over their crumpled forms, his hands already slipping back into his pockets. The entire clearing fell deathly silent. Somewhere in the crowd, Kaido's grin widened. Now things were getting interesting. The rookie selection event begins now. Rock's voice thundered across the island, cutting through the tension like a blade. The pirate captain stood tall, flanked by his commanders, as the crowd below erupted into a frenzy of cheers and war cries. The very air seemed to vibrate with bloodlust. His gaze swept over the assembled pirates, veterans and newcomers alike, before he continued, his words dripping with ruthless promise. I believe everyone standing here shares a common goal. To become an official member of my Rock's Pirates. The declaration sent a ripple through the crowd. Rock's didn't care about origins, allegiances, or past sins. Here, only one thing mattered. Strength is everything. Then came the test. In the next hour, you'll be divided into groups of 30. Rock's grinned, teeth gleaming like a shark's. Each group will face one of our regular crew members. No rules, no restrictions, use any method you can think of. If you're still standing when time runs out, you pass. A beat of silence. Fail, or try to run. His voice dropped to a lethal whisper. And you die on the spot. The threat hung in the air, heavier than the island's perpetual mist. Around Bob, recruits paled, their bravado crumbling. But he remained still, eyes locked ahead, already calculating, ready for anything. Somewhere in the crowd, Kaido licked his lips. Whitebeard and Shiki exchanged glances. The stage was set. The hunt had begun. Just as the test about to begin, a deep resonant voice rang out from the crowd. Wait. Bob followed the voice and immediately recognized him. It was one of the future 4 Emperor of the Sea, Kaido of the Beast. Chapter 4, Kaido, I want to challenge Bob. Everyone turned to look. They saw a young man with an extremely robust build. His muscles were bulging, and he had a pair of horns on his head, while his messy black hair draped over his back. The entire person exuded an explosive sense of power. He carried a spiked club on his shoulder, and his gaze was fixed intently on Bob within the squad. Then, he swaggered to the center of the testing ground. With a proud expression, he looked at the captain and said, Captain, let me be the one to assess that kid named Bob. This was a golden opportunity, and he wasn't going to miss it. If he could defeat the genius who had just stolen the spotlight and was being fought over by the commanders, who would doubt who the real monster genius was? Ha ha ha. It seems you're quite interested in that kid. Rox shifted his gaze from Kaido to Bob, who had just looked away. All right. Since you volunteered, I declare that Bob will be assessed by you alone. As he spoke, Rox activated his top-tier observation haki, locking onto Bob in the field. He noticed an inexplicable aura emanating from him, a kind of energy he had never encountered before. This made Rox frown involuntarily. This person was indeed not simple. He agreed to Kaido's request without hesitation, as he also wanted to see Bob's true strength. Although Whitebeard praised him as a martial arts genius, he had never actually seen him in action. However, he was well aware of Kaido's strength. Among these apprentice crew members, Kaido was undoubtedly the strongest. This time, Kaido's request would serve as a perfect test for Bob. Hey! Why is that? Why does Bob get to be assessed by an apprentice crew member while we have to face the official crew? Yeah, it's unfair. We're all newcomers, but he gets special treatment. Humph. There must be some shady deal going on here. As soon as Rox finished speaking, a wave of protests erupted from the crowd. In their eyes, apprentice crew members were naturally much weaker than official crew members. If Bob could face an apprentice crew member, then his chances of passing would be significantly higher. This situation was clearly unfair to those who had to undergo the official crew assessment. At that moment in the crowd, several individuals who considered themselves strong even started taunting Kaido directly in front of him. As for this scene, the official crew members all watched coldly. Laughing inwardly, they thought about the apprentice crew members. These newcomers really didn't understand. Kaido's strength was such that even they wouldn't last more than a few moves against him. Facing him, every single one of them was destined to lose. At this moment, Kaido stood in the field, looking at the newcomers who were taunting him. He didn't say a word. His body, which had been standing still, took a step forward. Instantly, a large crater formed on the ground, with dirt and stones flying everywhere. His gaze was fixed intently on them. The pirates in the field immediately sensed something was wrong. This feeling, it was as if they were being stared down by some primordial beast. Cold sweat poured down, and they immediately thought of retreating. But Kaido wasn't going to let them come and go as they pleased. They would have to leave something behind, like their lives. Kaido's face was filled with ferocity as the massive spiked club swung toward the faces of these pirates. Seeing this, those pirates indeed showed some strength. They reacted immediately, raising their long swords to block the incoming attack. A loud clang resonated from the point where the weapons clashed, echoing with the sound's transmission. The bodies of the pirates flew out rapidly, and their heads exploded like smashed watermelons. On the spot, aside from a pool of blood, only a few severely deformed long swords remained. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. The entire place fell silent. Some who had opposed earlier immediately felt cold sweat pouring down. This, instant kill. This was too strong. Was this for real? Was he really just an apprentice crew member? Inwardly complaining, since when does our pirate crew have rules like this? Let this be the last time. It's nothing serious. I was just having a discussion with Bob. But since you're all here, I might as well teach you a lesson. Rox didn't give them a hard time. Since they were here, he might as well teach them something. At the same time, he wanted to show Bob that he indeed had the capability to teach him. With that, Rox walked out of the room. The others immediately followed. In an open area, Rox brought over a nearly 2-meter-tall stone. He placed it in the center of the clearing. The others gathered around. Kaido also arrived at this time. He had actually woken up shortly after being carried back. But feeling too embarrassed to go to the banquet hall, he came straight here. Everyone knows that the 3 types of hockey are armament hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey. At this moment, Rox was very serious and stern. The commanders and crew members nearby all remained quiet, listening intently to Rox's words. It's worth noting that Rox personally giving a lecture was an extremely rare occurrence. Many of the older crew members were seeing it for the first time. If they could glean something useful from it, their future training would not only be more efficient but also save a lot of time. Armament hockey can be seen as black iron armor. It can be applied to oneself or external objects, such as weapons. Rox extended a finger, which turned black under the coverage of armament hockey. Besides the most basic hardening, the development and utilization of armament hockey have deeper levels, such as wrapping and emission. The next level is internal destruction, which in Wano country is also known as the advanced Ryu level. As he explained, red hockey began to swirl and flow around Rox's blackened finger. Bob immediately understood what Rox was trying to do. He was imparting knowledge about armament hockey to the crew. Some of the crew members who had been with Rox for a long time clearly knew this. They were also listening attentively. The newcomers, on the other hand, pricked up their ears, afraid of missing anything. They were all very nervous. Many of them had not yet awakened armament hockey. They all hoped to gain some insights from this, to comprehend its mysteries later on. Rox, with his finger wrapped in red hockey, gently tapped the stone in front of him. The sound of the stone cracking was heard, but the surface of the stone remained intact. Everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes. Then, Rox's finger made a swift motion. The 2-meter-tall stone split into 2 halves, like a watermelon being cleaved in the middle. The interior of the stone was completely destroyed by the hockey, turning into a pile of powder. Is this the advanced level the captain was talking about? This is too terrifying. Destroying from the inside, Rock's move left everyone present in awe. They were utterly shocked. It turns out that Conqueror's hockey can be used in this way. If one were to master this technique and lightly tap someone, wouldn't their internal organs turn into mush? Some commanders couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this scene. They had only grasped a fraction of it. There was still a long way to go to reach the level of the captain. Only Whitebeard and Golden Lion seemed to fare slightly better, but they also wore solemn expressions. From this, one could see the gap in strength compared to Rock's. Besides this, there is another technique, also a form of hockey, an advanced application of Conqueror's hockey. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Conqueror's hockey, a hockey that only 1 in a million could awaken. It couldn't be acquired through training. The officers present were also surprised. Although they knew about it, and a few could use it, they hadn't expected Rox to directly teach this technique. This was one of the essential realms to become a top-tier powerhouse. Combined with the teaching of armament hockey, people couldn't help but admire Rock's magnanimity. Pay close attention. Conqueror's hockey is different from armament hockey. It is a force of intimidation, but it can also be attached to attacks. With that, Rox raised his fist, releasing a torrent of Conqueror's hockey. Some weaker pirates fainted on the spot. A glimmer of light flashed in Bob's eyes. Earlier in the room, Rox had clearly held back. With a serious expression, Rox threw a punch in the air towards a distant small peak. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The force of the wind scattered in all directions, and rocks flew everywhere. The small peak had completely vanished. What kind of power is this? The pirates who witnessed this scene were filled with shock. Some captains could feel the terrifying force behind it. If this punch had been directed at them, they would have been either dead or severely injured. Bob on the other hand stood to the side, deep in thought. Then he turned to look at Bob's position. With a grin, he said, "Bob, demonstrate it again for everyone." Chapter 12, Then I'll give it a try. Hearing Rock's words, Bob couldn't help but be stunned. Damn! You can't be serious. I wasn't prepared at all. The others present were also taken aback. What did he mean? Everyone knew Bob's martial arts were strong, but for the captain to ask him to perform that move, wasn't that just setting him up for failure? That required awakening the Conqueror's hockey. And not just that, but also the ability to project it outward. Many began to speculate. It seemed there must have been some conflict between Bob and the captain in the room earlier. That's why the captain wanted to embarrass Bob in public. Some thought this and couldn't help but feel a sense of joy as they looked at Bob. What they wanted most was to see this so-called genius humiliated. And the veteran crew members were even more excited. If Bob and Rox didn't get along, didn't that mean his position as commander was unstable? He could be replaced by someone below him at any moment. Some of the commanders thinking about Rock's words, were also somewhat surprised. But they wouldn't think like the others, those who understood Rock's knew. If the captain said so, there must be a reason. Could it be that Bob had awakened the Conqueror's hockey? Whitebeard's eyes narrowed as he thought of something. The other aura that had clashed with Rock's earlier might very well have been Bob Conqueror's hockey. Whitebeard wasn't the only one with this thought, the other officers also realized this. They all looked at Bob with expressions of shock. "Captain! Are you sure you want me to perform that move?" Bob spoke slowly, deliberately asking again. "What, do you want me to say it a second time?" Rock sat to the side, arms crossed, and replied indifferently. His voice exuded an authoritative and domineering presence. Bob glanced around at the people nearby. On their faces, he saw a variety of expressions. But all their gazes could be summed up in one word. Anticipation. Bob shrugged. The atmosphere had been built up to this point, no matter what, he had to go through with it. Understood. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bob's aura suddenly surged, and a powerful sense of intimidation radiated from him. For the first time, he displayed the Conqueror's Haki in front of everyone. The resulting airflow stirred up strong winds that swept through the surroundings. Though it didn't have the same oppressive force as Rock's earlier display, it still carried a significant presence. Some of the nearby pirates, seeing this, struggled to resist. Rox watched this display of Haki, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was much stronger than it had been in the room earlier. It seemed that during his own use, Bob had grasped the key to it. What a monster! Some of the veteran crew members were even more shocked. This newcomer actually had such overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. Just how old was he? It was as if they were witnessing the rise of a new star. Gururara. I never expected Bob to hide something like this, even I didn't know he had awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Whitebeard was quite surprised. He had always thought Bob was just strong in martial arts. Who would have thought he had this up his sleeve? This was truly unexpected. Golden Lion, standing nearby, also nodded in agreement. Bob Haki leaked out as he focused on feeling it spread around him. In his mind, he recalled Rock's earlier movements. Facing a large boulder beside the open space, he threw a punch through the air. Boom! A sharp crack echoed as the air was compressed by the force of the punch. The fist, imbued with an overwhelming aura, struck the massive boulder in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the boulder, which had stood firmly in the distance, was shattered into pieces. Some of the flying debris struck the faces of the pirates, leaving bloody gashes. Holy crap! What kind of monster is Bob? Conqueror's Haki. Is this guy really a rookie? Are young people these days just built different? First, there was Kaido, and now Bob seems even more of a freak. Now I think I understand the captain's decision. Promoting Bob to squad leader might have been the right call. The pirates erupted in excitement at Bob's display. Even some crew members who had initially wanted to mock him were now singing his praises. Such a young man, with both strength and immense potential. He was undoubtedly destined to be a key figure in the Rock's pirates. This forced them to acknowledge Bob's position. Even the older crew members who had been jealous of Bob now had to admit his worth. They set aside their hostility toward him. In the Rock's pirates, being slightly stronger than others might earn you envy and even assassination attempts. But if your strength was so far beyond their reach, all you would earn was their awe. Not bad. You managed to learn it just by watching once. Though your power is still lacking, and there's plenty of room for improvement. But the fact that you can pull it off at all proves your potential. Rox walked up to Bob and patted his shoulder. Originally, Rox had only wanted Bob to demonstrate Conqueror's Haki in front of the crew. To quell any objections to Bob's promotion as squad leader. But he hadn't expected Bob to mimic the technique after just one demonstration. This was yet another pleasant surprise for him. Unlike Rox, Kaido, who stood nearby, clenched his fists tightly. At this point, he hadn't awakened his Conqueror's Haki yet, nor had he consumed a devil fruit. Watching Bob, who was around the same age as him, he felt like a mere bystander. However, he didn't let this discourage him. Instead, it only strengthened his resolve to grow stronger. Knowing he was lacking in strength, he set Bob as his goal to surpass. Little did he know that even many years later, Kaido would never catch up to that goal. Chapter 13, Setting Sail. Gururara. Bob, you always manage to surprise me. Do you know how many people that can take that step? Only those who have truly awakened the Conqueror's Haki are qualified to conquer the Grand Line. Whitebeard laughed heartily, looking at Bob with increasing satisfaction. If there was anyone who genuinely wished for Bob to improve and grow stronger from the bottom of their heart, it was Whitebeard, and no one else. Ha ha ha. I've had high hopes for Bob from the very beginning, and I wasn't wrong. I believe it won't be long before Bob's strength catches up to mine. Golden Lion also showered Bob with praise, puffing on a cigar and grinning widely. The other division commanders also expressed their goodwill towards Bob. Unlike last time, this time they truly acknowledged Bob's position. Especially Charlotte Lin Lin, whose eyes sparkled when she looked at Bob. This made Bob feel a bit uneasy. It must be said that Big Mom's figure and looks were top-notch at this time. But whenever Bob thought about what she would look like decades later, along with her various ex-husbands of different species, he couldn't help but gulp. Please don't have any improper thoughts about me. Apart from them, the rookie pirates also started flattering Bob. After all, as a division commander, he needed to form his own crew. If they could curry favor with Bob now and get on his good side, they might become official crew members and set sail with him later. In the Rocks Pirates, only official crew members were allowed to set sail and receive the protection of the entire crew. Bob didn't dwell too much on the sudden change in everyone's attitude. After all, he didn't know any of these people. He casually selected a dozen or so pirates who had been the most flattering, gave them a few simple instructions, and then left the place. There was only 1 month left before setting sail. During this time, Bob had to seize every second to grow stronger. On the open sea, all kinds of dangers could arise. Other pirate crews, the Marines, Sea Kings, and unpredictable natural disasters, all required him to become stronger to face them with ease. Moreover, his recent encounter with rocks had made Bob realize his own shortcomings. He was still far from reaching the level of the top-tier powerhouses. 1 month wasn't particularly long, but it wasn't short either. For Bob, this was a period of transformation. Since he had become a division commander, Bob residents moved from the outskirts of Pirate Island to the commander's room within the giant Skull Rock. But Bob training didn't stop because of this. Every day, he did 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run without fail. Some pirates who had previously thought Bob was a fool now looked at him with admiration when they saw him training. In fact, during these days, many pirates began to imitate Bob's training routine, hoping to uncover the secret to becoming stronger. For a while, every morning on Hakanosu, large groups of pirates could be seen running around the island as if they were being trained in the military. It was both amusing and exasperating. During this time, Bob had also met almost everyone in the Rocks Pirates. But apart from Whitebeard, there were only a few people worth forming deep connections with. The rest were either extremely vicious, insatiably greedy, or had a touch of eccentricity in their minds. Under Rock's guidance, Bob's mastery of the 3 types of hockey had significantly improved. If we were to classify these hockey abilities into levels. From beginner, intermediate, advanced, to high tier. Bob was roughly at the advanced level. His armament hockey had just begun to glimpse the threshold of internal destruction. And so, in the repetitive days of training, urging his subordinates to practice and drinking and bantering with other commanders, a month quickly passed. On the morning of the day they set sail, Bob dressed up, tidied himself briefly, and rushed out the door. Through the perception of his observation hockey, he noticed that most of the division commanders had already gathered. Hearing his crew members calling his name, Bob swiftly organized his team. Then he hurried towards the port. Upon arriving at Hakanosu port, he saw the ship bearing Rock's iconic letters, with a red skull exuding an eerie aura within the letters. Bob could only describe the ship as extravagant. It was enormous. Truly befitting the title of the ruler of the seas, its grandeur was overwhelming. By the ship, some giants were loading cargo. Bob didn't board immediately but observed for a while. It was his first time seeing giants, so he was naturally curious. After watching for a while, he concluded, being too big isn't necessarily a good thing, as you might end up doing hard labor. After boarding, Bob arranged his crew, then found a spot to sit down. Gururara. Bob, you finally made it. Been waiting for you for ages. Hearing the familiar laughter, Bob waved his hand. Today, Whitebeard looked exceptionally dashing, wearing a black hat, his yellow curly hair neatly cascading down his back, dressed in a custom-made white battle robe. Holding the imposing Murakumajiri, exuding a heroic and strikingly handsome aura, he commanded attention. Seeing this, Bob, who hadn't dressed up properly before leaving, felt quite annoyed. In a pirate crew where the average looks hovered around 3 out of 10, dressing so handsomely could easily get you beaten up, you know. "Edward, you look very handsome today. Do you want to lend me that outfit? Get me one too. It's just a regular ceremonial robe, all commanders can get one for free," Edward said nonchalantly. Just as the two were chatting animatedly, Rox walked over. Grabbing Bob's arm, he led him towards the bow of the ship. Chapter 14, The Rox Pirate Strikes. All the pirates on the ship gathered together, and Rox stood beside Bob. Facing all the pirates, he spoke loudly. "This is our new commander of the Rox Pirates. His name is Bob. I'm sure everyone has already met him before. Other than him, the rest of the commanders remain unchanged." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below began to stir. "So this is the genius monster, Bob. Truly, seeing him in person is more impressive than hearing about him. He went straight from a trainee crew member to commander. This has never happened in the history of the Rox Pirates. Brother Bob, I handed you water during your training last time. Do you remember me?" Bob didn't understand a word of what these people were saying. The noise was particularly chaotic. He couldn't comprehend why the captain had to introduce him like this. They had all seen him before. He scanned the crowd before him. Each one was enormous, with an average height exceeding 3 meters. They came in all shapes and sizes. He had no idea what they had eaten while growing up. Standing next to them at 1 meter 80, Bob felt like a little dwarf. Among these people, he recognized many familiar faces. Most of them were notorious figures with bounties exceeding 100 million. For instance, Kaido, whom he had recently defeated. The official bounty was 500 million berries, the highest among the new generation. Bob was also well aware of the bounties of the captain and other commanders, as in the Rox Pirates, bounties were a symbol of honor. As far as he knew, they included Rox D. Zebek, 2.4 billion berries. Edward Newgate, 1.25 billion berries. Shiki the Golden Lion, 1.1 billion berries. Charlotte Lin, 1.05 billion berries. Wang Ji, and Bob was the only pirate among all the captains without any bounty. This also applied to all the pirates present. There was nothing he could do. The Navy still didn't know about someone like Bob. To quickly raise his bounty, he had to do something that would catch the Navy's attention. Time passed quickly. The day of the Rox Pirates' departure was approaching. On this day, everyone gathered on the deck of the Rox ship. The captain was giving the final rallying speech. Captain Rox stood at the bow, drawing his long sword, a symbol of the pirate spirit, and pointed it toward the sea. "Listen up, everyone. The Rox Pirates will rise above the world, and all will bow before us. Wealth will forever belong to us. Let people tremble in fear, let the world shudder. Long live the Rox Pirates." At this moment, everyone felt their blood boiling, their hearts surging. Which pirate didn't harbor ambitions of conquest? Which pirate didn't dream of fame they pursued throughout their lives? The Rox Pirates offered them infinite possibilities. In this era, only Rox had the ability to satiate their ambitions. As the massive Rox ship sailed away, Hakanosu grew smaller in the distance. In the original story, this pirate island became a target for the Navy after the departure of the Rox Pirates. The pirates left on the island mostly lacking strength and were almost completely wiped out. When the island reappeared in people's sights, it was already a desolate, ruined island. It was hard not to feel a sense of regret. Inside a conference room on the Rox ship, all the captains gathered here, with Rox seated at the head. "I've received news that there are celestial dragons in the Eastern Sea. The celestial dragon is from the Charlemagne family, visiting a country in the East Blue for leisure." Rox directly revealed this heavy news. Celestial dragons, huh? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to encounter such a fat sheep right after setting sail. I love nothing more than killing these so-called world nobles. Shiki, with a cigar in his mouth, lit up at the mention of the celestial dragons. I bet the ship carrying the celestial dragons is loaded with treasures. Just thinking about it gets me excited. John, an old treasure enthusiast, immediately thought of riches upon hearing about the celestial dragons and couldn't help but swallow hard. Gururara. John. With that eager look of yours, you'll end up dead from greed one day. Whitebeard mocked John, clearly unimpressed. Every time wealth was divided, John was always the most eager one. A few times, he even drew his sword against other crew members over a bit of treasure, killing several of his subordinates. Hearing this, Bob secretly nodded. Indeed, John ended up dying because of this greed, wanting to hoard all the wealth, only to be stabbed in the back by his own men. Captain. So, are we going to wipe out those celestial dragons? Bob asked directly, as Rox had summoned everyone and revealed the news about the celestial dragons. The purpose was obvious. Ha 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 ha. No. Rox smiled slyly. This time, we're not targeting the celestial dragons. We'll first swat that annoying fly next to Hakanosu. The so-called fly referred to a small island next to the pirate island Hakanosu. The Navy had established a base on this island to monitor the movements of the pirate island. After all, the Rox pirates, as the largest overlord in this sea area, could not be left unbothered by the Navy headquarters. This Navy base was very powerful. It had 6 vice admirals, 12 rear admirals, and countless Navy personnel. Their weapons and ammunition were well stocked, and there were dozens of Navy ships. Any pirate crew in this sea area would flee at the sight of such a force. Over the years, both sides had maintained a mutual non-aggression stance. On the Celestial Dragon side, the Navy must have arranged plenty of troops to protect them. They will surely think that we will target the Celestial Dragon. But this time, we're going to give Marineford a surprise. Rox grinned, his expression is extremely sinister. Chapter 15, The Raid of the Rox Pirates. As the Rox pirates entered their waters, they were immediately spotted by the patrolling Marines. When they clearly saw the flag on the pirate ship, they all went on high alert. The highest-ranking officer at the branch immediately contacted Marine headquarters, Marineford, using a den mushi. They then quickly mobilized all their forces to deal with the sudden attack by the Rox pirates. A total of 26 high-spec Marine warships set out. Seeing the massive Marine fleet approaching, the pirates were visibly excited. Before Bob could even issue an order, his crew couldn't wait any longer. Ha ha ha. This time, I'm going to have a bloody good time. Let this be the first step in my conquest of the seas. My blade is thirsting for blood. Boom. 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 The Marine warships didn't hesitate either, firing cannonballs directly at the Rox ship. In an instant, the sky was filled with a dense barrage of black cannonballs. But not a single one hit the Rox ship. They were all destroyed mid-air by the crew's commanders. Thunder. Charlotte Linlin infused her soul into the thunderclouds, manipulating the weather as a massive pillar of lightning descended from the sky. Several warships immediately lost their combat capability, and the Marines on board were turned to charcoal. Wave. Shiki, the Golden Lion, wasn't to be outdone. With his 2 legendary swords, Oto and Kagurashi, he slashed through the air, even splitting the sea in 2. The ships he touched were instantly cut in half. The other division commanders followed suit, and before long, over 20 warships were completely destroyed. Behind the commanders, the rest of the pirates cheered wildly, resembling the fanatical fans of idols from a past life. Throughout this, Bob remained on the sidelines, not because he didn't want to act, but because compared to the wide-range skills of the other commanders, his close combat abilities seemed a bit underwhelming. After clearing all the surrounding ships and artillery, the Rox ship docked, and the crew swarmed ashore. Rox led the way, followed by the various division commanders, with Bob and Whitebeard walking side by side. Behind them were the remaining crew members. On the other side, the Marines had already formed their battle formation. At the forefront were 4 Marine vice admirals, 2 of whom had already been lost in the earlier sea battle. Behind them were 8 rear admirals, 4 of whom had also been lost in the previous clash. And so it began. Bob's first direct confrontation with the Marines in this world. And the declaration of war by the Rock's pirates against the Marines. Men. Let these so-called Justice Marines see the true power of the Rock's pirates. Rocks cracked his knuckles and shrugged his shoulders. With that, he unleashed his conqueror's haki. Instantly, an overwhelming aura burst forth. At the same time, among the division commanders, others who possessed conqueror's haki immediately activated theirs. In that moment, Rocks, Edward, Shiki, Charlotte Lin, and Bob, 5 different conqueror's haki auras swept across the battlefield. This haki, which only 1 in a million could possess, was held by as many as a handful of individuals within the Rock's pirates. The different conquerors' haki auras were like stones thrown into water. Ripples spread outward from the center, wildly impacting and destroying everything in their path. The immense pressure was like a boulder, suffocating the Marines. In an instant, a large number of Marines collapsed, foaming at the mouth and their eyes rolling back. The vice admirals at the front were also struggling. None of them had awakened the conqueror's haki. They were all desperately exerting their strength to resist, but they were drenched in sweat. From their expressions, it was clear they were not having an easy time. Men. Our grand event has begun. Rocks pointed his long sword forward, and the pirates behind him charged ahead with cheers. The 2 sides immediately clashed. The screams of the Marines and the wild cries of the pirates were incessant. The scene was a bloody mess, with limbs scattered everywhere. This time, Bob didn't hold back. He found a vice admiral on the opposing side. It was a tall, middle-aged man wielding a large machete. With a flash, Bob's foot stomped a large crater into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. At an incredible speed, Bob appeared at the vice admiral's side in the blink of an eye. With a powerful punch, he aimed directly for the vice admiral's side. Seeing this, the vice admiral quickly blocked with his large machete. A loud clang rang out. The tremendous force of the impact numbed the vice admiral's hand, and the machete was sent flying. A terrifying fist-shaped dent was clearly visible on the blade. The punch, still full of force, struck the vice admiral's side. With just one punch from Bob, the vice admiral was sent flying dozens of meters, only stopping when he crashed into a rock. He was already lifeless. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, the other vice admirals and rear admirals were being dealt with by the commanders. The vice admirals from the branch were no match for them. This battle was a one-sided massacre by the Rock's pirates. The Marine branch didn't even have a chance to fight back. They're all monsters. It's terrifying. Run. Report to the Marine headquarters. In this surprise attack, 6 vice admirals, 12 rear admirals, and 16 warships from the Marine branch were completely annihilated. Except for a few escaping Marine soldiers, it could be said they were utterly defeated. After the battle, it was time to search for spoils. The pirates scoured the island for wealth, with the most gathering at the branch's headquarters. After all, the rules of the Rock's pirates stated that the first to discover the treasure had the right of first choice. Bob, of course, joined in. However, he wasn't very interested in the so-called treasures. He was more intrigued by the devil fruits, even though he might not eat one himself. He still wanted to see one with his own eyes. But during Bob's aimless search, some pirates were always squabbling nearby. Damn it, I found this first. I saw it first. What proof do you have that it's yours? Damn it, are you looking for a fight? The first speaker drew the sword at his waist and slashed at the other. The other immediately fought back, not backing down. The two immediately clashed, each strike deadly, leaving no room for mercy. One moment they were comrades fighting side by side, the next they were enemies trying to kill each other over treasure. Of course, Bob wouldn't intervene. Life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by heaven. Such things were all too common in the Rock's pirates. Even in the world of pirates, if you couldn't keep up with the strong, you were destined to be abandoned. Chapter 16, 700 Million Bounties. The news of the complete annihilation of the Marine branch quickly reached the Marine headquarters at Marineford, and the world government was soon informed as well. In an instant, the entire Navy was deeply shaken by this news. Reactions to the fate of the Hashiness branch ranged from anger to sorrow. The largest Navy branch in the New World had been slaughtered by the Rock's pirates in less than half a day. One could only imagine how terrifying their strength must be. The high-ranking officials of the Navy and the top leaders of the world government urgently convened a meeting. At a massive round table, the high-ranking officials gathered together. On the table lay several photographs detailing the core members of the Rock's pirates. The topmost photo was of the captain of the Rock's pirates, Rox D. Zebek, 2.4 billion berries. This man is the leader of the Rock's pirates, and I'm sure everyone here recognizes him from this battle. He formed the Rock's pirates and is the mastermind behind this raid. The Marine Admiral picked up the photo from the table and explained to those present. After putting down the photo, he picked up the second one. Edward Newgate, 1.25 billion berries. The wielder of the Tremor fruit, the second in command of the Rock's pirates, his abilities are incredibly powerful. His attacks are destructive and capable of triggering tsunamis and earthquakes. Shiki the Golden Lion, 1.1 billion berries. The wielder of the Float fruit, and also a great swordsman, the first in command of the Rock's pirates. His strength is on par with Edward's. Charlotte Lin, 1.05 billion berries. The wielder of the Soul fruit. I believe everyone is familiar with these four individuals. They all share a common trait, they have all awakened the Conqueror's Haki, a rare ability among millions, making them the pinnacle of power in this world. However, the situation is dire. According to the information from Navy personnel who escaped the branch, there were 5 individuals on the island who had awakened Conqueror's Haki. With that, the Marine Admiral picked up another photo. Bob, the 8th Division commander of the Rock's pirates, it is unclear whether he possesses a devil fruit ability. His exact strength is unknown. He is the 5th pirate in the Rock's pirates to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, he is the youngest commander in the entire Rock's pirates. The Marine Admiral expression was serious. The photo in his hand was gripped tightly, as he struggled to suppress his emotions. Not just him, but everyone present fell silent. The individuals just introduced were the ones causing the most headaches for the Navy and the world government. Now, they were faced with yet another captain-level figure. Is there any more information on this new pirate named Bob? One of the 5 elders, dressed in a suit, frowned as he looked at Bob's photo. The gloom on his face reflected his current mood. From the accounts of the escaping Navy personnel, it was reported that during the battle, he killed a Navy Vice Admiral with a single punch. He is a person with exceptional martial arts skills. The Marine Admiral relayed all the information he had gathered. However, other information was scarce, almost entirely derived from hearsay. What? A single punch? Upon hearing this, everyone looked incredulous. How strong must this person be to achieve a one-hit kill? It should be noted that although the Vice Admiral stationed at Hashiness was not as strong as those at headquarters, he was still a battle-hardened individual. Is the information reliable? Seemingly skeptical, a high-ranking government official spoke up. After all, the person in the photo looked far too young. I considered that possibility as well, but the information has been verified as true. The Marine Admiral wished it were a lie, but it's the fact. Let's classify this person as a world-class wanted criminal. One of the highest authorities in the world government, an old man leaning on a cane, stated. His deep-set eyes revealed no emotional fluctuations. The fact that this newcomer could become a commander at such a young age indicated one thing. Either he possessed extraordinary strength, rivaling that of other commander in combat, or he was poised to grow into an absolute powerhouse. Or perhaps he embodied both aspects. Regardless, gaining the Rock's pirates' recognition was significant. How much should the bounty be set at? Let's tentatively set it at 700 million. This meeting made it abundantly clear to those present just how terrifying the Rock's pirates were. What was already a difficult adversary now had an additional powerful opponent. This was not good news for the entire world government. The Rock's pirates are rebels in this world. We cannot allow them to develop unchecked, or it will undermine the authority of the world government. Marines, you must immediately find a way to eradicate them. In special circumstances, some necessary sacrifices can be made. The highest leaders of the world government spoke, directly pressuring the Navy. Understood, we will deliberate on how to deal with the Rock's pirates. Upon hearing this, the Marine Admiral's eyes flickered. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly. What I need is for you to act decisively. We must not allow them to invade the Holy Land, Mariehua. In response to the pressure from the world government, the Navy high-ranking officials could only grit their teeth and comply, but in their hearts, they were cursing 100 times. The personnel configuration of the Rock's pirates, with their main members' combat strength, was not inferior to that of the Navy's high-ranking officials. To annihilate them immediately was nearly impossible. Creators. Chapter 17, Golden Lion Challenge. Compared to the urgency of the Navy, the Rock's pirates were clearly much more relaxed. On the second day after taking down the Navy branch, at noon. Under a cloudless sky, the sun hung high, radiating intense heat. On the calm sea, the Rock's ship sailed steadily. At this moment, on the deck of the ship, there was a shirtless man. Engaged in a back-and-forth exercise, running from the bow to the stern, he had already completed countless laps. Commander Bob, working out again. The commander is so disciplined. Judging by the usual routine, this must be the final phase. The crew members, seeing Bob exercising, chattered among themselves. They seemed to have long grown accustomed to it. Since setting sail, Bob had discovered a serious problem. On the ship, exercising was a very luxurious activity. Push-ups and sit-ups were manageable. But a 10-kilometer run had become a challenge. To maintain his daily exercise routine and break through his limits sooner, Bob had no choice but to run back and forth on the deck every day. However, this brought another issue. He was prone to being watched by others. Geha. Yo. Bob, running again. Just as Bob was sweating profusely during his workout, a slightly hoarse voice rang out. No need to guess. Just by the laughter, Bob knew it was that guy, Golden Lion. Following the sound, at this moment, Golden Lion was holding a cigar in his mouth, arms crossed, leisurely walking over. I say, you come to watch me exercise every day, aren't you tired? Is my physique that attractive? Are you gay or something? Bob was somewhat helpless, shaking his head as Golden Lion approached. This wasn't the first time he had come. Ever since he saw Bob running on the ship, he had been coming almost daily to observe. They say moderate fitness attracts the opposite sex, while excessive fitness attracts the same sex. But Bob wasn't doing that much exercise. In this pirate world, this amount was just the basics. Get lost. Kid, who do you think you are to tell me what to do? Golden Lion exhaled a puff of smoke, answering irritably. His main purpose for watching Bob exercise wasn't to admire his muscles. He was just curious about why Bob's martial arts and physique were so strong. Yet, his daily workouts were only of this volume. And they were some of the most basic exercises. Thus, driven by curiosity, Golden Lion wanted to find the answer by observing Bob's workout methods. However, after several days, he hadn't discovered anything special. Really, how did you grow strong if you only train like this? Golden Lion rested his chin on his hand, pacing back and forth in front of Bob, as if admiring a piece of art. Feeling Golden Lion's intense gaze, Bob couldn't help but feel a chill. Damn! What's going on in Golden Lion's head? Bob, fight me! Suddenly, Golden Lion blinked, his eyes gleaming as he made a startling proposal. Some of the nearby pirates were visibly stunned by this. The shift in topic was too abrupt. One moment they were chatting, the next he's challenging him. Get lost. Hearing this, Bob rolled his eyes, looking at him as if he were crazy. Gehaha. Bob, don't be so quick to refuse. In the Rocks Pirates, commanders have the right to challenge each other. This is to ensure the strength level of the commanders. Moreover, as a commander of the Rocks Pirates, you need a real fight. Golden Lion wasn't angered by Bob's attitude. Instead, he continued to speak. Indeed, since joining the Rocks Pirates, Bob's strength had been widely criticized. Although he had defeated Kaido in their previous battle, a fight with a mere apprentice crew member couldn't prove he had the strength of a captain. In subsequent performances, Bob had only shown a glimpse of his abilities. His strength was hard to convince others of, which could easily lead to unnecessary trouble in the Rocks Pirates, where strength was respected. Thinking of this, Bob's eyes shifted, and he asked a crucial question. What are the conditions? The condition is, if you lose, you must tell me the secret of how you became so strong. Golden Lion narrowed his eyes, revealing his ultimate goal. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to communicate directly with the person involved. And if you lose? Bob's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Golden Lion, not directly answering his question but instead asking in return. Ha ha ha. What a joke, me lose. Don't think that just because you killed a vice admiral, you're something special. These branch office guys, I can cut down several with a single slash. Golden Lion seemed to have heard the biggest joke, laughing so hard he doubled over, his body shaking with laughter. After a while, he finally stopped laughing and continued. If I lose, you can set any condition you want. Oh. Bob raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. It seemed like a very tempting condition. He thought to himself that the secret to his strength was just doing those exercises, so it really didn't make much difference. Besides, the Saitama physique couldn't be imitated by others. After some consideration, Bob said, I accept your challenge. Gihahaha. Kid, I'm looking forward to your secret. Golden Lion laughed heartily, patting Bob on the shoulder. He didn't even consider the possibility of losing. What a joke. In the Rocks Pirates, apart from Rocks himself, Golden Lion didn't believe anyone could defeat him. Not even Whitebeard. So he was already confident he could get Bob's secret. Meanwhile, the pirates who were watching Bob train, upon hearing the conversation between Bob and Golden Lion, were all shocked. A battle between two commanders was no simple fight. Thus, spreading the word among themselves, it didn't take long for the news to spread throughout the entire ship. The deck was crowded with people, all looking at Bob and Golden Lion with expressions of anticipation for the show. Chapter 18, Shiki the Golden Lion vs. Bob. On the Rocks pirate ship inside a cabin of the ship's main body. Wang Ji was leaning against the window, gazing towards the sea. Silver Axe sat on a chair beside him. At that moment, John pushed the door open and, seeing Wang Ji and Silver Axe, chuckled. Wang Ji, Silver Axe, so you two are here. I just heard something interesting on the ship. Something interesting? Both Silver Axe and Wang Ji turned their heads towards John and spoke simultaneously. Just now, I heard from the crew that Golden Lion and Bob are about to have a big showdown. John seemed very excited, his whole demeanor animated as he spoke about it. Wasn't Golden Lion always trying to recruit Bob into his squad? I remember they had a pretty good relationship. How come they're about to have a big fight? Wang Ji was skeptical of the news, frowning with a look of doubt. Previously, Golden Lion often watched Bob train, so why would he suddenly make such a move? Silver Axe, sitting beside him, also nodded in agreement. I was also surprised when I heard it, but it's definitely true. Those crew members wouldn't dare joke about the two commanders. John replied calmly, very certain of the news's authenticity. Well, that's interesting. Wang Ji narrowed his eyes, a playful expression on his face. A fight between Golden Lion and Bob was something the other commanders would be happy to see. After all, life on the ship was too boring, and a good show could spice things up. Moreover, it could also answer the lingering question in everyone's minds: just how strong is Bob? Using Golden Lion as a benchmark, they might get a rough idea. Let's go check it out. Without further hesitation, Wang Ji pulled Silver Axe along and, led by John, hurried towards the deck. The news spread quickly, and many had already heard about it. Charlotte Lin and Whitebeard, who were enjoying some sweets. Kaido, the tall man still training, hoping to surpass Bob. At this moment, a crowd had already gathered. Among them was Whitebeard, nearly 6 meters tall. But unlike the others who were there for the spectacle, his expression was serious. His presence was overwhelming. Golden Lion, have you no shame? A long-established commander challenging a new commander. Whitebeard shouted towards Golden Lion. He was very angry about Golden Lion challenging Bob, seeing it as a blatant attempt to humiliate Bob, a master swordsman and a devil fruit user. Challenging a newcomer. The outcome was obvious. Although he believed that given enough time, Bob could surpass Golden Lion. But now, even though he had always been optimistic about Bob, Whitebeard didn't think Bob could defeat Golden Lion. Gihahaha. Golden Lion picked his nose, his face full of arrogance, laughing loudly. His demeanor was one of defiance. Seeing Golden Lion's reaction, Whitebeard was furious. The next moment, he was about to swing his Murakumajiri directly at him. Edward, let me handle this. At that moment, Bob suddenly spoke. He gave Whitebeard a confident smile. Hearing this, Whitebeard could only sheath his weapon. He was grateful to Whitebeard for standing up for him at this time. Bob was deeply grateful. But the ship couldn't withstand a single blow from the tremor fruit. A battle between Golden Lion and Bob ensued. Through word of mouth, almost everyone on the ship gathered around. John started a betting pool nearby. On the left, bets were placed on Bob's victory, on the right, bets were on Golden Lion's win. The pirates, who had just looted the marine base, were now have pockets bulging with treasure, eagerly joining in the betting. After a round of bets, the treasure on Bob's side was barely noticeable. This situation was expected by commanders like Wang Ji. It also reflected the general opinion on the outcome of the duel. Few believed Bob could win. Compared to Bob's inexperience, Golden Lion's strength was deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. After obtaining Captain Rock's permission, they found a small island to serve as the venue for the duel. After all, a battle between two commanders couldn't possibly take place on the ship. Arriving at the center of the island, the two stood on opposite sides. Other pirates stood on their flanks, several dozen meters away from the center. At this moment, rocks also arrived. This duel between commanders was of great interest to the usually arrogant captain. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Bob and Golden Lion stood facing each other. Gihahaha. Bob, it's not too late to admit defeat now. When the fight starts, swords have no eyes. Golden Lion crossed his arms, his eyes half smiling. Looking at Bob, he seemed confident of victory. Let's fight first. Bob replied calmly, not engaging in verbal sparring. Gihahaha. Then don't blame me for not holding back. A glint flashed in Golden Lion's eyes as he used his devil fruit ability to rise into the air. Seeing this, Bob's eyes sharpened. He adjusted his breathing, entering a combat stance. The Golden Lion before him was one of the strongest during the Rocks era, ranked alongside Whitebeard and Roger as one of the 3 legendary pirates. His strength was not to be underestimated. Bob. Take this. As soon as the words fell, Golden Lion's aura erupted. His black robe fluttered without wind. In the next moment, Oto and Kagurashi at his waist were drawn, the two great swords gleaming with a cold light under the blazing sun. Crossing his arms in an X shape, he slashed out. Slash wave! Golden Lion shouted. Two golden sword beams tore through the air, shooting towards Bob. So fast. Bob's eyes flashed with intensity, his expression serious. This was on a completely different level from his previous opponents. In the next moment, Bob didn't retreat but instead advanced. A powerful aura burst from his body. Pushing off the ground with his toes, he leapt straight up. Instantly, the ground cracked, revealing a 3-meter-wide crater, with dense fissures spreading in all directions. His figure shot through the air like a cannonball. Damn! That speed is insane, can't even see it with the naked eye. The sound is like thunder, deafening. Look at that huge crater on the ground, holy crap. Is that human strength? As the two began their fight, the surrounding pirates exclaimed in awe. The duel between the commanders had already showcased their terrifying strength. Not just them, even the other commanders looked grave. Such explosive power was truly frightening. Chapter 19, Consecutive Normal Punch. Under the blazing sun, on a windless island, in the currents stirred by Bob and the Golden Lion. At this moment, the corners of the pirates' clothes fluttered wildly. In the air, a golden sword aura and a black figure rushed toward each other at incredible speed. At the moment of contact, Bob's hands radiated a red glow. In that instant, as he met the golden sword aura, he exerted force with his arms, as if rolling the vast rivers or shaking mountains. He actually tore the sword aura apart with sheer strength. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from the center. A muffled thunder, like a mountain collapsing, shook the heavens and the earth. A dazzling golden light burst forth from the center, like the sun plummeting downward. And the torn sword aura spread outward, carrying a violent aura. Wherever it passed, rocks, trees, and the ground, were utterly destroyed by this devastating force. Cracks had already appeared on the ground. The pirates watching the scene were all taken aback. If it weren't for their captain's timely intervention, the residual force from this clash would have been enough to slay a large number of pirates nearby. To tear apart sword aura with mere physical strength, how formidable. Whitebeard was utterly shocked. He saw that Bob, under the Golden Lion's slashing wave, did not choose to evade but instead braced himself with his body. This left him deeply astonished. Whitebeard had fought the Golden Lion many times before. He was well aware of the power of the slashing wave. Every time he faced this move, he had to use the ability of his tremor fruit to withstand it. It was absolutely impossible to resist it with just his body. The surrounding pirates were equally astonished. Tearing apart sword aura with bare hands, this was the Golden Lion's signature technique. It was simply outrageous. Just the residual force made them feel it was hard to resist. Let alone the full-force slashing wave from the Golden Lion. At the same time, amidst their shock, they were also discussing the red glow that appeared on Bob's hands. Wang Ji and the other division leaders were no exception. Each of them furrowed their brows, losing the earlier lightheartedness. That kid Bob actually used his hands to block the Golden Lion's slashing wave. Those black hands are coated in armament hockey. But the red that coils around those black hands seems to be a high-level conqueror's hockey. Several people were buzzing with discussion. They were all astonished by Bob's performance just now. They had known that Bob had strong physical skills and a powerful body. But this time, they realized just how powerful he had become. The high level of conqueror's hockey, they had seen it before under Captain Rock's teachings. But they never expected that Bob could actually use it. This was a type of hockey that some commanders had not even mastered. At this moment, the Golden Lion on the battlefield was also in shock, secretly amazed. I didn't expect this kid to have such strong conqueror's hockey, and his armament hockey has reached this level. Truly well hidden. Staring at Bob across from him, his expression grew much more serious. Bob, you always manage to surprise me. But now, let's bring this to an end. With that, the golden lion, utilizing the powers of the float fruit, leapt up several dozen meters. His muscles rippled. His momentum suddenly surged. The oppressive feeling came crashing like a tidal wave. Lion's thousand cuts. With a roar, the golden lion's figure spun in the air at high speed. Swish. 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 Several sword auras capable of cleaving mountains shot out simultaneously, more, faster, and stronger than before. Damn, is the golden lion insane? He's actually using 1,000 cuts. Shit. At this rate, this island will be sunk. The commanders who had been discussing the duel were now cursing. They themselves were fine, but their crew would suffer. Everyone, get behind your commanders. Quickly. Whitebeard shouted, his voice like thunder, ringing painfully in the ears of those present. To ensure everyone could hear clearly. During his shout, Whitebeard used the ability of his tremor fruit. Thus, the pirates who had been on the sides formed a line behind their commanders, seeking protection as they returned to the battlefield. The sword auras shot out by the golden lion carried terrifying pressure. In the blink of an eye, they were before Bob. At the same time, Bob took a deep breath. His eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, Bob felt a surge of spirit within him. This was the exhilaration that came from facing a formidable opponent. Previously, Bob had been coasting along. But that didn't mean he lacked passion inside. He thought of Saitama from One Punch Man. When facing the Underground King, that feeling of fighting spirit. Bob seemed to grasp it as well. Now, facing the golden lion's 1,000 cuts, Bob showed no intention of evading, his muscles pulsing. They craved a thrilling battle. His fists clenched tightly. Bob's gaze was like lightning. The hockey erupting from him grew even denser. Consecutive normal punch. In the next moment, Bob swiftly swung his fists forward. The sound of sonic booms erupted from the air, so fast that even the captains could only see afterimages. Continuously smashing into the incoming sword auras, the sharp and powerful sword auras, under Bob's relentless fists, originally radiating dazzling light, began to dim gradually. In the next instant, crack. 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 The sound of shattering glass echoed continuously. These sword auras were brutally shattered beneath Bob's fists. At the moment the sword auras broke apart, a terrifying whirlwind swept through, like the brutal hand of an invisible giant, ruthlessly ravaging this area. From a distance, it looked as if a localized weather phenomenon had occurred, darkening even the sky above the island considerably. Chapter 20, It's My Turn Now. In the distance, the golden lion hovered mid-air watching his attack being utterly shattered by Bob, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his expression grave. That kid, what on earth is he? Let's see how long you can last. Again. As soon as the words fell, the golden lion swung his arms. Another dozen or so swords surged forth. The number was greater than before, and the force had increased significantly. Bob, who had just smashed several sword saw the incoming golden light. His eyes narrowed. Bob stood on the ground, his feet stepping on shattered rocks. At this moment, his bones crackled throughout his body as the sword chi arrived. Bob's body was fully covered in armament hockey, red light appeared on various parts of his body. Bob roared. In the next instant, Bob's body began to move back and forth frantically. Under the high-speed movement, the ground beneath his feet was carved with deep marks, dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds continued, as if an earthquake had erupted deep underground, dust filling the sky. It seemed as if the entire island was trembling under Bob's back-and-forth jumps. Clang! 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 The sword attack collided with Bob's afterimages. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously, creating huge shockwaves. Sparks flew everywhere. The dozen or so sword attack erupted with immense energy, like thousands of incandescent lamps exploding here. The terrifying shockwaves, sharp as knives, slashed in all directions, the ground being torn apart. The entire combat zone sank several meters under this wave of attack. All the golden sword shattered without any room for compromise. Behind Bob, not a single strand of the attack leaked. All were blocked by Bob. Phew! Bob exhaled a breath. His tall figure stood proudly while the surroundings were in utter devastation. Is this the duel of the strong? I can't even withstand the aftermath. Bob moved just now, I could only see afterimages. What kind of speed is that? The commanders of the Rock's pirates is truly terrifying. I thought the Golden Lion was already formidable, but Bob has opened my eyes. Using his body to clash with the Thousand Slashes Valley, this is simply outrageous. The pirates watching from the sidelines saw this great clash come to a halt. Their eyes were filled with fervor, without exception. All were captivated by this battle. Some pirates were seeing the Golden Lion's Thousand Slashes Valley for the first time. Its power was truly cataclysmic, and Bob's moves left everyone in awe. Using his rapidly moving body to create a wall, under the high-speed movement he utilized shockwaves to continuously collide with the golden sword slash until it disintegrated. What kind of speed and strength is that? At the same time, the commanders observing the battle had faces filled with shock, and deep look within their eyes. There was a sense of apprehension. The strength Bob displayed had already made them feel a sense of crisis. Wang Ji smoothed his wind-tousled beard, frowning slightly. He spoke in a deep voice. This Bob is not simple. The Golden Lion Thousand Slashes Valley was immensely powerful. Wang Ji could certainly handle it, but definitely not to this extent. He would have to use his trump card. As for someone like Bob, who utilizes his physical constitution to dismantle his opponent's techniques, such a thing was unheard of within the Rock's pirates. No. Even in this entire pirate world. He had never heard of anyone who could rely on their physical body to withstand the Golden Lion's Thousand Slash Valley. This was no mere monster, it was a primordial beast. Apart from him, Silver Axe also furrowed his brows, gripping his shield and battle axe tightly. He looked at Bob on the field and slowly said, "Not just extraordinary, it's completely redefining my understanding. However, he will still lose this match. Golden Lion hasn't even used his devil fruit ability yet. The float fruit isn't just about flying." Hearing this, the others also nodded in agreement. John directly stated, "Next, Golden Lion is probably going to get serious. Not being able to defeat Bob for so long, it doesn't look good on him." The situation was indeed as the commanders had said. At this moment, on the field, Golden Lion, apart from being shocked by Bob's methods, his face also alternated between green and white. Not being able to defeat Bob for such a long time was unacceptable for him, the First Division commander of the Rock's pirates. "Bob, you always manage to surprise me." His gaze towards Bob revealed a sharp glint. While taking him seriously, there was also a hint of admiration. He never expected that within Bob's small frame lay such explosive power. His entire body seemed like the hardest substance in the world. Even the highly destructive sword energy couldn't harm him in the slightest. "Bob, I admit I underestimated you before. I'll give you one more chance. Surrender voluntarily. Next, I'm going to get serious." Golden Lion had a cigar in his mouth, but it didn't affect the loudness of his speech. Arrogance, daring, disdain. All were fully displayed in these words. Even though Bob had used various methods to destroy his Slash Wave and Thousand Slash Valley, he still didn't believe Bob could defeat him. This was the pride of Golden Lion. "So, what do you think?" Everyone was startled upon hearing this. At this point, would Bob voluntarily surrender? Clearly, that was impossible. And indeed, that was the case. Bob's expression was calm, his face as still as water, as he looked up at Golden Lion in the sky. "Let's continue the fight." 2 words, firm and resolute, directly expressing Bob's thoughts. "Next, it's my turn to attack." Bob's voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly. The expressions on everyone's faces changed. Chapter 21, One Punch to Shatter It. The words of Bob fell into the ears of the pirates in the middle of the sea. A wave of cheers erupted. Is he finally going on the offensive? What happened to the commander of the First Division? Ha ha ha. Bob is so domineering. Some pirates were the type who loved to stir up trouble. Previously, the Golden Lion had been an unbeatable presence in their eyes. Now, a rookie commander was actually holding his own against him. This made them feel incredibly exhilarated. At this moment, those who had previously looked down on Bob had surprisingly joined his camp. And among the crowd, Kaido's gaze was particularly intense. Ever since he lost to Bob last time, he had been training hard, thinking that one day he would reclaim his honor. But now, Bob had already become a force that could rival the Golden Lion. On Kaido's still youthful face, there was a mix of unwillingness and indignation, watching the crowd cheer for Bob. His heart grew even more resolute to become stronger. Meanwhile, the other commanders like Wang Ji were beside him, directly ignoring the cheers of the pirates. Their eyes were fixed on Bob, filled with seriousness. Because this statement could only prove one thing: Bob had not yet exerted his full strength. Suddenly, Whitebeard, standing to the side, felt the entire island shaking. His gaze sharpened as he looked up at the Golden Lion in mid-air and spoke. "It's coming." At the same time, the Golden Lion, who was originally only about 10 meters above the ground, had now soared to a height of several dozen meters. From a distance, he appeared just as a black dot. However, the Golden Lion's boisterous laughter ignored the distance, resonating deep within everyone's hearts. "Gihahaha. Attack me? Let's see if you can even reach me. Let me show you my true power." The Golden Lion laughed loudly, his voice deafening. At this moment, his laughter echoed across the island. Even the sound of the waves crashing against the shore was drowned out by his laughter. Suddenly, the Golden Lion stopped laughing. His expression changed, and his aura surged. His pupils constricted, eyes shining with brilliance, and his golden hair, as tall as a person, danced in the air. In the next moment, the Golden Lion sheathed his 2 famous swords, Oto and Kagurashi. His devil fruit ability activated. With a wave of his hand, the entire island began to tremble. The pirates felt the ground shake. Their faces turned pale with fear. Is this the true power of the float fruit? And looking at Bob, his expression remained unchanged. Only the red glow around him intensified. A powerful pressure erupted from his body. Everyone held their breath at this scene. The moment to truly showcase their abilities had arrived. At this moment, on this island, apart from the sound of crashing waves, there was no other sound. It was like the calm before a storm. Suddenly, the Golden Lion shouted, "Lion's might, earthquake." As his voice fell, he swung his right hand down fiercely. In an instant, the sea surged, and rocks rolled. Boom! The enormous sound was like a volcanic eruption. It came from all directions. Some pirates had never witnessed such a scene. They turned pale with fright, thinking they were going to die here. And this was just the beginning. In the next second, behind the Golden Lion, the entire ground was lifted. The land within a radius of several hundred meters rose up. Tens of thousands of tons of earth, under the influence of the float fruit, detached from the ground, flying into the sky and continuously changing shape. In an instant, dozens of terrifying earth lions formed from the soil. Each one stood at least 10 meters tall. With gaping, fearsome mouths, they charged toward Bob with overwhelming momentum. On the other side, Bob stood tall on the ground, his black hair moving as if in a wind, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. He stomped his right foot on the ground. Cracks like spider webs radiated from where he stood, revealing a massive pit with a diameter of over 10 meters. Amidst the swirling dust, only a slender figure could be seen moving rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he reached the front of one earth lion. His right fist swung at full speed, delivering a tremendous blow to the lion's head. In an instant, the earth and stones flew apart. The enormous earth lion, standing over 10 meters tall, was shattered by Bob's punch. The disintegrated earth and stones fell, raising clouds of dust. In the hazy dust, Bob's figure darted swiftly between the various earth lions due to his incredible speed, only a black flash could be seen flickering in the air. Each time he punched an earth lion, it would disintegrate immediately. That was the testament to Bob's fist landing upon them. Accompanied by a tremendous sound, dozens of earth lions were obliterated in an instant. But it wasn't over yet. The golden lion did not stop there. With a slight frown, he pinched his fingers into his palm. Immediately, dozens more earth lions rose from the ground out of thin air. At the same time, the golden lion shouted, "I don't believe your stamina can last much longer." At this moment, under the influence of the float fruit, even the surrounding sea was stirred up into towering waves, threatening to engulf the entire island. Seeing this, Whitebeard used the power of the quake fruit to counteract the massive waves. In the next moment, the fate of these dozens of earth lions was the same as before. All were smashed to pieces by Bob. Wow! Those 10-meter-tall earth lions were actually obliterated by Bob with a single punch. Every punch lands with such force. This duel is simply a feast for the eyes. Bob is incredible, his stamina seems endless. With a powerful physique, astonishing explosive power. And that domineering presence. Damn! Is he even letting anyone else to show off? Chapter 22, Lion's Might, Royal Earthquake. The pirates gasped at the sight before them, their exclamations echoing endlessly. In the next moment, the golden lion summoned dozens of earthen lions from the ground using his fruit powers. They were even larger in size. With their mouths wide open, they charged forward on all fours. The entire island trembled beneath them. What was once a peaceful island was now riddled with scars. Pits marred the ground everywhere. The land had been transformed into massive lions. The terrain suddenly dipped, and the sea surged wildly upward. That madman Shiki. He's gone completely insane. Quick! Everyone, get on the ship. We can't stay here any longer. Damn it! This island is going to be sunk by them. The clash between the two was so intense that even the commanders had to retreat to their ships. Even with their protection, many pirates still met their deaths during the battle. But neither Bob nor the Golden Lion paid any mind to that. At this moment, the Golden Lion only wanted to defeat Bob quickly. Even if it meant exhausting him with the earthen lions, he was determined to wear him down. But contrary to his expectations, Bob seemed to possess boundless stamina. As he darted between the earthen lions, all of them were swiftly obliterated. Golden Lion, these things you've created are no fun at all. They're just a bunch of dirt. At that moment, Bob's voice resonated with a penetrating quality. It covered the entire area. Even the crew members who had returned to the Rock's ship could hear him clearly. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion's anger surged. However, at that moment, having finished off the earthen lions, Bob slightly bent his right leg, his sharp, dark eyes fixed on the swirling dust that locked onto the Golden Lion's position. In the next instant, Bob's body vanished from the spot. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, comparable to a massive bomb detonation, the sheer sound forcing people to cover their ears. A giant pit appeared in the ground. From afar, the crew on the ship watched. They saw a streak of light moving at incredible speed, painting the sky like a brilliant shooting star piercing through the sky. What the hell? What kind of explosive power is this? I only saw a blur. Because of the speed, I thought Bob had just vanished. Even from their ship, they could feel the terrifying force unleashed on the island. Even the usually unflappable rocks couldn't help but marvel. Looking at Bob's figure, his expression was complex. Gururara. Bob's explosive power is truly exceptional. I never expected that after such a brutal battle, he could still maintain this level of stamina. Whitebeard laughed heartily, genuinely pleased to see Bob perform like this. The other commanders, however, fell silent. Their attention was entirely focused on Bob in the field. They watched that fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, he was before the Golden Lion. You said I can't hit you. What about now? Bob spoke slowly, his fist already swinging forward. However, though the Golden Lion was shocked, he quickly reacted. He drew his twin swords, Oto and Kagurashi, from his waist in an instant. Both blades were enveloped in the haki of armament. Under the sunlight, they emitted a dark sheen. I'll see if your fist is harder than my two famous swords are. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed down toward Bob with both hands covered in flowing haki. Seeing this, Bob did not flinch. He tightened his fist and struck directly against the blade. Clang! Sparks erupted from the impact. In less than a second, the two had already exchanged dozens of blows. Back and forth they went. Using the rebound force from their continuous clashes, Bob adjusted his body constantly to avoid falling straight down. But the Golden Lion, seeing that after more than 10 exchanges he had gained no advantage, suddenly struck down fiercely. With a clang, Bob managed to block the attack, but his body plummeted straight toward the ground. At the same time, the Golden Lion reached out with a mighty hand. He roared, "Lion's might, royal earthquake." Upon hearing this, the commanders on the ship felt their eyelids twitch. Damn it, the Golden Lion is really insane. He's using that move. It looks like this showdown is about to end. To force the Golden Lion to this extent, Bob has already done remarkably well. The commanders knew this was the Golden Lion's ultimate move. In an instant, the ground already scarred began to rise again. But this time, it wasn't just the earth and stones. Even the sea trembled. The once calm sea, under the influence of the floating fruit, suddenly roared with waves. The water was whipped up, forming massive water lions in the air. The rock ship swayed dangerously on the surface of the water. If not for the presence of several powerful figures, the ship would have sunk by now. In the next moment, around the island, over 20 water lions formed instantly, along with a dozen earthen lions from the island, all charging toward Bob simultaneously. Rumble. At this moment, the sky was filled with shifting clouds, as if narrating the magnitude of this force. And the pirates on the ship were already dumbfounded. Each one stared wide-eyed. In this clash between Bob and the Golden Lion, they had been shocked too many times. Now they felt somewhat numb. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and the others looked toward the island, their expressions growing serious. The commanders knew the power of the Golden Lion's move. Few could withstand it. What a formidable physique. I wonder if he can take this hit. Charlotte Lin, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Her gaze toward Bob was filled with a different kind of emotion. Seeing this, the commanders understood and shook their heads. Any man who caught her special attention was likely to be someone she had taken a liking to. But at that moment, Bob had no idea what was happening outside. As his body fell toward the ground, before he could stand firm, dozens of lions with a ferocious aura charged at him. Chapter 23, Serious Punch. The finale. Bob crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. But before Bob could steady himself, dozens of lions, carrying a ferocious aura, pounced toward the spot where he had landed. In an instant, Bob's body was completely buried under the deluge of seawater and soil, at the location where he had been. A mound of earth, dozens of meters high and about 10 meters in diameter, quickly formed. Bob's figure had vanished from sight. Seeing this, Whitebeard on the ship sensed something was wrong. His eyes filled with concern. Without a second thought, Whitebeard tossed a small boat down from the Moby Dick. His towering figure prepared to board it and rushed to Bob's rescue. But suddenly, from beneath the mound of earth, a terrifying force erupted. Boom! Rumble! The deep, resonant sounds echoed continuously, like a voice from the depths of hell. The entire island trembled. In the next moment, from within the mound of earth, a familiar figure burst through the soil, shooting out. It was Bob, who had been buried. At this moment, his body was covered in mud and countless small wounds. Blood dripped from his fingers. This strike had finally breached Bob's formidable defenses. However, upon seeing Bob emerge from the earth, Wang Ji's eyes were filled with shock. Having been directly hit by Golden Lion's attack, he had assumed Bob would be buried and unable to escape. To his surprise, not only had Bob broken free through sheer brute force, but he had also sustained only minor injuries. Though Bob looked battered and bloodied, those were merely superficial wounds, nothing that had damaged his bones or tendons. Is he even human? Wang Ji muttered in a daze, staring at Bob's upright figure on the battlefield. Though I hate to admit it, based on the strength Bob has shown, I probably won't stand a chance against him. Silver Axe sighed, speaking with resignation. For a commander of the Rock's pirates to say such a thing was a testament to Bob's immense power. With his physical prowess, even landing a hit on Bob was an incredibly difficult task. Gururara. Bob never disappoints. Whitebeard remarked, seeing Bob back in sight. He retrieved the small boat he had just thrown down while praising Bob repeatedly. His worries completely vanished. Lin Lin knew Bob could do it. Charlotte Lin Lin laughed, her gaze growing fonder as she looked at Bob. Strussen, standing beside her, glanced at Lin Lin. Then at Bob in the distance. Charlotte Lin Lin's habit of falling for one person after another was truly hard to change. Meanwhile, in Golden Lion's field of vision, Bob stood atop the devastated mound of earth, his clothes tattered, looking disheveled and covered in blood. However, Golden Lion felt no joy at this sight because that had been his strongest attack. Yet it had failed to seriously injure Bob. This was something he found hard to accept. After all, with that move, he had killed many powerful foes, those who were engulfed by it would be crushed into pulp. Though Golden Lion knew Bob's physique is insane, it should have been enough to render him unable to fight. But reality was. Feeling Golden Lion's gaze, Bob raised his eyes to meet it, a smirk curling his lips. In the next moment, Bob stepped on a pile of rocks and soil, his body suddenly sinking, and as the earth and stones flew apart, he soared into the air. The pile of soil beneath his feet exploded, sending shards of earth flying like bullets in all directions. At this moment, Golden Lion, who had been frequently unleashing powerful moves, was already drenched in sweat. He wasn't a monster like Bob. Due to the constant use of his techniques, his stamina was rapidly declining. Seeing Bob burst forth from the ground, he was even more alarmed. The two swords in his hands, coated with Conqueror's haki, crossed in front of his chest. In the next moment, Bob, now right in front of him, dispelled the armament haki from his body, concentrating all of it into his fist. In the next second, a penetrating force traveled from Bob's spine to his right fist, then erupted with a resounding clang. Serious punch. A massive sound echoed. Even the pirates on the ship 100 meters away heard it clearly. Their eardrums felt like they were about to bleed from the shock. As the sound spread, Golden Lion's body could no longer remain steady. A tremendous force transmitted through his swords. In an instant, the Golden Lion plummeted like a falling meteor straight from the sky to the ground. Boom! The sound reverberated. On the ground, a human-shaped crater appeared, with cracks spreading out densely around it. Climbing out of the crater, the Golden Lion was no longer the imposing figure he once was. His golden hair was covered in dirt, his black robe torn by the fierce wind, and his signature cigar was nowhere to be found. Several wounds were still bleeding, and his face was extremely grim. "You're really a monster." Cough, cough. The golden lion cursed, then began to cough violently. He didn't have Bob's physique, this single strike had already taken a toll on him. On the other side, Bob landed on the ground. Though he didn't look much better than the golden lion, he clearly still had strength left. Looking at the disheveled golden lion, he slowly said, "It's not over yet. You had a lot of fun playing with me earlier, now it's my turn." Bob gave a sinister smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed forward, appearing right in front of the golden lion. His fists aimed directly at the golden lion's face. Having witnessed the power of Bob's fists, the golden lion was terrified, now feeling extremely weak. He didn't want to clash head-on. His first thought was to use his devil fruit ability to leap into the air, but he found that his stamina was insufficient, and he couldn't activate it. In desperation, he could only block with the two swords in his hands, even forgetting to use hockey. After a while, the golden lion didn't feel any immense force on his swords. Then, he felt his hands empty. Opening his eyes, he saw that Oto and Kagurashi were no longer in his hands. Looking back at Bob, he found the two swords now in Bob's grasp. Chapter 24, The Silent Golden Lion. On the deck of the Rocks pirate's ship, a group of pirates gazed toward the island. What was once a lush, unremarkable little island had now been submerged by the fierce battle between Bob and Golden Lion. Moreover, the seawater showed no signs of receding in its advance. At the center of the island, Bob and Golden Lion stood facing each other in a tense standoff. "Damn it, Bob, give me back my swords!" Golden Lion shouted, his face flushed with frustration. Cough, cough. Golden Lion's agitation triggered a fit of coughing. "Ha ha ha. Golden Lion, are you a 3-year-old child? In the world of pirates, what we take by strength isn't returned just because you ask for it." Bob laughed heartily, his expression teasing as he watched Golden Lion growing desperation. Earlier, during their clash, just as Bob was about to strike Golden Lion dual swords, he suddenly transformed his fist into an open palm. With a swift motion, he grabbed both blades and yoinked them from Golden Lion's grasp. "Brother Bob, consider this a favor I owe you. Please, return my swords." Knowing that brute force wouldn't work, Golden Lion resorted to pleading, almost on the verge of kneeling. These swords, Oto and Kagurashi, were more than just weapons to him, they were like his wives, having accompanied him through countless battles. Now, with them in someone else's hands, he felt utterly humiliated. For a commander to have his blades taken away was a disgrace beyond measure. "Fine. Since we're both part of the same pirate crew, I won't make this too hard on you," Bob said, waving the swords in the air, testing their balance. "You said earlier that if you lost, I could demand something from you, right? Well, I'll take these 2 legendary swords as my prize." Hearing this, Golden Lion's face fell, and he nearly burst into tears, stammering, "This is..." He deeply regretted provoking Bob, this monstrous opponent. It was nothing but his self-inflicted suffering. He wished he could go back to the moment he challenged Bob and slap his own arrogance. Golden Lion wasn't one who couldn't accept defeat. He had lost to Rocks before, but what he couldn't bear was losing to a young upstart. What made it worse was that Bob hadn't resorted to sneak attacks, he had defeated Golden Lion fair and square, using all his skills. The thought of his hard-earned reputation being tarnished, coupled with the loss of his beloved swords, was too much to bear. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his spirit shattered. Golden Lion had completely shut down. "Ha ha ha ha." Bob burst into laughter, not bothering to hide his amusement. He never expected the legendary flying pirate to be reduced to such a state. As he looked at the island, now on the verge of being completely submerged, Bob began laughing. "This island is about to be swallowed by the sea," he said, gathering both swords in one hand and grabbing the passed-out Golden Lion with the other. With a single leap, he soared into the air, tracing a perfect arc as he descended toward the Rock's pirate's ship. Boom! The massive ship, over 100 meters long, tilted sharply as Bob landed. If not for his control over the force of his landing, he might have crashed straight through the deck. Meanwhile, the distant island, already battered and bruised, began to sink even faster under the impact of Bob's leap. In no time at all, it was completely engulfed by the sea. The once lush little island had been stripped bare and vanished into the vast sea. On the pirate ship, everyone watched as Bob held up the Golden Lion, carrying the two famous swords, Oto and Kagurashi. He landed on the deck like a cannonball. Everyone was stunned. Bob. He won. The Golden Lion has been defeated. Commander Bob, I want to join your crew. At this moment, the pirate crew who witnessed the scene erupted in thunderous cheers. Their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at Bob. Some crew members who hadn't yet chosen a team now set their sights on Bob's squad. Ha ha ha. Golden Lion, weren't you so arrogant? Ha ha ha. A great swordsman you said, even your swords were taken. Where's your signature cigar? Why aren't you smoking it now? Wang Ji, John, Silver Axe, and several other commanders looked at the now defeated Golden Lion and burst into laughter. Their mockery was relentless. Yet, in the face of their ridicule, the Golden Lion remained silent, slumped on the deck. Gururara. Bob, I never expected you to grow to this level. You had me worried for a while. Whitebeard, seeing Bob return, was filled with excitement. He didn't forget to taunt the Golden Lion as well. Golden Lion, what's wrong? Lost your voice? Challenging Bob, now you've lost respect. Miraculously, the Golden Lion didn't retort to his old rival Whitebeard's words. Instead, he silently watched Bob. Or rather, the two swords in Bob's hands. All right. Here, take your swords back. Seeing the Golden Lion's persistent gaze, Bob said impatiently. With a wave of his hand, the two famous swords were tossed in front of the Golden Lion. Truth be told, Bob never intended to keep the swords. He just wanted to annoy the Golden Lion. He had planned to return them in a few days, but seeing the Golden Lion's current state, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. Seeing Bob return the swords, the Golden Lion's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked them up. Ahem, I, the Golden Lion, always keep my word. I told you to name your conditions, so go ahead and name them. With his swords back, the Golden Lion seemed to come alive again. He stood up and spoke to Bob. Seeing this, Bob cursed under his breath. He had every reason to suspect that the Golden Lion had been playing the victim earlier. After a moment's thought, Bob still hadn't decided on any demands. After a pause, he said, "We'll talk about it later." At that moment, the voice of Captain Rock suddenly rang out. Continue on our original course. He gave Bob a deep look but said nothing more. Then he turned and went back into the cabin. Hearing this, the others also put away their spectator expressions and returned to their quarters. Thus, the battle between the commanders came to an end. But the scene of the fight was deeply etched in everyone's hearts. Chapter 25, Eating Contest. After the great battle, aboard the Rock's pirate's ship, the pirates were enthusiastically discussing the thrilling fight that had just taken place. Phrases like, "Bob is amazing," occasionally popped up. It was like a casual gathering. Some pirates formed small groups, exchanging their thoughts and experiences. Bob wasn't particularly interested in this. He returned to his room and closed the door securely. Bob let out a sigh. He stood in front of the mirror, inspecting his injuries. Bob turned around, picked up a basin and a towel. He dipped the towel in clean water and wiped away the bloodstains on his skin. His bronze skin was now fully visible. On his skin, there were numerous tiny wounds. These were the results of the Golden Lion's strongest attack. Fortunately, although they looked numerous, none had reached the bones. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, his stomach growled loudly, interrupting Bob's thoughts. A wave of fatigue and hunger suddenly washed over him. During the battle, the immense physical exertion hadn't been very noticeable. But after stopping for a while, the exhaustion became evident. At this moment, Bob felt dizzy and urgently wanted to have a big meal. Why was he suddenly so hungry? If there were a sea beast in front of Bob now, he felt like he could devour it whole. Opening the door, Bob quickly made his way to the ship's dining area. At this time, the dining area was already packed with people. A short, plump man with a beak-like nose and wearing a large hat was continuously preparing food. This was the Rock's Pirates' head chef Whitebeard. Seeing Bob approach, those who were eating immediately stopped their actions. Their eyes filled with awe. But Bob ignored those intense gazes and simply found a seat close to Whitebeard. Coincidentally, Kaido was also nearby. To get food more conveniently, both of them had the same idea. After ordering a large amount of food, Bob began his meal. The others, seeing Bob start eating, also turned their attention away. At the table next to Whitebeard, huge chunks of meat were continuously being devoured by Bob. While eating, Bob also reflected on the recent battle. Through this battle, Bob had gained a very clear understanding of his own strength. His current strength could be said to place him among the top-tier powerhouses of this world. Dealing with the famous figures from the Marine headquarters, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp, shouldn't pose much of a problem. And in this battle, in addition to the above, Bob had gained invaluable combat experience and techniques. Of course, his armament haki and conqueror's haki had also improved to varying degrees through insights gained in actual combat. Bob's armament haki, Ryuo, could now be used effortlessly. This was a sign of reaching an advanced level. In terms of conqueror's haki, even when facing the long-renowned great swordsman Golden Lion, he wasn't far behind. But as Bob grabbed a piece of meat with his right hand and put it in his mouth, he thought to himself that although he was already far ahead compared to other pirates, this still wasn't enough. He had to elevate his strength to a sufficiently high level. Only then. In this world of survival of the fittest, only then can one have a sufficient sense of security. After all, caution is the parent of safety. Soon, the food in front of Bob was all eaten. But Bob felt it was far from enough. So, he ordered another table of food from Whitebeard. Seeing this, Kaido, who was sitting nearby, couldn't stay calm. He had arrived earlier than Bob, but the food in front of him wasn't completely finished yet. With so many seats available, Bob had to sit right next to him, which Kaido took as clear provocation. As the man with the biggest appetite and the fastest eating speed on the Rock's Pirates ship, Kaido couldn't accept anyone out-eating him. Especially when the other person was Bob, whom he had always wanted to surpass. Driven by that damn competitive spirit of men, Kaido decided to first surpass Bob in eating and then surpass him in strength, and so with lightning speed, Kaido devoured all the food on the table. After finishing, he slammed his hands on the table, his face fierce and menacing. He shouted loudly, "Is this all you've got? Bring me another portion." His voice echoed throughout the dining hall, and everyone present heard it clearly. Some couldn't help but glance over. Eating so fiercely, one might think Kaido was preparing for war. In no time, a large amount of food was placed in front of Kaido. And beside him, Bob was frantically stuffing food into his mouth. Immediately, Kaido didn't hold back either. Grabbing handfuls of food, he shoved them into his mouth. No need to chew, just swallow it straight to the stomach. Those who saw this pretty much understood. These two were having an eating contest. At first, only a few people were watching. But as they ate faster and faster, everyone in the dining hall stopped eating and turned their attention to Bob. But Bob had no idea that Kaido was competing with him. He just felt incredibly hungry, as if he couldn't get full. Only by continuously eating could he alleviate that hunger. Soon, the food that had just been served on Bob's table was all gone. But it still wasn't enough. Bob still didn't feel full, so he took another portion. Seeing that Bob could still eat, Kaido, of course, wouldn't give up. "I'll have another portion too." Hearing this, Longbeard's face turned green. "Damn! How many days have they not eaten? Although I can make food quickly with my devil fruit ability, it still consumes energy. But facing these two heavyweight figures, I couldn't refuse." Wiping the sweat from his head, he continued to focus on the cooking. Chapter 26, He's a Monster. Under the influence of the cook fruit wielded by Strusen, 2 large plates of food were quickly prepared. Although these dishes lacked the authentic flavors of real food, they were still sufficient to stave off hunger. A few tactful crew members brought over 2 plates and placed them in front of Bob and Kaido. Looking at the food before him, Bob didn't hesitate. He grabbed the food with his right hand and started devouring it. Seeing this, Kaido beside him snorted and immediately used both hands to shovel food into his mouth. The pirates gathered in the dining hall had completely lost their appetite for their own meals, their attention entirely captivated by the two. Some pirates even began cheering them on. Before long, under the lead of these onlookers, the entire dining hall erupted with tsunami-like cheers. A few pirates even started a betting pool, with bets placed on Bob's victory on the left and Kaido's on the right. The cheers were overwhelmingly in favor of Bob, but their actions told a different story. They all bet on Kaido's victory. After all, setting aside everything else, the sheer difference in their physical builds was evident. From that alone, it was clear that Kaido would be the one to last until the end. Meanwhile, Bob, oblivious to the betting, slowly realized what was happening when he heard the cheers directed at him. He glanced over at Kaido and noticed his current state, immediately understanding the situation. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. This Kaido must have some serious issues. Even eating a meal has to turn into a competition. But exasperation aside, he still had to keep eating. As time passed, their stomachs seemed like bottomless pits, devouring every bit of food that came their way. Strusen was practically sprawled out in the kitchen from exhaustion. In front of them, plates and bowls were piled high. Yet, it wasn't over. The competition continued, with neither of them stopping. The crowd in the dining hall grew larger, with even crew members from outside being drawn in. Everyone stared in awe at the mountain of plates on the table. "They're insatiable. 10 of me couldn't eat as much as them. I knew Kaido could eat, but I never expected Commander Bob to be this gluttonous. Damn! How did they even do that? How much food did they consume? Who cares? It's all food made from devil fruit anyway. TSK TSK TSK. Even after eating so much, Bob's stomach doesn't seem to bulge at all." Some of the onlookers began commenting on the two, especially Bob. How could someone barely 1.8 meters tall consume so much food? It was truly unbelievable. Many couldn't comprehend it and could only explain the phenomenon with one word: monster. Wait, look at Bob's body. Those scars seem to be slowly healing. Damn! It's true. Some sharp-eyed pirates noticed the changes on Bob's body. The numerous scars he had sustained during his fight with Golden Lion were now gradually healing, leaving only faint traces of blood. Others, prompted by their observations, also noticed this phenomenon. Seeing this, the pirates couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The food Bob had consumed was directly being converted into energy, healing his body. Was this the secret behind his ability to eat so much? What a terrifying constitution. However, amidst the astonished gazes of the pirates, Bob's speed showed no signs of slowing down as he continued to devour food greedily. Beside him, Kaido. Kaido had lost the imposing aura he had at the beginning. The fierce expression on his face had been replaced by another look. It was the unique expression of someone who had eaten too much. At the same time, his hand movements became slower and slower as he grabbed a piece of meat. Kaido blinked, trying to stuff it into his mouth. But suddenly, he felt a wave of nausea, almost vomiting what he had just eaten. Glancing at Bob, who was still eating like a beast, Kaido couldn't help but feel shocked. This is ridiculous. It seems impossible to beat Bob in eating. Kaido's eyes rolled as he thought of a plan. Since eating is not an option, let's drink. Humph. Being able to eat is no big deal. If you have the guts, let's compete in drinking. With that, he threw the piece of meat onto the table. Only those who can drink are real men. Kaido didn't believe it. Bob was so fierce in eating. Could he possibly outdrink him? Hearing this, Bob, who was still eating, paused. This seemed like a good suggestion. Just as he had eaten so much and was feeling thirsty, he said, "All right. Bring the wine." Bob also stopped eating and shouted. At this moment, Bob felt he was about 60% full. Having some wine and eating a bit more would be just right. Hearing this, the surrounding pirates cheered. Anyone can eat, but not everyone can drink. This wasn't about who had a bigger stomach, but who had a better tolerance for alcohol. Soon, 2 barrels of strong, fragrant wine were brought up. Additionally, there were 2 large bowls, 1 barrel and 1 bowl for each. However, Kaido completely ignored the bowl. Picking up the barrel, he started gulping it down. Compared to Kaido, Bob was much more elegant, without the urgent feeling of hunger. Bob leisurely poured wine from the barrel, drinking bowl after bowl. Chapter 27, I Just Want a Meal, How Did It Turn Into a Feast? On the Rocks pirate ship inside a cabin. Wang Ji, John, and Silver Axe, 3 old friends, were discussing the previous battle between Golden Lion and Bob. Each of them was animated and excited. They boasted that if they had to face Bob, they wouldn't have been as disheveled as Golden Lion. Just as Wang Ji was getting worked up, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Opening the door, they saw one of Wang Ji's crew members standing outside. "What is it? What's the matter?" Wang Ji regained his usual authoritative demeanor, frowned, and asked coldly. "Commander. Bob is having a competition with Kaido right now." The crew member was brimming with excitement, completely oblivious to Wang Ji's sudden change in expression. "What? Bob and Kaido?" Before Wang Ji could speak, John interjected from behind. After a moment of thought, he continued, "With Bob's level of strength, is Kaido even worthy of competing with him? It's not about strength, they're currently having a drinking contest in the dining hall, and they just finished eating." Man, the scene was like they hadn't eaten in their entire lives. Before the crew member could finish, the 3 of them pushed him aside and hurried toward the dining hall. Meanwhile, at Charlotte Linlin's place. "Commander Linlin, the dining hall is really lively right now. There's a competition going on." "What's so exciting about a competition there?" "Don't make a fuss. Bob and Kaido are having a drinking contest." As soon as she heard Bob's name, whoosh! Charlotte Linlin dashed out of the room in a flash. The same scene was happening in the rooms of the other commanders. In no time, all the commanders were rushing toward the dining hall. At that moment, in the dining hall, lured by the aroma of alcohol, some of the surrounding pirates couldn't resist. Watching Kaido and Bob drinking wildly on the stage, they grabbed fine wine from the kitchen and started drinking alongside them. In an instant, the entire dining hall was caught up in the frenzy. The sounds of dice games, clinking glasses, cheers, and shouts echoed endlessly. The arriving commanders were stunned by the sight. What the hell is going on here? A feast? When they saw Bob and Kaido, they were even more dumbfounded. The plates and barrels in front of the 2 were overflowing. The floor was littered with food leftovers. It was a shocking sight. How much had they eaten? That's even more terrifying. The 2 showed no signs of stopping. Bob was still pouring wine bowl after bowl, while Kaido, swaying and shaking his head, danced around with a wooden barrel, drinking as he moved. His eyes were glazed over, clearly, he was already drunk. "Gururara, Bob, how could you drink without calling me? Come on, Kaido's already done for I'll drink with you. With that, Whitebeard grabbed a few barrels of wine from the kitchen, sat down next to Bob, and started drinking heartily. Seeing this, the other commanders also joined in, raising their glasses and downing them in one go. At that moment, Charlotte Lin, who had just arrived, saw Bob and her eyes lit up. She took a quick step forward, squeezing herself between Bob and Whitebeard. The other commanders, seeing this, stifled their laughter, eager to see how Bob would handle it. "Bob, how about becoming my man?" Lin got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Bob, who had just taken a big gulp of wine, heard this and he spat out a mouthful of wine in shock. A shiver ran down his spine. "Holy crap. I treated you like an auntie, but you're treating me like a potential partner. This can't be happening. Forget it. This is impossible." Without a second thought, Bob rejected the idea outright. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he pointed at Kaido, who was still in a drunken stupor, and said, "How about Kaido over there? Why don't you give him a try?" Bob asked tentatively. Though it was a spur-of-the-moment suggestion, it was sincere. In terms of physique, strength, and future achievements, the two of them were a match made in heaven. If he could pair up the two future emperors of the sea, the sense of accomplishment would be off the charts. "No. Lin wants Bob." Lin's voice carried a hint of a sob as she began to shout and scream. "I want Bob. I want Bob." Charlotte Lin's state gradually spiraled out of control, her eyes filled with ferocity and madness. Her voice grew louder and louder. Bob, who knew about her hunger pangs, couldn't help but pause. "Damn it. Is she treating me like a dessert? Ugh. So annoying." Without wasting any more words, Bob coated his fist with armament hockey. He glanced at Whitebeard. The latter immediately understood his intention. Both of them struck simultaneously, one from the left and the other from the right, holding nothing back. Whitebeard, fearing his strength might not be enough, even used the power of the tremor fruit. Boom! As Charlotte Lin collapsed to the ground, the entire world seemed to return to peace. The noise in the hall now felt like a symphony. "Well done." All the officers simultaneously gave Bob a thumbs up. "Get a few people to carry her away. Let's keep drinking." Bob raised a large bowl, not feeling the slightest bit of discomfort over what had just happened. After instructing a few people to take Big Mom away, he continued drinking with the others. Meanwhile, in the room, Rox furrowed his brow. Using his observation hockey, he had been closely monitoring the situation in the hall. He was astonished to see Bob consume so much food and drink so much wine. And on top of that, his injuries had completely healed. When he saw Bob take down Charlotte Lin with a single strike, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. If he himself was called a monster because of his immense strength, then Bob truly embodied the essence of the word monster. The competition in the hall had ended the moment Kaido fell. Now, no one in the hall cared about the outcome of the match. Under Bob and Kaido's lead, what had started as a simple meal had turned into a full-blown feast. Amid the sound of waves and under the night sky, laughter and cheers rose and fell in waves. Chapter 28, Whitebeard's Concerns. The next day, on the Rox pirate's ship. The warmth of the banquet had not yet faded. Within the Rox pirates, the crew had gained another topic of conversation. Commander Bob was not only incredibly strong but also had an astonishing appetite, able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. In the hearts of these pirates, his status had risen to a new height. From this, he officially earned a nickname. Monster. But compared to the joy of these pirates, one person involved was not so happy. After passing out, Kaido was carried back. When he woke up, he found that the sun outside was almost setting. Touching his stomach, Kaido realized he had lost completely. Because Kaido's memory only stayed at the moment of drinking with Bob, and he knew nothing about what happened afterward. But what was certain was that Kaido was still drinking before he fell. In fact, after Bob drank Kaido under the table, he continued drinking with Whitebeard and others for quite some time. It wasn't until the entire dining hall was knocked out that Bob, feeling bored, finally stopped. Kaido thought not only was he no match for Bob in strength, but even his pride in eating and drinking had been utterly defeated. Unable to contain his anger, he punched the wall, perfectly embodying the phrase, roaring in helplessness. At dusk, Bob was sitting atop the mast of the Rock's pirate's ship, enjoying the sea breeze and the sunset. The top of the mast had always been Bob's exclusive seat. Almost every day at this time, the idle Bob would enjoy the sunset. When the banquet ended yesterday, Bob noticed a change in himself. The wounds left by Golden Lion's attack had completely healed overnight. His bronze skin showed no trace of any marks. It wasn't hard to imagine that this was the result of yesterday's feast. And this was what surprised Bob. He never expected the Saitama physique to have this function. After being injured, continuous eating could actually speed up healing. No wonder he could eat so much. Considering the special nature of meat and plants in the pirate world, it seemed quite reasonable. Moreover, a strong physique and intense consumption naturally required an equivalent amount of food to offset. Just as Bob was enjoying the scenery, Whitebeard had somehow sat down beside him. "The view here is really nice, no wonder you come here every day." Whitebeard looked at the huge setting sun, its fiery red light shining on the sea, as if sprinkling a piece of brilliance. "Ha ha ha." Bob laughed in response. "If you like it, you can come up here every day." "Gururara. I think I'll pass." Whitebeard's signature laugh rang out, rejecting the proposal. "I never expected you not only eat a lot but also to drink so much. I always thought you were about the same as me." "Ha ha ha. Do you want to know why?" Bob blinked, his mouth curving into a smile as he replied. He turned his gaze from the sunset to look at Whitebeard. "Oh. Tell me quickly." Hearing this, Whitebeard was momentarily stunned. He had no interest in other people's secrets. But he was very curious about Bob's 1,000 cups without getting drunk. He immediately leaned his ear closer to Bob, afraid he might miss something. Because I'm a monster." "Ha ha ha." Bob paused, pondered for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Whitebeard knew Bob was just joking with him. He swung his fist towards Bob. But when it landed on Bob, it was just a light tap. Looking at Whitebeard, Bob smiled. However, he noticed that Whitebeard looked unusually melancholic, lacking his usual bold and cheerful demeanor. It seemed something was weighing on his mind, so Bob spoke up slowly. "What's wrong? If there's something on your mind, just say it." Whitebeard remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Bob, I originally thought that after joining the Rock's pirates, I would have my own family. But on this ship, loyalty means nothing to them. Forget about family. On the Rock's pirates, even the most basic friendship is non-existent. Over a bit of treasure or a minor conflict, these people would fight to the death, aiming to kill each other. On the surface, it seems like we're all part of the same pirate crew. But in reality, we're just using each other." Like Whitebeard, Bob also felt no sense of belonging on this ship. After speaking his mind, Whitebeard felt much lighter. "Honestly, if I had known the ship would be like this, I wouldn't have boarded it in the first place. I wonder how much longer this road will go on." "It won't be long." Bob thought about the outcome of the Rock's pirates in the God Valley battle. After that, Whitebeard formed his own pirate crew. That must be what he truly wanted. Gururara. Who knows? Whitebeard laughed heartily and patted Bob on the shoulder. Suddenly, Bob stood up and punched Whitebeard's arm. He chuckled and scolded, "Don't worry, you've still got me on this ship." Understanding the underlying message in Bob's words, Whitebeard smiled knowingly. With a friend by his side, he wasn't alone. On this ship, Bob was the only person Whitebeard felt he could truly connect with. Gururara. Then you better keep up with me on this road, don't fall behind. What are you talking about? I'm the one walking ahead, you should speed up. Then let's see who can walk faster. Whitebeard extended his fist towards Bob, and Bob did the same. Under the setting sun, their fists met in a firm bump. It's a deal. Chapter 29, The Oppressive Feeling from an Auntie. Life at sea passed by in repetitive days. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, and everything was as usual. Suddenly, the sound of running footsteps broke the calm, only to quickly disappear. Inside Whitebeard's room, he was sitting on a massive chair at the moment. Bob sat beside him. Is Charlotte Linlin really that terrifying? Whitebeard glanced at Bob and got straight to the point. A few minutes earlier, Bob had been fleeing across the rocks pirate's ship to escape Linlin's advances. After shaking her off, he didn't dare return to his own room. Instead, he came straight to Whitebeard. For Bob, who was known as a monster due to his immense strength, to be chased by a division commander made Whitebeard find it utterly incomprehensible. Don't even mention it. She almost pinned me down on the bed. Bob looked quite disheveled, panting as he spoke. It wasn't from exhaustion. It was from sheer fright. Bob had been sleeping soundly in his room when he was suddenly awakened by the sound of footsteps. Opening his eyes, good heavens! Charlotte Linlin was right there in his room, staring straight at him. Even with just his lower brain, Bob knew exactly what she intended to do next. Fortunately, Bob was agile and strong. In the struggle, he managed to break free and fled like the wind. I think Linlin isn't bad looking, with a great figure and a pretty face. Say, you're not into men, are you? Whitebeard's voice grew softer, lowering his tone as if afraid someone might overhear. His face was filled with an inexplicable smile. Get lost. I, Bob, am a straight man through and through. Bob cursed and quickly retorted. If it were someone like Robin, Nami, or Hancock from the original story, if they were to force themselves on him, Bob might not resist. But Big Mom? Bob truly couldn't handle her. Hearing Bob's indignant words, Whitebeard chuckled, his face full of disbelief. Don't worry. This stays between us. As brothers, I'll keep your secret. Keep it my ass. I really don't have that kind of preference. Bob was utterly speechless at Whitebeard's expression. Who would have thought that Whitebeard, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, would think that way? On such matters, Bob couldn't afford to be careless. If he were really thought to have special preferences, and if that got out, with so many muscular men on the Rock's ship, who knows how many of them might be gay? Just imagine. If the rumors reached their ears, Bob would be stared at by a crowd every time he walked. Just thinking about it made Bob feel a chill rising from his toes to the top of his head. Edward, are there any red light districts around here? For the sake of my reputation, I need to find some women to take care of me. Bob didn't explain further to prove his normal sexual orientation. Only concrete actions would suffice. And by doing so, not only could he stay away from the Rock's ship and avoid Charlotte Linlin, but he could also experience the local customs of the pirate world and see if the women here had a unique flavor. This idea was truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Gururara. Of course, there's a place not far from our Rock's ship's route. Over there, that kind of business is thriving. Whitebeard laughed, seemingly speaking from experience. Oh. Quick, tell me about it. Bob's interest was piqued by these words, and he eagerly asked. After Whitebeard's detailed description, Bob gained a certain understanding of the location and customs of the place. It was essentially a place similar to a brothel. If you had money, you could do whatever you wanted inside. After Whitebeard finished his explanation, he didn't linger on the topic. He changed the subject and, after a pause, said, "Well, Bob, you're now a division commander. Have you considered properly building your own crew?" Hearing this, Bob was momentarily stunned. It seemed he had never really thought about this issue before, probably because he had been too complacent. In the Rocks Pirates, each division commander could form their own faction. The purpose was to expand the pirate crew's strength through the commander's influence. At the same time, it provided teaching opportunities for the team members, enhancing their overall level. Since becoming a commander, Bob had never properly managed his division. The last time he selected team members was when he had just become a commander. He chose about 10 people who flattered him the most. This resulted in his division being the weakest among all the teams. Not only were the numbers pitifully small, but the strength of the members was also weak compared to other teams, which were mostly composed of pirates with bounties over 100 million. It was really not impressive. Indeed. I hadn't really thought about this issue before, since you've reminded me, it's time to plan the expansion of my team properly. Bob said slowly, very much agreeing with Whitebeard's suggestion. A good team can not only share more treasures in the future. More importantly, it can also minimize the number of times you have to take action yourself. You can't always personally deal with every provocation, do you? That would make being a commander quite dull. Hearing this, Bob's eyes lit up. Right. Why hadn't he thought of making good use of this before? With powerful team members, he could legitimately slack off. Assigning tasks directly to these team members would be too easy. You make a good point. So, do you have any suitable candidates? Whitebeard asked. There's Kaido. The first person Bob thought of was the future Yonko, Kaido. In terms of strength and potential, he was undoubtedly the best choice in the Rocks Pirates. Kaido. He's not that easy to recruit. After hearing Bob's words, Whitebeard's eyes flickered slightly. Kaido's goal had always been to become a division commander. The difficulty of bringing him on board was imaginable. Ha ha ha. Where there's a will, there's a way. Bob laughed heartily and patted Whitebeard on the shoulder. He said confidently. Chapter 30, Kaido, let's go have some fun. How's it going? What has Commander Bob been up to lately? Nothing special, just eating and drinking as usual. Chatting with some commanders, then hastily running out of the room. He vanished in a flash. The first to speak was the trainee crew member, Kaido. After losing the last competition, he came up with a plan. He used some treasures to hire a crew member on the ship, to gather information about Bob and then report back to him. The purpose of this was to keep track of Bob's movements in real time, so he could better surpass him in the future. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without defeat. What did I pay you for? Useless thing. Not a single piece of valuable information. Kaido looked at the crew member standing outside the door with a fierce expression. Seeing this, the other person's legs trembled in fear. If it weren't for losing all his money gambling and being in debt, he wouldn't have accepted any tasks from Kaido at all, he wouldn't have wanted to run errands for Kaido. Commander Bob really does these things every day. There's nothing I can do. The crew member wanted to explain himself a bit more. But Kaido interrupted him directly. Forget it, get lost. He said impatiently, then waved his hand, signaling him to leave quickly. The money. The crew member stammered, looking bitter, and spoke softly. Get lost. Kaido took out a small bag of money from his waist and threw it to the person. After receiving the money, the crew member ran away as fast as he could. Afraid that Kaido might change his mind the next second, not only giving the money but also hitting him with a club. At this moment, not far away, Bob's lips curled slightly, and he smiled. After leaving Whitebeard, Bob came to Kaido's place. Under the observation of Haki. Everything that happened between Kaido and the crew member was under his surveillance. He didn't expect Kaido to actually pay, which Bob hadn't anticipated. In the original story, Kaido wouldn't be so easy to talk to. And giving money? Not hitting him with a club was already merciful. It seems that the young Kaido is quite different from the one 40 years later. That's right. 40 years is enough to change a person. This also piqued Bob's interest. What would the 40-year-old Kaido would become? After sending the crew member away, Kaido was about to close the door and return to his room. At this moment, he saw someone approaching from a distance, black hair, black eyes, wearing a commander's uniform obtained from the logistics department. Bob. Instantly, Kaido was greatly alarmed. The speed of closing the door increased significantly. The next moment, Bob, who had been strolling leisurely just a moment ago, suddenly stood right in front of Kaido. One hand on the door, the other hand in his pocket. No matter how hard Kaido tried, the door didn't budge. Yo! Kaido, you've been paying a lot of attention to me lately. Now that I'm here, aren't you going to give me a warm welcome? Bob raised an eyebrow, his tone relaxed, like a gentle breeze in the air. But to Kaido's ears, it was a completely different scene. Not at all, I have things to do. Please leave. Kaido had been paying close attention to Bob's recent movements, but that didn't mean he wanted to see Bob. Although his goal had always been to surpass Bob, from being instantly defeated by Bob in their first match, to Bob's battle with Golden Lion, and the last competition, Kaido had developed quite a bit of a psychological shadow. Before his strength reached the level to defeat Bob, Kaido had absolutely no desire to encounter him. After all, he couldn't win in a fight, couldn't outsmart him, and couldn't outdrink him. He was completely outmatched in every aspect. Even if it's not the case, you should at least invite me in to sit down. I am, after all, a commander. With that, regardless of whether Kaido agreed or not, Bob exerted force with his arm and pulled the door open. Seeing this, Kaido knew he couldn't resist Bob, so he simply gave up trying to stop him. Bob entered the room. He glanced around, taking in the surroundings. The first thing that caught his eye were some massive pieces of exercise equipment. There was no helping it, they were too eye-catching. Each one looked like it weighed several tons. Judging from the smooth, shiny wear marks on them, Kaido must have been using them daily for his workouts. Besides the exercise equipment, there was also a large stone slab bed. Kaido's weapon, a spiked club, was placed beside the bed. Several wooden treasure chests were tucked away in a corner. They likely contained the wealth Kaido had plundered over the years. The entire room was arranged in an extremely simple manner. Bob casually found a spot to sit down. Then he spoke in a leisurely tone. Kaido, it seems you have quite a bit of resentment towards me. Hearing this, Kaido's expression turned complicated as he looked at Bob, remaining silent. At this moment, saying yes was definitely not an option, and saying no wasn't either. Because Bob must have heard his earlier conversation. So he could only remain silent. We're both part of the same pirate crew. If you have any issues with me, just bring them up. If that doesn't work, we can just fight it out. Any grievances can be settled with our fists. After saying this, Bob clenched his fist and made a few gestures in the air. Hearing this, Kaido's eyes twitched, and he thought to himself. Fight my ass. Fighting you now would just be asking for a one-sided beatdown. He still didn't respond. Bob frowned as he looked at this silent blockhead. He thought to himself. What the hell, is your mouth only good for eating? It seems being soft with you won't work. Then I'll have to use force. In the midst of Kaido's sour expression, as if someone owed him a fortune, Bob gave him another beating. Tomorrow, come out with me, I'll take you to have some fun. If you don't go, I'll beat you up every time I see you from now on. After dropping these two lines, Bob left. In the room only Kaido, who had just been beaten up, remained alone and disheveled in the corner. Chapter 31, Whitebeard's Mistakes. The next morning, the Rock's pirates sailed into a completely new area. From what Whitebeard had said, entering this area meant they were not far from that region. Thus, Bob brought along Kaido, who was rather reluctant, to go out for some sightseeing. After informing Captain Rocks and obtaining his permission, they took a small boat, some provisions, and a log pose for navigation from the logistics department. Bid farewell to Whitebeard, Bob and Kaido boarded the small boat and swiftly set off. The vast blue sea and the clear, sunny sky. Bob felt the sea breeze blowing against his face. Having been in this world for so long, this was the first time Bob had set out to sea on his own. It felt completely different from being on the Rock's pirate's ship. Freedom, relaxation, and lightness. The small boat moved very fast across the water, leaving behind rows of white foam in its wake. The boat wasn't powered by machinery but by manual rowing. After all, with Kaido's strength, manual rowing might even be faster than mechanical propulsion. Glancing at Kaido, who was playing the role of the rower, Bob muttered under his breath, "Row faster, what's the use of being so big?" Hearing this, Kaido, who was rowing, really wanted to throw the oar at him. Since boarding the boat, Bob had been leisurely sitting at the bow enjoying the scenery, not once taking up the oars. Kaido, on the other hand, was the complete opposite, exhausted from the journey and now being lectured by Bob. Though furious inside, Kaido still increased his rowing speed. He have no choice. When under someone else's roof, one has to bow their head. With Kaido's efforts, the already fast boat seemed to have an added propeller, speeding across the water like an arrow shot from a bow. Kaido, with his formidable physique, even if not as strong as Bob, was still one of the top figures of this era. This was just normal for him. Not bad. Seeing the boat's speed increase, Bob, holding the log pose, nodded and said, "At this speed, we should arrive in half a day." Then, changing the subject, "Kaido, do you know why I brought you along?" The sea breeze blew against Bob's face and clothes, fluttering loudly. In the strong wind, Bob had to raise his voice. "To use me as labor, of course." Surprisingly, Kaido actually responded this time, though his words were a jab at Bob. Hearing this, Bob couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Don't you feel bored staying on the ship all day? I specially brought you to see some beauties." At the mention of beauties, Kaido's rowing speed slowed down, his eyes lighting up. Really? As a 19-year-old youth, Kaido was at the peak of his male hormones, naturally having some longing for the opposite sex. Although there is women on the ship, most were more intimidating than the men, hardly appealing. "Are you serious?" Though Bob's words were tempting, Kaido found them somewhat unreliable and questioned skeptically. "Of course, you'll know when we get there. Just remember to hold back a bit. Don't be too tired to row back." Bob gave Kaido a small incentive and didn't elaborate further. On the Rock's pirate's ship. Whitebeard stood by the ship's edge, gazing blankly at the sea. Suddenly a voice abruptly appeared. "Edward, where have Bob and Kaido gone?" The speaker had long golden hair and was smoking a cigar. It was none other than Golden Lion. "Gururara. Golden Lion, you've come back to life." Ever since his last duel with Bob, which he lost, Golden Lion had rarely appeared in everyone's sight. This time, upon learning that Bob had left on a small boat, he immediately jumped out and asked. "Humph. The room was too stuffy. I came out for some fresh air." Hearing this, Whitebeard knew that his pride had been severely hurt before and didn't bother to mock him further. He pulled out a map from his pocket and answered Golden Lion's previous question. Pointing to a spot on the map, he said, "They went there to have some fun." Hearing this, Golden Lion became interested and immediately leaned over to look at the location on the map. He frowned and said, "Why go there? What's so fun about that place?" "Gururara. You don't know, do you? It's a great place, a paradise for men," Whitebeard said with a laugh. Golden Lion asked, "When was the last time you went there?" Whitebeard answered, "About 6 years ago. The scene is still fresh in my memory." Hearing this, Golden Lion was silent for a while. Then, he suddenly burst into wild laughter. "Gihahaha. That place is nothing like it used to be. After the Marines cleaned it up, now forget about beautiful women, there's not even a single soul there. Bob is going there for wilderness survival, gihahaha." Golden Lion held his stomach, laughing so hard that his whole body trembled, and his cigar fell to the ground. As cheeky words fell into Whitebeard's ears, it froze him on the spot. Seeing Whitebeard like this, golden lion's laughter grew even louder. Even the sea breeze that blew by was infused with his laughter. Chapter 32, Celestial Dragon. Celestial Tribute. On the calm sea, golden sunlight sprinkled on the surface of the water, shimmering brilliantly, which occasionally, a sea breeze would blow by, carrying a salty scent. A lone boat was moored by a stretch of coastline. At this moment, two figures emerged from the shore. One had an exaggerated build, with bulging muscles and a pair of horns on his head, while the other had a well-proportioned figure, with black hair and black eyes. They were none other than Bob and Kaido. However, the two of them looked quite disheveled at the moment. Their clothes were dirty, and their expressions were extremely grim. Recalling the moment they first arrived on shore, both of them had been full of excitement and nervousness. Just thinking about the beautiful women they would meet, their steps had unconsciously quickened. But after a thorough inspection of the area, not only were there no beautiful women, but there wasn't even a living soul to be found. All around were destroyed buildings, a scene of desolation. Only the overgrown plants spoke of the past that once thrived here. And so, seeing this, the two passionate young men felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. The light in their eyes instantly faded. "Bob, is this what you meant by beautiful women everywhere?" Kaido felt like a fool. Being led around by Bob like this, even at the risk of getting beaten up by Bob, Kaido couldn't help but confront him. "Damn it! How should I know? I want to ask the same thing. What kind of crappy place is this?" Not just Kaido, even Bob's morale had completely collapsed. The entire journey had been filled with anticipation. He had been looking forward to experiencing the local customs and culture firsthand. But now, instead of customs, all they found was disaster. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Recalling Whitebeard's words, Bob took out the log pose and checked it again. The location was correct. It was exactly where Whitebeard had said. How could this be? Given Whitebeard's character, he definitely wouldn't lie to him. That left only one possibility: this place might have indeed been as Whitebeard described. But times had changed, and it was no longer the same. What rotten luck. Forget it, let's get back on the boat. Let's return to the Rock's ship. Bob sighed. For now, they could only head back. There was nothing here. At least they had brought some food with them, or else they'd have nothing to eat. Hearing this, Kaido couldn't be bothered to complain anymore. Back on the boat, he took the food Bob handed him and began devouring it with large bites, as if venting his frustration on the food. For the return journey, at Kaido's insistence, Bob began rowing since he felt guilty. The two took turns rowing the boat. Bob took the first half, and Kaido the second half. Following the Rock's route and the log pose, Bob rowed quickly toward their destination. His speed was even faster than Kaido. If it weren't for fear of the boat not being able to handle it, Bob could have gone even faster. Meanwhile, not far away, on another stretch of sea, a luxurious cruise ship, dozens of meters tall, was slowly moving forward. The entire ship was enormous. It had 14 decks, each adorned with all kinds of luxurious items: pearls, jade, gemstones, and some highly collectible art pieces. Any single item from this ship, if sold, would be enough to support an ordinary family for a lifetime. Moreover, the top deck was especially gleaming under the sunlight. It gleamed with a golden light. It was made entirely of gold. Even the flagpole. On a white flag, a red, celestial dragon hoof emblem was depicted. Above, 3 triangles, a circle in the middle, and a triangle below. This was the unique symbol of the celestial dragons. This ship was a luxurious cruise liner transporting the celestial tribute for the celestial dragons. On the deck stood a group of sailors dressed in naval uniforms, each with a solemn expression, ready for action. Gripping their rifles, they remained vigilant of their surroundings because the entire process had kept their nerves on edge. Sweat beaded on their foreheads. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be so tense. But this time, on this cruise ship transporting the celestial tribute, there was a celestial dragon aboard, traveling under the guise of inspection, touring various countries. These were the world nobles who stood above the law. If anything happened to them, everyone on the ship, without exception, would face dire consequences. The lightest punishment might be branding with the unique celestial dragon hoof emblem, then being sent to the Tequila Wolf to ceaselessly build the bridge. That's why the sailors were so nervous. In the middle of the deck, a man wearing a glass helmet stood out conspicuously, with a T-shaped hairstyle and an ugly, pumpkin-like face. He was seated on a massive slave, holding a luxurious rifle in his hand. He was the world noble who had all the sailors on edge, the celestial dragon, Charles. In front of him stood several people, targets for his shooting practice. All were commoners, randomly captured from various countries. He raised his rifle, aimed, and prepared to shoot. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a dark figure entered his field of vision from afar. Charles frowned. Putting down the rifle, a servant behind him promptly handed him a telescope. Charles pressed his eye to the telescope. Within the circular lens, a small boat was moving swiftly. A young man was rowing, while another sat in the boat, enjoying the scenery. So fast. How dare they disregard the celestial dragons? Charles spoke in a shrill, grating voice. Full speed ahead. Crush those two. As soon as he finished speaking, several elderly helmsmen, without hesitation, immediately ordered the ship to accelerate. This was a celestial dragon. Who would dare disobey their orders? Thus, the luxurious cruise liner sped up, matching the speed of the small boat and heading straight towards it, showing just how top-tier the ship's power configuration was. Meanwhile, a Marine Vice Admiral Sheedy put away the latest bounty poster in his hand. Using a telescope, he glanced at the distant small boat. Suddenly, his expression froze. Looking closely, he reopened the bounty poster he had just put away, then looked back at the two young men. His heart filled with dread. Quick! Stop the ship. Chapter 33, The Shield of the Celestial Dragons. CP0 appears. Hearing Sheedy's shout, Charles' face turned grim. Who do you think you are? Say one more word, and I'll shoot you dead. His tone was extremely arrogant, showing no regard for this Marine Vice Admiral. After all, he was a celestial dragon. Not just any branch Vice Admiral, even an admiral would be the same to him. They were merely watchdogs for the celestial dragons. Clearly, the Navy officers knew this too. So they completely ignored Vice Admiral Sheedy's orders and continued to accelerate forward. Seeing this, Sheedy's expression turned extremely grave. If the other party were just ordinary people, it would be one thing. They could only blame their bad luck for running into a celestial dragon. But these two were both wanted pirates by the Navy. Kaido, bounty of 500 million berries. Bob, bounty of 700 million berries. Both were members of the Rocks Pirates. It's worth noting that this pirate crew was unlike any other force. They not only showed no fear when encountering celestial dragons, but would also mercilessly kill them. At this moment, Sheedy felt caught between a rock and a hard place, filled with despair. Seeing Sheedy's expression, Charles patted the head of the slave beneath him and approached. With a tone full of contempt, he said, "What's there to fear about two people? Such a useless waste. Are you even worthy of protecting me?" After saying this, Charles stood up and kicked Sheedy. The Vice Admiral didn't dare to dodge. A Navy Vice Admiral was being publicly humiliated like this, yet no one present reacted. Although the young Navy soldiers felt humiliated, they could only endure it. There was no other way. The person before them was a world noble, a celestial dragon. The Navy's duty was to protect these self-proclaimed descendants of gods. Meanwhile, Sheedy, who had been kicked, felt his mind go blank. Then a bunch of people with strange masks covering their faces appeared. They looked incredibly mysterious. CP0. A flash of horror crossed Sheedy's face. Having protected celestial dragons on this ship for so long, he had never noticed the presence of CP0 agents. And there were 3 of them. CP0. An organization that belonged solely to the celestial dragons. Its members were all extremely powerful. Even the weakest members could rival a vice admiral, while the captains could compete with navy admirals. Known as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, and the world's most powerful intelligence agency. They were the personal bodyguards of the celestial dragons. They stared intently at Sheedy before them. The eyes of the 3 CP0 members turned cold, without uttering a single word. In the next moment, their figures vanished from their original spots. A few strong gusts of wind swept by. Then, beside Sheedy, 3 figures appeared simultaneously. 2 of them firmly clamped down on his arms, while one's fist directly pierced through his chest. Blood dripped down on his uniform. Sheedy clutched his pierced chest, vomiting a mouthful of blood. He looked in shock at Charles, whose eyes were filled with disgust. Why? He wanted to ask why. But before he could finish his sentence, his tall body collapsed straight to the ground. Thud. The corpse hit the deck with a dull thump. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the nearby Marines instantly turned pale, their eyes fixed on the 3 mysterious figures. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. As for the 3 CP0 members, they completely ignored the gazes of the Marines. Judging from their cold demeanor, killing a Marine Vice Admiral was as trivial as swatting a fly. There was no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. This was CP0, the gatekeepers of the celestial dragons. Their sole duty was to protect the safety of the celestial dragons. No matter what unscrupulous actions they took, they would always stand by their side. Regardless of the other party's identity, be it nobles, marines, or even kings of other nations, if they defied the will of the celestial dragons, they would mercilessly cut them down. Humph. Lowly trash. Clean this up. Charles pinched his nose, seemingly disgusted by the smell of blood. Hearing this, the 3 CP0 members glanced around at the surrounding Marines. The implication was clear. The Marines who were swept by their gaze couldn't help but tremble in their legs. All their previous anger had vanished. The pressure these 3 exuded was too overwhelming. A Marine Vice Admiral had been instantly killed. If they were to kill them, it would be as easy as crushing ants. Soon, among those who were swept by the gaze, they scrambled over to the corpse, dragging away their commanding officer's body. The blood-stained justice coat was treated like a rag. Several Marines frantically wiped the blood off the deck. Seeing this, Charles burst into laughter. Then he turned his gaze towards the sea. The distance between the luxury cruise ship and the small boat was closing in. Faster. Speed up. Crush them. Chapter 34, The Confused CP0. On the small boat, Bob stopped rowing. The boat gradually came to a halt. He stood up watching the luxury cruise ship charging towards him at full speed. He smiled. The big one is coming. There was no trace of fear in his tone, only a hint of excitement. He had already noticed the presence of this luxury cruise ship and knew it was a gold transport vessel for the celestial dragons. After all, on the vast, endless sea, it was hard to miss. During the previous attack on the marine base, Rox had mentioned during a captain's meeting that the celestial dragons were touring from country to collect celestial tribute. This luxury cruise ship must be the one he was referring to. Who would have thought that after so many days, this fool was still wandering aimlessly at sea? It seemed he had visited more than one country, collecting wealth from multiple nations. Now that Bob had encountered him, of course, he had to take action. After all, how could he justify his existence in this world without killing a celestial dragon? Originally, Bob had planned to play with them a bit more at sea. But the celestial dragon had accelerated and was now charging straight at him. So Bob decided to stop rowing. Damn it! Bob, turn the boat around. That ship is about to hit us. Kaido, standing beside Bob, saw him suddenly put down the oars. Looking at the oncoming luxury cruise ship, he shouted in panic. It wasn't the celestial dragon he was afraid of, but the sheer size of the ship. At such a terrifying speed, if they collided, the outcome was obvious. Meanwhile, on the deck of the cruise ship, Charles saw that they were about to collide. He laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Crush them. Lowly scum, worthless trash. He shook the chains in his hand, and the slaves beneath him understood. They crawled to the top of the deck. The massive chains made a grating noise as they dragged across the floor. He wanted to witness these two lowlifes being smashed to pieces by the cruise ship. Beside him, 3 CP0 agents stood respectfully, maintaining an equal distance from Charles at all times. But suddenly, their expressions changed even through their masks, one could see the shift in their eyes. Bob. Kaido. CP0. Not only the strongest shield but also the world's most powerful intelligence agency. Of course, they recognized this individual who had recently become a major focus of the world government. He had once killed a Marine Vice Admiral with a single punch. And he was a commander of the Rocks Pirates. He was classified as an extremely dangerous individual. As for Kaido beside him, his strength was also not to be underestimated. Bob. Kaido. Who are they? Charles said impatiently. In his eyes, apart from the celestial dragons, everyone else was just lowly trash. He didn't show any restraint despite the change in the CP0's tone. Even the CP0, who were there to protect his safety, if they displeased him, he would kill them without hesitation. Sir. Kaido is a pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries, and Bob's bounty is as high as 700 million. We don't have a guaranteed chance of winning. Please move to safety, and we will immediately call for reinforcements from Mary Geos to ensure your safety. One of the CP0 agents said respectfully. Trash. You're just like those Marines, a bunch of useless pigs. Hearing the CP0 suggest that he should flee. Charles Marco's face was filled with fury as he roared at him. The deluxe edition flintlock in his hand was about to press against the head of that CP0 agent. At the same time, the 3 CP0 agents exchanged glances, instantly making a decision. One of them would first evacuate the noble. The other 2 would cover the rear, blocking Bob and Kaido. As ordinary members of the CP0 department, their strength was only comparable to that of a vice admiral. They had no absolute certainty of victory against the 2 on the small boat. So their primary task was to protect the safety of the celestial dragon. As for how the celestial dragon would deal with them upon their return, they didn't think about it, nor would they. This is CP0. A group of death warriors brainwashed since childhood. But they ultimately underestimated Bob's strength. Just as the cruise ship was about to collide with the small boat, boom! A tremendous noise erupted from the bow of the cruise ship, as if a bomb had been detonated in front of them. The small boat below was instantly splintered with wood fragments. It was directly knocked several dozen meters away. Seeing this, a perverse smile appeared on Charles Marco's face. But the next second, his smile froze. Because Bob and Kaido had somehow already appeared in front of him. It turned out just as the cruise ship was about to hit the small boat. With Kaido's terrified expression, Bob leaped up, pulling Kaido with him onto the ship. Originally, Bob had thought about punching the cruise ship to a stop. But considering that would cause massive damage to the ship, and then how would they sail back on it? So he changed his strategy at the last moment. Now, seeing Bob and Kaido, the 3 CP0 agents halted their earlier plan, each on high alert. Why so nervous? We mean no harm, just want to hitch a ride. As he spoke, Bob's gaze turned to the wood fragments floating on the sea, as if to say, you've already wrecked my boat. Isn't it reasonable to ask for a ride? The CP0 agents didn't act rashly, because the safety of the celestial dragon was at stake. Without absolute certainty of instantly killing the opponent, their priority was to monitor the situation and protect the celestial dragon at all times. But after hearing Bob's words, the three CP0 agents were all confused. They couldn't understand Bob's actions. Was this an act, or did he genuinely want to avoid conflict? If it was the latter, they would choose to accept, as it was the best option for protecting the celestial dragon. Then they would call for reinforcements from the Holy Land, Mary Geos, and eliminate Bob. Chapter 35, Fooling the Celestial Dragon. Not only were these three CP0 agents confused, but the other Marines were also filled with bewilderment. When Bob and Kaido stood on the ship, they were startled. They thought an inevitable fierce battle was about to ensue. But Bob's words left them utterly perplexed. What kind of joke was this? A notorious pirate from the Rocks Pirates with a bounty of 700 million berries actually wanted to board a celestial dragon's ship. Some of the more experienced old Marines were completely incredulous. This also left them unsure of what to do next. Should they open fire? The Marines tightened their grip on their rifles, furrowed their brows, and watched the situation unfold. But seeing that the three CP0 agents made no move, they also abandoned the idea of firing. Ha ha ha. Stupid lowlifes. You vile creatures, how dare you think of boarding our celestial dragon's ship? Charles seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. His eyes filled with disgust and disdain. Celestial dragons, those self-proclaimed noble pigs. Watch me smash your pig head with my club. Kaido also didn't understand what Bob meant. But he certainly wouldn't tolerate the celestial dragons. Killing a celestial dragon was something he had always wanted to do. He immediately started attacking, his spiked club already raised. Seeing this, Bob beside him quickly stopped him. Tisk, Kaido. Watch your language. Please mind your attitude. Standing before you now are the world's top nobles, descendants of the creators, gods who stand above ordinary people, the most revered celestial dragons. Speaking like this will get you killed. Bob shot Kaido a look, his tone full of respect. As if the celestial dragons were the people he admired the most. The three CP0 agents, hearing Bob's words, showed no sign of joy. Their eyes grew even more confused. It seemed Bob held great respect for the celestial dragons. But they couldn't judge the sincerity of his words, so they still refrained from acting rashly. On the other side, Charles, hearing the two men's words, completely ignored what Bob said. His mind filled with Kaido's insult of calling him a pig, and he trembled with rage. These despicable lowlifes dared to call him a pig. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Both of them must die. He would knock out all their teeth, pull out their tongues, then cut them into pieces and slowly torture them to death. With a sudden movement, Charles stood up in anger, his body trembling uncontrollably. He shouted, "You three useless idiots, hurry up and capture them." Having grown up as a revered celestial dragon, he had always lived a life of luxury. Wherever he went, he was admired by thousands. Never had he been insulted, especially by lowlifes calling him a pig. As Charles shouted, his body shook. He lost his balance and started to fall backward. Seeing this, one of the three CP0 agents reacted first, quickly moving forward. However, someone was faster than him, catching Charles. Bob. The CP0 agent was instantly horrified. Hi. Bob flashed his signature smile, greeting the CP0 agent. Then he quickly distanced himself, returning to Kaido's side. So fast. The three CP0 agents were shocked. Bob's strength was likely even greater than the rumor suggested. Vile lowlifes. How dare you touch me with your filthy hands? Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Charles showed no gratitude for Bob's assistance. Instead, his face was filled with disgust, as if he had been touched by something filthy. After speaking, he raised his flintlock pistol, aiming it at Bob, ready to fire. Suddenly, the expression on Charles' face froze, then was replaced by pain. His eyes seemed to bulge out of their sockets as blood continuously gushed from his mouth. In the next moment, Charles' body collapsed downward. The corpse hit the deck with a dull thud, just like Admiral Sheedy before. In an instant, the entire scene fell silent. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. The three CP-0 agents, the Marine soldiers, and even Kaido were wide-eyed. A celestial dragon. Dead. It's over. At this moment, expressions of despair appeared on the faces of the Marines and CP-0 agents. A celestial dragon had died right before their eyes. Every single person on this ship would face punishment. The world government would unleash its full wrath upon them. What just happened? What's going on? Why did the celestial dragon suddenly die? Bob, it must be Bob. Some Marine soldiers couldn't help but tremble. Their voices strained with shock and fear, making it difficult to speak. Suddenly, they remembered. From the moment the celestial dragon was about to fall, to Bob's appearance, to the celestial dragon's death. Throughout the entire process, only Bob had made contact with him. Thus, everyone turned their gaze toward Bob, feeling the eyes of the crowd. Bob sneered inwardly. The moment he touched the celestial dragon, he had already sent a hidden force into his body, an advanced application of armament hockey for internal destruction. Using it here was just perfect. But on his face, Bob was filled with innocence. Holy shit. Trying to frame me. Why did the celestial dragon suddenly die? You all have to testify for me, I didn't do anything. Everyone saw it, I was just trying to help him up. Bob's voice was full of grievance, as if he were the biggest victim of the celestial dragon's death. His expression was filled with panic and fear. But it no longer mattered because the celestial dragon was dead. The three CP-0 agents were furious to the point of madness. No matter what, Bob must die. In the next moment, the three of them charged at Bob. A battle was about to erupt. Chapter 36, This is Self-Defense. The death of the celestial dragon touched upon the greatest taboo of CP-0. In their minds, the safety of the celestial dragons was above all else, even more important than their own lives. Even if it meant risking their lives, they were determined to kill Bob. In the blink of an eye, the three of them charged at Bob. One of the shorter CP-0 members swung a fist with a gust of wind toward Bob. The other two simultaneously appeared behind him. In their hands, two sharp blades had somehow appeared. They thrust toward the back of Bob's heart. Seeing this, Bob sneered. His fist directly met the CP-0 member in front of him. As for the ones behind him, he left them to Kaido. Because at that moment, Bob saw Kaido had already raised his spiked club, smashing it fiercely toward the two CP-0 members behind. As he launched his attack, the two CP-0 members reacted. They immediately abandoned their assault, both flipping their wrists to block the dark spiked club. In an instant, two different sounds rang out. The spiked club smashed against the two daggers, sparks flying. The piercing sound echoed in everyone's minds, like the shriek of a vengeful spirit. It had to be said Kaido's formidable physical strength and explosive power were overwhelming. The tremendous force caused the arms of the two CP-0 members to tremble, their daggers nearly flying out of their hands. Immediately after, the two CP-0 members exchanged a glance, they quickly distancing themselves and abandoning their plan to flank from behind. As for the CP-0 member in front who had exchanged blows with Bob, he wasn't so lucky. Bob's power directly traveled from his fist through the entire arm. The CP-0 member was sent flying over 10 meters by Bob's punch. His entire arm hung limply at his side, it was already rendered useless. Ha ha ha. So what if a stupid pig died? You lackeys are already panicking. Don't worry, you 3 dogs will be joining him soon. Kaido was overjoyed to see the celestial dragon suddenly drop dead. Although the stupid pig didn't die by his hand, it didn't dampen his mood. Hey, hey, hey. You're being completely unreasonable. I've always been polite. I respect you immensely in my heart. But not only did you wreck our ship, you even tried to kill us. Bob retracted his still-punched fist from the air, speaking calmly. From the earlier exchange of blows with the CP0 member, Bob had a rough understanding of their strength. Slightly stronger than the Marine Vice Admiral he had instantly killed before, but still, their strength was lacking. Bastard! The death of the celestial dragon is definitely related to you. How dare you kill a god? You all deserve to die. The CP0 member whose arm had been crippled by the punch earlier, gritted his teeth said. If looks could kill, Bob would have been torn to pieces by him 1,000 times over. TCH. Do you have any proof? The eyes of the masses are sharp. He died suddenly, what does that have to do with me? Maybe the celestial dragon had some serious illness. Bob glanced around at the surrounding Marines. With his arm resting on his chin, he spoke as if deep in thought, genuinely trying to find the cause of the celestial dragon's death. The Marines who met Bob's gaze all lowered their heads, not daring to make any more moves. They had no idea what had really happened. The scene just now was too bizarre. It was beyond their comprehension. Perhaps it really was as Bob said. Hearing this, the 3 CP0 members' expressions darkened as they exchanged glances. One of the tall and slender CP0 agents nodded. In the next instant, he was about to retreat backward. It was clear. These 3 CP0 agents knew that they couldn't kill Bob by strength alone. So the fastest among them was about to call for the Holy Land, Mary Geos, to dispatch an admiral to eliminate Bob. The remaining 2 stayed behind to hold the line. Seeing this, Bob raised an eyebrow. In an instant, he stomped into the deck. Boom! 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 3 dull thuds echoed across the luxurious cruise ship. On the bodies of the 3 CP0 agents, gaping wounds appeared. Their chests were a bloody mess. Even from their chests, one could see the splinter wood piercing their chest, the deck beneath them pooled with blood. Seeing this, the Marines present were utterly shocked. The oppressive aura from the 3 CP0 agents hadn't even faded from their minds. Yet in the blink of an eye, they had turned into corpses. Bob's strength was terrifying. His bounty was definitely not just 700 million berries. The world government's intelligence was wrong. Hey! You all saw it. They attacked first. I was just defending myself. Bob spread his hands, shrugged, and said helplessly, as if he had been forced to kill them. Nothing can be done now. They're already dead. Can't you just leave them on the ship? Let's have a few people throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Hearing this, the Marines were all petrified. Not a single one dared to step forward. Chapter 37, Are you teaching me how to do things? On the luxurious cruise ship carrying the celestial dragons, a deathly silence prevailed. Bob's words reached their hearts, and each person stiffened, silently lowering their heads. The world of pirates had been ruled by the celestial dragons for over 800 years. In this world, the celestial dragons were the true upper class. Ordinary people had long been brainwashed. They had completely internalized their status as lowly commoners. Even now, with the celestial dragon reduced to a corpse, they still dared not take a step forward. Their hearts were filled with immense fear. The ideology branded into their minds was like a cage, tightly trapping them within. Even if the lock on the cage was gone, the psychological lock remained. They dared not step out of the cage. Seeing no one respond, Bob shook his head, just as he was about to take action. A childish voice rang out. I'll do it. Following the voice, everyone's eyes turned in unison. It was a young Marine, barely over 10 years old. Tears welled in his eyes, as if he had just been crying. Without a word, Bob nodded slightly. As the young Marine stepped towards the celestial dragon, the eyes of the surrounding Marines were all on him. This child was the son of Vice Admiral Sheedy. From a young age, he aspired to be like his father, to join the Marines and become a hero who upheld justice like his father. On this mission to protect the celestial dragons, he had insisted on accompanying his father. This was his first time at sea. Little did he know, it would be the last time he saw his father. He had witnessed his hero, the very celestial dragon they were protecting, kill his father. And the surrounding Marines had done nothing. Just like his father, who had been shot dead. His beliefs crumbled in the sound of that gunshot, along with his respect for the celestial dragons. Taking step after step, the young Marine reached the celestial dragon. With both small hands, he grabbed the clothes and dragged them across the deck. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it. Time passed minute by minute. Bob, leaning against the ship's railing, did not step forward to help. He simply watched coldly. Finally, another Marine could no longer stand by. He soon stepped forward. Came the second, the third, and so on. Dozens of Marines stepped forward. With their help, the 4 corpses, with 4 splashes, disappeared into the vast sea. The bloodstains on the deck were also cleaned up. Seeing all this done, Bob smiled. Not bad. Those of you who stepped forward just now, you can leave now. Bob said calmly. These people had not been intimidated by the corpses, they still had some courage in their hearts. So Bob decided to give them a way out. As for the rest, Bob turned to look at them. Each one was already numb. Forget courage, Bob felt they didn't even have humanity left. Letting them go would only make them lackeys of the celestial dragons. As for the rest, Kaido, I leave them to you. Bob looked at Kaido beside him and spoke slowly. Understood. Kaido's face showed a fierce expression, understanding Bob's meaning. He would show no mercy to these Marines. And so, amidst a series of screams, those people were all dealt with. The scene was extremely gruesome. The Marines who had stepped forward couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. They all felt a sense of relief for their earlier decision. With Bob's permission, these people found a boat from the cruise ship. However, when it was dragged out, Bob was shocked. This boat was far more luxurious than some pirate ships. It was easy to imagine how extravagant the celestial dragons must be. Soon, the boat was pulled into the water. As if escaping from death, the Marines hurriedly boarded it. They seemed very afraid that Bob might change his mind. As they left, their eyes kept darting around. Bob sneered at this. Standing at the bow of the cruise ship, he watched the boat gradually drift away. In the distance, a little boy suddenly climbed onto the bow and waved at Bob. Seeing this, Bob smiled. He raised his hand and waved back. The sea breeze blew against Bob, bringing a warm sensation. He had no idea what fate awaited these people. They might encounter other pirates on the way, or they might be punished by the world government upon their return. But these were not Bob's concerns. Why didn't you kill them? Kaido was puzzled. As a pirate, shouldn't we have killed the Marines on sight? Letting them go meant they would report back to the world government. Are you teaching me how to do things? Bob retracted his gaze and glanced at him, speaking indifferently. Hearing this, Kaido was momentarily stunned. On the boat, there was still one person left unhandled, the slave who had been ridden by the celestial dragon. Bob walked up to him and gave him a once-over. Male, muscular, with long hair covering his eyes, wearing only shorts and a massive chain around his neck. From his massive build, he appeared to be from the giant tribe. What's your name? Bob asked slowly. After a long pause, the slave finally realized he was being addressed. The giant slave slowly raised his head, his eyes lifeless, staring blankly at Bob through his long hair. "Jojobath," he said, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time, nor had anyone asked for his name. It took him a while to finally spit out the words, after which he lowered his head again. "How about joining the Rocks Pirates and become my crewmate?" Bob asked. He had this idea in the moment he saw the slave. Having a giant in his crew seemed like an excellent choice. In the original story, Elbaf, the land of the giants, was the strongest country in the world. Each individual possessed immense strength. Having him as a crewmate would undoubtedly be a great help in their endeavors. "Okay," Jojobaf's reply was brief, just one word. But that was enough. Suddenly, Bob activated his armament hockey. In the next moment, the lock around Jojobaf's neck was removed. With a wave of his hand, a massive explosion erupted on the sea. This chain had appeared in the original story, so Bob recognized it at first glance. The moment it was removed or taken beyond a certain distance from its owner, it would self-destruct. As the explosion rang out, Bob said calmly, "You are free." Chapter 38, Kaido's Fateful Fruit. The necklace around his neck was removed, yet Jojobaf showed no reaction. He remained on all fours, sprawled on the deck. Seeing this, Bob let out a sigh. It seemed he had been tormented by the celestial dragons to the point of numbness. Damn it! These celestial dragons are truly despicable. Looking back, it seemed he had been too lenient. Well, perhaps not too lenient. From the outside, that celestial dragon appeared unharmed. But inside his belly, all his organs had been crushed under Bob's hidden strength, turning into a pile of mush. Before dying, he must have endured immense suffering. Thinking of this, it should have been longer. The duration of the pain was too short. Looking at Jojobaf, Bob repeated himself, "The celestial dragon is dead. You are free." This time, he specifically emphasized celestial dragon. Upon hearing this, after a long while, it was unclear whether it was the words, "The celestial dragon is dead," that shattered the deepest shackles within him. Jojobaf's body trembled uncontrollably. Perhaps it was excitement, or perhaps it was relief. He slowly stood up. Having been lying down for too long, he wobbled as he got to his feet. But he stood up. Through his black hair, a glimmer appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, Bob nodded in satisfaction. This man still had hope. If he had remained like before, with lifeless eyes and a dead spirit, it would have indicated that the fear of the celestial dragons had seeped into his very bones. Or rather, that he had completely lost hope in life. If that were the case, Bob certainly wouldn't want him. After all, he didn't want to keep a walking corpse in his crew. Kind-hearted Bob might even help him achieve a physical liberation. Next. It's time for the most exciting moment. Let's see just how much treasure the celestial dragon have. Having dealt with everything, Bob thought of the famous heavenly tribute. He became excited. To plunder the wealth of several nations would amount to a staggering fortune. Kaido beside him was also filled with excitement. Isn't being a pirate all about treasure? This heavenly tribute had only ever been spoken of in the mouths of pirates. Who would have thought that this time they would actually encounter a ship carrying heavenly tribute, and it was right before their eyes? Without further ado, Bob and Kaido quickly walked towards the back. Jojobaf followed behind Bob, still somewhat unsteady on his legs. But fortunately, his strides were long enough to keep up with Bob. Moments later, a shout of astonishment echoed from within the luxurious cruise ship. Whoa! Carried by the sea breeze, it reverberated. Before the three of them was a pile of various treasures. Gems, emeralds, pearls, jade, radiating all sorts of brilliance. Anything you could think of was there. Even though Bob had mentally prepared himself, seeing it with his own eyes still left him in shock. Is this the heavenly tribute? With these treasures, who would still want to be a pirate? Taking a moment to calm his emotions, Bob exhaled. Kaido, how much do you think these treasures are worth? Bob was not familiar with the value of treasures in this world, so he turned to Kaido, the renowned figure, for insight. It should be worth a lot, right? Kaido hadn't expected Bob to ask such a question suddenly, stammering and unable to articulate. How would he know? As a boy under 20, he had never seen so much money. Even in the treasure vault on the Rock's ship, he had never laid eyes on anything like this. What an ignorant fool, you're truly embarrassing for a pirate. Bob quipped. Hearing this, Kaido was left speechless. If you know, why do you still need to ask me, bastard? But he only dared to mutter this in his heart. At that moment, Bob suddenly furrowed his brow. He noticed that beside the treasures, there was a wooden box. Amidst the glowing treasures, a plain box appeared, looking rather out of place. Driven by curiosity, Bob walked over and examined it closely. The entire wooden box looked just as ordinary as it had from afar, with nothing special about it. Could it be that it contained some secret manual? He shook his head. Opening it would reveal what was inside. Why overthink it? So, Bob stopped pondering and reached out to open the box. However, when he saw what was inside, he froze in shock. There were no treasures, but instead, a fruit lay quietly within. The twisted vines of the fruit resembled two dragon horns, connected to a strangely shaped fruit below. With an exterior like green dragon scales, its surface bore some peculiar curves. At a glance, Bob recognized it. This was the fish fruit. A Zoan-type, mythical beast. This was the fruit that the future Emperor Kaido would consume. Who would have thought he would encounter it here? In the original story, this fruit's appearance was not so early like this. It was given to Kaido by Big Mom after the God Valley incident. Now, due to his presence, he had stumbled upon it first. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Bob turned to glance at Kaido, who was still admiring the treasures not far away. Without any hesitation, he quietly pocketed the fruit. Then, as if nothing had happened, he returned to Kaido's side. What are you sneaking around for? Kaido frowned as he looked at Bob approaching. Nothing. I was just checking to see if there was anything good in that box over there. Turns out there was nothing. Bob replied nonchalantly, maintaining a calm demeanor throughout. Then he shifted the topic and continued, just watch, I'm heading up. It's too stuffy down here, it's much more comfortable on the deck. With that, Bob clasped his hands behind his head and walked toward the stairs leading to the deck. Jojolbaf closely followed behind. Seeing Bob leave, Kaido didn't linger either. The initial thrill of seeing the treasures had indeed been exhilarating. But after a while, that sense of shock faded. Back on the deck, the three of them stood in a row, feeling the sea breeze. It's so nice outside, the air is fresh. Bob stretched lazily and said casually, it is quite comfortable, but where is this ship headed now? Kaido looked at Bob, suddenly pondering this question with a hint of confusion. The direction the luxurious cruise ship was heading surely wouldn't coincide with the Rock's ship. So where was it going? Upon hearing Kaido's words, Bob finally considered this issue. He took out the log pose and pulled out a map, studying it carefully, glancing this way and that. This seems to be in the direction of Mariehua. Kaido's expression changed upon hearing this. What the hell? Quickly change course. Damn it. I forgot to leave someone at the helm. Chapter 39, Kaido, come be my vice commander. On the luxurious cruise ship, Bob and Kaido faced each other. What should we do now? Should we just go and destroy Mary Geos? Kaido forced a bitter smile, his words strong. But his tone was one of making the best of a bad situation. Destroy Mary Geos, my ass. What else can we do? If we follow this route, we'll be waiting for the Rock's pirates to collect our corpses. Let's go figure out how to use the ship's rudder. Bob rolled his eyes at him, thinking to himself, Kaido, you've changed, you've actually learned to crack cold jokes. But it's not funny at all. With that, Bob was about to head towards the rudder. At that moment, Jojelbath, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. "Perhaps, I can give it a try." Hastily made after seeing the celestial gold. The distribution of the celestial gold was as follows: Bob received 50%, Rox took 20%, the other commanders got 20%, and the remaining crew members shared from the 10%. Even just 10% was a significant fortune for each crew member, given the sheer volume of the celestial gold. The pirates who received their shares were overjoyed and ecstatic. Amid the cheers of the crew, Bob momentarily became a hero within the Rox pirates, gaining immense popularity. As he stepped out of the luxurious cruise ship, Shiki couldn't hide his delight. He hadn't expected to benefit from Bob's discovery, considering it an advantage to the crew, but his mind began racing at the thought of how he might profit from Bob's find. The wealth he gained from the celestial gold was enough to sustain him for several years. Just as he was about to return to his room with his treasure, Bob suddenly appeared in front of him. Shiki was startled, thinking Bob had come to reclaim his share. Without hesitation, he clutched his treasure and tried to make a run for his room, but Bob's figure was like a ghost, blocking his path on another direction he tried to turn. "Shiki! Why are you so nervous? It's just one lost. Relax, I'm not here to take your treasure back." Bob placed a hand on Shiki's shoulder and spoke calmly. At this moment, Shiki was holding onto his share of the celestial gold. Bob immediately understood what he was avoiding. "What? Me, nervous? Don't be ridiculous. It was just a fluke that you beat me once. No need to show off. I'll get my revenge sooner or later." Hearing that Bob wouldn't take his treasure back, Shiki's demeanor shifted instantly, and he spoke with fervor. Yeah. No need to be nervous. I came to talk to you about something. After you lost to me last time, I never brought up the condition of our bet. Bob had something important to discuss and didn't want to provoke Shiki further, so he went along with his words. The condition of their previous bet had never been mentioned, but now Bob suddenly remembered and decided to bring it up. "All right. Go ahead, what's your demand?" Shiki's expression stiffened upon hearing this. Knowing he couldn't avoid it, he sighed and asked. "I don't want any of your treasure or anything else. All I need is for you to help keep Charlotte Linlin from bothering me." Bob gazed at Shiki, knowing he could not sidestep this condition. Upon hearing this, Shiki was momentarily stunned. He had been secretly pleased by the first part of the statement, but the latter part left him feeling uneasy. "Damn it! I don't want to mess with that crazy woman. You'd better handle this yourself." Charlotte Linlin, within the Rox pirates, was notorious for her tendency to fly into a rage at the slightest provocation. People avoided her like the plague. Although Shiki wasn't afraid of her, even if she went berserk, he could still stab her, but still it was undoubtedly a thankless task. "Is that so?" Hearing this, Bob's eyes instantly turned cold. His eyelids lowered, and his gaze fixed on Shiki as he slowly spoke. "I don't like forcing others. Since you're unwilling, I won't insist. Now, let's change the condition. Hand over your swords Odo and Kagurashi to me." Bob's voice seemed to emanate from an ice cellar, sending a shiver down Shiki's spine. Shiki understood that Bob was forcing him to choose between two options, and if he refused both, Bob would resort to force. Shiki let out a bitter laugh, his face twisting into a grimace. What a mess. Why did I ever challenge Bob? The more he thought about it, the more he regretted it. Sigh. I'll choose Charlotte Linlin then. Shiki didn't hesitate any longer. Giving up those two legendary swords was out of the question, so his choice was already made the moment Bob made his demand. That's right. That's more like it. It's just blocking someone, right? For a swordsman of your caliber, a world-class top-tier powerhouse, it's a piece of cake. Bob patted Shiki on the shoulder, smiling as he spoke. Shiki, hearing this, cursed Bob in his mind thousands of times, thinking how quickly he changed his tune. But none of that mattered to Bob. As long as Shiki agreed, his goal was achieved. Just as he was about to leave, Bob's gaze fell on Charlotte Linlin, who had been watching him from afar and was now walking toward them. A faint smile played on Bob's lips as he slowly said, "Shiki, your job starts here." Chapter 45, It Must Be My Charm. With the help of Hajalba, 50% of the treasures from the celestial gold filled Bob's room, even spilling onto the bed, and it still wasn't enough to contain them. Thus, Bob had no choice but to request a larger room from Rocks. However, from Rocks, Bob learned that, apart from his own room, the largest room on the Rocks pirate's ship was under Wang Ji's name. This was because the room assignments were arranged based on the order of joining the Rocks pirates. In other words, whoever arrived first would claim the room, and that room would belong to them. Of course, that was an advantage for the crew members, securing a good space determined by their seniority. After all, even if a crew member managed to get a decent room, if someone stronger came along and took it, they would still be kicked out. It's worth noting that when it came to fights among the crew, Rocks and the commanders rarely intervened. But this wasn't a problem for Bob. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. With Bob's financial prowess, Wang Ji enthusiastically gave up the room. Additionally, Bob also secured a neighboring room for Hajalba. Wang Ji's room was much more spacious compared to the previous one. At least after stacking the treasure, Bob still had enough space to sleep on the bed. Bob sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Hajalba, who stood to the side. His long hair covered his face, making it impossible to see what he looked like. "Hajalba, it's time for you to get a haircut. Next time I see you, I hope your hair isn't this long. The room next door will be your place from now on. Go and rest." Bob then took out a key and tossed it to Hajalba. After he left, Bob stretched and lay down on the bed. Remembering that he hadn't completed today's training, he shook his head, loosened his muscles, and got up to do some exercise. Outside the window, the night sky was deep, and the silver moon shone brightly, casting strands of moonlight. After closing the windows and doors, Bob prepared to rest. He took off his outer clothes and got into bed. Just as Bob was about to fall asleep. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks pulled Bob back from the edge of sleep. "What does Whitebeard want with me at this hour?" Bob furrowed his brows, muttering to himself. He got out of bed, quickly threw on some clothes, and opened the door. Standing outside was a pirate. Seeing him, Bob's brows furrowed even deeper because he didn't quite recognize the man. Bob studied his face carefully. He was burly, with a thick beard, and looked somewhat familiar, but Bob couldn't recall his name. "Commander Bob. I'm a member of John's team." The bearded man quickly introduced himself upon seeing Bob. "Oh. Come in." Bob closed the door, sat on the edge of the bed, and looked at him. "So, did John send you here for something?" No, I came on my own." The bearded man smiled broadly, speaking in a humble tone. "You came on your own? Then you must have something to say. Go ahead." Bob was slightly surprised, glancing at him calmly as he spoke. What could a member of another team want with him? Bob was also a bit curious. "Commander Bob, you've recruited Kaido and Hajalba. Are you short on manpower and looking for new members?" "Actually, ever since you joined the Rocks Pirates, I've always wanted to join your division. Seeing that you're recruiting today, I came specifically to ask if I could join your team." The bearded man spoke slowly, his tone respectful and his attitude very sincere. Hearing this, Bob's expression changed. He hadn't expected that and was startled, suddenly wondering if this was some prank orchestrated by John. But looking at the man's demeanor, it didn't seem fake. He genuinely seemed to want to join his crew. However, just as Bob was about to respond. Knock, knock, knock. Another round of knocking sounded. Bob got up from the bed, walked over, and opened the door. A tall, thin pirate was standing outside. "Commander Bob. I'm a member of John's division. I need to talk to you about something." Bob let him in, closed the door, and sat back down on the bed. "Oh. You're here too. Oh. What a coincidence." The two seemed to know each other, both looking surprised upon seeing one another. They exchanged awkward yet polite smiles before falling silent. Then, they both turned their attention to Bob. "Commander Bob. You're recruiting new members, right? Do you think I'd be a good fit? My strength is among the top in the Rocks Pirates." The tall pirate spoke slowly, not only asking Bob to join but also showcasing his own capabilities. Seeing this, Bob finally understood, they weren't here to mess with him, they genuinely wanted to join his crew. Knock, knock, knock. Another round of knocking sounded. Bob scratched his head, this time not getting up to open the door himself. He gave a look, and the more proactive bearded man immediately went to open it. "Ha! What are you doing in Commander Bob's room? Where's Commander Bob?" The pirate standing outside was clearly surprised to see the bearded man and asked. "He's inside." Thus, the third pirate came before Bob, and upon seeing the tall man, he was startled again. But he didn't say anything more, turning to Bob and about to speak. "Wait. You're not here to join my division too, are you? Which division are you from?" Bob cut him off, getting straight to the point. Yes, I'm from Shiki Division." The third pirate was clearly taken aback by the question, but upon seeing the looks from the other two pirates, he quickly understood. "Damn." After getting a definite answer, Bob patted his head, his expression a mix of surprise and discomfort, utterly complicated. He hadn't expected so many people to suddenly want to join his crew. Could it be his charm? But they hadn't been this enthusiastic before. Damn it. Could it be they're after my treasure? Thinking this, Bob immediately felt uneasy. He absolutely couldn't allow such people into his crew. "Sorry, everyone, I appreciate your interest, but for now, I'm not considering members who already belong to other divisions." Bob smiled as he politely declined the pirates' requests. "Ah. That's such a pity. My admiration for Commander Bob is truly heartfelt." Yes. Who isn't? Commander Bob's charisma is just too strong." "Exactly. Commander Bob is awesome, a man who does great things." Upon hearing Bob's words, the three of them all wore expressions of regret, chattering one after another, clearly trying to sucking him up Bob. As they continued, even Bob, with his thick skin, couldn't bear to listen anymore. Finally, seeing that Bob remained unmoved and had no intention of persuading them to stay, they realized it was impossible, and one by one took their leave. However, before leaving, each of them said something along the same lines to Bob. "Commander Bob, please don't tell my captain that I secretly came to see you." Watching them leave, Bob shook his head. In the Rocks Pirates, there were just too many traitors. After closing the door, Bob lay back down on the bed. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came again. Bob was destined to have a sleepless night. Chapter 46, should have said that sooner. The next day, Bob rubbed his still sleepy eyes and climbed out of bed. He opened the door, and the blinding light instantly chased away much of his drowsiness. It was already noon. He peeled off a notice stuck to the door, not accepting new members for now. "Do not disturb," and stepped outside. Last night, Bob had been pestered by pirates knocking on his door, and he was so annoyed that he had to write a note and stick it in the doorframe, which finally allowed him to get some decent sleep. Outside, Jojelbath was standing there, standing valiantly for Bob, his flying hair now gone. Seeing him, Bob felt relieved. Although it was clear he had cut his hair himself, resulting in a rather mismatched look, it was still much more pleasant than before. Suddenly, Bob seemed to remember something and reached up to touch his own head. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Still thick. He then walked over to Jojelbath, who stood there like a statue. You don't need to wait for me specifically, nor do you have to follow me around all the time. Go do your own thing. It was evident that he had not yet stepped out of the mindset of being treated like a slave by the celestial dragons. He seemed to prefer viewing Bob as his master, which made Bob feel a bit uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Jojelbath was taken aback for a moment before managing to stammer out a few words. Okay. Commander. Gururarara. Bob, why did you wake up so late today? This isn't like you, the who always wake up early for exercises. Whitebeard approached with a smile as he saw Bob emerge from his room. Ah. Don't mention it, I didn't sleep well last night. Bob sighed and replied helplessly. Was it a bunch of pirates trying to join your crew? Whitebeard leaned closer to Bob and whispered, his expression meaningful. Earlier that morning, Whitebeard had come looking for Bob, intending to call him, but upon seeing the note on the door, he understood. Why ask if you already know? Bob shot Whitebeard a glance and smiled. Gururarara. You're quite the figure in the Rocks Pirates now. There are plenty of people looking up to you. Among them are some with ill intentions, so you need to be cautious. Now that Bob was known as the richest person in the Rocks Pirates, it was common knowledge. While some admired him, there were certainly those who envied him. After all, a tall tree catches the wind. Thus, Whitebeard offered a friendly warning. The two then headed toward the dining hall. Inside the dining hall, a roar erupted. Damn Longbeard, bringing this stuff to fool me again. Damn it, Whitebeard, let's go check the kitchen. That guy must be stealing food. Bob exclaimed in exasperation after tasting the food in front of him. The dishes made from the eat fruit could only fill the stomach, and the taste was equivalent to nothing. The last time he had a big meal, it was this food, but he had been so hungry then that he hadn't cared much. But this time, with the same dish, Bob could no longer tolerate it. The two stood up and hurried to the kitchen. As they reached the corridor, Bob spotted a cold meal floating from the ceiling. They were the homies created by Charlotte Lin, her right and left arms Sun Prometheus and Thundercloud Zeus. Damn it! That crazy woman is here too. Bob immediately crouched down ready to leap at them. As soon as he saw them, they naturally saw him too, and they were instantly startled, turning to flee. But Bob was faster than them. In a flash, he pinned Prometheus with his left hand and Zeus with his right hand. Charlotte Lin and Longbeard are stealing food inside. Are you two keeping watch for him? Why yes. The two homies nodded in terror. Bang! Whitebeard kicked the door open and walked in, only to find Charlotte Lin indulging in cakes and desserts, while Longbeard was munching on a chicken leg, grease dripping from his mouth, with piles of food in front of them. Seeing this scene, Bob immediately erupted in anger. I said the food on the ship is damn insufficient, and you keep using fruits to make this garbage to fool us. You two are stealing food here. Now tell me, how do you plan to explain this? Bob, Whitebeard, the two exclaimed in shock. Longbeard, as the head chef of the Rocks ship, secretly stealing food was extremely disgraceful. If it got out, the crew would surely skin him alive. And Charlotte Lin was not in a much better position. Although she was a commander, she couldn't take on either of the two in front of her. Wait my lord, let me explain. Longbeard said, cold sweat pouring down his face. There are too many people on the ship, and their appetites are huge. The supplies run out quickly. Lin has a mental disorder. When she's hungry, if she didn't eat this, she'll have an episode. Oh. I see. That's quite reasonable. So tell me, what do you want to do now? At this, Longbeard trembled, but suddenly an idea struck him. Captain Bob, the supplies on the ship are limited. Rather than letting all the crew eat for a few days, wouldn't it be better for just a few of us to eat for a few months? Bob and Whitebeard exchanged glances and smiled. Should have said that sooner. At that moment, Charlotte Lin, sobbing, said, Bob. Hearing this, Bob frowned. Damn, here it comes again. He quickly pulled out a pile of food and fine wine for him. Bang! He slammed the door shut and dashed out like the wind. Chapter 47, 1.3 Billion Bounty. At the deepest part of Marineford, a colossal military fortress with the words, Marine Headquarters, were prominently displayed. The fortress was built with blue and white walls, adorned with numerous heavy cannons, and surrounded by several massive marine warships anchored in the bay. At the summit of the Red Line, within a circular council chamber, 5 elderly men were scattered throughout the hall, some seated, others standing. They bore a mysterious title known to the entire world, the 5 Elders. The supreme rulers of the world government and its pillars of support. Before them, several individuals knelt, dressed in marine uniforms. They were the soldiers who had been released by Bob on the luxurious cruise ship of the Celestial Dragons. A celestial dragon has died. The heavenly tribute has been stolen. What were you all doing? One of the 5 elders, dressed in a black suit and holding a cane, roared in anger. The other 4 elders also wore grim expressions. The death of a celestial dragon carried immense responsibility and severely damaged the world government's authority. Tell us everything that happened, in detail. Another elder with a long beard spoke, his voice commanding and authoritative, compelling obedience. Upon hearing this, the Marines broke into a cold sweat, their faces trembling uncontrollably. One of them, slightly more composed, began to speak. After collecting the heavenly tribute from several nations, Lord Charles was returning to the Holy Land, Mary Geos. During the voyage, a small boat appeared in the distance, moving at an incredible speed and getting close to the luxury cruise ship. Seeing this, Lord Charles ordered the cruise ship to ram the small boat. However, when the collision occurred, instead of being killed in the sea, the 2 individuals on the boat suddenly appeared on the cruise ship. According to the bounty posters, they were Bob and Kaido of the Rock's pirates. Hearing this, the 5 elders furrowed their brows. Bob, as a fighter of the Rock's pirates and their commander, had already demonstrated considerable strength during the previous attack on a marine base. Bob had expressed a desire to board Lord Chael's ship. His attitude was strikingly confident. He even showed great respect toward Lord Charles and the Celestial Dragons. But then Kaido called Lord Charles a stupid pig. At this point, the Marine paused, glancing at the 5 elders. Their faces were dark, but they gestured him to continue. After being insulted, Lord Charles was extremely furious and nearly fell. At that moment, Bob kindly helped him up, preventing him from falling. But after that, Lord Charles suddenly, for some unknown reason, vomited blood and collapsed, dead. He touched him. And then Charles died. One of the 5 elders, his face as dark as storm clouds, asked in a slow, deliberate tone. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it too, it happened exactly like that. The other Marines chimed in, corroborating the story and confirming its authenticity. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders were visibly shocked. Suddenly, one of them seemed to recall something, his brow furrowing deeply as he spoke. It must be the advanced application of armament hockey, internal destruction. He was the one who directly caused the death of the Celestial Dragon. The other 4 were equally stunned. The advanced use of armament hockey wasn't something unfamiliar to them, they were capable of it. However, none of them had immediately thought of it in this context. After all, it was unheard of for someone so young to master internal destruction. Bob's strength might be even more terrifying than we imagined. What about the 3 CP0 agents who were protecting Chaos? At this moment, the long-bearded elder, still in shock, remembered that there were indeed 3 CP0 agents present. The Marine officer was slightly confused, not entirely sure what he meant. After a pause, he recalled what he just heard, 3 CP0 agents, and realized they were referring to the 3 masked men. One of them had his arm shattered by Bob with a single punch, and then all 3 were killed with their chests pierced through. What? The elders couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. They knew the 3 CP0 agents must have died, but they didn't expected their deaths to be so straightforward, each killed by Bob with a pierced chests. It was worth noting that while the individual strength of the 3 CP0 agents was only at the level of a vice admiral, they had been trained together since they were a child, and their coordination was exceptionally high. Even an admiral wouldn't find it easy to kill them when they fought together. This Bob is extremely powerful. We cannot allow him to grow any further. He must be eliminated. And the Rock's pirates must also be dealt with. The Navy bears significant responsibility this time, but the immediate priority is to eliminate the Rock's pirates and Bob. Completely suppress the news of the Celestial Dragon's death. Raise Kaido's bounty to 700 million and Bob bounty to 1.3 billion. After hearing the full report, the 5 elders of the world government immediately called Sengoku, the admiral of the Navy headquarters. They went back and forth, starting with blame, then expressing their fear of Bob and his crew. Understood. Sengoku's brief and firm reply came through the den mushy before the call was abruptly ended. At the Navy headquarters, after being scolded by the elders, Sengoku's face was ashen. Taking a deep breath, he knew that dealing with the Rock's pirates couldn't be rushed. To completely annihilate them, a long-term strategy was necessary. Chapter 48, John's Scheme. Time passed quickly, and news spread even faster. Within a few days, the news of a celestial dragon being killed by Bob, a pirate from the Rock's pirates, had spread throughout the sea and was rapidly exploding across the world. As for those regarding the Marines, they were those who had narrowly escaped from Bob's hands. It turned out that the Marines Bob had released did not all return to the Marine headquarters. As Marines under the jurisdiction of the world government, they were well aware of the wrath of the Celestial Dragon. They feared the consequences from the world government, and they would most likely be secretly executed to keep their mouths shut. Therefore, after coming ashore, those Marines split into 2 groups. One group still had faith in their maritime duties. The few Marines who recounted the events at Holy Land Mary Geos were among them. The other group, after returning to their residences, leaked the news of the Celestial Dragon's death, causing a certain level of chaos to buy themselves more time to escape. In response, the higher-ups of the world government were furious and explicitly ordered the capture of the fleeing Marines, sentencing them to severe punishment. However, even such actions could not alter the fact they had lost. Naturally, the Rock's pirates also learned of these developments. Commander Bob's bounty has reached 1.3 billion berries. It's rising fast, almost doubling from 700 million. Bob, at such a young age, has become the second highest bounty pirate in the Rock's pirates. Indeed. But I think it's justified, after all, he killed a celestial dragon. It has to be Commander Bob. Now the news is spreading like wildfire, giving our Rock's pirates another boost in reputation. Ha ha ha. Which other pirate crew could pull off something like this? Compared to our crew, other pirates are just playing house. On the deck of the Rock's pirates ship, the pirates couldn't help but discuss the news of Bob's bounty reaching 1.3 billion berries. At that moment, Bob was leaning against the ship's railing, using his observation hockey to oversee the surroundings, a slight smile playing on his lips. Bob didn't care much about the amount of his bounty, as it was merely an external reference of one's true strength. However, hearing their praise, Bob couldn't help but feel pleased. Looking at the notorious vicious pirates keep praising him, he even felt they had become a bit more tolerable. Just as Bob was basking in the admiration of the pirates, the sound of footsteps approached him. He looked up to see a man dressed in a red robe, holding a rapier, walking toward him. Commander John. Ha ha ha. Bob. You're a big name now, almost everyone in this sea knows your name. TSK TSK TSK. Just a few months as a pirate, and you've already reached a bounty of 1.3 billion berries. Walking up to Bob, John said with a laugh. What, are you jealous? Raising an eyebrow, Bob gave him a deep look and slowly replied. He found it strange that John had suddenly sought him out. If he remembered correctly, he and John weren't particularly close, were they? Could it really just be he just wanted to chat about his bounty? It's hard to believe. Not really. John rubbed his nose and chuckled dryly. Ever since you hijacked the celestial dragon's ship and took their heavenly gold, you've become the richest person in our pirate crew. Every time I think about it, I can't help but feel envious. Hearing this, Bob furrowed his brows. What was this old miser John getting at? So what? Ah. With so much money on hand, of course, you should spend it. What's the point of keeping it on the ship all the time? Only by spending it can you truly call it your own, don't you think? John blinked and spoke slowly. That makes sense. So, if you have something to say, just say it. Stop beating around the bush. Bob knew John wanted to spend time with him. It was clear John had something in mind, so he got straight to the point. Ha ha ha. Bob, you're as straightforward as ever. Hearing Bob's words, John wasn't offended. He praised Bob and then continued. Nearby, there's an island with an underground casino. We've been stuck on the ship for days. How about we go over and play a few rounds? John's tone was sincere as he looked at Bob, waiting for his response. Hearing this, Bob immediately understood. A casino? This old fox probably had his eyes on my treasure and wanted to take my money. Why not ask Wang Ji and Silver Axe? They'd probably be happy to join you. Ah. Them. They don't gamble at all. It's no fun. I think you and I are kindred spirits, so I come specifically to invite you. John sighed, seemingly lamenting the two commanders' lack of interest. This time, John genuinely wanted to have some fun. Ever since he got his hands on a portion of the heavenly gold, he'd been itching to spend it. Now that they were passing through an area with a casino, he couldn't resist. Besides, he also wanted to build a better relationship with Bob. Maybe he could win some money from him later. After all, with Bob's wealth, he probably wouldn't mind losing a bit. Oh. Listening to you, it seems I'm the perfect candidate. Bob glanced at him, his tone meaningful. Bob wasn't too resistant to John's invitation. To be honest, he was curious to see what a casino in the pirate world would be like. Would there be sexy dealers wearing a bunny outfit? So, how about it? Want to go play a few rounds? Seeing Bob still pondering, John tentatively asked again. All right then. Since Commander John is so enthusiastic, how could I refuse? Bob snapped out of his thoughts, cleared his throat, and spoke. Ha ha ha. Bob, you're as straightforward as ever. I'll call you when it's time. Remember to bring plenty of treasure. Hearing Bob's agreement, John's eyes lit up, and he quickly reminded him. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, John, fearing Bob might change his mind, hurriedly bid farewell and went back to prepare. Watching John's retreating figure, Bob smiled faintly. This old fox, thinking he could win my money? Let's see if he has what it takes. Chapter 49, Riding a Sea King. The weather was clear and calm, with the sea as tranquil as ever. On the Rock's pirate's ship, Bob took some jewelry from his room and, after discussing some matters with John, headed to the lifeboat area with him. Compared to last time, Bob's departure was much more extravagant this time. Instead of a small wooden boat, he was now using a luxurious lifeboat. Previously, on the Celestial Dragon's luxury cruise ship, most of the lifeboats had been taken by the Rock's pirates. As for the luxury cruise ship, its fate was rather bleak. After the pirates stripped it of all its valuables, it was abandoned, left to drift aimlessly on the sea, ending its service to the Celestial Dragons. Gururara. The iconic laughter of Whitebeard echoed across the deck. Upon hearing that Bob was leaving, he come out to see Bob, and he was accompanied by Kaido, Bob's newly appointed vice commander. This boat is much better than the last one. Whitebeard remarked, looking at Bob. So, what brings you to the lifeboat? Ha ha ha. Indeed, Edward, why don't you come aboard and experience it for yourself? Gururara. No thanks, you're heading to the casino, and that's not my scene. Whitebeard waved his hand dismissively. He wasn't about to give his money to gamblers. Kaido, standing nearby, shouted to him, Bob, look at me. Hearing this, Bob was momentarily taken aback. Since when had Kaido become so self-absorbed? He had not expected that from him. But seeing Kaido's demeanor, it was clear he had already consumed the devil fruit. His entire presence had changed, exuding a sense of explosive power. In just a few days, Kaido had made such a significant improvement. Truly, the power of a top-tier mythical Zoan devil fruit was remarkable. After exchanging farewells, Bob and John set off in the lifeboat, leaving Whitebeard and Kaido on the deck to ponder their own decisions and their own thoughts. Having consumed the devil fruit, Kaido felt his strength had increased significantly. He had to be wary of Bob during this period, as Bob could easily outmatch any devil fruit abilities and ultimately defeat him. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was contemplating keeping a close eye on Bob's room during his absence. He didn't want anyone to take advantage of his absence by engaging in shady activities. Since John had chosen the destination for this voyage, he was in charge of navigation. He held a map and a log pose, carefully checking their course on the open sea. Have you looked enough? The boat isn't going to steer itself. Bob was exasperated. Ever since they left the Rocks pirates ship, John had been constantly checking the map and log pose, even though they had already set their course at the start. It's better to be safe than sorry. If we make even a slight mistake in direction, we could end up miles off course. John replied calmly, putting down the map and log pose. Your worries are unnecessary. Instead of that, you should be more concerned about how slow this boat seems to be moving. Bob lay back in the boat, his hands behind his head, legs crossed, and raised an eyebrow as he spoke. Suddenly, John's gaze fixed ahead, his brow furrowing tightly. Huh? Why are so many fish rushing towards us? Fish? Hearing this, Bob uttered a single word, then put down his hands and stood up, following John's line of sight. A group of fish Bob didn't recognize were heading their way, leaping from the water into the air and then splashing back down, resembling the dolphin migration scenes Bob had seen in animal documentaries in his previous life. Is it the season for fish migration? Bob couldn't help but ask. No. It's not. They seem to be chased by something. Holy crap. It's a sea king. As soon as John finished speaking, a monstrously large fish suddenly leaped out of the water in the distance. Its massive body crashed into the surface, sending up waves as large as a tidal surge. Bob's lifeboat was nearly overturned by the waves. Damn, that's way too big. Bob stared at the awe-inspiring scene, his eyes gleaming. He had only seen sea kings in anime before, their bodies exceptionally massive, the most powerful species in the oceans. But now, being in the world of pirates and witnessing it firsthand, Bob was deeply shaken. He thought that if someone with a fear of giant creatures were here, they might faint on the spot. However, along with his shock, Bob also felt a surge of excitement. Luckily, it's one of the smaller types of sea kings. John, having gotten a clear look, relaxed slightly and let out a breath. This is still considered small. Bob choked on John's words, speaking in disbelief. But then he thought of the comparison between the supersized sea kings and ships in the manga, and it seemed the one before them was indeed much smaller. Right, it's a stroke of luck in an unfortunate situation. But, that's fine. I haven't had a chance to show my strength before, so this time, I'll let you see how I take down this sea king. As he spoke, John had already drawn his rapier, ready to attack the oncoming sea king. Just as he was about to leap forward and strike, Bob's voice interrupted him. Wait. I have a better idea. Bob smiled faintly, raising an eyebrow at John as he spoke slowly. A better idea? John was taken aback, frowning as he asked. How about riding this Sea King? As soon as the words left his mouth, Bob vanished from the boat. In the next moment, his figure appeared on the head of the Sea King, and he delivered a punch straight to its skull. Thud. A dull sound echoed from the Sea King's head, the immense force from Bob's fist making it thrashing wildly on the surface, trying to dive into the depths. However, Bob, standing on its head, simply smiled. Because every time its head was about to fully submerge, Bob would deliver another punch, the pain forcing it to struggle back to the surface. And so, after several repetitions, the Sea King gradually understood. As long as it didn't dive into the water, it wouldn't get hit. Seeing this, it gave up struggling and lay flat on the water's surface. Bob, realizing the time was right, turned to John behind him. Bring the steel cable from the boat. Connect it to the Sea King. By this point, John was completely dumbfounded. Is this how we do things? After a moment, he finally snapped out of it, grabbed the steel cable, tied one end to the bow of the boat, and jumped onto the Sea King's back, securing the other end to its fin bone. With everything ready, Bob patted the Sea King's head. The highly intelligent creature immediately understood and began moving across the water at an incredible speed. The sound of rushing wind instantly filled Bob's ears. Yahoo! Bob couldn't help but shout as he felt the sea breeze flew over him. This speed was far faster than he had anticipated. And so, on the surface of the sea, Bob used his fist as a rudder and the Sea King as his vessel, swiftly heading toward their destination. Chapter 50, The Casino Without Sexy Dealers. With the help of the Sea King, Bob and John quickly reached their destination. Landing on the shore, they untied the steel rope from the Sea King, and Bob waved it off. The creature submerged back into the sea and disappeared. You really know how to surprise people, Bob. Riding a Sea King, only you could pull that off. After this incident, John had to admit he was somewhat impressed by Bob. While he could kill a Sea King like a true warrior, riding one was something he could never achieve. Well, that's what you call adaptability. Bob shrugged with a confident smile, then grabbed the treasure they had brought from the boat and headed inside. John glanced at the bag on Bob's back, blinked, chuckled, and followed him. This time, Bob was lucky. He didn't encounter the same ordeal as last time. Inside the island, the streets were bustling with activity, filled with people of various appearances and shops, selling pastries, tailoring clothes, and offering food and fruits. However, there was no sign of a casino. Damn it, John. Are you sure we're in the right place? Bob looked around, frowning as he spoke. Since entering this area, the two of them had been wandering around for nearly an hour. Not only was there no casino, but they hadn't even spotted any entertainment venues. That doesn't make sense. The map shows this is the place. John took out the map and examined it carefully. It clearly indicated their current location, they hadn't made a mistake. This is really strange. I heard about the casino from the others, but they have to be mistaken. At this thought, John's expression darkened. If that were the case, he wouldn't mind pulling out the other commander's tongue when they returned. Wait. Look at this. As Bob spoke, he noticed a red arrow symbol on the wall in front of him, pointing in a certain direction. Following its guidance, he found another arrow on the ground. Bob and John exchanged glances. Following the arrows, the two of them made their way forward until they reached an underground entrance, where the red arrow turned into a square. Could the casino be down there? Bob frowned, sounding a bit uncertain. Let's go in and find out. Bob said casually, stepping inside without hesitation. John followed closely behind. Moments later, they reached the end of the path, where a door stood before them. Two burly men, each nearly 4 meters tall with bulging muscles, stood guard at the entrance. Are you two here for the casino? One of the men asked as Bob and John approached. Yes. Bob's eyes flickered slightly as he gave a brief reply. Do you have enough money? Empty-handed gambling isn't allowed here. The other man chimed in, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at the bags they were carrying. Ha ha ha. Of course. Casino rules, right? Got it. With that, John took off his bag and opened it. Bob did the same. The two men approached, glanced at the contents inside, and were momentarily stunned. Their expressions immediately shifted, and their tone became exceptionally respectful. Gentlemen, please come in. As they spoke, the two men pushed the door open from both sides. At first glance, the interior was a world apart from the outside. The casino was lavishly decorated, with every kind of gambling tool imaginable, giving Bob the feeling of stepping into a modern casino. The noise was overwhelming, lights flickered, and the crowd was bustling. At a large gambling table, some players were placing their chips, while nearby, there were other tables of various sizes, offering games like Pi-Go, dice, and poker. When they noticed someone entering, the gamblers turned their heads, took a quick look, and then refocused on their pursuit of fortune. Damn it! Why hide a casino so well? Made me wander around outside for so long. John couldn't help but curse under his breath when he saw that it was indeed a casino inside. Meanwhile, Bob's expression changed slightly upon seeing the casino's environment, feeling greatly disappointed. Inside, he didn't see any sexy dealers, just rough-looking men. Shaking his head, Bob thought the place must be low-class. He remembered that in the anime, a casino had plenty of attractive women. At that moment, a casino attendant noticed Bob and John entering and immediately approached them. Would you gentlemen like to exchange for chips? Bob nodded, and under the attendant's guidance, he and John went to the chip exchange counter, taking out their treasures to exchange. However, when the staff saw the treasures Bob and John presented, they were visibly surprised, then smiled and said, "Please wait a moment, I'll fetch our professional appraiser." In this casino, treasures couldn't be directly converted into chips because there was no standard reference value system. They had to be professionally appraised and converted into berries before proceeding further. Not long after the staff left, an elderly man with a white beard and a hunched figure approached. "Are you two here for an appraisal?" The old man's voice was hoarse, as if something was stuck in his throat. "Yes, please take a look at these and tell us how much they're worth." Bob took out several gems and pearls from the bag. Taking the treasures, the old man pulled out a magnifying glass with his right hand and examined them carefully, nodding repeatedly as he did so. Not bad. These are all top-quality items." Hearing this, Bob and John smiled. Could the treasures from the celestial dragon be of inferior quality? Finally, after some negotiation with the appraiser, Bob and John each exchanged for 10 million berries worth of chips. Although they knew the value of these treasures was likely deliberately undervalued, it still met their psychological expectations. After all, they only exchanged a portion of their treasures, not all of them. Bob and John exchanged a glance, holding their chips, and turned toward the gambling area, ready to make big splashes here. As for the appraiser, after seeing them off with a smile, his eyes suddenly changed. Chapter 51, The Joy of Playing Cards with Observation Hockey. In the casino, let's each play our own game, Bob said casually, a slight smile on his lips as he walked, glancing at John. He didn't believe John's words. If he didn't want to end up with his money, why invite him here in the first place? But he didn't dwell on it too much. For now, he just wanted to enjoy himself here. Holding his chips, Bob wandered around the casino and eventually sat down at a table playing, Bluffing Gold, in front of a dealer. "Is it okay if I sit here?" Bob asked slowly, spreading his chips on the table. No problem," the other gamblers replied eagerly, their eyes lighting up at the sight of Bob's exceptional chips. A few of them looked at his chips with greed in their eyes, as if they were already theirs. Bob's chips were divided into 3 colors, blue, red, and white. The red chips were the most valuable, with each worth 1,000 belly, the blue chips were worth 100,000 belly each, and the white chips were the least valuable, each worth 10,000 belly. In front of Bob were 50 blue chips, 3 red chips, and the rest were white chips. This meant that in this casino, the minimum bet was 10,000 belly, while the maximum had no limit, depending entirely on the gambler's assets. "Let's begin," one of the gamblers said impatiently, tapping the table. The dealer, seeing no objections, began to deal cards to each player. The rules of the casino in this world were similar to those Bob knew from his previous life. Although the game was called Bluffing Gold, however, it was essentially the same as the games he was familiar with in his previous life. Without even looking at his cards, Bob tossed 2 chips into the center. The others followed suit, placing their bets. This was called the blind betting round, designed to maximize the excitement in the game. Almost every round of dealing had this phase. How to not be blinded by the gambler's mood and situation. If someone didn't want to be blinded, they could look at their cards, but they would have to double their bet. Soon, a man wearing a black hat couldn't resist and decided to look at his cards. He frowned, hesitating whether his hand wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great either. After a moment of hesitation, he called with 50,000 belly. Bob glanced at his expression and smiled. This was a major taboo in Bluffing Gold. In this situation, Bob could gauge the strength of his hand. However, Bob himself didn't need to look at his cards. With his observation hockey, he already knew what his hand was. A pair of kings with an ace, this was already a decent hand in Bluffing Gold River. Out of curiosity, Bob used his observation hockey to peek at the black-hatted gambler's cards. King, Jack, 9, all of spades. A flush. Damn it. Bob cringed inwardly. Why was he hesitating? He had thought the guy was a novice, but it turned out he was experienced. Without his observation hockey, he would have been completely fooled by his expressions. Without hesitation, Bob folded his hand. At the same time, he used his observation hockey to peek at the other players' hands. One of them had a better hand than the man in the black hat, so he now stood with the strongest hand. After warming up, Bob didn't take any more risks. Every time the dealer dealt the cards, he would first use his observation hockey to check. With this open-hand strategy, even the most cunning old fox would be powerless. And so, after dozens of rounds, the chips in front of Bob kept piling up, and he had won almost all the bets. In the midst of this, Bob deliberately lost a few hands. Even though he had terrible cards, he kept playing with better hands until he eventually won. The purpose of this was to make others think that he was just lucky. Otherwise, if he kept winning too much, it would raise suspicions. With his observation hockey acting like a built-in X-ray, Bob not only completed the poker table but also several other tables in the casino. The initial 10 million chips had now grown to 80 million. Looking over at John, he was also winning big, grinning from ear to ear. At that point, he had amassed over 60 million chips. At this point, the casino owner, seeing the two of them winning continuously, gave a cold look to the table's dealer before stepping into the back room. Not long after, 2 men emerged from that room. One had sharp eyes and a lean build, while the other was bald and short. Both were renowned gambling experts in the casino. Now, back to Bob. He was currently playing at the central table, where the game was show hand. To be honest, Bob had never played show hand before, but he roughly understood the rules from watching Ethan Chow's God of Gamblers in his previous life. Each player is dealt one face-down card, which is only revealed at the end to determine the winner. Starting from the second card, a round of betting follows each card dealt. Players can fold at any point, and there are a total of 5 cards. "May I join the table?" the lean man asked politely, standing beside Bob and addressing the players. "Of course, we're just missing one person." Bob smiled, casually pointing to a seat across the table. With his observation hockey, Bob had seen the casino owner enter the room and then come out with the dealer, knowing that this guy was sent by the owner to deal with him, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. After the man took his seat, the dealer began dealing the cards. Bob received a spade 9, while the lean man got a diamond queen. The other three players received a spade king, a club 7, and a club joker, respectively. Each of the 5 players also had a face-down card. The first round of betting began, and Bob didn't hesitate to toss in a red chip. It wasn't that he thought the chips were too small, but the minimum bet at this table was 100,000 belly. All his previous chips had been exchanged for the red ones. Seeing this, the others also placed their bets. Since you couldn't tell the strength of a hand from just one card, it was a smart move to engage with caution. After the cards were dealt, Bob raised another million. His hand was the 9 of spades and the 10 of diamonds, with the jack of diamonds as his whole card, giving him the potential for a straight. The skinny man's hand was the 9 of diamonds and the clubs, which were not as formidable as his whole card. Among the other 3 players, one had the strongest visible hand at the moment, showing the king of spades and the king of diamonds, with the 6 of clubs as his whole card. By the end of the second round, 2 players had folded, as the pair of kings carried significant intimidation. After the third round of dealing, Bob's fourth card was the 6 of clubs. He smiled and immediately folded. There was no longer any chance of forming a straight, and the best he could hope for was a pair of jacks. Thus, only the man with the pair of kings and the skinny man remained in the game, continuing to raise the stakes. Chapter 52, Cheating Will Get Your Hands Chopped Off. After the fourth round of dealing, the thin man's cards were the queen of diamonds, the 4 of clubs, and his whole card was the 7 of clubs. The man in black had the king of spades, the king of diamonds, the 9 of clubs, and his whole card was the 6 of diamonds. Judging from the cards on the table, the man in black had a higher chance of winning because a pair of kings was much stronger than a pair of 4s. At this point, the chips on the table had already reached nearly 3 million. The fifth round of dealing began. This time, the thin man received the 6 of diamonds, and the man in black got the ace of spades. Thin man, queen, 4, 4, 6, with a whole card of 7. Man in black, king, king, ace, 9, with a whole card of 6. Clearly, the thin man had lost. His best hand was a pair of 4s, while the other man had a pair of kings. However, after the fifth round of dealing, the thin man did not choose to fold. Instead, he continued to toss in 2 blue chips. Seeing this, Bob frowned. The fact that the thin man dared to bet at this point led him to believe he might be bluffing. 1. He didn't know his whole card and was gambling that it might be a 4, which would give him 3 of a kind naturally win against the opponent. 2. He knew his whole card but was still confident. Bob leaned more toward the latter possibility. After all, as a professional sent by the casino to deal with him, the man must have some kind of advantage. Observing the thin man's calm and shifty gaze, Bob became even more convinced of his own speculation. At the same time, he was quite curious about what the thin man would do next. The man in black glanced at his own cards and then at his opponent's. He decided to bet 2 red chips, as his hands were strong. The only way his opponent could win was if his whole card was a 4, which was the only possible winning hand. The probability of that happening was incredibly small. As the two continued to bet, the chips on the table quickly reached new milestones. Finally, the man in black couldn't hold on any longer and chose to reveal his cards. This was partly for personal reasons and partly because he was somewhat intimidated by the thin man's demeanor. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the thin man placed his card on the table. At that moment, he was about to reveal his card, and Bob could clearly see the 7 of clubs suddenly change when the thin man turned it over. The 4 of spades. Instantly, the man in black was dumbfounded, completely stunned. He hadn't expected the worst-case scenario to actually happen. His expression was extremely complex. His only hope now was that his whole card was a king, which would be the only way to win against his opponent. But this was clearly impossible because his whole card was the 6 of clubs, a hand that fell flat. Through this game, Bob realized that the thin man's greatest advantage was cheating. When he placed the card, he replaced the whole card with another card from his sleeve at a speed that was impossible to the naked eye. Bob sneered inwardly. This casino was truly shameless, even leading the way in cheating. Next, the 5 of them played 10 more rounds at the table. Throughout these rounds, Bob kept a close eye on the thin man's actions and demeanor. Out of the 10 rounds, the thin man folded twice, cheated 3 times, and bet normally 5 times. During this period, the chips of the other players were almost entirely depleted, unlike his own. Bob, who was wisely placing bets, folded every time in the second round, so he didn't lose much money. His current chip count hovered around 80 million. Only 2 of us left. Shall we continue? The thin man spoke softly, addressing Bob. Of course. I haven't had enough fun yet. Bob spread his hands and smiled. Seeing this, the other 3 gamblers chose not to leave and instead became spectators. Deal the cards. The attendant nearby, hearing this, dealt the cards to the 2 of them with extremely standard and skillful movements. Bob, the 7 of diamonds, whole card 8 of spades. Thin man, 9 of clubs, whole card ace of spades. I'll bet with 100,000. Bob placed a blue chip in front of him and tossed it into the center. Good call. The thin man smiled faintly and also picked up a blue chip in front of him, throwing it in. The second round of betting ended, and the attendant dealt the third round of cards. This time, Bob received the 5 of spades, while the thin man got the queen of diamonds. Judging from the cards on the table, both players had the potential to form a straight. However, if both succeeded, the thin man's straight would be stronger, as he had more face cards. Currently, Bob didn't have a single face card. Looks like your hand isn't great. The thin man, seeing Bob's cards, said indifferently, while grabbing 5 blue chips from in front of him and passing them into the center. Who knows until the end? Bob smiled, directly grabbing a handful of chips and waving them in a very stylish gesture. There were red and blue chips, totaling at least 7 or 8 million. Seeing this, the thin man's eyes narrowed, and he sneered without saying a word, also calling with several million. Bob was doing this to make the other party think he was a reckless fool, so that he would let his guard down without hesitation. The fourth round of cards was dealt. Bob looked at the cards as they were dealt and smiled. Everything was under control. In fact, from the moment the first card was dealt, Bob had used his observation hockey to see the cards, not just his and his opponent's whole cards, but also the deck in the attendant's hand. The cards were dealt in this order. Bob's final hand would be a straight, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, with the whole card being the 8. The thin man's hand would be 8, 9, Jack, Queen, King, with the whole card being the ace. This was why Bob dared to gamble so boldly this round. Although he wouldn't cheat, it didn't stop him from doing what he could. And when the time came, the thin man would definitely try to change his whole card to complete the straight. After the fourth round of cards was dealt, Bob and the thin man's hands were as follows. Bob, 7 of diamonds, 5 of spades, 6 of diamonds, whole card 8 of spades. Thin man, 9 of clubs, Queen of diamonds, Jack of clubs, whole card ace of spades. As the two continued to bet, the chips on the table had already reached nearly 30 million berries. Some of the other gamblers nearby gathered around, seeing the money on the table, and became very excited, eagerly anticipating who would win. The fourth round of betting ended, and the fifth round of cards was dealt. Bob, 7 of diamonds, 5 of spades, 6 of diamonds, 4 of clubs, whole card 8 of spades. The thin man, 9 of clubs, Queen of diamonds, Jack of clubs, 8 of hearts, and the whole card, ace of spades. The stakes are too low. Playing like this is boring. Bob yawned, speaking in a flippant tone. I'm going all in. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bob pushed all the chips in front of him forward, his eyes challenging the thin man. Seeing this, the onlookers were stunned. Such a bold move at such a young age, truly impressive. He must be from a wealthy or noble family, and the crowd looked at Bob with envy. The thin man, however, frowned. He hadn't expected Bob to go all in on the very first hand. His eyes flickered, and then he suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Youth is so full of passion. It really brings back memories. With that, he pushed forward nearly 100 million berries worth of chips with both hands. Wow! Both sides are all in. It's a fight to the death. Ha ha ha. That's almost 180 million berries, right? This kind of gamble is rare. The crowd couldn't help but chatter excitedly as they watched both sides go all in. Bob, seeing the other sides move, smiled. Then I'll show my cards first. As soon as he spoke, Bob flipped over his whole card, revealing the 8 of spades. Holy crap. A straight, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a good hand. He's got a strong chance of winning. It all depends on the other guy's cards now. If the other guy wants to win, his whole card has to be a 10, right? Seeing Bob's whole card, the thin man sneered. At the same time, he picked up his own whole card and slammed it onto the table. What the hell is this card? Damn! What is this? Under the gaze of the onlookers, the thin man's whole card was revealed to be completely blank, a plain white face. Damn it! You're cheating! Bob immediately leaped up, grabbing the thin man's arm and giving it a sharp shake. Clatter, clatter. A stream of playing cards fell out of the man's sleeve. At that moment, the thin man froze, standing there like a statue. The next moment, Bob pulled a rapier from John, who was still gambling, dragged the pale-faced thin man to the table, pinned down his arm, and with a swift motion, brought the blade down. Thud. Cheating will get your hands chopped off, you know. Chapter 53, The Casino Owner Shocked. Ah! A scream, akin to that of a pig being slaughtered, echoed through the casino. Some gamblers, who were engrossed in their games, paused and hurried over to see what was happening. Everyone, come and see. This guy has been cheating in this casino. Look at these playing cards, they're all evidence of his cheating. Bob returned the rapier to John, walked up to the man, picked up the severed arm from the ground, and pulled out the playing cards that hadn't fallen yet. He then showed them to the others. Damn, he must have hidden a whole deck in his sleeve. This cheater has some serious guts. Fuck. I hate cheaters more than anything. Losing an arm is too lenient for him. People like this deserve to die. They should be dragged out and chopped up right away. Thank goodness he was caught. If I had run into him, I would have lost everything. Some people, upon seeing the cards Bob pulled from the arm and the scattered playing cards on the ground, immediately understood what had happened. By now, the man had stopped screaming. His lips were pale, and his forehead was covered in beads of sweat. He was clutching the stump of his severed arm with his other hand. However, just when he thought losing an arm would be the end of it, the 3 gamblers who had been playing with him earlier rushed over and started beating him mercilessly, cursing all the while. Fuck. Cheating and making me lose all my money. Damn it, I'm going to beat you to death today. I knew it. How the hell did you have the guts to go all in with a pair of 4s against my pair of kings? You were cheating. At this moment, the casino owner arrived. As he pushed through the crowd, he saw the 3 men beating the thin man and noticed the onlookers' gleeful expressions. He quickly understood the situation. But he could only stand there dumbfounded, not daring to intervene. If it got out that the cheater was one of his men, the casino would be finished. In fact, he secretly hoped the thin man would be beaten to death, so he wouldn't have to worry about him spilling the beans later. On the casino floor, as the thin man's cries grew weaker, the 3 men finally stopped. Someone went over to check his breathing and announced. He's dead. Damn it. He couldn't even take a beating. Ha ha ha. My apologies, everyone. I never expected such a scoundrel to be in my casino. I'm sorry for ruining your fun. It's my fault. Someone, come and drag this cheater out and dump him. The casino owner, now aware that the man was dead, spoke up. After he finished speaking, a few people came over and dragged the thin man away. Watching the thin man being dragged out like a dead pig, Bob felt no emotion. Cheating was a sin. Suddenly thinking of himself, Bob pondered for a moment. Observation hockey shouldn't count as cheating, right? It's more like a special ability. As for why the thin man cards had changed, that was Bob's doing. When the thin man was about to switch the cards, Bob activated his armament hockey. With his hand on the table, he subtly exerted force, controlling the flow of Rio. Starting from his fingers, he used the table as a medium to transmit force to the man's arm. Combined with observation hockey, he precisely directed the force onto the card and used a bit of internal destruction to smooth out the patterns on the front of the playing card. This series of actions happened in an instant. By the time the thin man finished switching the cards in his hand, Bob had already completed his maneuver. This was the first time Bob had used both armament hockey and observation hockey simultaneously to perform a delicate operation. Although the scene wasn't grand, it demonstrated Bob's precise control over both abilities. My sincerest apologies. Everyone, please continue. After the man was thrown out, the casino owner forced a smile and apologized to the crowd. As he turned away, he glanced at Bob inconspicuously before leaving with the shorter man. What a buzzkill. Damn, the casino owner is so stingy. All talk, no action. Amid the grumbling, the gamblers returned to their seats and resumed their great endeavors. Ugh. The people here don't seem very skilled. It's boring. Bob, how about we play a few rounds? John, who had taken the rapier from Bob, had already sheathed it at his waist. He looked at Bob and raised an eyebrow as he spoke. Bob didn't respond. Instead, he walked over to the poker table and collected the chips on the table. Some of them were stained with the thin man blood, so he called a servant to clean it. Afterwards, he returned to John's side and said, "What do you want to play?" We've pretty much played all the card games. How about dice? John noticed that Bob had won nearly 50 million from 10 million, all through playing cards. Feeling less confident about winning in that area, he suggested trying something else. As for why he chose dice, it was because John was very confident in his dice skills. All right. Bob agreed without hesitation, though he thought to himself, this old fox, John, is finally making his move. Great. Let's exchange our chips for blue chips worth 100,000 each. That'll make it more exciting. Seeing Bob agree, John beamed with joy and quickly suggested. The other guys at the casino was insignificant to John. Winning a few million was nothing, but Bob, this walking treasure trove, was different. I agree. Carrying so many chips is tiring. Bob shrugged and said. With that, the two of them headed toward the chip exchange area. In a lavishly decorated room within the casino. What? You're saying that gambler is a notorious pirate? The casino owner voice was filled with surprise as he looked at the hunched, white-haired appraiser beside him, asking uncertainly. What's this pirate's name? After calming down a bit, the casino owner continued to ask. His name is Bob. Bob D. Sponge. The appraiser's face turned pale as he stammered out the answer. Bob D. Sponge. Why does that name sound familiar? The casino owner frowned, scratching his head, but he just couldn't recall where he'd heard it before. Bob D. Sponge, the one who killed a celestial dragon and stole the heavenly gold. The Navy has placed a bounty of 1.3 billion berries on his head. As the appraiser spoke these words, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, clearly showing his panic. Holy shit! The casino owner sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with shock. Bob was a name known to almost everyone in these waters, the man who killed a celestial dragon, stole the heavenly gold, and was a commander in the Rocks Pirates. How could such a person end up in his small casino? He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why the hell didn't you tell me earlier? The casino owner roared at the appraiser. I didn't know at first. When he came to appraise his treasures, I just thought he was an ordinary pirate. The treasures clearly looked like they were looted from somewhere else. But when I went back and checked the latest official bounty posters, that's when I realized it was Bob D. Sponge. The appraiser's face was pale, and his voice trembled slightly. We're done for. We can't handle this. Quick, contact the Navy. But before the Navy arrive, we must not provoke them. The casino owner forced a bitter smile and shook his head. Thinking back to his earlier actions, he wished he hadn't acted so carelessly. Thankfully, Bob hadn't noticed that the thin man he sent over was his own doing. Contact the Navy? But what about our casino? The appraiser tried to remind him of this point. It's fine. We're providing such crucial information to the Navy. They shouldn't give us a hard time. The casino owner said. With that, he hurriedly picked up the Den Mushy and dialed a number. Chapter 54, Bob Schemes. On the vast blue sea, in an unknown stretch of water. A massive blue and white ship was slowly moving across the surface. On its towering mast, a simple flag fluttered in the wind, bearing the image of a flying seagull and the bold English letters, Marine. Yes, this was the warship of the Marine, the largest force in this world. On the deck stood over 100 Marine dressed in naval uniforms. In the next moment, a resounding voice erupted from their mouths, accompanied by loud chants and precise movements as they conducted their training. At the forefront, a tall figure stood out prominently, draped in a coat emblazoned with the word, Justice. His purple hair shimmered with a unique brilliance under the sun. This was none other than Vice Admiral Zephyr, known as Black Arm Zephyr of the Navy headquarters. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a sailor holding a Den Mushy hurriedly ran across the deck toward him. Vice Admiral Zephyr, a call for you. Taking the Den Mushy, Zephyr frowned. How many times have I told you? As a Marine soldier, you must remain composed. What? Is the information reliable? No sooner had he spoken about composure, Zephyr's eyes widened upon hearing the news relayed by Rear Admiral from a Marine branch. The information was provided by a casino owner in my jurisdiction. We've sent people to investigate, it's absolutely reliable. The target is still in the casino. The voice on the other end sounded urgent yet firm. Good. Don't make any rash moves. Wait for me to arrive. With that, Zephyr immediately hung up. After the death of a celestial dragon, the world government had been relentlessly pressuring the Marine to annihilate the Rock's pirates, or at the very least, kill Bob, the one who had killed the celestial dragon. However, the Navy headquarters, considering the timing unfavorable and unwilling to engage in direct conflict with the Rock's pirates, had nonetheless been forced to act under pressure. Thus, they dispatched Zephyr to patrol the area along the Rock's pirates route, hoping to gather useful intelligence. Zephyr had done this many times before, and he had assumed this mission would be no different, just another routine patrol. But unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a commander of the Rock's pirates, and not just any commander, but Bob, the one they targeted to be eliminated. Such an opportunity, of course, he wouldn't let slip. For a newly risen pirate rookie, Zephyr was eager to test whether Bob was as formidable as the rumors suggested. If not, he wouldn't hesitate to cut him down on the spot. After ordering his crew to enter a state of readiness, Zephyr's eyes sharpened as he commanded the ship to head full speed toward the casino. Inside the casino, at a dice table, Bob and John sat facing each other after exchanging their chips. In front of Bob lay nearly 200 blue chips, while John had over 100 blue chips on his side. Surrounding them stood a circle of gamblers. Since the casino's opening, they had never witnessed such a high-stakes game, with the minimum bet starting at 100,000 berries. Some onlookers, standing by the side, entered to see as if they were the ones playing. How do we play this? Bob fiddled with the chips in front of him, speaking casually. Let's play the high-low game, nothing too fancy. 3 dice, if the total is above 11, it's high. If it's 9 or below, it's low. The dice will be shaken by the attendant here, and neither of us will touch them. After the attendant shakes the dice, we'll bet on high or low, and the one who guesses correctly wins. If the total is 18 or 3, the loser has to pay triple. John briefly explained the rules and winked at Bob. Alright, the rules are clear. Seems like you've played this a lot. Bob raised an eyebrow and smiled. Ha ha ha. Not that much. John replied, as an experienced player, he naturally wouldn't openly admit his expertise. Let's begin. Bob weighed the chips in his hand and turned to the attendant beside him. The crisp sound of dice came from the black cup in the attendant's hand. Thud. A dull sound echoed as the black cup was placed upside down on the table. Bob glanced casually. 2, 3, 6, totaling 11, high. I'll bet first. 1 million on high. Bob took out 10 blue chips and tossed them onto the high area. With his precise control, the 10 chips stacked neatly. Damn. That's rich, betting 1 million berries right off the bat. This is what gambling is all about. What we do is just child's play. He really doesn't treat money as money. Seeing Bob throw out 1 million, the gamblers around felt their breath quicken. It was just the beginning, and the stakes were already this high. Since you bet high, I'll bet low. John gave Bob a deep look and picked up 10 chips from his side, tossing them over. At the same time, John's hand on the table gave a light tap, and the dice under the black cup seemed to be hit by something, flipping inside. The dice now showed 2, 1, 4, totaling 8, low. Bob looked at the dice in the cup and smiled slightly. So this was John's trick. Using observation hockey, he could see the dice and then manipulate them with a tap on the table. Open it. Bob said slowly. The attendant lifted the black cup, and in that instant, John used observation hockey again to check, finding the dice unchanged. The dice still showed 2, 1, 4. 8 points, low, the attendant announced loudly. Hearing this, John frowned slightly and pulled the chips on the table toward himself. Winning so easily made John a bit suspicious. He had expected a fierce battle. Could it be that Bob wasn't as skilled as he thought? The second round began, and as the attendant shook the dice, the black cup was placed down again. 1, 2, 3, totaling 6, low. Bob threw 2 million berries onto the low area. John repeated his trick, changing the dice to 3, 5, 3, and bet 2 million on high. 11 points, high. This time, John's eyes showed less doubt, as Bob didn't seem as formidable as he had imagined. In the following rounds, John won several more times, leaving Bob frustrated, growing increasingly exasperated. At one point, John deliberately lost to Bob twice, giving him a taste of victory. Throughout this period, Bob's emotions fluctuated greatly, starting with calmness, then turning to helplessness, followed by anger, and finally settling on defiance. Damn it! I refuse to believe my luck is this bad today. Again. Bob roared, standing up. At this point, he only had 5 million chips left on the table. Hey, don't get too worked up. Luck is unpredictable. Maybe your fortune will turn around next time. John pretended to console him, now fully convinced that Bob was a novice at dice games, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The 2 times Bob had won were both because John had let him. John felt everything was under his control. Attendant, hurry up. Bob urged the dice-shaking attendant, showing his impatience and urgency. Thud. A dull sound echoed as the black cup was overturned onto the table. This time, I won't believe it. All in on big. Besides these 5 million chips, I'm adding this bag of treasures. Bob pushed all his chips forward and even placed the bag of treasures on the table. Brother, don't get carried away. Your luck today is indeed terrible. Gambling is most dangerous when you're impulsive. Calm down and take it slow. Yeah. The other gamblers nearby, seeing Bob bet everything he had, began to advise him, much like people trying to persuade a prostitute to change her ways. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, then I'll play a big one with you. I'll bet on small. Although my bag of treasures isn't as much as yours, combined with all these chips, it's enough. John also stood up, placing all his money on small. He was extremely excited, having waited for this moment. After slowly tricking Bob and seeing him on the verge of a breakdown, John knew the time had come. This time, John planned to deliver the final blow, turning the dice into 3 to triple his winnings. Currently, the dice under the black cup showed 4, 5, and 6, totaling 14 points, a big bet. Under John's controlled force, the 3 dice instantly changed to 3-1. Open it. John said excitedly, his eyes fixed on the dice inside. The attendant reached out to lift the black cup. Almost simultaneously, Bob's hand resting on the table, without any visible movement, transmitted a force into the black cup. The dice changed, 6, 6, 6. John's face turned pale with shock as he stared at Bob, frantically tapping the table, but it was futile. Bob's invisible force neutralized his power. In the next instant, the black cup was lifted by the attendant. 3-6, a triple. Boom. John felt his mind go blank. Chapter 55, Black Arm Zephyr. Holy shit. 3 sixes, that's 18 points. This time the bet was spot on. After losing so many times before, he finally got it right in the biggest gamble. Talk about a turnaround. When your luck hits rock bottom, it's bound to turn around at least once. Damn, you really nailed it. 666. What kind of insane luck is this? All the bad luck before must have been saved up for this moment. Wait a second. According to the rules mentioned earlier, if the dice show 3 sixes, the payout will be tripled. Holy crap. That's right, they're going to lose their shirts. The onlookers couldn't help but chatter as they saw the dice revealed, showing 3 sixes. In gambling, this kind of dramatic comeback, where someone turns the tables in a single bet, is exactly what these gamblers love to see. It shows the unpredictability of the game and the fairness of luck, which never favors one person indefinitely. Some of the gamblers recalled the rule John had mentioned earlier: if the dice showed 3 sixes or 3 ones, the loser would have to pay 3 times the bet. This meant they'd have to cough up double the amount on the table. At this thought, all eyes turned to John. John, meanwhile, was slumped in his chair, feeling like a seasoned hawk who had finally been outsmarted by a sparrow. No, wait. Throughout this entire ordeal, he had been the sparrow, a little sparrow completely at someone else's mercy. John looked up at Bob, recalling the sudden change in the dice at the last moment, and a flicker of fear crept into his heart. Because Bob wasn't just stronger than him, he was also terrifyingly intelligent. In fact, the moment they play the game, Bob had already planned to settle it in one decisive move. All the money he let John win earlier was just to lower his guard. The emotional ups and downs were designed to make John believe that Bob had no control over the situation and was relying purely on luck. Only then would John take the bait. If Bob had gone all in from the start, including that bag of treasures, John, being cautious, would have definitely backed out of that round. Ha ha ha. You're right. Luck is unpredictable, it might just turn around when you least expect it. Thanks to your words, I dared to bet big this time. Otherwise, even if luck came my way, I wouldn't have been able to seize it. Bob smiled and threw a grateful glance at John. Beating someone and then rubbing salt in the wound. Hearing Bob's words and seeing his expression, John felt 1,000 curses running through his mind, but he couldn't lash out. After all, he had also used underhanded tactics, he had fallen right into Bob's trap. You won. I have nothing to say. John's face was ashen. He had originally planned to lure Bob out and take him for all he was worth, but in the end, he was the one who got played. It was hard for him to accept, but he had no choice but to admit defeat. With other gamblers, he could have cheated, turned hostile, or even resorted to violence, but against Bob, he was completely powerless. Ah, well. Luck comes and goes. Next time we'll have another chance. Then, about the triple compensation. How much do you think these treasures you bet are worth? Bob raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to the bag of treasures on the table and the nearly 300 million chips, before he spoke slowly. Let's discuss this back home. Let's discuss it back home. John shook his head with a bitter smile, wishing he could also slap himself for setting such a huge pit for himself. Seeing Bob's half-smiling expression, he cursed inwardly, thinking, damn, you're so cunning. Who want to play with you in the future? All right. Let's go back and discuss it thoroughly. Bob was in no hurry, emphasizing the last 4 words, completely unafraid that John might regain the upper hand. After speaking, he stood up and began gathering the treasures and chips on the table. At that moment, someone rushed in from the casino entrance, shouting loudly. You two better stop now. The Marine is surrounding this place outside. What? How could the Marine be here? You better not be lying, or I'll skin you alive. From the look of him, it seems true. Did someone snitch? This casino is so well hidden, it couldn't have been discovered. Damn it. Whatever, let's get out of here. The onlookers, upon hearing that the Marine had surrounded the place, were stunned for a moment before quickly reacting and scattering in all directions, their interest in the spectacle completely gone. But soon, their fleeing figures retreated back. Because by then, the Marine had already entered the casino. The leader, with purple hair and a tall stature, was unmistakable. Black Arm Zephyr. At a glance, Bob recognized him. The top combatant of the Navy headquarters, possessing formidable armament hockey, Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, who had fought countless pirates without killing a single one, also known as the non-killing Admiral. Wait. According to the timeline, Zephyr shouldn't be an admiral yet, but a vice admiral. Oh. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Bob. Zephyr was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Bob, a newly risen pirate, to know his name. He remembered this was their first meeting. However, compared to Zephyr's surprise, the words exchanged between Bob and Zephyr were even more shocking to the gamblers, as if a thunderbolt had struck their minds. Vice Admiral Zephyr of the Marine headquarters. One of the Marine top combatants. Bob. The youngest commander of the Rocks pirates, who killed a celestial dragon and has a bounty of 1.3 billion, that Bob. Holy crap. What kind of place is this, to have 2 world-class figures appear at the same time? So the one we've been gambling with is the great pirate, Bob. He's completely different from the image I had in mind. The gamblers were now completely stunned. They had come to this casino for a bit of fun and ended up encountering 2 legendary figures, especially Bob, whose name they had heard more than once, even more renowned in these waters than a Marine vice admiral. In their minds, they had imagined Bob as a great pirate, to be someone with bulging muscles and stature, and an exceptionally fierce appearance. But they never expected it to be such a fair-skinned, clean-cut young man, standing only 1.8 meters tall. At first glance, they thought Bob was some wealthy second-generation heir. Wait. John, you're here too. Only then did Zephyr notice John standing nearby, another commander of the Rocks pirates. While the casino owner didn't recognize him, Zephyr certainly did. At that moment, Zephyr sensed trouble. The intelligence had been gravely mistaken. Dealing with Bob was already a challenge, and now with the appearance of another commander-level figure, he had no confidence in taking down them both simultaneously. Quick! The intel is wrong. Contact Marine headquarters immediately. Chapter 56, John vs. Zephyr. Zephyr's voice was soft, but it still didn't escape Bob's ears. However, it didn't matter. By the time the Marine headquarters people arrived, the matter would have already been dealt with. In this area, Zephyr was likely the only one with significant combat strength. Otherwise, knowing that Bob was here, they wouldn't have sent just one person to arrest him. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect my reputation to be so great. To be remembered by you guys from the Marine headquarters. I wonder if it's my luck or my misfortune. John had completely suppressed the distressed expression he had when he lost money earlier. With his rapier, he slowly walked over to Bob's side. His gaze towards Zephyr was filled with hostility. Humph. John, commander of the Rock's pirates. A notorious villain. It's hard not to know of your infamy. Zephyr narrowed his eyes as he looked at John, who was approaching, and spoke. The gamblers nearby were shocked once again. This guy in the red robe, wielding a rapier, is also a commander of the Rock's pirates. Another major pirate. I thought he was just a small fry. I'm numb. Why would two major pirates come here to gamble? This amount of money is nothing to them. I don't know. I just hope the Marines can deal with these two pirates, and then I can go home. Even if the Marines arrest me, it's better than facing two major pirates. The onlookers, now looking at Bob and John, no longer had the expression of watching a spectacle. Two commanders from the Rock's pirates meant extreme danger for these civilians. Now, they only hoped the Marines could quickly handle the pirates and restore peace. Since when do pirates care about infamy? John said. But I have heard of you. It seems you're quite strong. As a Marine Vice Admiral from HQ, I'd like to see what you're made of today. I believe if I defeat you, my infamy, no, my notoriety, will rise another level. John chuckled sinisterly, his gaze toward Zephyr filled with provocation. Having lost to Bob in the gamble, John had been simmering with anger. The arrival of the Marines gave him the perfect opportunity to vent. Bob, last time you stole the spotlight by fighting the Sea King. This time, let me show you my strength. As for those Marine minions, you can handle them. John had already drawn his rapier and turned to Bob as he spoke. Yo! Taking the lead, huh? Good luck. Bob replied with a smile. John volunteering to take the lead was exactly what Bob wanted. This way, he could stay on the sidelines. Zephyr, hearing John's words, smiled faintly. A one-on-one fight was exactly what he wanted. Compared to fighting two people, taking them down one by one was obviously easier. Plus, it would buy him time for reinforcements to arrive. Let's take this outside. There's not enough room here to fight properly. Bob quickly packed up the chips and other items. He still needed to exchange them for cash later. If they wrecked the place, his winnings would be for nothing. With that said, the group hurried outside, and at this moment, they appeared surprisingly harmonious, remaining silent throughout the entire journey. Outside the casino, the crowd surged. Some local residents, upon seeing the Marine approach, couldn't help but glance in their direction. They saw hundreds of Marine soldiers, clad in new uniforms, gripping their rifles tightly, as much to Bob and John on the field. Among the crowd, a few citizens recognized Bob as a notorious pirate from the Rock's pirates and shouted out in alarm. Instantly, the crowd dispersed in frenzy, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. On the field, Zephyr, seeing that the crowd had completely scattered, hesitated no longer. With a step forward, he launched himself like a projectile, heading into the distance. Seeing this, John's lips curled into a cold smile, and he immediately followed. Zephyr had chosen a relatively secluded spot to avoid harming the Marine soldiers during the fight. I didn't expect you to choose to duel me alone. You're so confident, but also foolish. Zephyr stood on a rock, watching as John caught up. His aura suddenly expanded as he spoke slowly. Whether it's foolish or not, we'll see after the fight. As he spoke, John had already arrived in front of Zephyr. His red robe fluttered in the wind, and the western sword in his hand gleamed with a cold light under the sun, slashing forward directly. At this moment, Zephyr's arms, which had been crossed in front of his chest, now spread open. His originally robust arms suddenly swelled, and feeling the sharp aura rushing towards him, he narrowed his eyes slightly and let out a low shout. Armament hockey, hardening. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, Zephyr's arms had already turned black, gleaming with a metallic sheen under the sun. Clang! In the silence, a deafening roar seemed to erupt. John's Western sword struck Zephyr's arms as if hitting steel, sending out sparks of intense heat. Your precision is good. But your strength is still lacking. Zephyr suddenly looked up, narrowing his eyes with a playful expression. What an incredible strength! John's face showed a hint of shock. He quickly withdrew his hand holding the Western sword from Zephyr's arms, gripping the still slightly trembling sword tightly, and retreated 10 meters. In the next instant, John flicked his wrist, lifting the Western sword below him in an upward slash. A massive sword energy erupted from John's position, carrying a terrifying aura and carved a long, deep gash straight for Zephyr. Feeling the sharp sword energy approaching, Zephyr showed no panic. Instead of retreating, he advanced, letting out a low shout. Rokushiki, Shurgan. Zephyr's arms, glowing with black light, shot forward rapidly, unleashing countless Shurgan strikes. The air, filled with the terrifying speed and power, sonic booms continuously erupted from his fingertips. Boom! A thunderous sound exploded, audible even from dozens of kilometers away. At the point where the sword energy met the fingertips, a blinding white light erupted. Even the peripheral glare was so intense that it was impossible to keep one's eyes open, as if countless white lamps had been lit simultaneously. In his original position, Zephyr remained unmoved, his foot deeply embedded in the soil, his face showing a calm expression. Chapter 57, I can't hold on any longer. Sunk into the mud up to his legs, Zephyr's movements remained unaffected. He slowly lifted his right leg, as if he were merely raising his leg in the air. John's attack, though flashy, had caused no substantial damage to Zephyr. Lifting his head to meet John's gaze, Zephyr let out a cold laugh. In the next moment, Zephyr moved. His towering figure shot forward like a cannonball, the ground behind him trembling as he did so. With his fists clenched, the wind howled around him. In the blink of an eye, Zephyr appeared right in front of John, his arms swinging fiercely toward John's face, the black glowing fists looming larger and larger in John's vision. Starburst! John shouted. Just as the fists were about to strike him, hundreds of sword energy erupted from his rapier, dense and menacing. At the same time, John pushed off the ground with a forceful leap, retreating rapidly. Knowing his weakness in close combat, John chose not to take Zephyr's punch head-on. On the other side, sensing the incoming barrage of sword energy, Zephyr fended off the attack and shifted his strategy. His black fists, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, smashed into the sword energy. Boom! 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 The sound of collisions echoed continuously, accompanied by bursts of white light. Shockwaves spread out like sharp blades, cutting down trees in the distance. In the next moment, at the center of the white light, everything fell silent. Around Zephyr, the ground looked like a cannonball, which roots upturned and a massive crater spanning over 10 meters was formed. Zephyr's clothes were now tattered, and a burnt smell emanated from the edges of his garments, making him look rather disheveled. However, beneath the torn clothes, Zephyr's exposed skin showed no signs of injury. Is this attack supposed to do something to me? Zephyr brushed off the dust from his body and spoke with arrogance. In the distance, John's expression darkened as he saw Zephyr, unharmed after taking his attack. John gripped his rapier even tighter. Then let's see how you handle this. John's expression turned serious as he shouted. Blazing Wilds. As his voice rang out, two enormous sword energy, carrying a world-destroying force, seemed to ignore distance entirely. In the next instant, they flew toward Zephyr. At the same time, Zephyr's aura deepened, and the armament hockey on his arms grew darker, so dark that it corresponded with the power and impact of his arms becoming even more formidable. His eyes gleamed with intensity as his arms seemed capable of shaking mountains and stirring oceans. With terrifying energy, he smashed his fists into the sword energy. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, rivaling the detonation of a massive bomb. The sound alone was enough to make one want to cover their ears. At the center of the explosion, terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions like sharp blades, tearing apart the ground. Within a 100-meter radius, nothing remained, only a wasteland. The residual shockwaves even affected John in the distance, and the use of blazing wilds had already drained at least half of his stamina. However, Zephyr was still not defeated, and John now had to find a way to end the fight with a single decisive strike. Just as he was pondering how to create an opportunity, Zephyr, with a few bloodstains on his body, had already locked onto John's position. In the next moment, he appeared beside John, his right fist clenched, and with a whooshing sound, he swung it toward John. Realizing that Zephyr was already close, John was greatly alarmed and quickly used his sword to block the attack. Clang! A sound like metal striking metal rang out. But in the next instant, at the moment of impact, Zephyr's left fist was already in motion, heading straight for John's chest. Boom! With no time to block, John spat out a mouthful of blood, his body being sent flying like a cannonball. In contrast to their fierce battle, Bob was faring much better. The Marines who had raised their rifles were all staring intently at Bob, but none dared to act, for they knew the man who dared to kill a celestial dragon was not simple. Sweat dripped from their foreheads, and their hands holding the guns trembled slightly. Bob's presence made it hard for them to breathe. Bang! 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 Finally, someone couldn't hold back, and after one person fired, it was like a lit firecracker, a series of gunshots echoing in the air. In the next moment, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. Because the bullets that were fired seemed to hit steel, clanging loudly, not leaving a single wound on Bob's body. Instantly, the Marines were horrified, their eyes wide with shock. How could they fight when even bullets couldn't penetrate his defense? On the other side, Bob looked at their expressions and raised an eyebrow, the black color on his body slowly fading. At the moment they fired, Bob had already covered his entire body with armament hockey. Dealing with these small fries was too boring. Bob could have ended them instantly, but that would have been no fun. So he decided to try taking bullets with his bare body, just to see what it would be like. To avoid any mishaps, Bob specifically used armament hockey, and the effect was excellent. The bullets had no effect on him. It was like wearing an iron shirt like those knights from the movies in his previous life. Bob thought that even without using armament hockey, these bullets probably wouldn't hurt him. Glancing at the Marines present, Bob's lips curled slightly. The entertainment was over. In the next moment, his conqueror's hockey exploded. Hum! The Marines, who were still in a state of shock, immediately began foaming at the mouth, their eyes rolling back, their guns slipping from their hands and falling to the ground, along with their collapsing bodies. In just an instant, hundreds of Marines fell to the ground. No wonder it was said that Conqueror's hockey was the best way to clear out the small fries. The remaining ones were also struggling, their rifles firmly planted on the ground, their faces showing extreme strain as they barely held on. At this moment, a massive explosion suddenly came from the direction of John and Zephyr. Bob turned his gaze towards the sound. A person flew through the air like a bullet, tracing a perfect arc before landing right beside Bob. Upon closer inspection, it was John, who had been sent flying by Zephyr. At this moment, he lay on the ground, his hair disheveled, blood spilling from his mouth, his red robe torn, and his rapier lying beside him. With great difficulty, he raised his right hand, and strained words escaped his lips. Help! I can't hold on any longer. Chapter 58, Bob vs. Zephyr. Hearing this, Bob was stunned. He extended his right hand. Slap. A crisp clapping sound echoed. I've seen your strength. Bob shook his head. After settling John, Bob didn't waste any more time. His gaze turned to the spot where John had been fighting. In the next moment, Bob's figure vanished from the spot, moving so fast that the naked eye couldn't track his trajectory. In the next instant, Bob appeared in front of Zephyr. Seeing Bob, Zephyr wasn't surprised at all, crossing his arms in front of his chest. The strength of your rocks pirates isn't all that impressive, it seems to have been greatly exaggerated. After sending John flying, Zephyr had been waiting here, knowing Bob would come. And indeed, it turned out as he had expected. Don't you know that the gap between people can be huge? Bob wasn't in a hurry to attack, looking at Zephyr as he spoke slowly. Ha ha ha. It seems you're very confident in your strength. I wonder if you can make me go all out. Zephyr laughed upon hearing Bob's words. He knew Bob would be stronger than John, but as a commander of the Rock's pirates, how much stronger could he be? Now, he felt even more confident than when he first arrived. After all, he had already taken down one. How much stronger could the next one be? I heard your armament hockey and techniques are formidable. Perfect, let's have a real man-to-man clash. Bob smiled, fully aware of Zephyr's strength and expertise. It seems you know me well. Zephyr sized up Bob, surprised that he knew his reputation and his proficiency in armament hockey, but he found it amusing. Knowing that his strongest point is armament hockey, and still wanting to clash with him, isn't that seeking his own death? Hearing this, Bob shrugged, not engaging in further conversation. The next second, Bob aura erupted as he shouted, armament hockey, hardening. His arms immediately turned black. With a forceful push off the ground with his left foot, his right foot launched with explosive power, charging towards Zephyr at high speed. His fists were positioned to target Zephyr's face and groin. Trying to attack my weak spots? Not so easy. Zephyr's eyes flashed, recognizing Bob's intent, but his body didn't dodge or evade, maintaining his high-speed charge. In the blink of an eye, their bodies collided like cannonballs, sending out layers of invisible shockwaves. Boom! A loud sound erupted as a figure was blasted out from the center of the shockwave. It was Zephyr. I wasn't aiming for your chin and groin. I said it was going to be a direct clash. Bob, now standing on the ground, spoke slowly. At the moment of impact, Bob had merged his two fists, striking directly at Zephyr's fist. Zephyr, who had his fists positioned to guard his chin and navel, couldn't react in time and was struck by Bob's mountain-like fists on his right hand. Feeling the terrifying force transmitted from the impact, Zephyr's body was sent flying. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Marines who had been knocked out by Bob Conqueror's hockey slowly began to wake up after hearing the loud explosion. Following the sound, they looked into the distance, guessing that Instructor Zephyr must be engaged in a fight with someone. The leaders exchanged glances and immediately led the Marines to rush over quickly. As luck would have it, they just saw Zephyr, who had been sent flying, climbing out of a large crater. What's going on? Why is Instructor Zephyr in a crater? It seems like he was knocked flying. How is that possible? Instructor Zephyr armament hockey is among the best in the Marine headquarters. No way, Instructor Zephyr must have been careless. Is it Bob? His armament hockey doesn't seem weak either. When the Marines saw their revered Instructor Zephyr climbing out of the crater, they were shocked. Then, looking at Bob on the other side, they understood what had happened. Recalling how Bob armament hockey had covered his entire body, blocking the bullets, they couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. At this moment, Zephyr, who had already climbed out of the crater, shook his arms. The force of that strike was greater than he had anticipated, but he wasn't afraid. Zephyr didn't think it was a matter of his strength, he had clearly been careless, not expecting Bob to act so unpredictably. The next moment, Zephyr's arms turned even darker, the famed black fist manifesting. With a powerful stomp, he shot towards Bob. At the same time, A red glow appeared on Bob's arm, his black-red fist even more conspicuous under the sunlight. Zephyr arms exerted force, directly striking at Bob's hands, while his right leg kicked forward fiercely. Bob reacted as well. While blocking with his hands, he also lifted his right leg, colliding with Zephyr's sturdy leg bone. This time, neither of them paused. Clang! 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 Accompanied by the heavy sound of metal clashing, the two exchanged blows with both hands and feet, engaging in over a dozen exchanges in just a few breaths. Boom! With a loud explosion, the two who had been locked in combat finally separated. So this is Ryuo. During the fight, Zephyr grew more and more astonished, feeling the strange energy transmitted from his tremendous force. There was also a hidden power. This made him marvel inwardly, but he showed no sign of surprise on his face. Before coming to deal with Bob, the Marine headquarters had informed him about this. If he didn't use the Black Fist immediately, he might have suffered a defeat. However, whether it's Ryuo or something else, it's just a method of using armament hockey. At this level, you're still not enough. Zephyr's body sank, a stream of hot air escaping from his mouth as he channeled all his strength towards his palms. Bang! His already massive arms swelled even larger, his fingers curling, palms slightly apart. The fingers covered in armament hockey actually flashed with a red light. Finger pistol, 10-finger pistol. With a low shout, his feet stomped the ground, Soru. His robust figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Zephyr appeared behind Bob, his fingers carrying a terrifying pressure, striking towards both sides of Bob's body. Chapter 59, Bob vs. Zephyr 2. At this moment, Bob, who had already activated his observation hockey, knew Zephyr's current level and the technique he was using. Rokushiki. A martial art that surpasses the limits of human physical capabilities, it is extremely powerful. Mastering all of its techniques allows one to fight on par with devil fruit users. Although the techniques are simple and anyone can practice them, the vast majority fail to learn even one or two of them. However, Zephyr, as an instructor-level figure in the Navy, not only knew them but also wielded them with formidable power. Combined with his mastery of armament hockey, even Bob dared not underestimate him. With a low shout, Bob's entire body was covered in armament hockey, turning his skin pitch black. Under the sunlight, if not for the faint red glow emanating from his body, Bob would have appeared like an insulator of light. In the next moment, Zephyr's finger gun pierced Bob's skin. Bob quickly turned his body, his fists fiercely striking toward the incoming finger gun. Clang! 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 In the instant they clashed, the finger gun, like bullets, struck Bob's fists with resounding force. Compared to the bullets fired from Navy rifles, the power was dozens of times more terrifying. However, as Bob's fists moved faster and faster, Zephyr's finger gun gradually began to feel restrained. In a split second, Zephyr's arms were momentarily halted. Though this pause was almost imperceptible, between masters like Bob and Zephyr, a physical monster with observation hockey, it was a critical moment. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Bob transformed his fists into palms, grabbing Zephyr's arms and with a surge of strength, as if moving mountains, he swung Zephyr around and hurled him outward with tremendous force. Like a shot put, Zephyr, now off balance, was thrown by Bob and slammed into the ground. Boom! A deafening sound erupted from the ground. Instantly, a massive cloud of dust rose, spreading across the field and obscuring the sky. The Marine soldiers watching from the sidelines were utterly stunned. Instructor Zephyr was thrown like that by Bob. The sound when he hit the ground was like a thunderclap, so deafening. What kind of strength would it take to do something like that? Instructor Zephyr is at a disadvantage against Bob. How is that possible? Is this the youngest commander of the Rocks Pirates, the one who dared to kill a celestial dragon? Is Instructor Zephyr okay? The Marine soldiers were intently focused on the battle. When they saw Instructor Zephyr close in on Bob and launch an attack, they held their breath and widened their eyes to watch. However, after the two tangled for a while, the instructor Zephyr who had just charged at Bob was now thrown back, leaving them utterly shocked and deeply concerned for Zephyr. Yet, as the thick smoke cleared, they saw Zephyr standing steadily in a perfect horse stance on the ground. No. He was standing in a crater. His already tattered clothes were now even more shredded, revealing the bulging, solid muscles beneath. Under the influence of armament hockey, they looked like a forged steel. It was one of the Rokushiki techniques, Tekai. Zephyr. Your physique. You do well in a bodybuilding competition. In the distance, Bob saw Zephyr muscles and couldn't help but tease him. However, deep down, he was secretly astonished. In the instant he was thrown, Zephyr managed to adjust his body balance and used the Tekai technique from the Rokushiki. It was truly admirable, and it was no wonder he was the instructor who trained the Marine Headquarters future Admiral Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru. Hearing Bob's words, Zephyr remained silent, slowly raising his head. His eyes seemed to show faint traces of blood vessels. Though it appeared effortless, Bob's earlier strike had actually caused some damage. Zephyr realized that Bob was incredibly strong, far stronger than John, who's also a commander of the Rocks Pirates alongside him. Among his peers in the entire world, Zephyr believed that no one, aside from Garp, could match him in pure physical combat and close-quarters combat. Now, there was another name added to that list. Despite this, Zephyr remained exceptionally calm. As an instructor, he knew that the more intense the battle, the more important it was to maintain composure. Only then could one unleash their full potential. And Bob was someone worthy of his full strength. In the next moment, Zephyr closed his eyes. Synopsis. His originally tense body and abnormally swollen arms suddenly contracted inward, and in the blink of an eye, his entire frame became leaner. His muscles tightened further, and the hairs on his body stood on end. His hearing, smell, touch, and taste, 4 of his 5 senses, were heightened more than tenfold. He could clearly perceive the breathing of the Marines around him and even the heartbeat of Bob. It felt as though everything was within his grasp. At the same time, his observation hockey activated. In Zephyr consciousness, the visual sense he had lost by closing his eyes was immediately replaced by a mental image. Everything around him lost its color, turning into shades of black and white. The advanced application of Synopsis with observation hockey. With the combination of these two abilities, Zephyr entered a strange state of emptiness. In his perception, even without his eyes, the world became crystal clear. Moreover, the passage of time seemed to slow down. Or rather, Zephyr had become so fast that the outside world appeared to move in slow motion. All of this happened in an instant. In the next moment, Zephyr suddenly opened his eyes, locking onto Bob. At the same time, he stepped on the air, his entire body covered in black armament hockey. His tightened muscles were like iron that had been forged 1,000 times. Boom! He disappeared. So fast. Bob, who had been observing Zephyr movements, suddenly found that Zephyr had vanished from his spot. He couldn't even track his movement. This was the first time since Bob had arrived in this world that he couldn't detect how an opponent disappeared from his field of vision. He couldn't help but feel a pang of alarm. Before Bob could think further, a strong gust of wind, sharp as a blade, swept towards his left side. It sent a numbing sensation across his body, and almost instinctively, Bob raised his arm to block. Instantly, a tremendous force surged through his arm. Boom! Bob's body was sent flying backward, crashing into a massive boulder and shattering it into pieces. Under the tremendous impact, the stone beneath Bob had turned into fine powder. Chapter 60, Bob vs. Zephyr 3. Not only did the rocks beneath him shatter, but spiderweb-like cracks also appeared on the ground, due to the sheer force of the impact. I told you. Instructor Zephyr must have been careless earlier. Now he's truly serious. As one of the top-tier fighters of the Marine Headquarters, he's not someone who can be easily defeated. Bob, despite his talent, can only admit defeat when facing a truly powerful opponent like Instructor Zephyr. Seeing Bob being blasted away by Zephyr, the Marines who had been worried about Zephyr earlier changed their tune. Instructor Zephyr was bound to win now, and he deserved their full trust and hope. The current situation indeed confirmed this. It must be said that Zephyr was the most formidable opponent Bob had ever faced. Compared to Shiki, whom he had fought before, it was hard to determine who was stronger in overall strength. But as an opponent, Zephyr exerted far greater pressure. The reason was simple: Zephyr, like Bob, was a close combat fighter. In their physical clashes, they competed with bone-crushing force. In terms of raw strength and physical prowess, Bob far surpassed Zephyr. However, when it came to experience and technique, Zephyr held the upper hand. When facing Shiki, Bob only needed to focus on blocking his sword energy, which was not particularly difficult. Moreover, once Bob closed the distance, Shiki's weaker physical condition would lead to his immediate defeat. But against Zephyr, closing the distance didn't provide much of an advantage. This made Bob inwardly sigh. Swordsmen and warriors truly had to be treated differently. Amidst the cracks, Bob, covered in armament hockey, climbed to his feet and brushed off the dust from his cloths. At this moment, Bob's body tensed as he prepared to go all out. In the strong wind, the tattered edges of his clothes fluttered, and his eyes glimmered with a fierce light as he looked up. "I see you." The next second, Bob stomped the ground and shot upward, instantly hovering in front of Zephyr. His speed and power expanded dramatically, and his crimson fists now resembled two meteors crashing toward the earth. A terrifying energy erupted, as if it could tear a rift in the air. Zephyr, in his combat-ready stance, sensed the incoming attack with crystal-clear perception, feeling the immense energy within the fists. Without hesitation, Zephyr's body exploded backward, retreating dozens of meters in an instant, as if he were teleporting. In the next moment, Bob pursued him. The two black figures clashed repeatedly in the air, moving so fast that only afterimages could be seen. They were like two black lightning bolts, flickering and jumping across the sky. Each collision produced a deafening roar, accompanied by shockwaves that ravaged the land. If they keep fighting like this place is going to collapse. This is terrifying. This isn't human combat at all. Fall back. Keep your distance from Instructor Zephyr battle zone. The watching Marines exclaimed in shock, retreating to a safe distance. Observing such a battle up close would be nothing short of suicidal. The Navy, having retreated to a distance where the battlefield was no longer visible to the naked eye, picked up their military-issued binoculars to continue closely monitoring the ongoing battle. Boom! Finally, between two black lightning bolts, a deafening explosion erupted. A figure was smashed down to the ground, like a meteorite crashing down, instantly creating a massive crater. The surrounding seawater, affected by the shock waves, surged into towering waves that swept toward the island. The waves crashed onto the shore with unstoppable force, pushing forward relentlessly. The seawater rushed in like a monstrous beast, devouring everything in its path, submerging a significant portion of the island. Looking at Bob, he now standing above a large boulder, his eyes lowered, calmly gazing at Zephyr, who was submerged in the seawater within the crater. Splash! At that moment, a sound of water breaking echoed as Zephyr's figure arched through the air, landing steadily on a rock opposite Bob. His purple hair, soaked by the seawater, glistened under the sunlight. His clothes were completely torn, and his entire body was covered in black armament hockey, though numerous wounds were visible. Blood flowed endlessly. This power! Zephyr silently marveled at the terrifying final blow from Bob. He felt as though his bones were about to fall apart, and his mind was foggy, his consciousness growing heavier. His breathing became increasingly faint, and even his armament hockey had dimmed significantly. He was on the verge of collapsing. But in the next second, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his previously weak aura fully recovered, becoming even more robust. The dimmed armament hockey instantly turned deep black. And that wasn't all. Whoosh! With a soft sound, a surge of immense energy erupted, forming a dense black aura around his wounded body. From a distance, Zephyr now appeared as if he were shrouded in a thick black mist. Huh! Bob couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation at the sight. The next moment, a calm, composed, and meticulous voice slowly rang out. Rokushiki Yogi, Rokugan. Boom! Zephyr vanished in an instant, and the spot where he had stood now sank lower than the surrounding terrain, causing seawater to rush in. Bob immediately turned around. He saw Zephyr hovering in the air at the same height as him. Frowning slightly, Bob's expression showed little surprise. After all, this was Zephyr. Although his speed wasn't as fast as it had been before, his strength had increased several times over. Bob carefully observed Zephyr, who was now nearly 100 meters away. His upper body was almost completely exposed, with numerous wounds still bleeding, yet the armament hockey covering his body was an unsettling deep black. With each heartbeat, his broad chest rose and fell deeply, and his feet occasionally stepped on the air. This was the Rokushiki technique, Jeppo. Here he comes. Chapter 61, Bob vs. Zephyr 4. In the blink of an eye, a figure crossed the 100-meter distance and appeared right in front of Bob, charging forward with immense force, like a human cannonball, radiating a scorching heat that could be felt even in the air. At that moment, Bob's entire body was tense, the red glow surrounding him growing ever more brilliant, as if the blood vessels beneath his skin were now visible from the outside, clearly defined. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed throughout the island, causing the distant marine observers to cover their ears, their binoculars discarded at their sides. A shockwave erupted from the point of impact between the two, surging skyward, scattering the clouds above. Nearby buildings close to the battlefield collapsed under the force of the blast, sending dust flying into the air. The islanders, hearing the deafening noise, believed a natural disaster had struck. Looking at Bob and Zephyr, they saw that they had already separated at the moment of collision, leaving a wasteland beneath their feet. You're strong. Among your peers, you can be considered one of the best. Zephyr's chest heaved violently, blood dripping from his fingertips as he gazed at Bob with genuine admiration. In his years of service in the Navy, he had encountered countless talented opponents, but none had pushed him this far at such a young age. Yet, this also meant danger, especially since the opponent was a notorious pirate from the Rocks Pirates. Come again. Zephyr growled, his eyes sharp, standing there with an air of coldness, as ruthless and sharp as a supreme blade. Noticing Bob's gaze, Zephyr slightly turned his neck, focusing intently, bending slightly at the waist, his bulging muscles on his shoulders gleaming darkly, rising inch by inch, as the air around his palms spiraled and densely compressed. Under immense pressure, the once intangible air solidified into substance, taking on a purplish-black hue. Rokushiki Oji, Rokwogen. In an instant, with Zephyr's cold shout, air bullets the size of fists shot forth. His eyes narrowed, the surrounding air continued to twist. Boom! Boom! Boom boom! A series of muffled explosions erupted as the high-pressure air bullets were continuously fired, creating a stunning spectacle in the air, reminiscent of a peacock spreading its tail. However, devoid of the vibrant colors, these air bullets were all one shade purple-black. These air bullets, now imbued with terrifying power, locked onto a single target. Bob. At the same time. On the other side, Bob unleashed a three-colored aura, his entire presence surging dramatically, a violent energy pushing back layers of invisible waves around him. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Bob's gaze sharpened, his hands plunged into the ground, using his arms as he let out a low growl. Serious table flip. Boom. The ground erupted under the force of Bob's immense strength, dirt and stones flying as if the apocalypse had arrived, massive chunks of earth floating in the air. With a powerful thrust of his arms, the earth sped away toward Zephyr at breakneck speed. What the hell? What kind of monster is this, flipping the ground like that? It's as easy as flipping a table during a meal. What kind of power does it take to achieve this? It's like a walking human monstrosity. Zephyr has also unleashed his signature move. It's hard to say who is stronger. Stop speculating and just watch to find out. On the other side, Zephyr stared at the massive earth chunk hurtling towards him. The next moment, the purple-black air bullets surged forward, crashing into the colossal earth block like meteors. Instantly, with a violent shockwave, explosions rang out repeatedly, shattered stones flying in all directions, clouds of dust swirling chaotically, everything was in ruins. As the dust settled, a smell of earth lingered in the air, while the ground had accumulated several meters of dust. In the distance, Zephyr remained suspended in midair. This is truly an unexpected technique. Bring out whatever else you have left. His body cloaked in a black mist of armament hockey, exuding a chilling aura, without a hint of hesitation. Zephyr's figure flickered as he steadied himself. Bang! 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 His heart raced powerfully, his dark body radiating a terrifying energy wave, the surrounding air expanding outward by about a meter. With his fists clenched tightly, the space around him twisted. Sai Dai Rin, Rokwogen. In an instant, countless purple-black air bullets shot forth, coalescing into a cylindrical wave of light. Zephyr roared, his muscles bulging nearly 10 centimeters, his purple hair standing on end, tightening and loosening his arms, causing the purple-black beam to expand even further. A terrifying energy twisted the space around him, as if a black hole was manifesting. At the same time, Bob's figure flickered, retreating swiftly, now standing in the sea, his aura suddenly dispersing, creating wave-like patterns in the air, as if he were being scorched by intense heat. With a focused gaze, Bob let out a loud shout. Serious water gun. A massive jet of water shot towards Zephyr. One to the left, one to the right, one white, one black. The light beam and water jet collided, and for a moment, it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. As both of them continuously poured their strength into the clash, a vortex formed at the very center of the light beam. Even the sound of their collision was completely swallowed, everything seemed to fall into silence. Yet, amidst this tranquility, the expressions of Bob and Zephyr were incredibly solemn. Suddenly, both of their eyelids twitched. The energy was about to go out of control. Whoosh! They both withdrew their power simultaneously, leaping high into the air, and the next second, a deafening explosion erupted between the light beam and water jet, a suffocating force radiating outward. Chapter 62, Bob vs. Zephyr v. In an instant, the raging seawater was sucked into the erupting energy created by the evaporating mist. The water that had been suspended in the sky suddenly plummeted to the ground, creating a terrifying scene that resembled an enraged demon unleashing its fury. In the distance, the marine personnel, witnessing this spectacle, were thrown into a panic, their eyes wide as saucers. Is this a scene from hell? How can it be this powerful? Just how strong can the warriors of this world be? Before them, I feel like we're even less than ants. When will we be able to become like this? This horrifying scene struck deep into the hearts of the marine soldiers, who were not only shocked by Bob's insurmountable strength but also realized the vast gap between themselves and the true powerhouse of this world. A desire to grow stronger ignited within each of them, hoping that one day they too could reach such heights. Your moves are truly strange. Even the names are so peculiar. Zephyr, hearing the names of the techniques shouted by Bob and witnessing his displayed abilities, wore an expression of bewilderment. These techniques lacked any combat finesse, they relied solely on terrifying physicality and overwhelming strength. Flipping tables. Water guns. Such childish tricks, and yet in Bob's hands it could unleash such tremendous power, leaving Zephyr astonished. What a monster! At this moment, Zephyr could only use such a term to express his inner thoughts, for without the 6 styles and those combat techniques, he would have likely been defeated in no time. Compared to those in the Navy headquarters who boasted of their exceptional physical prowess, they should be brought over to see what it truly means to be outclassed. You're strong. But, justice will prevail. Shaking off his thoughts, Zephyr sank his body, muscles tensing once more, as armament hockey enveloping his right leg shot out in a fierce kick, unleashing a scorching heat that even burned the air around it. His entire right leg was engulfed in blazing flames. Isn't that Sanji's technique? Feeling the wave of heat rushing toward him, Bob furrowed his brow and couldn't help but mutter. In the next moment, Zephyr's leg, covered in flowing flames, collided directly with Bob. At this moment, neither of them paused, their figures transformed into streaks of black lightning as they began to exchange fierce blows. Boom! 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 The battle raged on for a long time, with the two lights separating, merging, separating, and merging again. In this intricate dance, the four directions, north, south, east, and west, blossomed with chaos. Terrifying shockwaves erupted, the atmosphere tearing apart, and the ocean was sent into towering waves of over 10 meters high. Debris flew, and a significant portion of the island was reduced to ruins amidst the battle. The intensity of the fight was extraordinarily high. As the fierce clash continued, Zephyr grew increasingly astonished. Just where is Bob's physical limit? Zephyr was different as a top-tier close combat fighter, his stamina was not inferior to those of the admirals. However, his stamina drained really fast in this battle after using the highest level of armament hockey, life return and the 6 styles ultimate techniques, all those moves that consumed massive amounts of energy. In this state, Zephyr could no longer fight such exhausting battle. Yet, what astonished Zephyr was that his opponent, Bob, seemed to possess an inexhaustible reserve of stamina. Though he had been sent flying earlier, he had not sustained any real damage, and throughout their exchange, Zephyr could clearly feel that the other's strength and speed had not diminished. In fact, he seemed to grow more invigorated with each strike. Zephyr, after a powerful strike, seized the opportunity to leap aside. Drops of sweat trickled down his forehead, and the wounds from earlier had reopened due to the excessive exertion, blood flowing freely. Why is it like this? Is his stamina limitless? Could it be that Bob is stronger than me? With this thought, Zephyr looked at Bob's youthful face, realizing that such a frail body could harbor such terrifying energy and seemingly endless stamina. A wave of helplessness washed over him. At this moment, Bob was pondering the same question. The stamina of the powerhouse in this world is truly terrifying. From the initial hand-to-hand combat to the current flurry of attacks, Zephyr, despite being injured, was still able to exchange so many techniques with him. Moreover, he had even used his serious techniques, yet still couldn't defeat his opponent. While it was true that this was partially due to his short training time and his own lack of strength, but compared to Zephyr he was still stronger. It seemed he had underestimated the strength of the people of this world. He had thought he could easily handle someone like Zephyr. He still needed to grow stronger and he needed time to finish Saitama training. At this moment, both men, each lost in their thoughts, chose not to strike again after separating. Zephyr flexed the muscles in his body, closing the flow of blood from his wounds, and reining in his aura. He knew that capturing Bob was impossible. Given his current state, continuing the fight would only mean waiting for reinforcements from headquarters. However, looking at the devastated island, all he saw was a wasteland. The earlier battle had left this area ravaged. If they continued, the island could very well be sunk in the fight, and its residents would not survive. This was something he, as a Marine Vice Admiral, could not allow. In the face of Bob and the safety of the island's residents, he would unhesitatingly choose the latter. With this thought, he raised his gaze to Bob, his eyes revealing calmness, and slowly spoke. "Bob, how about a truce?" Chapter 63, Aftermath. At this moment, Bob was contemplating his next strategy for the fight when Zephyr's words caught him off guard. He didn't anticipate that Zephyr, a vice admiral of the Navy, would propose a truce with a pirate. Looking at Zephyr, who was now staring directly at him, Bob furrowed his brow and began to analyze the reasoning behind it. There were two possibilities. 1. Zephyr was physically exhausted. His current state might just be a facade, and his stamina might no longer allow him to continue fighting, let alone defeat Bob. The second possibility was that Zephyr simply chose not to continue the battle because the downsides outweighed the benefits, primarily the situation of the island and the safety of its residents. Of course, there was also the possibility that it was a bit of both. However, for Bob, whichever reasons it was didn't really matter. He had no desire to keep fighting either. If the fight continued, whether or not he could manage to kill Zephyr was secondary. What truly mattered was that reinforcements from Navy headquarters were already en route. After all, there was no deep-seated hatred between him and Zephyr. It wasn't necessary to push things to the point where only one of them could walk away alive. The battle had escalated to this extent purely due to the situation forcing their hand. Moreover, he still hadn't exchanged the money he had won from gambling earlier. If the fight dragged on and the island ended up being destroyed, all his previous efforts would go to waste. Having made up his mind, Bob looked up, his voice calm and indifferent. "Fine. I agree to the truce." As soon as he said this, the armament hockey covering Bob's body faded entirely, symbolizing his willingness to cease fighting. Bob's tattered clothing revealed his bronze-toned skin beneath, which gleamed under the sun, exuding a peculiar charm. Meanwhile, some distance away, in an unidentified area, the Navy soldiers were observing the two men. "What's happening? Zephyr-sensei and Bob have stopped fighting. Wait. Bob armament hockey is gone, and Zephyr-sensei hockey disappeared simultaneously. What's going on? Has there been a winner?" "No, look, neither of them has fallen. It seems both of them are holding back now. They actually called a truce." Seeing that neither side launched another attack after their last clash, the observing Navy soldiers were puzzled. But upon noticing the fading of the two men hockey, they began to consider a possibility, a truce. Fine. Zephyr was slightly surprised that Bob had agreed to his proposal so readily. Even so, he didn't bother to question the reason. "Next time I see you, I'll personally lock you away and impel down." Leaving behind this harsh declaration, Zephyr didn't waste any more time. Activating his observation hockey to sense the Navy location, he leapt toward their position. Before long, Zephyr arrived in front of the Navy soldiers. "Zephyr-sensei." The soldier holding binoculars was startled to discover Zephyr's sudden approach. His hands trembled, causing the binoculars to drop to the ground as he hurriedly spoke up. Zephyr gave a small nod, scanning the crowd. Just as he was about to speak. "Ugh!" A mouthful of fresh blood suddenly burst from Zephyr's mouth. His face immediately paled, and his demeanor turned noticeably weaker. This was the backlash from life return. Now that he wasn't maintaining a combat-ready state, his body naturally relaxed completely, allowing the previously suppressed negative effects to overwhelm him like a tidal wave. "Zephyr-sensei." The Navy soldiers cried out again in unison. But unlike their earlier exclamation, this time their voices were filled with worry and unease. To them, Zephyr had always been a figure of unwavering resilience and dominance, effortlessly defeating any pirate in his path. Yet now, seeing him so weak and battered before them, they felt a deep sorrow in their hearts. "Let's go. Retreat." Zephyr wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth without uttering another unnecessary word. His commanding voice carried absolute authority as it reached the soldiers' ears. Initially, he had intended to stay on the island and wait for reinforcements from Navy headquarters. But given his current state, lingering on the island risked exposing his vulnerability to Bob, which could spark yet another battle. Hearing this, the Navy soldiers quickly reorganized themselves into formation and started heading toward their warship. As Zephyr departed, Bob let out a sigh of relief as well. He retracted all of his hockey and stretched, his body assaulted by soreness, a clear indication of muscle fatigue following high-intensity exertion. Glancing over the battle-ravaged ground, Bob shook his head. Only 4 words came to mind: utter devastation. Thankfully, the fight had taken place in the outskirts. If they had clashed in a bustling city area, even the mere shockwaves of their battle would have been enough to obliterate everything in their path. Gathering his thoughts, Bob's gaze shifted toward the direction of the casino. There were still some loose ends to tie up over there. And there was also that old fool John. Without hesitation, Bob bent his knee, lifted his leg, and leapt into the air, vanishing from the spot. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated room within the casino, with Zephyr, a vice-admiral, involved, no matter how formidable Bob might be, his fate is sealed. Judging by the distant sounds of battle, it must have been a brutal scene. Bob won't escape this time. He deserves to die. A notorious pirate showing up at my casino, and killing one of the gambling masters I paid a hefty price for. Still, I didn't expect that calling in a favor from a rear admiral at a local Navy branch would result in Zephyr, a vice-admiral, showing up. I wonder if the Navy will reward us once Bob is captured. Maybe they'll even grant us legal operating rights for the casino. That's not entirely out of the question. You're right. We should make a strong case for this when the time comes. This could be our ticket to going legal. Inside the room, the casino owner, the appraiser, and a shorter man carried on their conversation, each finding solace in their shared optimism. Ever since they had made that anonymous call to the Navy, they had anxiously awaited the arrival of a sufficiently capable force. After all, the individual causing havoc was none other than Bob, a commander of the Rock's pirates. If the Navy's response team were inadequate and lost in battle, not only would their informants be exposed, but their lives would also be gravely endangered. So when they learned that Zephyr himself had come, their joy knew no bounds. These were men from the underworld, well acquainted with the strength and reputation Zephyr commanded within the Navy. For them, Zephyr's intervention meant Bob was bound to end up defeated and humiliated. Right now, they were even daydreaming about how they could curry favor with the Navy later, to the point of envisioning full legalization of their casino operations. However, just as they were indulging in their lofty ambitions, boom! The grand door to the luxurious room was violently blasted open by an enormous force. The resounding crash reached the ears of all three men, causing them to turn their heads in alarm. But before they could voice their indignation, the figure standing at the doorway became clear to them. Their faces turned pale in an instant, and their minds went blank. Bob. Chapter 64, Back to Rock's Pirate. You three seem to be having a lively chat here. Would you mind telling me what it's about? Bob spoke in a light, flippant tone as he looked at the trio whose faces had turned pale, rendered speechless from shock. Why are you here? We were just discussing those Marines. Those damn Marines had the audacity to come to my casino. Someone must have tipped them off. We'll make sure to find that rat and deal with them. The casino boss forced himself to maintain composure as he faced Bob. However, seeing the infamous pirate standing in front of him brought all sorts of unpleasant thoughts to his mind. But no matter what, he knew he had to stay calm. The more panicked he got, the worse things would become. Still, facing Bob, his body trembled uncontrollably, his voice shaky as he spoke. Oh. Is that so? Stop shaking. What's there to fear from the Marines? Relax. Those guys have already been chased off. Bob's face bore a smile that didn't reach his eyes, his voice steady and unbothered. Upon hearing this, the casino boss felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his brain. His eyes widened, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. The other two weren't faring much better, their expressions equally grim. The news that the Marines had been defeated felt as though they'd plummeted from heaven into a pit of despair. Suddenly, the casino boss seemed to recall something, hastily speaking up. What about Zephyr? Where's Zephyr? Doesn't Zephyr count as a Marine? Bob's voice was indifferent. Then, without warning, his expression turned icy, his tone as cold as frost as he continued. You all are the ones who tipped off the Marines, aren't you? Bob silently observed the trio, not bothering with further pretense. And no. Of course not. We run a casino, why would we contact the Marines? You must have gotten this all wrong. The casino boss' face had turned the color of cooked liver as he desperately tried to explain. And that cheater is one of your own, isn't he? Ignoring the boss' protests, Bob continued, his gaze shifting to the short man. The look in his eyes said it all. This time, none of the three said another word. At the exact moment Bob accused them, it was as if all the strength drained from their bodies. They slumped into their chairs, utterly defeated. There was no point denying it anymore. Bob had known all along they were the fools in this game. Watching the trio lifeless demeanor, Bob's expression shifted again as he spoke slowly. Exchange the chips I've won. Do it right, and I won't harm you. With that, he tossed the bag of winnings onto the table before them. Hearing this, the casino boss felt a flicker of hope. Thinking there might still be room to salvage the situation, he quickly spoke up. Of course. Right away. Please follow me, I'll personally handle it for you. He hurriedly moved toward the exchange area, his trembling legs nearly causing him to trip on the flat ground. The other two, seeing the movement, quickly scrambled after him. Bob, unhurried, made his way toward the chips exchange counter, awaiting the boss's return. Nearby, John lay unconscious, still slumped in a chair. Before long, the casino boss and his two accomplices returned, carrying a heavy bag of money. Your winnings total to 270,800,000 berries. It's all here, not a single coin missing. Oh. Bob took the money, flashing a smile in response. He then delivered a sharp slap to John's shoulder, the force stirring the unconscious man. Wake up. We've got work to do. In his subconscious, John felt something collide within his mind. Jolting awake, he found Bob staring at him. Jumping to his feet, he took in his surroundings and realized they were back in the casino. There was only one explanation: Bob had defeated Zephyr and brought them both back to the casino. Suddenly, remembering Bob's earlier remark, John frowned. Work? Following Bob's gaze, John saw the three casino workers standing there, and everything immediately became clear. In an instant, John's rapier glinted coldly as he slashed across the three men's necks. 3 crimson lines appeared on their throats. Before long, the trio clutched their necks before collapsing backward. Thud. 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 The sounds of their bodies hitting the floor echoed, their final moments in this world. Humph. Trying to cheat me and sell me out. You deserve this. John grumbled while shaking the blood off his sword. As an experienced gambler, John had already noticed the short man's shady tricks during their game. However, without concrete evidence, he hadn't acted immediately. Then when the Marines showed up here, well, it was obvious the casino boss was involved. After dealing with them, Bob gestured for John to leave. John chuckled mischievously but didn't rush to exit. Instead, he disappeared from sight only to re-emerge shortly after, carrying a hefty bag. There was no need to guess what was inside. Shaking his head, Bob said nothing further as he turned to leave the casino. Seeing this, John quickly hefted the bag and followed behind. At the island's shore, a luxurious lifeboat quietly waited. Bob and John climbed aboard. While Bob had initially planned to use his newfound wealth to purchase some supplies on the island, his face was too well known. Wherever he went, doors slammed shut. Additionally, judging by the time, the Marine headquarters reinforcements would soon arrive. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Bob decided to leave immediately. After securing the money and valuables from the casino, Bob pulled up the ship's anchor and glanced at John, who sat at the bow. Navigate us back to the rocks. Hearing this, John sighed, pulling out a log pose and map to study. After scanning them, he shot Bob a look and asked dryly. So if I navigate this whole trip, can we cut down my debt a little? Upon hearing this, Bob's temple throbbed in irritation. He glared at John with disdain. Coming to the island, John had been the most proactive about taking charge of the route, only to now start haggling the moment they were on their way home. You have two choices, either navigate now or I drop you overboard, take your bag of money, and navigate myself. As he spoke, Bob raised a fist menacingly into the air. Seeing this, John broke into a sheepish grin. Relax. I was just joking. With that, he started up the boat, steering it back toward the rocks. Chapter 65, Marine Headquarters Shock. The vast azure sea stretched endlessly ahead as a marine warship sliced through the gentle waves. Hundreds of Navy soldiers stood on the deck, silent and somber expressions etched on their faces. At the forefront, Vice Admiral Zephyr sat on a chair, his injuries being carefully tended to by a ship doctor. The mission to capture Bob had ended in failure. Both Zephyr and everyone involved bore some responsibility, but the primary concern now was to report the details clearly to the Navy headquarters, especially regarding Bob's current strength. Cough, cough. Zephyr, his body wrapped in bandages and his spirit visibly drained, coughed twice, his chest rising and falling sharply with each breath. He motioned to someone nearby, his voice low and hoarse. The Den Den Mushi. Bring me the Den Den Mushi assigned to Fleet Admiral Kong. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, a massive round table dominated the room. Steel Bone Kong, Tsuru, Sengoku, and other high-ranking Navy officials were seated around it, their expressions gravely serious. The news of Zephyr's retreat had already reached them. While it was diplomatically spun as a peaceful withdrawal, in the Navy eyes, failing to capture a pirate was nothing less than defeat. Bring Garp back. There's no point in him proceeding further. Bob is surely no longer on the island. Steel Bone Kong, resting his forehead against his hand, maintained a solemn yet commanding tone. Upon receiving Zephyr's initial reports, Steel Bone Kong had promptly dispatched reinforcements to assist. Given the involvement of commanders from the Rocks pirates, it was no question that a formidable Navy officers were necessary. Garp had volunteered enthusiastically, so he was sent to the island where the casino was located with a contingent of naval soldiers. However, with the mission now having failed, Zephyr retreating and Bob escaping, the reinforcements were no longer needed. One of the high-ranking officers quickly relayed Steel Bone Kong's instructions to Garp via the Den Den Mushi. Steel Bone Kong then turned back to the group and continued, Zephyr is en route to headquarters now. His injuries are stable, a few days of rest, and he'll recover. Hearing this, Sengoku, Tsuru, and the rest of the officers visibly relaxed. News of Zephyr's injuries being manageable was a relief to them all. Now then, based on Zephyr's report of his battle with Bob, we can piece together a general assessment of his abilities. Bob, commander of the Rocks pirates. Possesses mastery of all three types of Haki. Conqueror's Haki, dense and oppressive. Observation Haki, high level, excellent sensory perception though not yet capable of future prediction. Armament Haki, advanced mastery. Proficient in techniques such as Ryuo and internal destruction, making this his most honed Haki. Signature techniques, Serious Series, Serious Table Flip, and Serious Series, Serious Water Gun. Physical strength, monster-level endurance. During his battle with Zephyr, he showed no signs of exhaustion and became increasingly stronger as the fight carried on. In terms of pure physicality, speed, power, and explosive force, he surpasses Zephyr by a significant margin. Every word from Steel Bone Kong resonated heavily in the room. The more he elaborated, the more the officer's surprise turned into profound shock. A master of all three types of Haki, with advanced proficiency in each, and physical abilities surpassing Zephyr. This Bob has become an exceedingly dangerous individual. Sengoku frowned deeply, his round spectacles unable to mask the wary glint in his eyes. None of them were more familiar with Zephyr's strength more than Sengoku. As contemporaries and comrades, he knew that even someone like Garp had to exercise caution when facing Zephyr in close quarters. In this battle, as per Zephyr's account, skill-wise he employed Life Return, the Six Powers ultimate technique, and Armament Haki, but even that could not turn the tide. Bob, on the other hand, relied on only two techniques. Steel Bone Kong paused before continuing. Two techniques. Serious table flip and serious water gun, right? These don't sound particularly impressive, Tsuru commented, her sharp gaze narrowing as she tried to grasp the significance of these techniques. Yes, they sound juvenile, like child's play. But the power they hold is astonishing. Serious table flip, Bob plunges his hands into the ground and, using sheer brute strength, rips up an enormous chunk of the surface, hurling it as a projectile. During the battle, he countered Zephyr 6 powers, 6 King gun using this. Serious water gun, as its name suggests, it's a high-pressure blast of water with great force. Bob used it to deflect Zephyr light beam technique. Steel Bone Kong shook his head subtly as he described these scenes, finding it hard to believe himself. If Zephyr hadn't relayed it personally, even Steel Bone Kong might have dismissed it as delusion. That's remarkably straightforward and brutally effective. Someone without a devil fruit achieving such feats. What kind of monster is this man? If Bob were to master refined combat techniques as well, his power would undoubtedly rise another level, Tsuru remarked after a long pause, still processing the simplicity and terror of these techniques. Exactly. His potential, combined with the notoriety he's gained for killing a celestial dragon, means his standing within the Rock's pirates is nearly unparalleled. Aside from Rox himself, there's likely no one else who can rival him within their ranks. Steel Bone Kong frustration was evident in his tone. Having a menace like Rox was already a nightmare for the world government and the Navy, but now there was Bob, a rising catastrophe of equal magnitude. The other officers, hearing Steel Bone Kong evaluation, collectively let out anxious breaths. To have Steel Bone Kong openly compare someone to Rox underscored a threat of unprecedented scale. Still, when they thought it through, they could understand. For someone of Bob's age to demonstrate such decisiveness and strength, the comparison wasn't undeserved. Just then, the Den Den Mushi, sitting dormant on the round table, began to ring with its characteristic tone. Pururu. Pururu. Chapter 66, John Embarrassment. Seeing Bob steering the lifeboat towards them, the Rock's pirate's ship came to a halt. From Bob's perspective, he could see a group of people on the deck waving enthusiastically at him from afar. The last time he returned, it was aboard a luxurious ship owned by the Celestial Dragons. This time, however, it was far less glamorous. Originally, he had hoped to encounter some sea kings to hitch a ride on, which would have looked pretty impressive. But instead, the journey had been perfectly uneventful, with calm seas all the way. Bob had serious doubts. Perhaps that sea king he had bullied earlier went back to report what happened. The lifeboat docked alongside the Rock's pirate's ship. Bob and John each picked up 2 large sacks and leapt onto the deck. As soon as the pair appeared, warm gazes and enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crew members aboard the ship. Witnessing this scene, Bob and John both furrowed their brows. What is this about? We didn't bring back any heavenly tribute this time, so why are they so excited? Gururara. Bob, welcome back. News of what happened with you and Zephyr has spread across the whole ship. Everyone's been talking about it non-stop. Didn't expect you'd come back at just the right moment. Whitebeard, having noticed Bob's confusion, greeted him while explaining the situation. Hearing this, Bob suddenly understood. Isn't there a saying that good news stays under the radar while bad news travels 1,000 miles? How did this spread to the Rock's pirates so quickly? And for the Navy, this wouldn't even be considered good news. I didn't think news could spread so fast. All I wanted was to gamble a little, and I end up brawling with a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. What can I even say? Shrugging, Bob placed the sack he was carrying on the ground. John, overhearing this nearby, suddenly looked panicked. If news about Bob defeating Zephyr had spread here, what about the story of Zephyr defeating him? Was that going to get out too? But looking at the expressions around him, no one seemed to know about his humiliating defeat. They only knew about Bob's battle with Zephyr. John felt a stone lift off his chest. Thankfully, he'd escaped disgrace this time. Still, as he thought about it more, frustration bubbled up inside him. For someone in his position as a commander under rocks, it stung that he wasn't even deemed significant enough to warrant a mention. These feelings didn't go unnoticed by Wang Ji and Silver Axe, whose expression seemed to suggest they had picked up on something. They exchanged knowing smirks. "John, you don't look too good," Wang Ji said with a teasing tone, eyeing him playfully. "Where were you when Bob and Zephyr were duking it out?" "Ah." John stammered. "I was, dealing with those small fries. Those Navy underlings may not be much, but there were a lot of them, so it took me some time." Hearing Wang Ji's pointed question, John quickly made up an excuse. "Is that so?" Wang Ji replied mockingly. "Funny, I heard that right before fighting Bob, Zephyr sent someone flying like a ball, tracing a humiliating arc through the air. The person in question wouldn't happen to be you, would it?" Wang Ji's voice was dripping with sarcasm. "Screw you." John snapped back angrily, but his reactive tone and the subtle expression on his face, coupled with Bob's unmoved demeanor, made the truth obvious: it was him. Seeing this, Wang Ji and Silver Axe burst into laughter. They relished seeing John humiliated, and the other commanders on the ship seemed to share the sentiment. Even some crew members watching couldn't help but secretly laugh, though they stifled their chuckles, fearing to laugh too openly. John was boiling with rage, knowing he had become the butt of everyone's joke. But he couldn't take it out on them directly. In a fit of frustration, he vented by kicking the sack he had carried on board, sending it flying far off. The other crew members, seeing John's indignant state, laughed even harder. With an expression as dark as a brewing storm, John said nothing. He silently walked over to retrieve the sack and disappeared swiftly, carrying his belongings away. Gihahaha. This John is hopeless. To think he got beat up by Zephyr that badly. If I'd been there, Bob wouldn't even have needed to step in. Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily, clearly taking joy in John's embarrassment. Among them, Shiki seemed to be enjoying this the most. He had never forgotten the humiliation of being defeated by Bob. His loss had turned him into a laughingstock and a topic of conversation among the crew. The other commanders frequently brought it up just to poke at him, which infuriated him to no end. But now, with John's humiliating defeat taking center stage, it was as though a brighter future awaited him. In comparison, at least he had been bested by Bob, while John was defeated by someone bested by Bob. If anything, it made Shiki look better by contrast. Or so he thought. Wait, why am I even proud about something like this? Gururara. Shiki, no one beats you when it comes to spouting nonsense. If you're so confident, why not challenge John yourself and prove it? Whitebeard laughed heartily before poking fun at Shiki again, throwing down a casual taunt. Humph. Golden Lion Shiki snorted. He couldn't be bothered to continue this vein of conversation and turned to leave, his disdain plain as day. By the way, where's Kaido? At this moment, Bob finally realized that his newly appointed vice commander, Kaido, was nowhere to be seen. As the commander, he had arrived, and yet Kaido hadn't come to greet him. Such lackluster discipline, unacceptable behavior. Him. Lately, he's nowhere to be found. Haven't seen him around for some time, Whitebeard responded. Ever since you left, Kaido's rarely shown his face. Nobody knows what he's been up to lately. Oh, really? Bob raised a brow, his curiosity piqued. Gururara. Why don't you just go find him and ask yourself? Whitebeard gestured lazily towards Kaido's quarters and grinned. As if remembering something else, Whitebeard added, by the way, someone brought me a stash of premium sake recently, top-notch, collected over years by other pirates. I've been waiting for someone worthy to drink it with. Now that you're back, don't think you can slip away tonight. Ha ha ha, with pleasure. I'll drink with you tonight. Gururara. Whitebeard gave Bob a hearty pat on the back before departing without another word. The other commanders exchanged a few pleasantries with Bob before also making their exits. Glancing around, Bob noticed that Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, and Strussen were nowhere to be seen, likely sneaking off to indulge in their guilty pleasures, eating. Meanwhile, with most of the leadership gone, the remaining crew members surged forward. "Commander Bob, we heard you took down Zephyr in a single punch. Is it true? Commander Bob, are you accepting more recruits for your squad? I haven't been assigned to any division yet. Could I join yours, perhaps? Commander Bob, please. Fuck. Just where is that bastard Kaido running off to?" Chapter 67, Giving Kaido Hopes. Aboard the Rock's ship, in a cabin, Kaido stood in front of a mirror, indulging in his appearance. Since consuming the fish fruit, Kaido felt like his looks had improved significantly. Not only had his muscle mass grown larger and harder, but his height had also increased slightly compared to before. The mere memory of the devil fruit's taste sent a shiver through him. It was, without a doubt, the worst thing he'd ever tasted, and he was certain that even feces, which he had never tried mind you, couldn't possibly taste worse. If it weren't for the fame of devil fruits and how enticing Bob made the fruit sound, Kaido might have vomited all the food he'd previously eaten right on the spot. Fortunately, after the initial bitterness, the sweet rewards came quickly. A devil fruit brought swift and significant improvements to a person. With non-stop training and understanding over this period, Kaido had begun to develop the basic abilities of his fruit. In stamina, endurance, and strength, there were significant, noticeable improvements. Kaido thought to himself that even Bob, as strong as he was now, might not be much stronger than Kaido in raw strength. Not bad, mighty, imposing, tall, and bold. Kaido evaluated himself while gazing at the reflection in the mirror. Every time he finished training, Kaido would stand in front of the mirror to observe any changes in his physique. However, just as Kaido was about to turn around and inspect his back muscles. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of a door being kicked open filled the room. Kaido froze in front of the mirror, turning his head to see Bob standing at the doorway, glaring at him. Kaido's expression instantly changed. Bob? Why is he back? As someone who stayed holed up in his room like a recluse, Kaido had no clue what was going on outside. When people came looking for him earlier, he simply yelled at them to leave so they wouldn't interrupt his training. This approach allowed him some peace but also kept him out of the loop. Bob returning? Kaido had absolutely no idea. You brat. Your commander, come back, and you're in here, admiring yourself in the mirror. Bob barked in anger, dark-faced, upon seeing Kaido stand before an oversized full-length mirror. Commander, I didn't know about this. Nobody told me. Seeing Bob's livid expression, Kaido immediately deflated, his confident demeanor from earlier completely gone. If anyone in the Rock's Pirates crew Kaido most wanted to surpass, it was Bob. But if there was anyone he feared more than Bob, aside from Rox himself, it was still Bob. Seeing Kaido's seemingly genuine ignorance, Bob's anger subsided slightly. He spoke up, I heard you've been staying in your room this whole time. Give me a report on what you've been up to lately. It's just, I'm training every day, unlocking my devil fruit abilities, strengthening myself. Hearing this, Kaido calmed down, thinking that Bob must have just come to inspect things and nothing more. The weight on his mind eased as he replied. Oh. And just now, what were you doing? Bob raised an eyebrow at Kaido's response. Developing one abilities after consuming a devil fruit was indeed reasonable. But thinking back, when he'd walked in, Kaido hadn't been training. He was standing in front of the mirror, even striking poses. Well, you know, after eating the fruit, I wanted to see what kind of changes it brought to my body. Kaido explained. He wasn't lying, after consuming the fruit, Kaido did feel like he looked better, which was an external change. Hearing this, Bob nodded. It does seem like your muscles look much stronger compared to before. Your explosive strength must have significantly improved as well. Bob assessed Kaido's entire physique, offering an objective evaluation. The changes after eating the fruit weren't hugely visible, but with Bob's keen eyes, he could still observe them. That said, the true extent of the improvement could only be determined after a direct duel. Withdrawing his gaze, Bob cleared his throat and adjusted his tone. Training is, of course, good. But, as the vice commander, could you maybe do something productive for once? I made you the vice commander. Was it so you could sit in your room all day? In Bob's absence, he expected Kaido to step up as vice commander, take on some of the duties of leading the crew, and organize the team well. But returning only to find none of this had been done, Bob was exasperated. Granted, Bob himself hadn't done such things much when he was around either, but he saw no problem with that logic. After all, what was the point of having a vice commander if he had to do everything himself? Do something productive. Isn't training productive? Kaido asked, looking genuinely confused. In the Rocks Pirates, what could possibly be more important than training to grow stronger? Train the crew, of course. The strength of OUE crew members is pathetic. As the vice commander, you should take some time to properly train them and help improve their abilities. Bob said earnestly to Kaido. Bob spoke to Kaido earnestly. Kaido frowned at that and shot down the suggestion right away. No way. I'm busy with my own training. Where would I find time to look after them? Helping Bob train the crew just meant boosting Bob's team for free. Kaido wasn't about to be Bob's workhorse. It was like Bob could read Kaido's mind. Bob sighed, then continued. Come on, think about it. If you help train these crew members, and one day they get stronger, won't they be able to take over some of your work for you? You'll be able to free up more time for yourself, and put your energy where it matters most. And most importantly, when you eventually defeat me and become commander, won't all the work you're putting in now end up benefiting you? You'll be building your own strong team in advance. At that point, even I'll be working under you. What's there to worry about? As Bob spoke, Kaido's brows gradually relaxed. It made a lot of sense. Kaido had eaten a devil fruit. With hard work, catching up to Bob was only a matter of time. After replacing Bob, the whole team would be Kaido, and training them up now would also be a good way to earn some points with them. Thinking this through, Kaido realized this was completely in line with Kaido's own interests. You've got a point. Leave this to me from now on. Hearing Kaido's agreement, Bob smiled. Now that's a promising student. Kaido could even teach Luffy. Training a few pirates should be easy for Kaido. Just then, seemingly struck by a thought, Kaido frowned and spoke up. Commander, shouldn't we recruit more members for our team? There still aren't enough people. Our overall strength is lacking. Bob froze for a moment, but inwardly was delighted. Nice. Kaido was already thinking ahead. This was exactly what Bob was about to bring up. Keeping a neutral face, Bob rested a hand under his chin, pretending to think it over. Then, slowly, he spoke. Not bad. That's a very good suggestion. Looks like I picked the right vice commander, someone already thinking about the group's best interest. And since you brought it up, I'll leave this matter for you to handle. At that, Kaido grinned. Mission accomplished. Expanding the crew was the best way to ensure that after defeating Bob, Kaido would inherit a powerful team, maybe even enough to start another pirate crew altogether. Pleased with that thought, Kaido's grin only widened and he laughed out loud. Seeing Kaido suddenly burst into laughter, Bob couldn't help but laugh along, though what each of them found amusing was very different. Chapter 68, Arm Wrestling with Kaido. The laughter between the two echoed throughout the room, lingering long after. Once the laughter subsided, Bob narrowed his eyes and looked at Kaido, who was still laughing heartily. Bob spoke up. You've eaten a devil fruit, and you've been training non-stop lately. How about testing out your progress? Kaido's laughter abruptly stopped as soon as he heard Bob's suggestion, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Forget it. I haven't been training that long, there's no way to see real results yet. Let's do it another time. Another time. Although Kaido felt that his strength might not be much different from Bob by now, the idea of actually having a match made Kaido uneasy. There was a good chance he'd just get beaten up badly. So Kaido just found an excuse to refuse. Relax. I'm not saying we should have a fight. We're on the ship, even if I wanted to, I'd have to consider the ship's structural limits. How about we arm wrestle instead? Bob raised an eyebrow at Kaido and waved his arm in the air. Arm wrestling? Kaido hadn't expected Bob to suggest such a straightforward contest of strength. After thinking it over for a while, Kaido finally spoke. Sure. It's a good opportunity to test what level my body strength is at now, after eating the devil fruit. As Kaido said this, he loosened up his body. Over this training period, he could feel his physical strength rising daily by a huge margin. Using this kind of simple contest with Bob was the perfect way to figure out their difference in power. Maybe he really could go toe-to-toe with Bob now. Ha! Let's do it. But since it's a contest, we should have something riding on it, don't you think? If I win, I don't want anything from you, I just want you to start training the crew tomorrow, how about that? Seeing Kaido agree, Bob grinned as he proposed the wager. Alright, but what if you lose? Bob's condition was totally fine for Kaido. He was planning to start training the crew anyway, so doing it sooner rather than later made no difference. But if Bob lost, Kaido definitely wanted to make sure the condition was clear from the start. Hearing this, Bob hesitated for a moment, about to set his own terms when Shiki words suddenly came to mind. If you win, you can ask for whatever you want. Ha! Deal! The moment Bob said that, Kaido instantly perked up. If he could ask for anything, maybe even to be commander. Without further discussion, the two got ready for their test of strength. Since there wasn't a suitable table in Kaido room, they had to use a giant piece of workout equipment as a makeshift surface. Because of the significant difference in their heights and arm lengths, a stack of barbell plates was placed under Bob's elbow. Kaido fist pressed against Bob, their arms locked together. Just as Bob was about to call start, Kaido suddenly put forth all his strength. Veins bulged on his arm as his aura instantly surged. Damn it! Bob cursed under his breath and began to exert his strength in turn. The next moment, a sharp cracking sound rang out as cracks appeared on the equipment beneath Kaido's elbow. The barbell plates under Bob's arm were groaning as well from the immense pressure. For a while, their arms were locked in an even stalemate, neither able to overpower the other. During this, Bob was definitely taking it easy on Kaido. Winning was a given, but Bob thought it best not to finish Kaido off in a single instant, otherwise, it would just shatter Kaido's self-confidence. To nurture a suitably motivated and hardworking vice-commander, Bob wanted to make sure Kaido felt their power gap wasn't insurmountable. This way, Kaido could keep the goal of surpassing him in mind, see hope, and stay driven. Sigh. Thinking this, Bob couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. He really was putting in work for Kaido's sake. Kaido, I'm about to go all out. Brace yourself. With that, Bob's arm surged with even greater power. Sensing the new force, Kaido's expression twisted as he poured everything he had into his arm. His whole forearm seemed to grow even larger. And Bob, to make it look like he was struggling, played along with increasingly complex expressions. Crack. A crisp sound rang out from beneath their arms, the equipment under both their elbows split at the same time. At the same time, the match's result became clear. Under Bob's overwhelming might, Kaido's arm bent further and further until, unable to resist any longer, it slammed down onto the surface. I lost. Kaido exhaled heavily, admitting defeat without hesitation. Even though he lost to Bob this time, he had no regrets at all. Because during their arm wrestling match, Kaido could see from Bob's expression that he'd really had to struggle, and that was enough for him. Your strength has improved rapidly. I'm sure you'll catch up to me before long. The tension faded from Bob's face as he let out a breath. His compliment to Kaido was sincere. Kaido's current physical power was extremely impressive and had improved dramatically since their last sparring session. But compared to himself, Kaido still had a lot of room for growth. As for the second half of his comment, Bob was just giving Kaido motivation. He had no idea how long, before long, actually meant. Ha! Since I lost, I'll honor our bet and start training them tomorrow. Kaido burst out laughing. Given the insane increase in his abilities after eating the devil fruit, getting so close to Bob level, Kaido was certain that surpassing Bob was just a matter of time. It was like being handed a reassuring promise. Good. I'm looking forward to it. After saying goodbye to Kaido, Bob returned to his own room. He idly scanned through the various treasures scattered inside, confirming that nothing appeared to be missing. Looks like no one tried to steal anything while I was away. Jojobath did a decent job. Lying on his bed, Bob found himself thinking back to his fight with Zephyr. Compared to last time with Shiki, this time after fighting, Bob didn't feel noticeably hungry, probably because he hadn't taken any injuries. But in terms of strength, Bob felt it was time to reassess things. After fighting Shiki last time, Bob figured he could handle Sengoku and Garp without much trouble. But from his battle with Zephyr, it seemed he'd underestimated the top fighters a bit. He could win, sure, but it wasn't as easy as since it took a lot more time. Thinking of Saitama, Bob also thought of that shiny bald head. He reached up to touch his own hair, finding it as thick and full as ever. That got Bob wondering, was the reason he hadn't gone bald yet because he hadn't trained long enough, or was there some other reason? Chapter 69, Bob returned. Steelbone Kong shook his head. He didn't need to guess who was calling him. Reaching out, he picked up the Den Den Mushi resting in his hand. Almost immediately, the snail-like device seemed to jolt as if shocked by electricity. Its angry tone and grotesque face all clearly reflected the rage coming from the other end of the call. That's the primary function of the Den Den Mushi. It doesn't merely transmit voices, it flawlessly captures the expressions and tones of the speaker during the call. Steelbone Kong furrowed his brows. What an utterly lousy feature. The one on the other line was none other than the supreme authority of the world government, the Five Elders. What is Marine Headquarters even doing? Bob finally separated from the Rocks pirates, and yet you let him slip away. Hurry and figure out a way to capture Bob. We cannot allow him to continue growing. Bob has already made a name for himself. This is a disgrace to the world government and to the Marines alike. A man arrogant enough to kill a celestial dragon is not someone we can continue to let roam alive. And as for the Rocks pirates, why haven't you taken any action against them yet? They're running completely unopposed along the sea routes. The Five Elders' voices roared like a machine gun, barking order after order without even a pause long enough for Steelbone Kong to get a word in. They were completely indifferent to how exhausting it was to be on the receiving end of such tirades. After a while, the fury on the other end seemed to simmer down slightly. Compile a full report on the recent battle between Bob and Zephyr. We expect it immediately. Yes, Steelbone Kong responded quickly. Understood. After a brief and minimalist report on the matter, Steelbone Kong hung up the call. Internally, he couldn't help but grumble. With the current strength of the Rocks pirates, even the entire Marine headquarters couldn't take them down. It's easy for your lips to move and toss commands when you're not the one dealing with this. This required a more measured, long-term strategy. Suddenly, inspiration struck Steelbone Kong. If Marine headquarters alone wasn't enough to take down the Rocks pirates, then perhaps collaborating with other forces might do the trick. Somewhere in an unknown section of the vast seas, a massive pirate ship drifted steadily forward. The emblem on its sails made it instantly recognizable. To every pirate crew that caught sight of it, just a glimpse was enough to send them scurrying away in terror. This was the infamous ship of the Rocks pirates. Inside one of the cabins on the Rocks deep, Zebek, Wang Ji and Silver Axe were seated, enjoying some drinks and chatting casually. John and Bob headed out together this time. Who knows when they'll be back? Silver Axe said, lifting the jug on the table and pouring himself a full cup. Back? What do you think John took Bob out for this time? Wang Ji said, sipping leisurely from his own cup. Knowing John and his obsession with money, I guarantee he's up to something underhanded. Ha ha ha. Without a doubt. With how he gets along with Bob, he dragged Bob out with him and left the two of us behind. There's only one possible reason, money. I bet he's milking Bob for all he's worth. No way he's letting a fat cash cow like him go so easily. Wang Ji put his cup down, stroked his long beard, and laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. John just can't resist when it comes to money. Always eyeing what's in his bowl yet craving what's in the pot. But honestly, it might be for the best. Bob's been hogging the spotlight lately, he needs to suffer a little. Dim the edge off his arrogance. After all, young hotheads shouldn't get too over themselves. Silver Axe downed his drink in one gulp and slammed the cup onto the table with a hearty laugh. Grabbing the massive battle axe propped beside him, he began heading for the door. Just as he was about to step out, there was a knock. Opening it, he found a member of Wang Ji's squad standing outside. Commander Silver Axe. Commander Wang Ji. The latest news, Commander Bob fought Vice Admiral Zephyr and came out victorious. The crewman seemed utterly thrilled as he delivered the news, looking as if he was the protagonist of the story. What? Both Wang Ji and Silver Axe exclaimed in shock. Bob fought Vice Admiral Zephyr. And even won. Quickly, tell us. Everything you know. Wang Ji demanded eagerly. Before long, word of the incident had spread across the Rock's pirate ship. On the main deck, a group of Bob young admirers had gathered, passionately discussing the rumors. Did you hear? Commander Bob took down Vice Admiral Zephyr. The fight was fierce, absolutely brutal. People say it went on for hours. No, that's not right. I heard Captain Bob was totally unfazed, finished the fight in under an hour, and had Zephyr unable to even stand. An hour? That's too long. My sources say Commander Bob only needed 3 moves, and Zephyr was coughing up blood left and right. Bullshit. All of you are wrong. My information comes directly from the source. Commander Bob ended the battle with a single punch. Knocked Zephyr into a crater he couldn't climb out of. The lively chatter of the crew reached the stern of the ship, where Shiki and Whitebeard were standing. The power of rumors really is terrifying. Shiki muttered, puffing on his cigar and shaking his head. It's clearly exaggerated. Whitebeard quietly agreed, which was rare. We both know Zephyr capabilities better than most. True enough, but what do you think of the situation? Whitebeard paused thoughtfully at Shiki's question. The rumors are exaggerated, but the event probably happened. Still, it's shocking in its own right. First, Bob defeats you, and now he's beaten Vice Admiral Zephyr. Gururara. Once again, Bob has managed to surprise me. Whitebeard let loose a boisterous laugh. Shiki, however, found the laugh irritating. Why do you keep bringing me up when we're talking about Bob? And it's just Zephyr, not a big deal. If it were me, I'd pin him to the ground just as easily. Shiki retorted indignantly. Whitebeard glanced at Shiki, just a simple, wordless look. But the meaning behind it was clear. You. Don't kid yourself. Shiki bristled. Just as he was about to snap back, his attention was caught by the commotion on the deck. Look! Isn't that Commander Bob returning? Commander Bob and Commander John are coming back together. Shiki and Whitebeard followed the excited gazes of the pirates. A luxurious rescue boat was speeding toward the Rock's pirate ship. Chapter 70, John Plan. Aboard the Rocks, inside the commander's quarters. John was busy organizing the cash he'd snatched from the casino. After a rough count, it looked to be around 20 million belly. After he bundled the money up and was getting ready to stash it, there was suddenly a knock at the door. Knock. 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 The moment John heard it, panic flared up in his chest. His first thought was that Bob had come to collect his debt. He hastily stuffed the money any which way and hid it out of sight. John hurried to the door, took a breath, and pulled it open. Wang Ji. Silver Axe. Seeing it wasn't Bob at the door but those two instead, John was caught off guard. But then he remembered how just earlier, in front of everyone, these two had exposed him and left him thoroughly embarrassed. Annoyance welled up inside as he asked coldly. "What do you want?" Noticing John's expression, the two of them exchanged a glance and a grin, instantly understanding his attitude. Wang Ji stroked his beard with a chuckle and said, "Oh, John. We were just joking around, you know. Surely you don't think any less of us over something like that, do you?" "Yeah. Exactly." Silver Axe chimed in on the side. "Humph." John snorted, thinking it was easy for them to laugh since they weren't the ones being made fun of. "Fine, come in." Wang Ji and Silver Axe stepped into John's quarters. They all sat around a table. Wang Ji pulled out a barrel of strong liquor he'd brought with him, set it on the table, and filled each of the 3 bowls to the brim. Seeing this, John couldn't help but frown. "So, what's this about? Just say it." "Ha ha ha. John, you really don't beat around the bush. We actually just wanted to ask, after you went out with Bob this time, how much did you make?" Silver Axe slid a full bowl over to John and got straight to the point. He'd originally planned to chat for a bit to warm up before getting to that, since asking someone how much they earned right off the bat was a little blunt. But since John had already brought it up, he just went with it. Hearing this, John's expression shifted. These two really knew how to poke at a sore spot. Here he was, deep in debt after gambling losses, and they had the nerve to come asking if he'd made any money. John almost blurted out the truth, but stopped himself at the last second. If these two knew what really happened, he could already picture them laughing so hard they'd have to lean against the wall, and knowing them, it'd be all over the ship within an hour. A thought flashed through John's mind. If he'd lost money, then he wasn't about to let them have an easy time either. "Not bad. I won around 500 million belly." John sounded relaxed, like this was just another day. "What? That much? You have to give us the details." They'd figured John must have made something, but hearing a real number made them shout in surprise. That was nearly 500 million belly, more than half their bounty. "Yeah, well, Bob might be strong, but he's hopeless at cards. I didn't even have to try too hard, Bob was already losing it. The way he kept upping the ante, throwing down 100 million belly at a time without blinking." John drained his bowl in one gulp, telling his tale with animated gestures, slapping the table, acting it all out as if every word were true. Meanwhile, Silver Axe kept refilling his drink. John only finished after quite a while, and Wang Ji and Silver Axe exchanged a long look. "Listening to you, Bob seems like an easy target. But when I saw Bob come back, he didn't look like someone who just lost that much, he looked in a pretty good mood." As lively as John sounded, they both knew his personality. Not only was he greedy, he also loved to exaggerate. Remembering how cheerful Bob was earlier, Wang Ji couldn't help but ask. "So what, was he supposed to walk around with a lost 500 mil written on his face?" John replied, sounding a bit annoyed. Wang Ji paused. True enough, that kind of embarrassment wasn't something people went around advertising. But could you really fit 500 million in that bag you had when you got back? "I'm not sure I buy it." Wang Ji pressed on, needing to clear up his doubts. "Couldn't fit. Bob didn't bring that much cash either, most of it's just what he owes me." John said this without batting an eye, flipping the story about who owed whom on its head. "I see. But you did come back with a bag, John?" Seeing Wang Ji kept asking. John frowned a bit, cursing silently. These two sure had a lot of questions, and so suspicious too. That's just Bob not wanting to come back empty-handed, had me split the money between two bags so he'd at least have something to carry. Otherwise, wouldn't look good. Ha! That sounds just like Bob, too proud to save his own skin. Silver Axe jumped in, fully convinced by John's story by now. Yeah, with how much Bob cares about appearances, that totally sounds like something he'd do. But John, would you mind letting me take a look at the cash in your bag? Wang Ji pressed on, still uneasy. Humph. After all this talk and you still don't believe me. I've got nothing more to say. If you don't believe me, you can just go ask Bob yourself. John's expression cooled as he spoke. He was certain the two of them wouldn't actually dare go ask Bob. Seriously, what would they say? Hey, did you really lose 500 million belly? And sure enough, Wang Ji broke into laughter. John, when have I ever doubted you? I'm just curious about how fresh the bills in that bag are, that's all. Seeing he wouldn't be let off otherwise, John brought out the bag and spread it open for all to see, a pile of cash inside. Ha 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 ha. Getting money like this sure is easier than being a pirate and robbing everywhere. Wang Ji, catching a glance at the haul, was now completely convinced. Yeah. By the way, don't you two want to win some money yourselves? Now that they'd bought it, John went right for his real goal. Oh. You mean? Wang Ji paused, then caught on to what John was suggesting. Ha ha ha. Just what I was thinking. We'll have to plan this one out. Chapter 71, Drinking with Whitebeard. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, beams of starlight spilled onto the ground outside the window. Bob leaned against the window, a cool night breeze brushing by. After taking a nap that afternoon, Bob was feeling much better now. Knock. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Bob didn't even have to think it had to be Whitebeard. Sure enough, when he opened the door, it was that strikingly handsome man, holding two huge barrels of liquor, standing at the doorway. Whoa, those barrels are massive. As he spoke, Bob invited Whitebeard in. The barrels of liquor thudded down onto a table, making it creak loudly. Gururara. These are some premium booze my crewmates have been cellaring for years, tonight we're finishing them off. Whitebeard looked delighted, cracking open a barrel and pouring two big bowls to the brim. Hold on. Don't you have something to eat? How are we supposed to handle this much hard liquor on its own? Even a dish of peanuts would be something. Staring at the potent booze, Bob had to admit it smelled wonderful, but drinking this stuff straight was just asking for it, any snack would do. Gururara. Gotcha. Not long after, Whitebeard brought over a huge tub of food, set it on the table, and said. Longbeard just being selfish, wants the food to himself, one of these days we'll have to teach him a lesson. Whitebeard joked with a grin, picking up a bowl of liquor and downing it. So, did you gain anything from your trip out? Tell me about it. Pouring himself another bowl, Whitebeard reached out and grabbed some food. You probably know already, I drove Zephyr away, and I won a bit of money at the casino. That John guy owes me a mountain of debt, so tomorrow I'll be collecting. Gururara. Bob, I was actually worried you'd get taken advantage of, but I shouldn't have. Who would have thought that old gambler would fall on his face against you? I'm not easy pickings. Anyone who thinks they can get one over on me hasn't been born yet. Bob clinked bowls with Whitebeard, bragging. True enough. Whether it's strength or something else, you always manage to surprise me. I honestly have no idea how you've gotten to this level. Suddenly remembering something, Whitebeard propped his chin on his hand and said. That reminds me, I have a question. Oh. Bob raised an eyebrow, prompting him to continue. Bob, where is your hometown, anyway? I'm so curious, what kind of place could possibly produce a monster like you? Whitebeard had wondered about this for a long time. Ever since meeting Bob, he'd never heard him mention anything about his home, as if Bob was completely cut off from it. Whitebeard found it baffling, especially given how much Bob seemed to care about his roots. My hometown. It's somewhere very, very far away. Being asked like that, Bob suddenly thought of his previous life, and the family he'd had before. He wondered what they were up to now, and if his sudden disappearance had caused them any trouble. Very, very far. In this world, distance is never a problem. How far can it possibly be? Whitebeard thought of his own home. Ever since he'd left, it had been ages since he'd gone back. It's as distant as a dream, really. Bob gazed at the moon outside, thinking to himself, they say the moon is the same everywhere, but he wondered how the moon of this pirate world compared to the one back home. I'll tell you when the time is right, but now's not the time. Seeing Whitebeard's totally perplexed expression, Bob laughed. You've been asking me, what about you? Where's your hometown? As far as Bob knew, Whitebeard's hometown was a tiny, poor village. After the Marineford War and Whitebeard's death, it was protected by Marco, his 1st Division commander, but still remained impoverished. That just went to show, even with all the support Whitebeard had given over the years, it hadn't solved his home's real problems. My hometown. Just a tiny quiet place, a peaceful little village. As he drank, Whitebeard began telling his story. From being the local troublemaker as a kid, always getting into mischief, to losing his parents young, and eventually becoming a pirate and gaining the Gura Gura no Mi. So, you spent your money helping your hometown. Yeah, what's the point of keeping tons of money? It's better to help the people who need it. But did you ever consider that doing that too much might make people lazy, and hold back real development? After all, teaching people to fish beats just giving them fish. At this, Bob spoke slowly. I've thought about it. But that's really all I can do. I just want to make their lives a bit better. The rest is up to them. Whitebeard picked up a bowl of liquor and sipped it, no longer as bold as before and instead looking worried. Hearing Whitebeard say that, Bob didn't say anything. Maybe sometimes poverty is a blessing. In the pirate world, money could more easily attract disaster. That said, if he ever had a chance, Bob would like to visit Whitebeard's hometown, see what the people there were like, and maybe lend them a hand if he could. Just do what you can. Bob replied with a laugh. By the way, how come you never look for a girlfriend? It's a shame for someone as tall and dashing as you. Sensing the gloom in the air, Bob abruptly shifted the subject. In One Piece, Whitebeard was fond of recruiting sons, but always seemed single. With everything Whitebeard had going for him, how was he still alone? It just didn't make sense. Haven't really thought about it. Whitebeard spoke up. You haven't got some big secret, have you? Bob looked at Whitebeard, all curiosity. Get lost. Aren't you single too? You've got no right to tease me. Whitebeard shot back with a groan. Come on. It's not that I don't want someone, I just haven't met the right person yet. What am I supposed to do? So for now, I guess I'll just help out those fallen girls, give them a boost in life. Bob spread his hands, looking helpless. How about this? One of these days I'll take you out to meet someone. No way. I've got no money. You're thinking too small. With your earthquake powers, you need to worry about money. Besides, if you're ever short on cash, just take some from there. As Bob spoke, he pointed behind him at the sky gold, signaling that Whitebeard could help himself. Forget it. Any money I take from you just ends up going back to my family in my hometown anyway. And since I consider you my brother, your family, so it's like giving your money right back to you. Whether I take it or not, it's the same. So, that means my money is your money, actually. Hearing Whitebeard say that, Bob paused, taking a moment to process, then smacked his thigh. Chapter 72, Tricking Wang Ji and Silver Axe. The next day. Aboard the Rock's ship, inside Bob's room. After drinking the night away, Bob was slumped over his desk, drifting in and out of sleep, when a commotion outside jolted him awake. He rubbed his eyes and squinted out the window, seeing the sun already high in the sky. It was nearly noon. Meanwhile, across from Bob, Whitebeard had never come back to his room last night and was currently sprawled asleep on the table. Shaking his head, Bob got up and tried to pick up Whitebeard, but given the size difference, it just wasn't working. So Bob simply picked Whitebeard up and carried him over to the bed. Throughout the entire process, Whitebeard didn't stir at all, still deep in sleep. They'd been drinking together last night and totally overdid it. With Whitebeard being so massive, most of his legs stuck out from the edge of Bob's bed, but it was still better than sleeping hunched over a desk. Bob walked over and opened the door, the noise immediately flooding in. Raising his eyebrows at what he saw, Bob looked out. Out on the deck, several crew members were working out with gym equipment. Some were lifting barbells, others dumbbells, and a few were doing push-ups with massive iron weights on their backs. As they moved up and down, loud grunts came from their mouths. Leading them was the organizer of this morning workout, the vice commander in Bob team, Kaido. He wasn't just watching either, he was observing the others while lifting a pair of iron blocks that looked to weigh several tons apiece. A crowd of pirates from other teams stood nearby, whispering among themselves. On the Rock's pirates ship, seeing a group actually organized and training together like this was a rare thing. Aside from Whitebeard's crew, the other commanders basically left their teams to fend for themselves with no real supervision. Looking at the scene before him, Bob couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected Kaido to actually keep his word. He lost their bet yesterday and had immediately started up training today. It was a bit different from what Bob had imagined, but seeing them take action was good enough. Right then, the crew spotted Bob coming out and immediately stopped what they were doing. "Good morning, Commander Bob." Hearing everyone greeting him, Bob nodded slightly and said, "Good, keep going. Don't mind me." With that, the crew returned to their unfinished workouts, but noticeably put more energy into it than before. Bob turned and walked over to Kaido, saying, "Kaido, I appreciate your attitude and enthusiasm." Kaido set down the massive blocks and gave a big grin. "Ha ha ha. So, what do you think of my training methods?" "I'd say it suits your taste perfectly." Bob replied coolly, then glanced at the still working crew. Even though everyone looked to be working hard, there were some real gaps in ability among them. Bob couldn't help but think that after the battle at God Valley, the Rock's pirates would break up, and his agreement with Rocks would be over. That meant Bob could finally put together his own pirate crew. Thinking about this, Bob realized he had a problem to work out. Because the people joining his crew now would probably become his real crewmates in the future, and there was no way Bob was going to let his crew be a bunch of useless nobodies. So, sometime soon, he'd have to test all of them, keep only the ones with the right strength and potential, and let the best rise to the top. Then he'd have to recruit even more suitable crewmates out in the pirate world. Gathering his thoughts, Bob spoke up. "Keep at it. Train hard." He turned to leave, but after a couple steps suddenly thought of something and called back to Kaido. "Next time, pick a different spot." Bob's destination was John room. No helping it, that old geezer just wouldn't come over. Bob had to go visit personally. Strolling across the deck with his hands behind his head, Bob looked straight ahead. Someone was walking toward him. It was a man dressed in a red robe with a rapier at his waist. "John." "Bob, I was just on my way to find you. Didn't expect to run into you here." As Bob noticed John noticed him, too. "Well, fancy that. I don't even need to come knocking." Figuring John had come to pay his debt, Bob realized maybe he'd misjudged him. The old geezer seemed to be keeping his word after all. Upon hearing this, John's expression shifted slightly. He placed a hand on Bob's shoulder and said, "Bob, can we talk privately for a minute?" Bob frowned but followed along. John led Bob to a quiet corner of the rocks. Not a soul in sight, just the sound of the waves lapping against the hull. What's this about? Why the big secret just to pay me back? Bob was baffled by John's behavior, he had no clue what he was up to. Paying you back can wait for a second. John said awkwardly. What, trying to skip out on your debt? Hearing this, Bob's face darkened. So John was planning to stiff him? Bob Fist was ready to go. No, no. Do you think I, John, would ever short you that money? Here's the thing. After we got back from that gambling match, Wang Ji and Silver Axe came and talked to me. John said, lowering his voice and blinking slyly. And then? Bob relaxed his fist and asked. I told them I won 500 million from you. As soon as they heard it, their eyes went wide with envy and jealousy. They decided right then to challenge you to another round of gambling. And with me as the one arranging the match. At this, John's grin turned downright sneaky. At that moment, Bob couldn't help but smirk. Now he saw what John was up to, using Bob Big Loss as bait to make him look like a sucker when it came to gambling. Anyone with half a clue would think they could easily win some money off Bob. Then John would set up a game and get Wang Ji and Silver Axe to approach Bob for a match. Talk about setting up your own friends. Bob cursed silently. These three might seem close, but in the Rock's Pirates, friends were just people waiting to stab each other in the back. So? Bob narrowed his eyes. Silver Axe and Wang Ji will come to play with you. Their gambling is decent, but they're not as good as me. You'll be able to handle them, no problem. When the time comes, you can. At this point, John was already imagining the look on those two's faces after they lost, and couldn't help but start to laugh. Oh. They really ought to thank you for being such a reliable friend, huh? Ha ha ha. Lay off the sarcasm. I'm lining up a money-making opportunity for you here. John had zero qualms about stabbing his friends in the back. As long as he could profit, there was nothing he wouldn't do. Deal. Bob was more than happy to go along with John's plan. He could win money off two commanders without putting in any effort himself, free money. What problems might follow after he won? That was John's problem, not his. So what's your angle in all this? Bob doubted John was just being generous and handing him a couple of easy marks. Ha ha ha. It's just. Since I'm the middleman, I'd get a little cut, right? John rubbed his hands together, grinning and speaking slowly. John wanted more than just to see Wang Ji and Silver Axe lose, he also wanted a bit of the action. After all, how often did opportunities like this come along? We'll see how you do. Bob replied, patting John on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, great. I'll bring Wang Ji and Silver Axe over in a bit. With that, John turned and left. Chapter 73, Wang Ji and Silver Axe visit. So, what do you think? Inside a room, Wang Ji, John, and Silver Axe were sitting together, discussing the matter. The one who spoke up was Silver Axe, clad in silver armor. Once he heard that John had already met with Bob, he couldn't help but want to know all the details, especially Bob's attitude. Relax. With me acting as the go-between, how could anything go wrong here? John shot Silver Axe a confident smirk as he spoke. Ha ha ha. So, what's Bob's stance on all this? Wang Ji also couldn't hold back and chimed in. The three of them had already planned everything ahead of time. First, John would approach Bob and inform him out about the gambling, then Wang Ji and Silver Axe would talk to Bob as well. The idea was to get a feel for Bob's attitude. If Bob wanted to keep playing, neither of them would want to let the opportunity slip by. If Bob was hesitant, John would try to persuade him. Either way, Wang Ji was sure he was going to profit from all of this. You guys have no idea, last time Bob and I made a bet, he seemed ready to keep going. If I hadn't stepped in, he'd probably still be at it. This time, as soon as I brought up the topic, he took the bait right away. So just go see him later, he's ready. John said coolly, shooting the other two a knowing look. No surprise. Gambling really is addictive. Bob got deep pockets and youth. Of course he'd want to win it all back. Hearing John say everything was already set, Silver Axe added his own agreement. By the way, John, are you joining this time? Wang Ji thought for a second before asking. Of course I'm not joining. Do you think Bob will still play with me? He's not stupid. John replied, sounding a bit annoyed. Wang Ji nodded. He hadn't considered that. After losing 500 million to John, there's no way Bob would gamble with him again, unless he had more money than he knew what to do with and wanted to lose it to the same person twice. By the way, I told him you two are terrible at gambling, so be sure not to give yourselves away. John added. Got it. We'll go find him now, see how he reacts. Let's move. With that, Silver Axe and Wang Ji stood and headed straight for Bob's location. John didn't follow them this time, he had no worries about Bob. Knowing how crafty Bob was, a little acting would be no problem at all. On the deck, Bob was leaning against the ship's rail, feeling the sea breeze, watching the waves roll as he waited for Wang Ji and John. As expected, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Bob, taking it easy, huh? Wang Ji spotted Bob lounging by the rail and struck up a conversation. Hearing the voice, Bob turned around and greeted, Wang Ji, Silver Axe. What brings you two commanders here to enjoy the scenery? Ha! It's been ages since I've enjoyed the easy life at sea. Figured I'd get a little fresh air, never thought I'd run into you out here. Wang Ji laughed and played along, moving closer to box Bob in on either side. Seeing this, Bob frowned. Were they afraid he'd make a run for it? Heard some interesting stories about your last outing with John. Kinda regret not joining you then. Wang Ji steered the conversation, making small talk with Bob, gradually bringing up the recent trip to get to the real topic. It really wasn't much. If I'd known how it would turn out, I wouldn't have gone at all. Bob shook his head and spoke with a sigh. Wang Ji frowned slightly and followed up. Oh. How so? To be honest, I lost some money when I went out with John this time. A whole 30 million berries, in fact. Bob sighed and shook his head, his voice full of helplessness and regret. Upon hearing that, Wang Ji and Silver Axe nearly burst out laughing. 30 million. They knew it was 500 million berries, but they weren't about to call Bob out for saving face. Who would have thought? Not only did you manage to drive Zephyr away, but there was this too. What a shameless bastard. Ha ha ha. He even set up a trap to trick Wang Ji and Silver Axe, no wonder he got beaten so badly. I told you. What kind of person Commander Bob is? He was definitely acting on purpose back then, losing 30 million berry, who would believe that? Surely no one actually believed that rumor at the time, right? You bastard. You were the one shouting the loudest back then, saying you could get rich overnight if you're the one who play. John's misdeeds were all exposed, and now everyone knew about them. From gambling with Bob on the island and losing nearly 300 million berry, still owing Bob a huge debt, to bragging to Wang Ji and Silver Axe that he had won 500 million, and finally setting up a scheme to get them to gamble with Bob. Within the Rocks Pirates, backstabbing brothers was nothing new, but it was rare for such things to be brought out into the open, especially among the commanders. In John's room. The three commanders, Shiki and the others, saw that John had confessed everything. They continued to beat him for a while, and only when their anger had mostly subsided did they gradually stop the one-sided beating. By then, John was completely unrecognizable. His clothes were torn to shreds, and through the tattered fabric, you could see bruises all over his body. His face was covered in blood, and he had fallen into a coma. The shiny western sword he had polished so meticulously was now lying on the side, covered in dust, with several different-sized footprints on the blade. Get some medics over here and drag John to the infirmary. Wang Ji, looking at the unconscious John, shouted to the surrounding pirates. Although John was in a coma, the three commanders hadn't gone for the kill. They had only inflicted injuries that could heal in the short term. After all, as a commander of the Rock's pirates, no one dared to make a discussion about his life or death except Rox himself. Killing an ordinary crew member was one thing, but if a commander were to die or suffer irreversible injuries, it would be a huge loss to the overall strength of the Rock's pirates. Hearing this, a few pirates emerged from the crowd and, under the watchful eyes of the three commanders, carried John away. At the same time, at the top of a massive room, a man with an octopus-like head sat. Using his advanced observation hockey, he had been closely monitoring everything that had just happened, from the start of the gambling to the end, and then to John beating. But compared to John beating, Rock seemed more interested in Bob's current strength. In such a short time, his armament hockey has reached the advanced level, and his observation hockey is showing signs of a breakthrough. He truly is a monster in every sense of the word. Rox muttered in a voice only he could hear. A glint flashed in his eyes, and a strange smile crossed his lips. How interesting. Chapter 80, John was raided. John being carried away didn't completely quell the anger of the three commanders. In full view of everyone, they ransacked John's room from top to bottom. Finally, they found the large bag of money brought from the casino in a hole in the wall. The once luxurious decorated room was now mostly dismantled. Seeing the actions of the three commanders, the pirates couldn't help but admire their expertise. Having engaged in plenty of plundering themselves, they now felt that their own efforts were child's play compared to the commanders. The commanders acted swiftly, decisively, and without any hesitation during the entire robbery process. Commander John really got the short end of the stick. Not only was he beaten and sent to the infirmary, but his stash was also completely exposed. Damn. No wonder they're commanders. We're still noob. I thought a beating would be enough. Quick, watch how the commanders ransack the place. We might need to use these techniques in the future. The commanders really gave us a lesson. The pirates didn't mind the commanders' despicable action. Instead, they saw them as perfectly reasonable and worth learning from. Over the years, they had spent a lot of time searching for treasures, but the commanders completed the entire process in under a minute, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Some bold and meticulous pirates even managed to sneak away with some valuable items while the commanders were busy beating John. However, unlike the pirates' excitement, the three commanders were now somewhat puzzled as they looked at the large bag. This doesn't make sense. Where did John hide his money? He definitely has more than this. Damn. Where's his share of the heavenly gold? Forget it, let's just go. He got lucky this time. As they spoke, the three commanders carried the large bag and left John's room. This scene was witnessed by Bob, who was on the deck. These commanders really show no mercy. Hearing this, Whitebeard, who had been standing nearby all along, crossed his arms and laughed. Gururara. Bob, you set this up quite well. In response to Whitebeard's words, Bob shrugged. Ha ha ha. Actually, I didn't do anything. John came to me and asked me to play along. Since returning, Bob had never considered gambling with the other commanders. It was John who approached him first. Seeing an opportunity to make some money, Bob went along with it. After all, it was easy money. As for whether he was worried about the three commanders causing him trouble, that was completely out of the question. If anyone was to be blamed, it would be John himself. Gururara. Regardless, seeing them fight among themselves is a rare sight. It's quite an eye-opener for me. Whitebeard laughed heartily. He had never gotten along well with the other commanders, as their philosophies were completely different. They were profit-driven, while Whitebeard valued family above all else. Seeing them lose money and fight each other without any mercy made him feel quite satisfied. At the same time, he admired Bob even more. Despite not doing any earth-shattering thing, Bob managed to pit the commanders against each other while remaining seemingly undisturbed. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Bob raised an eyebrow. In the end, wasn't it their own greed that led to this outcome? Alright, the show's over. Let's pack up and head back. Kaido, gather all this money and take it to my room. Bob stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, and turned to Kaido to give his orders. Hearing this, Kaido's face darkened, feeling extremely frustrated. He had just finished playing the role of a servant, and now he was being asked to do manual labor. He couldn't help but feel that his position as vice commander was essentially just to do Bob's bidding. Despite his internal complaints, Kaido quickly carried out Bob's instructions without hesitation. With John paying a heavy price, the matter was finally settled. Previously, Bob had been referred to as a monster by the crew on the ship. Now, after showcasing his exceptional skills, he earned a new nickname within the Rocks Pirates: the Gambling Monster. Time flew by, and before they knew it, over 10 days had passed on the ship. During this period, Bob continued his daily training routine. By his calculations, it had been nearly 5 months since he arrived in this pirate world. In terms of strength, Bob had made significant progress compared to when he fought Zephyr. First, in the realm of the 3 Haki types. His observation Haki, after rigorous testing, was now halfway into the advanced stage, just one step away from foreseeing the future. His armament Haki remained at the early stage of the advanced level, with signs of progressing toward the intermediate stage. As for Conqueror Haki, it was the slowest to improve, likely because it wasn't something that could be enhanced through training alone, so there was no noticeable progress. Next were his speed and strength. After the recent battles and days of training, he had made remarkable improvements. Almost every day, he felt stronger than the day before, but the progress began to slow down. Although he was still improving, it wasn't as noticeable as in the first few days. This made Bob gradually realize that the period during and immediately after a battle was when he made the fastest progress. Finally, in terms of physical resilience, Bob was practically invulnerable. During a moment of boredom, Bob once used his armament Haki-infused fingers to vigorously stab his own body, yet it left no trace. This reminded him of the story of the strongest spear and the strongest shield. While this behavior might seem somewhat self-destructive, it also highlighted the incredible toughness of his body. After all, even without using his full strength, the power behind his fingers was comparable to a strike from a master swordsman. In addition, during these days, Bob had conducted a performance review of the members in his division. He followed a simple principle: survival of the fittest. The rules were straightforward. Vice Commander Kaido acted as the main examiner. If a crew member could withstand a single blow from him, they would pass. After the tests, out of more than a dozen members, only one remained. The others either gave up immediately or were knocked down by Kaido's strike, vomiting blood on the spot. For this, Bob provided them with some money as severance and medical compensation. As a result, the already small division was further reduced after Bob restructuring, leaving only 4 members, including Bob himself. Chapter 81, Commander. I need to go outside to increase my strength. The other members of the Rocks Pirates were quite puzzled by Bob's actions. Within the Rocks Pirates, each crew was in competition with the others. Other crews were focused on how to expand their strength to secure more benefits in the next campaign. It was rare to see someone like Bob, who significantly weakened his own team power. However, despite their confusion, no one questioned Bob's actions. Because everything he did within the Rocks Pirates always ended up exceeding everyone's expectations, producing unforeseen results. The authority Bob had firmly established within the Rocks Pirates was like a brand, making people instinctively trust him. As usual, Bob was exercising in his room. Today's 10-kilometer run was already completed, so only the indoor exercises remained. After spending these days with the pirates and experiencing many events, Bob no longer felt the same social anxiety he once did, even when running outside and being watched. With the last push-up done, today's workout was complete. Clapping his hands, Bob stood up and looked in the mirror. The person reflected had a well-proportioned body with distinct muscle lines, somewhat resembling Saitama physique. Looking at the treasures behind the person in the mirror, Bob raised an eyebrow. The phrase, resplendent and magnificent, was perfectly fitting. According to Whitebeard's initial assessment, these treasures were worth at least 6 billion berries. 6 billion berries, what did that mean? It was enough to live comfortably for dozens of lifetimes, equivalent to 2.5 heads of rocks. But looking at this money, Bob didn't feel much joy. Instead, he felt a bit reflective. Because on this ship, this money was completely useless, it could only serve as decoration. Back in his previous life, Bob had been a poor guy who wanted to live in luxury but had no money. Now, in the pirate world, the situation was completely reversed. He had money but nowhere to spend it. Thinking about this, Bob felt a sense of frustration. Looking at his clothes in the mirror and the room's decor, they didn't match the treasures at all. They didn't reflect the flamboyant style a nouveau riche like Bob should have. Knock. 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 Just as Bob was reflecting, there was a sudden knock at the door. Quickly, throwing on a shirt, Bob didn't go to open the door but instead called out. "Come in." The sound of the door opening followed. A tall, muscular, and imposing man with horns on his head stood at the entrance. "Commander." Hearing this, Kaido strode over to Bob without hesitation. Looking at the room filled with treasures, even though he had seen it before, every time he looked, 5 words would pop into his mind. Damn, he's rich. Are you just going to leave these treasures piled up here? No security measures or anything? Aren't you worried someone might steal them? Kaido knew Bob didn't care much about money, but he didn't expect him to treat these celestial treasures like they were just random junk piled up like this. Here, I am the greatest security measure. Is there anyone on this ship who would dare to take my things? Bob sat down at the table and spoke slowly. Within the Rock's pirates, apart from the captain who was somewhat troublesome, Bob was the only one who could confidently say that no one dared to provoke him. The captain, however, had little interest in such matters, so whether or not safety measures were in place didn't really matter. After all, if you had the strength, you could throw the treasure on the deck and no one would dare to pick it up. Moreover, when Bob wasn't around, there was always Jojobath to keep watch, and sometimes Whitebeard would come by to help manage things. So Bob wasn't worried at all about anyone coveting these treasures. Ha ha ha. Of course not. Kaido said with a hint of frustration. What Bob had just said was indeed true, and even Kaido couldn't muster any improper thoughts about the room full of treasures. What's up? What do you need from me? Bob looked at Kaido and got straight to the point. Hearing this, Kaido smiled. Ever since I ate the devil fruit, I've felt my strength continuously increasing, but it always feels like it's not enough. I suspect it's because I've been training on the ship. I lack proper battles. So I need to fight to enhance my strength. And so? Bob raised an eyebrow and continued to ask. On the Rock's ship, we can't engage in direct combat, and we can't use large-scale techniques. Otherwise, we'd damage the ship. So I was thinking, maybe we could go out for a while. Look for opportunities. Kaido went on. Oh. So you're saying you want me to come with you? Bob guessed Kaido's intention and spoke up. You guessed it right away, Commander. Kaido laughed at this point, complimenting Bob. If you want to fight, just go. Why come to me? Bob said with a hint of annoyance, as Kaido only called him Commander when he needed something. This kid Kaido was starting to learn how to flatter. Hearing Bob's words, Kaido chuckled and said. Recently, I got some news from other crew members. On an island in the area ahead, there's a famous red light district. Oh. Hearing Kaido's words, Bob's lips curled into a slight smile, and he immediately became interested. Are there any beauties in the red light district? Yes, and many of them. Hearing this, Bob nodded. He couldn't quite tell if Kaido really wanted to go out to fight and improve his strength, or if he just wanted to visit the red light district. But it didn't matter to Bob. Because he was interested. He had always heard that the entertainers in the red light district were quite skilled, and this time he might get a feast for the eyes. Plus, going out would also give him a chance to splurge a bit, otherwise, it was torture to see all this money with no place to spend it. He really didn't want to be a miser forever. Well, since you want to improve your strength through battle, as your commander, how could I not supervise you properly? After all, you're the main combat force of our team. Your strength increasing is good for the whole team. Bob cleared his throat, nodded, and said, "So, when do we go?" Seeing that Bob had agreed, Kaido smiled and said, "We can set off tomorrow, the island isn't far from our route." "Good. We'll set off tomorrow." Chapter 82, Visiting Red Light District. The next day. Bob was lying in bed, enjoying a pleasant dream, when he was suddenly awakened by a series of knocks on the door. Rubbing his eyes, he got up and opened the door to find Kaido standing outside, just as they had agreed to go out yesterday. Seeing this, Bob patted his head, feeling utterly speechless. Looking at the sky outside, it was only around 5 o'clock, and the sun hadn't even risen yet. If Kaido was this eager to go out and fight to improve his strength, even a dog would shake its head in disbelief. Bob was now certain that Kaido was using the excuse of improving his strength to go have fun in the red light district. After all, he hadn't been able to go last time, and probably had a fire burning inside him. Damn it! You're way too eager this early in the morning. As soon as Bob opened the door, he started shouting. "Commander Bob, if we leave now, we should arrive in the afternoon. Let's prepare a bit, and by evening, we can enjoy the beauties, oh no, the scenery, in the red light district." Kaido's face was flushed with excitement as he spoke to Bob in the same tone. During previous discussions with the crew, Kaido had learned about the red light district and had decided he absolutely had to go there. Last time, he hadn't succeeded, and it had left a knot in his heart, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. As for why he invited Bob, it was entirely because he had no experience in such places and wanted to drag Bob along. But what he didn't know was that Bob, despite appearing mature, wasn't much different from him. "All right." Bob yawned and spoke. While Kaido waited outside, Bob quickly got ready inside his room. He packed a bag of cash and also grabbed a mask. This mask had been confiscated from a pirate on the ship and somewhat resembled a fox. The main reason for taking the mask was to consider its potential use when going out on the ship in the future. Given his current influence, it was highly likely he might be recognized. If that happened, forget about visiting the red light district, even buying something would be impossible. "Let's go." Bob called out to Kaido outside the door, hoisted a large bag of money, and headed towards the lifeboat. In no time, the two of them reached their destination. From the ship's side, Bob pulled out the lifeboat, dropped it into the water, and climbed aboard. "No wonder you informed Captain Rox yesterday, you had already planned to leave at this time." Bob threw the bag of money onto the lifeboat's deck, flipped over the ship's edge, and landed lightly at the bow. He then pulled out a navigation tool from his pocket, holding a map in one hand and fiddling with the compass in the other. "The earlier we go, the earlier we can return," Kaido said as he started the boat, and with a loud noise, the sound of water breaking beneath the lifeboat echoed. "Ha! I can see you can't wait." Bob glanced at him with disdain and said, "Let's go." Head left. Under Bob's direction, Kaido steered the boat, and with a roar, the lifeboat gradually distanced itself from the Rock's ship. This time, since it was so early, there was no one on the deck to see them off. But fortunately, Bob had informed Whitebeard yesterday that they would be going out, so there was no need for another farewell. As the boat's roar slowly faded, the lifeboat gradually disappeared into the still dark night, until it was completely out of sight. At the bustling port of a prosperous island, an extravagantly decorated ship was docked nearby. Two young men of vastly different heights disembarked from the ship. The shorter one wore a mask, while the taller one had a pair of horns on his head. They were none other than Bob and Kaido. "Why do you get to wear a mask, and I don't?" As they were getting off the ship, Kaido noticed Bob pulling a mask out of a bag and putting it on. Frowning, he couldn't help but ask. With your level of fame, do you really need a mask? Bob smirked and tossed the bag to Kaido. Hearing this, Kaido was momentarily stunned, his lips twitching, but he had no retort. At this point in time, Kaido, both in terms of strength and fame, was far from the Yonko he would later become. Thus, in this region where the Rocks pirates had just made their first appearance, no one recognized him. Before the two had taken more than a few steps, a voice called out to them. "Hello, would you like to hire a ship manager?" A young man dressed in green approached them at the port, addressing Kaido. Sure, I guess." Kaido was a bit taken aback by the question. In his mind, such inquiries should be directed at Bob, as he was the one who made the decisions. But unexpectedly, this person had mistaken him for the leader. However, this was understandable. Given Kaido's imposing stature and the aura he exuded, he certainly didn't look ordinary compared to the unremarkable Bob standing beside him. Bob found this situation quite amusing. This island was, without a doubt, the most prosperous place Bob had seen since arriving in this pirate world. Not only did it have a bustling port, but there were also dedicated reception personnel stationed there. It was safe to say they had come to the right place. Alright, considering the luxury of your ship, we'll need to assign multiple people to oversee it. Therefore, the fee will be 6,000 berries. The green-clad man smiled and spoke slowly. Sure. Without hesitation, Bob reached into the bag and pulled out 6,000 berries, handing them over to the man. Taking the money, the man's eyes flickered with delight, and he added, "Are you two here to visit our island Flower Street?" "Yes." Bob raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed that many people came to Flower Street every day. "I can take you there and save you the trouble of navigating the winding paths. But it will cost you an additional 1,000 berries for the guide fee." After hearing their affirmative response, the green-clad man spoke again. "All right." Bob pulled out another 1,000 berries from the bag. For this trip, Bob had one simple philosophy: if there was an opportunity to spend money, he would do so without haggling. He wanted to fully experience what it felt like to have money to burn. This could be understood as a form of retaliatory spending after being repressed for so long. The man seemed surprised by how readily they agreed. After a brief pause, he accepted the money and politely said, "Please follow me." Chapter 83, Give Me 10 Billion Berries Haircut. Led by the man in green, Bob and Kaido spent about an hour traversing the desolate outskirts of the island before arriving at the Flower Street. By then, it was already evening. Standing at the most open vantage point, Bob was instantly captivated by the scene before him. The entire street was ablaze with lights, bustling with activity. The air was filled with the clamor of voices, and the buildings on either side rose uniformly from the ground. Crowds of people wailing along, and upon closer inspection, one could see taverns, shops, and workshops lining the street. At the far end was what Bob cared about most, a row of entertainment district. The sight before him felt like a return to his past life, a familiar city that never slept. Kaido, standing beside Bob, wore a similar expression. At 19, it seemed like he was witnessing such a scene for the first time. "Gentlemen, this is the Flower Street of our island. Now that you've arrived, I'll take my leave," the man in green said, having completed his task, and bid farewell to Bob and Kaido. Hearing this, Kaido nodded, his eyes completely absorbed by the scene before him. Without even glancing at the man, he waved his hand, signaling him to leave. The man in green disappeared into the darkness, unnoticed in the night. Watching the two figures and the large bag they carried, the man's eyes flickered with a subtle change. "Bob, how's this place? Not a bad choice, right?" Kaido, after taking in the scene for a while, finally turned to Bob and spoke. "Not bad at all. This time, we've come to the right place," Bob replied with a smile. Looking at the scene before him, he knew he could finally indulge to his heart's content. "So, what's next? Kaido glanced at Bob, his leaving his sentence hanging, but the implication was clear. Don't rush. First, we need to tidy ourselves up a bit. Add a bit of class, Bob said, pointing to a barber shop by the street. With that, he strode toward the shop, and Kaido quickly followed. The barber, a man just over 30, immediately put on a welcoming smile as the two entered. What kind of haircut would you like, gentlemen? He asked. Bob scanned the surroundings, then placed the bag aside and sat down on the chair. Looking at himself in the mirror, he said, "Give me a 10 billion berry haircut." Hearing this, the barber was momentarily stunned. It seemed like the first time in his career he had received such a request. His professionalism told him that, based on this statement alone, he probably couldn't deliver such a haircut. Could you be more specific?" the barber asked. Bob glanced at him, shook his head, and sighed. Then just trimmed the sides a bit. Bob had initially thought of getting a haircut that would show his wealthy persona. After all, in the future, he might not have much to do with his hair. But to his surprise, this shabby shop couldn't deliver. So, he resorted to the usual phrase he always used at barbershops. "All right," the barber replied with a smile, picking up his tools to begin the haircut. Meanwhile, Kaido, who was beside Bob, was even faster. Under the hands of another barber, his haircut had already begun. About 10 minutes later, as the two barbers finished their work, Bob and Kaido stood up from their chairs. The two exchanged a knowing glance and then offered an objective evaluation. Very handsome." The slightly hesitant compliments that came from their mouths fully illustrated the improvement in their appearance brought by the haircut. After paying, the two left the barber shop, but that wasn't the end of it. Under Bob's lead, they entered a clothing store. After browsing around, they spent 3 million berries on 2 pieces of clothing. Damn! The clothes in this store are way too expensive. Kaido grumbled, the light blue coat he was wearing alone costing 2 million berries. Well, it's made from the skin of a sea king, so it's worth the price. Besides, it's not like you're the one paying. Bob spoke indifferently. In the world of One Piece, sea kings are rarely caught and are difficult for ordinary people to kill, so all their parts are extremely rare in this world. The skin of a sea king, due to its toughness and wear-resistant properties, is top-tier material for making clothes and other garments, hence its exorbitant price. But for Bob, whose net worth exceeds 6 billion, this was just pocket change. Spending 3 million was merely a small indulgence for Bob, giving him a taste of the thrill of extravagance. As they walked out of the clothing store, Bob wrapped himself in his black coat and said, "All right, now we can head to the entertainment district." As soon as he finished speaking, Bob strode towards the end of the street. At that moment, with his keen perception, Bob noticed 8 people in a corner of the street, their eyes occasionally glancing in his direction. "Are you sure the masked man is carrying a big bag full of money?" Among the group, a man wielding a large machete, seemingly the leader, asked the man beside him. "Yes. I saw it clearly. I estimate there's at least tens of millions of berries in that bag." The speaker, dressed in green, was the man who had greeted Bob and Kaido at the port. He had noticed them as soon as Bob's luxurious sailboat approached the harbor. A ship so luxuriously decorated must belong to wealthy people, and indeed, his assumption was correct. "Ha ha ha. Tens of millions of berries, boys, we're about to hit the jackpot. Don't worry, once we get the money, I'll reward you handsomely." The machete-wielding man glanced at the green-clad man with a smile, but as he turned away, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "It seems we've been targeted by some small fry." Kaido, who was beside Bob, also noticed the 8 people in the corner. "Let's go. We'll deal with the small fry first." As they spoke, the two left the clothing store, but instead of heading towards the entertainment district, they walked towards a darker part of the street. Sure enough. As Bob and Kaido moved, the 8 people followed suit. "Just now, I was thinking it would be hard to make a move here," but these two idiots are actually giving us the perfect opportunity. Don't be careless. That man who's over 6 meters tall doesn't seem like an easy opponent. Damn it, what are we afraid of? With 8 of us, even if we each take one swing, we can chop him into pieces. Enough talking. Let's follow and get this done as quickly as possible. Chapter 84, Dealing with Small Fry. Bob and Kaido walked at a very slow pace, afraid that the few people behind them might not keep up. From the clothing store, they walked all the way to a dimly lit area of the street, where the two finally stopped. Ahead, under the faint light of the moon, they could vaguely see 8 men holding machetes, blocking their path about 5 meters away. Seeing those 8 men finally appear, a faint smile curved Bob's lips. Ha ha ha. I wonder where you two are headed. The leader, holding a large machete, sneered as he saw the two come to a halt. We're here to send you on your way. Would you like to go first? Bob said calmly. Humph. You won't escape today. The man with the machete, hearing Bob's words, turned grim, losing all pretense of amusement. At that moment, a man in green robes stepped forward from the crowd, looking at Bob and Kaido with a cold smile. You don't even understand the principle of not flaunting your wealth. Don't blame us for targeting you. Bob wasn't surprised by the appearance of the man in green. It was something he could have guessed with his eyes closed. Hand over the money quietly, and we'll make it quick for you. The man with the machete, now completely out of patience, shouted as if he had already won. Kaido, these small fries are all yours. Remember to leave them alive. Bob's expression, hidden behind his mask, was playful as he spoke slowly. Hearing this, Kaido clenched his fists and smiled. Got it. The leader, realizing that the other side wasn't going to surrender, was furious. He waved his hand behind him and shouted. Damn it, they're asking for it. Brothers, attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 henchmen behind him, armed with weapons, charged forward. In the next moment, they lunged at Kaido. Seeing this, Kaido slowly raised his arm. Boom! A sound rang out. In the blink of an eye, the man at the front had his neck snapped by Kaido, his body collapsing to the ground with a thud. The weapon in his hand was completely deformed, and the man's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand how Kaido's seemingly gentle strike could have such devastating power. The scene happened so quickly that the others hadn't even reacted yet. By the time they realized something was wrong, Kaido was already in front of them. Instantly, they were filled with terror. They couldn't comprehend how someone so large could move so fast. But by the time they sensed the danger, Kaido was already in motion. In the next moment, Kaido's palm came down on one of them, as effortlessly as smashing a cucumber. With each strike, another man fell. Even when they tried to block with their weapons, it made no difference. Under the immense force, even the weapons were shattered into pieces. Soon, the 6 men who had charged forward fell like dominoes, one after another, under the horrified gaze of their leader. Within seconds, all of them were dead on the spot. The leader, witnessing this, was utterly shocked. Beads of sweat covered his forehead as he realized they had encountered a truly formidable opponent. He had anticipated that Kaido would be a tough opponent, requiring some time to deal with. But the man hadn't expected him to be this formidable. Kaido could snap a machete with his bare hands, and the entire process seemed effortless, as if the leader hadn't exerted his full strength. At this moment, only one thought occupied the man's mind. Run! This opponent was on a completely different level. But just as the man was about to bolt, Kaido's gaze locked onto him. Feeling the ferocity in that gaze, the man felt as if he had been targeted by a monstrous beast, and all thoughts of escape vanished instantly. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It was all this man doing. He's the one who sent us here. He's the mastermind behind this. It's all his fault. Fear had completely taken over the man's heart, leaving no room for resistance or escape. He pointed at the man in green robes beside him, his face filled with terror. The man in green robes, meanwhile, paled in shock. He hadn't expected that, in this critical moment, his accomplice wouldn't think of running but instead try to shift the blame. Run. Without hesitation, the man in green robes turned and sprinted away. However, in the next second, his steps came to an abrupt halt. The man in green robes clutched his neck, turning his head in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. As his body collapsed, blood seeped through the fingers clutching his neck, quickly staining his entire hand crimson. Dead. The man in green robes' body hit the ground with a dull thud. Ha ha ha. Thought you could run? You're dead meat. The man wielding the machete was filled with rage. As he spoke, he slashed at the corpse once more. If it hadn't been for the man in green robes coming to report, he wouldn't have found himself in this situation, not only losing several of his men but now also facing a threat to his own life. I've already taken care of the mastermind. Can I be spared? The man gripped his machete tightly, blood dripping from the blade and pooling at the tip before falling to the ground. The moment the man in green robes had tried to flee, the machete-wielding man had swung his weapon, striking a fatal blow. He looked at Kaido and Bob, his face pleading for mercy. Seeing this, Bob calmly gazed at him and slowly spoke. In this red light district, which places do you think is the most interesting? Hearing Bob question, the man was momentarily stunned, seemingly caught off guard by such a question from the masked man. But his hesitation lasted only a moment. He knew he couldn't afford to delay. Guren Kabuki-cho. Guren Kabuki-cho, Guren. Why does that name sound familiar? After getting the answer he wanted, Bob furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. The name seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Seeing that Bob had gotten the answer he sought, the man was about to plead for mercy again, but before he could speak. The next moment, Kaido's palm slowly loomed in his vision. Crack. The sound of a neck snapping echoed, and the man collapsed to the ground. 8 men, none spared. Seeing that everyone had been dealt with, Bob straightened his clothes. Let's go. In the night, the figures of the two grew longer and longer under the moonlight until they disappeared from sight. Chapter 85, let's start with the dance first. How about it, shall we head to that Guren place next? Kaido looked at the brightly lit street before him and spoke slowly. At this moment, he and Bob had already returned to the red light district. Let's go. Although that guy is an idiot, he's definitely more familiar with this area than the two of us. It'll save us the trouble of asking around later. Bob raised an eyebrow and replied. Stepping into the street, under the flickering lights, Bob and Kaido disappeared into the crowd. About half an hour later, Bob and Kaido appeared at the end of the red light district. Phew. Finally here. Bob sighed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He hadn't expected such a short distance to take so long, which just showed how crowded the red light district was. In front of them, a neon-lit sign stood out prominently, with 6 large characters clearly visible. Guren Kabuki-cho. Bob looked at the sign, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lips. It seemed that guy hadn't lied to him. From the outside, it certainly looked the part. But how it really was, he'd have to experience it firsthand to know. Without hesitating too long at the entrance, Bob and Kaido walked inside. What greeted them was an open area, even more bustling than the outside. Inside the place, there wasn't just the usual entertainment venues, but also izakayas, bars, restaurants, and other businesses. This was understandable, as these complimentary facilities could entice customers to spend more, generating significant revenue. Gentlemen, what services are you looking for? A sweet voice sounded in Bob's ear. Standing in front of Bob was a bunny girl dressed in a very revealing outfit, smiling at him. In the Kabuki-cho, this kind of personalized service wasn't available to everyone. With the high foot traffic here, these bunny girls couldn't attend to every customer. So they had to pick and choose from the passing crowd. When Bob and Kaido entered, the clothes they were wearing quickly caught her attention, making her eyes light up. In a place like this, having a keen eye was essential, and she immediately recognized the coats made from Sea King leather. So in her eyes, Bob and Kaido were undoubtedly wealthy, and wealthy people here were treated like kings. They deserved better service. I need to relax. When Bob saw the bunny girl, his eyes also lit up. It was his first time seeing a cosplay girl from One Piece in person. Although her looks weren't anything special, it was still quite a pleasant sight. Instead of directly answering the bunny girl question, Bob rephrased it. Hearing Bob's words, the bunny girl understood immediately. Then please follow me. As she spoke, the bunny girl led Bob and Kaido further inside, explaining as they walked. Our Gyurin Kabuki-cho is the most famous in this area, with all kinds of facilities fully equipped. Here, you can enjoy the best services. As long as you have the need and the money, you can fulfill it here anytime. And here, we have 3 types of flower shops, one for crossdressers, one for gay, and one for courtesans. At this point, the bunny girl turned her head to glance at Bob and Kaido, her meaning quite clear. What are your preferences, gentlemen? Feeling the bunny girl's gaze, Bob's face twitched beneath his mask. This place really knows how to play. They even have a drag queen bar. The top courtesan. Bob replied softly. Same for me. Kaido quickly chimed in. Just hearing about the other 2 options made his skin crawl. All right. The bunny girl responded with a smile, then turned left and continued leading them inward. About 6 minutes later, Bob and Kaido finally arrived at their destination. Red Moon Flower Shop. Gentlemen, this is the best flower shop in the entire red light district, the bunny girl announced, then prepared to take her leave. As she was about to go, Bob took out 10,000 beri from his bag and handed it to her. Bob understood the basic etiquette of such places. She had guided them here and provided explanations along the way, so of course, she was expecting a tip. Seeing the 10,000 beri note Bob handed her, the bunny girl was momentarily stunned, seemingly surprised by his generosity. She quickly recovered and accepted the money with both hands. Thank you so much, she said repeatedly, and before leaving, added a cryptic remark, while you enjoy yourselves, please also pay attention to your personal safety. Hearing this, Bob and Kaido exchanged puzzled looks. Pay attention to safety? What does that mean? Kaido asked, confused. What else could it mean in a place like this? Just take the necessary precautions, Bob replied calmly. With that, they stepped into the Red Moon Flower Shop. It had to be said, the atmosphere inside was quite impressive. As soon as Bob entered, he was greeted by an alluring fragrance. The lighting throughout the shop was warm and a soft, soothing melody wafted through the air. In 2 words, professional. A still charming madam noticed Bob and Kaido entering and immediately approached them. What kind of private room would gentlemen like? How much is your most expensive room? Bob asked, placing his bag at his feet. It might be a bit pricey, 180,000 beri. And that doesn't include the cost of the ladies or any additional performances, the madam replied with a smile, gently fanning herself. Then we'll take the best room. The price was no issue for Bob, and he immediately booked 2 rooms. Hearing this, the madam's smile widened. Right away, she said, and under her guidance, Bob and Kaido were led to a spacious suite. The room was surrounded by sliding wooden doors, with a small platform on the side. In the center was a large open space, big enough for several people to dance on. To Bob's surprise, they actually offered such performances here. The madam handed them a small booklet filled with various performance options, each clearly marked with its corresponding price. For example, a dance performance would cost 50,000 beri. How about we start with a dance to set the mood? Bob suggested, looking at Kaido. Sure. Kaido agreed without hesitation. After spending so much time training on the ship, Kaido felt that watching a performance would be a nice way to relax. Then let's go with this dance. Bob pointed to the dance in the booklet and turned to the madam to speak. He then took out 230,000 beri from the bag and handed them over. All right. With a smile on her face, the madam reached out to take the berries, responded, and then stepped back. Inside the room, Bob and Kaido exchanged a knowing smile. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Chapter 86, Another Fool's Looking for Trouble. After a short while, 3 women dressed in long robes entered through the door of the luxurious private room. Their appearances were above average, with tall and slender figures, estimated to be over 1.8 meters tall, a height that was quite normal in the world of One Piece. Under Bob's gaze, the 3 geishas began to dance with small, delicate steps in the open space in the center. Their wide sleeves and flowing skirts swayed with the wind as they moved gracefully, resembling 3 butterflies fluttering in the air. Although Bob couldn't understand the meaning behind their dance, it undeniably looked beautiful. At this moment, Bob raised an eyebrow as he observed the 3 women dressed modestly. A bold idea crossed his mind. If he used observation haki, could he see through their clothes? This thought wrestled in his mind for a while, but Bob ultimately decided against it. Because if he did that, the dance would lose its aesthetic appeal. Just as Bob was quietly enjoying the performance, a sudden voice interrupted. How can we not have wine at a time like this? Kaido, sitting beside him, looked excitedly at the 3 beauties dancing in the center and suddenly shouted, as if struck by an idea. Hearing this, Bob slapped his thigh. Right. How could I forget that? With that, Bob tapped a small bell on the table. Shortly after, the madam knocked and entered the room. How may I assist you? Bring us your finest wine and the best food you have. Bob waved his hand grandly as he spoke. After the madam left, it didn't take long for several servers to bring in wine and food, placing them in front of Kaido and Bob. Damn! This taste is incredible. Compared to this, the food on our rock's ship is like dog shit. That long-beard guy, calling himself a head chef. Any random place makes food 100 times better than him. Kaido grabbed the leg of some unknown creature, took a big bite, and oil dripped from his mouth. Hearing this, Bob's mouth twitched. Of course, eating food made by Longbeard devil fruit abilities every day would taste like dog shit. But Bob himself didn't feel much about it because he had always been eating Longbeard private stash. While enjoying the geisha dance, Bob and Kaido drank and chatted merrily. Suddenly, Bob seemed to sense something and frowned slightly. He activated his observation haki to scan the surroundings. Bob discovered 3 men standing behind the sliding wooden door next to them, and from the aura they exuded, they didn't seem to have good intentions. Instantly, Bob's mood turned sour. It wasn't because these men were plotting against him, but because he couldn't understand why they chose to do so at this moment. Why did someone always show up to cause trouble at critical moments? However, on the surface, Bob didn't show much emotion and continued to chat and laugh with Kaido. As time passed, the 3 geishas finished their dance performance and exited the room. At this moment, the people hiding outside the door began to stir. Being able to stay outside the door so openly for so long suggested that they were likely in cahoots with the people here. Creak. The sound of the sliding wooden door opening echoed as, under the gaze of Bob and Kaido, 3 men slowly walked in and casually sat on a small wooden platform on one side of the room. Seeing the 3 unfamiliar men suddenly enter, Kaido was completely baffled and looked at Bob, asking, "What's this?" Hearing this, Bob shrugged, indicating he knew nothing about it. Ha ha ha. Don't panic, you two. We just wanted to get to know you both, said a man with thinning hair and a rough face, glancing at them as he spoke slowly. Hearing this, Bob shook his head. Sorry, we're not interested. If there's nothing else, please leave. Bob's voice was cold as ice in a freezer. Hearing this, the leader of the gang, not angered, and instead turned to Kaido, asking, I wonder if you have any interest. No, got lost. Kaido, now realizing these three were here to cause trouble, replied without any courtesy. That's a real shame. As he spoke, the man walked over to Kaido, his face full of regret. Suddenly, his tone changed. Since that's the case, you'll be staying here today. As he spoke, the dagger behind him was somehow already in his hand, thrusting towards Kaido's neck. Facing this unexpected attack, Bob, standing nearby, was greatly alarmed. He wasn't afraid of Kaido getting hurt, but rather that Kaido might retaliate too harshly. Kaido, go easy. Bob shouted just as his lips when Kaido had already finished. Bang! A sound like a watermelon splitting was heard as the man's head was crushed by Kaido. Brain matter and blood splattered across the room. Seeing this, Bob sighed, thinking that this time it was all over. At the same time, the remaining two men were completely shocked by what they saw. Not only because their companion had been killed in one strike, but also because of what Bob had just said. Kaido? Is that Kaido from the Rocks Pirates? The one with a bounty of 700 million? The man, who was about 5 meters tall, said with a trembling voice. Hearing this, Bob shook his head again. Such lowlifes daring to come out for robbery and murder, thinking of the previous 8 men, it could only be said that the bandits in this area were too pathetic. Do you think there's anyone else who would dare to use that name? Kaido wiped the blood splattered on him and said coldly. Kaido was extremely angry now, any man would be furious if his mood was ruined at such a moment. So he didn't hold back at all, directly smashing the opponent's brains out. Hearing Kaido reply, the remaining 2 men immediately knelt down, kowtowing and begging for mercy. The sound of their foreheads hitting the floor kept coming. With such little strength, who the hell gave you the courage to do this? Bob, now completely uninterested, spoke up. Actually, we were forced. We used to be pirates, but then we were caught. We've been working for him ever since, the man quickly explained. Hearing this, Bob frowned and asked, who is this person? We don't know his name. We just complete the tasks he assigns, the man kneeling on the ground replied. So, why did you target us? Bob was determined to get to the bottom of this today. Because, every guest in this private room will become our prey. Chapter 87, Patrick Redfield. Hearing the man's words, Bob was momentarily stunned. Just because he had chosen a luxurious private room, he was subjected to indiscriminate attacks. How reasonable was that? Because anyone who can afford this private room must be wealthy. And the organs of those killed are sold to the underworld, profiting from it. The man had completely lost the will to resist, only wanting to survive, so he spilled everything. Upon hearing this, Bob's expression turned extremely grim. This wasn't a flower shop at all. It was a den of bandits. Not only did they scheme for wealth and take lives, but they also harvested organs after death. So this was what the bunny girl meant by personal safety. Is there anything else? Bob continued to ask. I know the person who ordered me, he's very powerful, and his weapon is an umbrella. That's all I really know. The man spoke in a tone full of fear. Bob nodded and said no more. In the next moment, 2 more bodies were added to the room. At the same time, in a bar. A tall, slender man was sitting at the bar, drinking alone. His white hair was braided into 2 pigtails hanging over his shoulders, wearing a rose-red shirt and blood-red trousers. He was draped in a large blood-red cloak. Inside, it was checkered, and around his neck was a blue rose. Beside him lay a slender umbrella with a bat handle. He looked very stylish and full of vigor. At that moment, 3 burly men walked in from the entrance. After scanning the bar, they set their sights on the seat where the man was sitting. Seeing his attire and his tall, slender figure, the 3 unanimously decided he was an easy target. Hey! Kid! We're taking this seat, you can scram now. The 3 men sat opposite the slender man, speaking with menacing expressions. Hearing this, the man gave a sinister smile. In the next moment, swish! A flash of sword light left a barely noticeable cut on the necks of all three men. Such bad manners, the slender man said with a smirk. He then tossed a bill on the table and walked out. Thud! As the man turned around, the three men's bodies simultaneously fell straight to the ground, blood pooling around them. Ah! Those who saw this scene screamed in terror. The entire bar was thrown into chaos. Both customers and staff were horrified, scrambling to flee the bar. The man walked to the entrance and looked up in a certain direction. It was towards the location of the Red Moon flower shop. When Bob and Kaido had killed those three men, he had already noticed the situation there. Under his supreme observation haki, nothing could escape his perception. Kaido. 700 million berries. Interesting. The man murmured in a voice only he could hear. Just as he was about to turn and leave, several Marines rushed in. Seeing his appearance, they shouted in terror. Patrick Redfield. Can this still go on? At the Red Moon flower shop, Kaido looked at Bob and slowly spoke. Go on my ass. This place reeks of blood. And it's not over yet. The mastermind behind these people is about to show up. Bob looked up into the distance and spoke slowly. Under the perception of his observation haki, he sensed someone rapidly approaching. From the aura emanating from the person, he could tell that the enemy was exceptionally powerful. Let's go, Bob said. A battle was inevitable, and this place was too cramped to fight properly. As they spoke, Bob and Kaido moved to a more open area with a clear view, crossing their arms in front of their chests. They waited for their opponent. Soon, a red blur flashed before their eyes. A tall, lean man stood before Bob and Kaido. At first glance, Bob recognized him. Patrick Redfield. Also known as the Red the Aloof. Red the Aloof, Red Moon flower shop, no wonder it sounded so familiar, Bob pondered, resting his chin on his hand. He never expected that the person behind all this would be him. In the original One Piece series, although he didn't appear in the main storyline, his reputation was still formidable. The Redfield despised forming alliances and adhered to a creed of solitude. With just his own strength, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard. His power was extraordinary. Having admired Brooks since childhood, he became a pirate as an adult. During the Marineford War, he escaped from Impel Down when Blackbeard attacked and later obtained the Bado no Mi. Such a formidable figure was now involved in such shady dealings. So, you're the master of those useless fools. Kaido sneered upon seeing Redfield. In his eyes, this guy was just someone he could take down with a single blow, no stronger than the previous three. Kaido, a member of the Rocks Pirates, with a bounty of 700 million berries. Never thought I'd run into such a big catch today. Hearing Kaido words, Redfield smirked and chuckled darkly. Although Patrick Redfield was reclusive and disliked socializing, it didn't mean he didn't like money. Capturing those pirates earlier was all about making money for himself. And that Red Moon flower shop also generated massive profits for him every year, even though he had seized it by force. But that didn't stop the money from flowing into his pockets. This time, he had stumbled upon a pirate with a bounty of 700 million berries, and he wasn't about to let this opportunity slip. Kaido was slightly taken aback when the man recognized him and even had the audacity to call him a big catch. He then burst into laughter. Seems like you know quite a bit. But, since you know I'm Kaido, and you're still this confident, should I call you arrogant or just plain stupid? Although within the Rocks Pirates, he was overshadowed by the commanders, especially by Bob, that monster. But that didn't mean he was weak. After all, the Rocks Pirates gathered the most powerful pirates in the world. Even so, Kaido had already made a name for himself among them. And after consuming the Uo no Mi, his strength had skyrocketed. If someone thought they could defeat him just by running into him, Kaido wouldn't believe it for a second. Kihahaha. You'll find out soon enough. Redfield smirked and spoke slowly. Kaido, I'll leave this person to you. Do your best. At this moment, Bob also spoke up. After consuming the devil fruit, Bob was curious to see how much Kaido's strength had grown. Moreover, he genuinely needed a battle to hone his skills. So, this fight was something he greatly needed. Hearing this, Kaido smiled. That's exactly what I was thinking. Chapter 88, Kaido vs. Patrick Redfield. At this moment, Kaido was brimming with fighting spirit, as this was his first battle after consuming the fish fruit. He wasn't entirely clear about the opponent's strength. Although he had been verbally belittling and mocking the other party as a weakling, Kaido didn't truly believe that in his heart. When the opponent had appeared earlier, Kaido had already sensed that his strength was extraordinary. However, Kaido didn't think the other party was truly stronger than himself. Walking to the side, Kaido took off his coat worth 2 million berries and placed it on the ground. His hands tightly gripped the spiked club, Hasaikai, and his eyes locked onto his opponent. As their gazes met, the battle was on the verge of erupting. Kaido's aura suddenly surged, and although he hadn't awakened Conqueror Haki yet, he was still formidable. The air currents around Kaido's body began to swirl and spread outward. In the next moment, Kaido forcefully pushed off with his legs, using the momentum to charge towards Redfield. Despite his massive frame, his speed was not the least bit slow, like a hammer being swung. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Redfield. The spiked club in his hand was already raised high, ready to strike down with full force. Suddenly, it was as if Redfield had anticipated Kaido's attack trajectory. Just 1 second before the club was about to hit him, Redfield's body twisted in an eerie manner, causing Kaido's attack to miss completely. The black spiked club smashed into the ground. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, as if a cannonball had exploded on the ground. A large crater appeared on the ground, with debris flying and dust rising. In the instant Kaido's attack missed, Redfield's right arm, holding the slender bat-handled umbrella, lightly swung forward. Thud! A muffled sound was heard. In the next moment, Kaido's body was sent flying backward, rolling several times on the ground. Only after crashing into a large boulder, shattering it into pieces, did Kaido's body come to a stop. At this moment, a wound was clearly visible on Kaido's body, with blood streaming down. Thanks to his robust physique, Redfield's strike had only cut through Kaido's skin, not reaching his internal organs. But this alone was enough to demonstrate the power carried by that casual strike. It was worth noting that although Kaido's physique wasn't as strong as Bob, within the Rocks Pirates, he was a top-tier existence. After consuming the fish fruit, he had reached an even higher level. Yet, Redfield had still easily breached his defenses. The attack power of that umbrella was no less than that of a sharp sword. "You're stronger than I imagined," Redfield exclaimed in surprise, seeing that his direct strike had only left a shallow wound on Kaido. "You're not bad either," Kaido replied indifferently, his expression growing more serious. Watching the initial exchange between Redfield and Kaido on the battlefield, Bob slightly furrowed his brows. Redfield, a great swordsman who wielded an umbrella as a sword, could split mountains and shatter rocks with a casual swing. But what intrigued Bob even more was Redfield's seemingly predictive movement just 1 second before Kaido's attack. This was a technique that could only be achieved by mastering observation haki to its peak. In the original story, it was mentioned that Redfield had possessed powerful observation haki since childhood, capable of seeing through people's hearts. Having grown accustomed to the ugliness of people's hearts around him, he became extremely wary of dealing with humans, developing a reclusive personality. When applied to combat, it meant he could predict his opponent's next move and position by relying on the special sounds emitted from their body. Simply put, it was anticipation. Amidst the swirling dust, Kaido stood up, the wounds on his body no longer bleeding. His eyes narrowed, and his spiked club appeared even darker under the sunlight. That was the external manifestation of armament hockey. Thunder Bagua. With a low shout, Kaido stomped his feet on the ground, causing a rumbling sound to spread across the surface. In the next moment, Kaido's body vanished from its original spot, soaring through the air with a whistling sound. On the ground, cracks spread outward like a spider web. In the next instant, Kaido's figure appeared behind Redfield. The massive spiked club, carrying a violent aura, swung down toward Redfield's head. However, under the spiked club, Redfield, with a calm expression, suddenly flashed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, without any unnecessary movements, his body lightly darted to the left. Boom! A sound several times louder than before, erupted. The noise not only echoed across the battlefield but also reverberated throughout the entire flower street. Like a thunderclap. Some pedestrians on the street stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with confusion. What just happened? It scared me. What was that sound? Was it thunder? You heard it too, right? I thought I was hallucinating. I don't know, but it definitely wasn't thunder. It seemed to come from that direction. That sound earlier was definitely not ordinary. Inside a house, a man in a navy uniform, with the word "Justice" printed on the back of his coat, spoke. The badge on his uniform indicated his rank, Colonel. Beside him stood over 30 soldiers. Having just received news that Patrick Redfield had appeared at a bar, he immediately gathered the Navy soldiers. Now, hearing the loud noise, he frowned deeply. Let's go, investigate what's going on. On the battlefield, Kaido's spiked club missed once again. This time, his attack was much stronger and faster than before. But it was still easily dodged by Redfield. Moreover, it was as if he had eyes on the back of his head, effortlessly evading the spiked club just a second before it hit him. This left Kaido puzzled. He had never encountered such an opponent before, someone who seemed to see through his every move. Kid, you shouldn't get distracted during a fight. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded in Kaido's ear. Redfield had already appeared in front of him. Hearing this, Kaido was greatly alarmed. Without time to think, he quickly lifted his spiked club, which was stuck in the ground, and swung it backward with force. However, when Redfield spoke those words, it was as if he already knew Kaido's next move. His body sank slightly, and the bat umbrella in his hand slashed downward toward Kaido's lower body. At the tip of the umbrella, a cold glint appeared. The sound of a blade cutting through flesh followed. Kaido's body was sent flying once again. Boom! His towering figure traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily into a distant abandoned building. Instantly, the structure collapsed with a thunderous roar, and dust filled the air. Amidst the rubble, only broken walls and debris could be seen. Chapter 89, Kaido Hybrid Form. At this moment, in the battlefield, the Marines had also arrived. The leading Marine colonel recognized Patrick Redfield at first glance. His heart was instantly filled with shock. He hadn't expected the man who had just been killing in the bar to appear here now. He quickly ordered his soldiers to take cover. He understood that with the opponent's strength, if they all charged in, they would only be instantly defeated. He glanced to the other side, where a masked man who seemed unremarkable at first glance. From the gruesome scene on the field and the loud noise just now, he quickly deduced that a battle had taken place here. And it wasn't over yet. Following the Redfield gaze, he noticed movement coming from a pile of ruins in the distance. Boom! A sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A massive figure shot up into the sky, carrying with it tiles that had been flung away by brute force, like a cannonball fired from a barrel, it soared through the high sky. The next moment, the massive figure landed on the battlefield. Kaido! The colonel couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the figure. A member of the Rock's pirates had appeared here. And it seemed he was now facing off against the Redfield. Quick! Recorder! Such a scene must be recorded, and the details of the battle must be clearly described. Reporting it to the Marine headquarters would make future capture efforts much easier. At this moment, on the battlefield, Kaido's feet sank into the ground. The moment he landed, the ground couldn't withstand the immense force and cracks spread all over it. Blood was still oozing from his body. This was the result of Redfield's sword strike just now. You can see through my movements. Kaido stared at Redfield and spoke. After these exchanges, Kaido was certain that the opponent had already seen through his movements the moment he made a move. Only this could explain why every one of his attacks was easily dodged, with no unnecessary movements, clean and precise. If one wasn't confident, they certainly couldn't achieve this level. Ha ha ha. You look like a fool, but you're not stupid after all. Seeing that Kaido had figured out his ability, Redfield smirked. But there was no trace of panic on his face. Because even if he could see through it, so what? Could he defeat him just like that? That would be nothing but a pipe dream. Moreover, Kaido was destined to die by his hand today. After playing with Kaido for a while, he would cut off his head and present it to the Marines watching from the sidelines. Thinking this, Redfield glanced toward the Marines' hidden position. Instantly, the Marines felt a chill in their hearts. Did Redfield just glance over here? We might have been discovered. Impossible, we're so far away and completely hidden. He just casually looked in this direction. Stop talking, focus and keep recording. The Marines, seeing Redfield seemingly glance their way, panicked slightly and whispered among themselves. But they had no intention of retreating. Even at the risk of their lives, they had to bring back the intelligence from this battle. Dozens of eyes remained fixed on the three, continuing to monitor the situation on the battlefield. Following their line of sight, at this moment, Kaido's wound had already stopped bleeding, and the blood ceased to flow. Suddenly, Kaido slightly raised his head, a sharp glint bursting from his eyes as his aura erupted fiercely. The horns on his head were undergoing some kind of transformation, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His forehead, arms, and thighs had all turned a bluish-green hue. Seeing this, the Navy captain frowned slightly and reached for his binoculars. Within the circular frame of the lenses, his eyes slowly widened. Those were bluish-green scales. At this moment, Kaido's body was covered in bluish-green scales. They resembled fish scales, yet also dragon scales. I never expected it. You're a devil fruit user. Redfield, seeing the transformed Kaido before him, raised an eyebrow slightly. The ability to manifest symptoms on a human body that should only appear on other animals. There's only one possible explanation. Devil fruit. And it's of the Zoan type. However, based solely on these changes, Redfield couldn't discern the exact type. Equally surprised was Bob, who had been observing the battle from the sidelines. He hadn't expected that Kaido, having consumed the fish fruit less than a month ago, could already display his beastman form. The compatibility between this fruit and Kaido was even higher than he had imagined. However, Kaido's beastman form was likely still in its initial stages, as the only changes were the scales and horns. His tail hadn't even grown yet. Compared to the form depicted in the original anime, there was still a significant difference. I wonder what kind of devil fruit it is. Redfield continued, looking at Kaido. He was curious about the name of the fruit Kaido had eaten, finding it quite intriguing. Yet, he showed no trace of panic. Even with Kaido displaying his devil fruit abilities, Redfield didn't believe Kaido could match him in battle. I'll tell you after you're dead. Kaido said coldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure, standing in place, vanished. Leaving a large crater in the ground, with dirt and rocks flying everywhere, he charged towards Redfield. At this moment, Kaido's speed and strength had both increased significantly. Horai hack, with a roar from Kaido, his spiked club spun rapidly, the armament hockey-covered club now resembling an iron wall. It continuously slammed downward. In an instant it was already in front of Redfield. However, in the next moment, instead of the expected clashing of weapons, a red figure leaped upward just before Kaido attack. And below him was the charging Kaido. In the next instant, Redfield lips curled slightly as he swung his bat umbrella downward. A sword beam, radiating intense light, shot out, carrying terrifying power straight toward Kaido below. At this moment, Kaido seemed to sense something, his brow furrowing. The spiked club spinning in his hand was suddenly flung upward. Clang! The sound of metal being cut rang out, piercingly sharp. The distant Navy soldiers frowned, quickly covering their ears with their hands. In their minds, the ringing of tinnitus still echoed. At the moment of collision, a shockwave swept outward, causing Bob clothes to flutter violently. The spiked club that Kaido had initially flung away was now sent flying by the shockwave, landing in a distant open area and creating a deep crater. As for Kaido, he was also sent hurtling through the air. Chapter 90, Who is this masked person? Under Bob's watchful gaze, Kaido's body traced a blurred arc through the air, landing precisely beside his spiked club. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted as he hit the ground. Earlier, the moment Redfield unleashed his sword energy, he had followed up with another slash. Kaido, who had already thrown his weapon away, had nothing to block with. He could only cross his arms, covered in armament hockey, in front of him. As the dust settled, Kaido stood up. The spiked club that had been sent flying was now firmly gripped in his hand. Blood seeped from the gaps between the scales on his arms. This time, Kaido made no effort to tend to the wounds on his arms, letting the blood drip freely. Looking up at his opponent not far away, Kaido's eyes showed no trace of fear, only a surging battle intent. He knew that the man before him was far stronger than he had imagined. But so what? Taking a deep breath, Kaido's aura erupted once more. His arms instantly swelled in size. With a roar, Kaido began to wildly swing his iron club. In an instant, dozens of cylindrical club energies took shape. The next second, the transparent light club energies, carrying a wave of heat, shot forward at incredible speed. Their target was none other than Redfield. That attack of yours seems somewhat impressive. Redfield felt the destructive force coming his way. His eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, he moved. Whoosh! Like a ghost, Redfield perfectly dodged all the club energies. His bat umbrella swung horizontally to the left. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Still trying to sneak attack? Redfield sneered. Earlier, the moment Kaido had unleashed the club energies, he had swung his spiked club and moved to Redfield's side. Kaido knew that a single attack wouldn't be enough to hit his opponent. Only a continuous onslaught could reveal any openings. But while the idea was good, the result was that his attack was blocked by the umbrella. Because Redfield had predicted his move the moment he acted. Whether it was the long-range club energy attack or the close-range strike now, everything was within his control. Seeing his spiked club caught by his opponent, Kaido didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately swept his leg toward his opponent. But in the next moment, his stance froze midair. Because the tip of an umbrella was now pressed against his thigh. His leg couldn't advance an inch in front of Redfield. A split second before Kaido launched his attack, Redfield had already thrust his umbrella forward. Thud! A dull sound echoed as Kaido's body was forced to retreat repeatedly. On his thigh, a deep wound, almost reaching the bone, was now clearly visible. Blood instantly soaked his entire pant leg. However, after steadying himself, Kaido showed no intention of retreating. As if he felt no pain. He lowered his body and charged forward, crashing toward Redfield. At the same time, his spiked club continued to swing, the strong wind howling around it. For a moment, the two figures continuously crossed paths on the battlefield. One relentlessly pressed forward, his aura fierce and his movements ruthless. The other retreated calmly, his bat umbrella occasionally thrusting forward with ease. I'm starting to admire you a bit now. Redfield, while dealing with Kaido's relentless assault, still found the time to taunt. Although Kaido's attacks were fierce and ruthless, not a single one managed to hit him. Instead, as Redfield's umbrella continuously thrust out, new wounds kept appearing on Kaido's body. Pity. You still have to die. Redfield's voice was soft, almost like a whisper, but the words he spoke were icy cold. In the next moment, his right wrist suddenly flipped. Swish. The bat umbrella shot out a dazzling beam of light, distorting the very air around it. Kaido, who was still swinging his spiked club, was startled by the sight. He hurriedly used his club to block the sword energy. Boom! With a loud sound, Kaido's body was sent flying dozens of meters away. Due to the power of the attack, he plowed through the ground, creating a flat area stretching dozens of meters in the distance. His spiked club also slipped from his hand and fell to the side. However, this was not the end. In the next moment, Redfield moved. Holding his umbrella, he dove straight toward Kaido, leaving only a blur in the air. In an instant, he was right in front of Kaido. The bat umbrella in his hand slashed toward Kaido's neck. He had grown tired of the game and was ready to end it. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. His brow furrowed, and without hesitation. Swish! His body shot backward more than 10 meters. Beside Kaido, Bob suddenly appeared. His fist was still suspended in midair. He muttered words only he could hear. Predicting my moves. Impressive. He glanced down at Kaido, who was lying on the ground, and shook his head. It wasn't that Bob enjoyed watching from the sidelines, but for Kaido, this battle could ignite the fighting spirit buried deep within him. Otherwise, his potential might never be realized in the future. In the worst-case scenario, he might not even awaken his conqueror haki. So, unless it was a life-or-death situation, Bob wouldn't intervene. I didn't expect there to be another strong person. Redfield stood more than 10 meters away, looking at Bob with a sly smile. The moment he attacked Kaido, he sensed someone rushing toward him at incredible speed. Their speed and strength were formidable, making them an even stronger opponent than Kaido. To ensure his own safety, he immediately chose to retreat, as he needed to understand his enemy capabilities before figuring out how to defeat them. May I know your name? Redfield continued, curious about Bob's identity. He knew that anyone who was with Kaido must also be a member of the Rock's Pirates. But he barely knew anyone from that crew. So, just by appearance, he couldn't guess who Bob was. You don't know who I am. But I know exactly who you are. The great swordsman, Patrick Redfield. Bob's voice was soft, but it carried a heavy weight in Redfield's ears. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to know my name so well. It seems I'm not familiar with the Rock's Pirates, am I? The fact that Bob could directly call out his name and seemed to know him well surprised him. Not familiar, but I know you well, and that's enough. Bob said calmly. The sound that came out was faint, scattered by the gentle breeze. Just like that, Bob vanished from his spot at that moment. Chapter 91, Bob vs. Redfield. Kaido has lost. Redfield has won too easily, his strength surpasses even the Navy assessment. Who is that masked man? He doesn't seem as useless as he appears. He must be a member of the Rock's Pirates. Never mind that for now, document Kaido condition and Redfield details clearly. Redfield, not just a great swordsman, but also possesses the ability to predict his opponent's movements and positions. Kaido, a devil fruit user, with fish scales on his body, capable of transforming into a beastman form. The Navy officers, who had been observing the battle from a distance, began to murmur among themselves as they saw Kaido fall. In this battle, they had uncovered much information that the Navy headquarters had yet to discover. Such as Redfield's special abilities and Kaido devil fruit power. This information was of utmost importance to the Navy. After Kaido's defeat, the man who had been watching from the sidelines also became a key subject of their observation. Initially thought to be an insignificant character, his strength seemed to surpass even Kaido. On the battlefield. The moment Bob disappeared, he swung his leg towards the Redfield face. The sound of air exploding continuously emanated from the trajectory of Bob's kick. So fast. Redfield couldn't help but exclaim. This speed and power were on a completely different level from Kaido. In the next moment, Bob's leg directly pierced through the Redfield body. However, unexpectedly, there was no solid impact sound. It was an afterimage. Bob frowned slightly, immediately realizing it. At this moment, Bob's observation hockey was fully activated. He discovered that the Redfield, holding a bat umbrella, was leisurely standing 10 meters behind him. You're really fast. But it's useless. Because your attacks are ineffective against me, you can't hit me. Redfield smirked wickedly. When Bob lifted his leg, he had already known his next move. He had chosen his position in advance and dodged with extreme speed. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. Because Bob, upon realizing it was an afterimage, turned and charged towards him without hesitation. His speed was even faster than before. In the strong airflow, Bob's mask was blown off, falling to the side. In the next instant, Bob was right in front of Redfield. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, no less than an exploding cannonball. Bob's fist smashed into the ground, leaving a massive crater. Instantly, debris flew everywhere, with speed akin to bullets, continuously destroying the surrounding environment. Still missed. Bob shook his head as he looked at the huge crater before him. On the other side, Redfield's body fell straight down, his face no longer calm. So fast. Even faster than before. He spoke. If it weren't for his ability to predict Bob's movements, he definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge that. Even though he knew where Bob would attack. But due to his speed, Redfield found it somewhat hard to evade. Bob, noticing the Redfield position, slightly turned his head and looked up. And the moment he turned his head, the Navy officers watching from afar were completely shocked. Bob, that man seems to be Bob. A Navy soldier said with a trembling voice, filled with terror. Damn it! Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing the soldier's words, the Navy captain cursed. If it were Bob, he'd have lost his head. Glaring at the man, he picked up the binoculars in his hand and looked towards the frail figure. Instantly, the captain's slightly exaggerated expression suddenly changed drastically. At this moment, he was utterly shocked, his eyes wide open, as if they couldn't even fit within the frames of his glasses. It really is Bob. This Bob, who had killed a celestial dragon, defeated Vice Admiral Zephyr, and existed in the rumors of others, how could he be here? And he had even run into him. He found it hard to believe. But as a Navy captain, he quickly snapped out of his shock. Now was not the time to ponder the reasons. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his emotions. Quick! Send a few men back to report the situation here. The rest of you, stay with me and keep observing. Are you Bob? At this moment, Patrick Redfield, his eyes flickering, asked in confusion. From the Navy conversation earlier, he had learned that the man before him was called Bob. Now, seeing Bob's face as he turned around, he was even more certain of what they had said. No wonder you looked so familiar. So you're Bob. Patrick Redfield continued, not needing an answer to confirm it. He had heard of Bob before. After all, killing a celestial dragon and repelling Vice Admiral Zephyr from the Navy headquarters, it was hard not to be famous in these waters. He had even seen his face on a wanted poster. But he had never been able to recall it, as he had only glanced at it once. However, upon hearing the name now, it suddenly came back to him. Oh! I didn't expect you to know me. Bob smiled slightly. Patrick Redfield had already known what he looked like before, as under his observation hockey, the mask was as good as non-existent. But he didn't recognize him at first, yet now he did. It felt a bit abrupt to Bob. Ha ha ha. With the things you've done, it's hard not to know you. Patrick Redfield laughed. Glancing at Bob, he then spoke again. Since you're Bob, how about we call it quits? Patrick Redfield knew how formidable Bob was. This was the commander of the Rock's pirates, the man who had defeated Zephyr. He had no reason to risk his life for money against someone like this. Moreover, in their earlier clash, he hadn't gained much of an advantage. Hearing Patrick Redfield's words, Bob was momentarily stunned, then his lips curled slightly. Daga Kodawaru. Bob didn't even think about it, directly rejecting the offer of peace. Kaido had just been beaten to such a state, and as his commander, if he let this guy go just because of a few words, how could he ever hold his head high in the Rock's pirates again? How could he boast in front of his crew? How could he make Kaido truly respect him? Besides, he needed the fight to improve himself. After all, the Battle of God Valley was coming soon. Hearing Bob's outright refusal, Patrick Redfield's expression instantly turned grim. Looks like there's no room for negotiation. You think you've got me figured out? Knowing that peaceful talks were impossible, Patrick Redfield smirked sinisterly. Paired with his grim expression, it was eerily unsettling. The next moment. Swish. His right arm, holding the umbrella, slashed forward abruptly. A massive sword aura erupted from the hilt of the Redfield umbrella, carrying a terrifying force. It shot straight towards Bob. Chapter 92, Observation Hockey Breakthrough. Facing the massive sword energy hurtling towards him, Bob slightly raised his eyebrows. Without any intention of retreating, he clenched his right fist and casually swung it forward. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, and a flash of white light erupted. The colossal sword energy shattered explosively, and the white blades of light, carrying immense power, slashed out in all directions. The ground was torn apart, and the surrounding trees and rocks exploded one after another, sending splinters and stones flying through the air. At the point of impact, a crater over 10 meters in diameter appeared. Standing proudly at the center of it all was Bob. The hem of his clothes fluttered in the wind, showing no sign of disarray. Holy crap! He just casually punched and completely shattered the sword energy. That sound was even louder than thunder. Look at the aftermath of that clash, it's absolutely devastating. Is this really the power a human can unleash? I've always heard that Bob, the great pirate, is terrifyingly strong, but I never expected it to be this exaggerated. He seems even stronger than what the Marine headquarters has been saying. The Marines witnessing this scene were utterly shocked. They had always known that Bob was formidable, otherwise, he wouldn't have become such a headache for the world government. But seeing it with their own eyes was an entirely different experience. Because he was even more terrifying than the rumor suggested. He was practically a monster. A strike from a master swordsman had been effortlessly shattered by a single punch from him, completely shattering their understanding of power. Wearing the same expression as the Marines was Bob's current opponent, Redfield. The sword energy he had just unleashed wasn't his full power, but it was at least 70% of his strength. Yet, it had been completely nullified by Bob's punch, shattered without any effort. If that attack had landed on Kaido earlier, it would have been a matter of life or death. As expected of a pirate who dares to kill a celestial dragon. You've truly opened my eyes. Redfield said sincerely, looking at Bob standing in the crater. What's coming next will open your eyes even wider. Bob replied. As he spoke, Bob leaped out of the crater. Standing outside the crater, he glanced at his right hand. The sword energy hadn't left the slightest mark on his fist. My strength has improved significantly, Bob murmured to himself. Compared to his previous battle with Shiki, where he had also torn apart sword energy with his bare hands, this time was different. Back then, Bob had used his full strength without holding back. But now, facing a master swordsman like Redfield, he had casually blocked the attack with a single punch. And he still had strength to spare. It was worth noting that Bob hadn't even used armament hockey. There was no denying that his progress during this time had been immense. Come on. Let's keep going. Bob seemed unsatisfied, beckoning Redfield with a finger and a slight smirk on his lips. Facing Bob's taunt, Redfield's expression darkened, as if it could drip with water. He slowly opened his bat-shaped umbrella. Since you're asking for death, don't you dare dodge. In the next moment, his aura began to surge, and a whirlwind of air currents swirled around his body. The wind swept out in all directions, kicking up dust from the ground. It was as if a vortex had formed. In an instant, Redfield let out a low shout. Half Moon Slash. As his voice fell, he leaped into the air. A crescent-shaped purple sword energy shot through the sky. Swish. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Bob. As if distance meant nothing. Facing the overwhelming aura of destruction, Bob narrowed his eyes. The power is much stronger than before, but it's still not enough. He showed no intention of dodging. As he spoke, Bob's fist met the attack head-on. Boom! At that moment, purple light erupted, the force as heavy as a collapsing mountain, shaking heaven and earth. Under such power, everything crumbled. The shockwaves spread in all directions, sweeping everything in their path. Instantly, the area where Bob and the Redfield stood within 100 meters, not a blade of grass remained, only ruins. And Bob, with just a simple punch, he shattered the sword energy completely. Bob stood in his original position, not moving an inch, his fist still in the striking pose. Seeing this, Redfield was utterly shocked. In that last move, he had used his full strength, holding nothing back. Yet, even so, Bob had blocked it effortlessly. And it seemed like it hadn't even strained him. Not a single wound, not even a shift in position. Looking up, Bob narrowed his eyes, locking onto the Redfield. His right foot stomped down, the ground exploding beneath him. Bob's body shot straight toward him. However, Redfield, seeing this, narrowed his eyes, having anticipated it. The moment Bob lunged at him, he retreated into the distance. But Bob, who had also activated his observation hockey, was constantly sensing his position. As soon as he appeared, Bob would immediately throw a punch at him, though each attack ultimately missed. During this time, Bob also had to occasionally strike down the sword energy sent by the Redfield. In a hidden corner, the Marines watched the scene unfold, marveling at what they saw. To them, Bob and the Redfield seemed to be playing a game of cat and mouse. Except, compared to an ordinary game of cat and mouse, their speed was so fast that it was hard for the eyes to follow. In just a few seconds, Bob and the Redfield had flashed across different positions over a dozen times. To them, their movements were like teleportation. The trajectory of their movements was completely unclear, only the afterimages when they stopped. And besides the contest of speed, on this battlefield, Bob observation hockey and the Redfield observation hockey were also constantly clashing in a hidden battle. You really are like a slippery eel. Bob was somewhat speechless. Redfield couldn't defeat him, but he also couldn't land a hit on him. He had never encountered such a troublesome opponent. Like an eel in his hand, he could overpower it but couldn't hold on to it. I told you, you're wasting your energy, you can't hit me. Redfield smirked devilishly. Who knows? Let's continue. As soon as the words fell, his figure darted out again, his target still Redfield. Bob's idea was simple. Since Redfield could always dodge in advance, he would just keep chasing. He would wear him down with stamina. When the Redfield's stamina was exhausted, even if he knew where Bob would attack, due to his lack of strength, he still wouldn't be able to dodge. As Bob pondered this, he clashed with Redfield dozens more times. Throughout this process, Bob's observation hockey had been continuously tracking Redfield's position. Suddenly, Bob felt that his observation hockey seemed different, it had become more precise and its range had expanded. This was the breakthrough of observation hockey to an advanced level. Chapter 93, Redfield fled. When observation hockey breaks through to the advanced level, it gains the ability to foresee the future. At this moment, Bob chose to halt his attack on Redfield. He stood tall, eyes closed, his observation hockey enveloping the entire battlefield, seemingly on the verge of solidifying. Everything around him became crystal clear. All the surroundings were continuously transmitted into Bob's mind like files being transferred on a computer. His five senses became exceptionally sharp at this moment, surpassing their previous level. Even the breathing of the distant Marines could be heard distinctly. In Bob's ears, every movement was under his control. Redfield, who had landed to the side, watched Bob with a furrowed brow, puzzled by his sudden cessation of attack. He didn't know what Bob was up to, but he guessed that he must be preparing some powerful move and couldn't afford to let his guard down. Suddenly, Bob felt it. Not only everything around him now, but also the scene of the next second. This was the new ability of observation hockey, foreseeing the future by 1 second. And that 1 second was enough. In an instant, Bob moved. The tip of his foot tapped the ground, causing it to explode, revealing a crater dozens of meters in diameter, with dense cracks spreading in all directions. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the Redfield, but Bob's attack did not land. Instead, he had already locked onto a position at his 2 o'clock direction. The figure before him was just an afterimage. Swish! At the moment Redfield fled to that position, Bob's figure had already arrived, his whip-like leg lashing downward. Just as the Redfield landed on that spot, he sensed Bob's incredibly fast, afterimage-laden calf sweeping toward his face. Instantly, his expression changed, and he hastily fled in another direction. Seeing this, Bob merely sneered. The whip leg did not complete the attack because he had already predicted again. At the 8 o'clock direction, Redfield figure would appear there. Bob was well aware that success couldn't be achieved in one attempt. Because while he was predicting the location, Redfield must also be predicting his position. So he needed to use continuously increasing speed and this 1-second foresight to match the Redfield observation hockey ability. Not long after, the figures of the two intertwined dozens of times on the battlefield. During this process, Redfield felt increasingly strained. Every time he landed in a position, Bob's figure would close in on him in advance, then he would need to flee again. And with each appearance, the closer Bob's figure got to his landing spot. 6 o'clock direction. Still in pursuit, Bob's mind flashed this scene without the slightest hesitation. Clenching his fist, his figure directly swept toward that position. In the meantime, Redfield had already landed at that spot. However, as soon as he landed he saw a fist the size of a sandbag slowly enlarging before his eyes. He sensed Bob's attack, but it was already too late to dodge. Instantly, he was filled with dread. Bang! A dull sound echoed, the sound of flesh colliding. A red figure, like a cannonball being thrown, shot straight through the air. Boom! The impact struck a clump of earth, piercing through it instantly, sending dirt and stones flying in all directions. Yet, his momentum didn't falter in the slightest. After crashing through several abandoned buildings in mid-air, he finally managed to come to a halt. At this moment, the face of Redfield was already covered in blood, his red robe tattered, and the two small braids in his hair nowhere to be seen. His hair was disheveled, hanging over his shoulders, and he was continuously spitting out blood from his mouth, looking utterly disheveled. In this state, even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Standing up, Redfield looked towards Bob in the distance. Despite his bloodied face, one could still see the shock in his eyes. Because in his entire life, no one had ever truly managed to land a direct hit on him. Recalling the earlier battle, Bob's initial performance, and his subsequent actions, he suddenly thought of something. Every time he had positioned himself earlier, it seemed as if Bob had anticipated it in advance. This was his unique ability to foresee events. Could it be that Bob also possessed the ability to foresee the future? But why didn't he use it from the beginning? Suddenly, a possibility dawned on him. Bob had comprehended this ability during their battle. In other words, his observation hockey had broken through to an advanced level. At this thought, Redfield's pupils constricted sharply, and a mix of shock and fear surged within him. He felt that he might die here today. He had already taken one punch, and his body was severely injured. If another punch landed, he would surely perish on the spot. And Bob, with such an ability, would deliver the second punch immediately. These thoughts flashed through the Redfield's mind in an instant. Without any hesitation, Redfield turned and fled into the distance. But Bob would never let him go. The moment he stood up, Bob moved, chasing after him, and Redfield knew that Bob would come to finish him off. With all his strength, he flipped his hand and unleashed a massive sword slash. The target wasn't Bob, but Kaido, who was sitting on the ground at that moment. Kaido, who had just stood up, seemed to sense something and turned to look. A sword slash carrying a destructive aura was heading straight for him. Holy shit! Kaido shouted, his eyes wide open. No words could describe his feelings at that moment. Just as he had stood up, he was met with such a terrifying sight. Anyone would be overwhelmed. Seeing the sword slash about to hit him, Kaido knew he was done for, as there was no time to dodge. However, in the next moment, a thin figure suddenly appeared, blocking in front of him, and with a single punch, dispersed the sword slash. Bob! Kaido looked at the figure before him, with black hair and black clothes, and a short stature. He recognized him instantly. At this moment, Kaido looked at this incredibly thin figure back and felt an overwhelming sense of security. Bob, who had dispersed the sword slash, turned his gaze towards where Redfield had been. But there was no one there. The moment Bob had rushed to Kaido's side, Redfield had already fled. What a slippery eel! Bob muttered to himself. He turned back to look at Kaido, who was still somewhat shaken, and scanned him. He noticed that Kaido's injuries had stabilized and were no longer worsening. In fact, he was in much better condition than when he had just been sent flying earlier. This must be Kaido's physical constitution and devil fruit ability automatically healing his injuries. Feeling the disparity in the world, aren't you? Seeing Kaido in a somewhat disheveled state, Bob raised an eyebrow and said. Hearing this, Kaido chuckled and stood up. He looked at Bob and said sincerely, "Thank you." Chapter 94, Bob is balding. The sword aura unleashed by Patrick Redfield just now was immensely powerful, and he had held nothing back when he struck. If Bob hadn't appeared in time, the target of that sword aura, Kaido, would have had no choice but to take the blow head-on with his body. The result would have been either death or severe injury. Although Kaido had always harbored thoughts of replacing Bob, he wasn't someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Bob had missed the opportunity to kill Redfield in order to save him. Expressing gratitude was only natural. Hearing Kaido thanks, Bob was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Relax man, no one is allowed to bully my vice commander like that. As soon as these words were spoken, Kaido felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He understood that Bob had held back earlier to allow him to push his limits and grow stronger through the battle. And indeed, the fight had proven effective. After clashing with Redfield, Kaido now felt as though he was on the verge of awakening his observation haki. He was just a step away and needed to return to properly comprehend it. Meanwhile, the Marines, who had been observing the battlefield from afar, were now utterly shocked. Redfield just ran away like that? Holy crap, Bob's strength is monstrous. He nearly crippled Patrick Redfield with a single punch. We must report this to Marine headquarters immediately. The Marines were astounded to see Patrick Redfield nearly incapacitated by a single punch. According to the information provided by Marine headquarters, Patrick Redfield was a figure no weaker than Vice Admiral Zephyr. Yet, under Bob Fist, he seemed to have completely lost the ability to resist. Not only had he been fleeing, but he was also left bloodied from a single punch. They now realized a grave issue: Bob's strength had skyrocketed. The power he displayed now was on an entirely different level compared to when he had faced Zephyr. Let's go. Back to headquarters. The Marine Branch Commodore, his eyes filled with shock, barked at the remaining soldiers beside him. However, in the next second, his expression turned to one of sheer terror. Because he felt as though a primordial beast was now staring directly at him. In the next moment, Bob and Kaido appeared right in front of them. Yo! Enjoying the show, huh? Seeing Bob suddenly appear before them, the Marines felt as though they had plummeted into an abyss. In the face of this man, they were like helpless chicks, utterly powerless to fight back. Be Bob. The Marine Commodore stammered out the name, his body trembling slightly. He had been relieved earlier, thinking he had hidden well and hadn't been discovered. But now it was clear that he had been exposed all along. Bob just hadn't bothered with him until now, after handling more pressing matters. What should we do with them? Kaido looked at the pale-faced Marines and spoke slowly. He couldn't decide their fate, it was up to Bob. Hearing this, Bob raised his hand and pressed it downward, his meaning clear. Although Bob didn't enjoy senseless killing, letting these Marines return would undoubtedly expose his true strength. For the upcoming battle at the Valley of the Gods, revealing his power prematurely would be highly disadvantageous for Bob. After all, only by learning to conceal one's strength could one achieve the element of surprise. Seeing Bob gesture, Kaido immediately understood. Kill. After dealing with the Marines, Bob left the area. After using the extra money to purchase some food and clothing on the island, Bob didn't linger there for long. Since several Marines had already contacted the Marine headquarters, they were undoubtedly aware that he and Kaido were on the island. Arriving at the edge of the island, the luxurious lifeboat was still there. Bob and Kaido set sail. After 2 days of navigating the seas, they finally caught sight of the Rock's pirates' ship. The first thing Bob did upon returning to the Rock's pirates was to sleep. Having slept on the lifeboat for several days, Bob found the bed on the Rock's ship much more comfortable. Lying in bed, Bob's mind wandered back to the battle. In the fight against Patrick Redfield, his observation haki had been his greatest reliance. But when his observation haki also broke through, his advantage vanished, or rather, was significantly diminished, leading to his eventual defeat. Apart from that, Bob felt that his strength had improved considerably. This was evident in his physical fitness, strength, and speed. As he pondered, a wave of exhaustion washed over him and Bob fell into a deep sleep. The next morning. Damn it! A sound of someone cursing echoed from one of the rooms on the Rock's ship. It was Bob's room. At that moment, he was staring in shock at a clump of black hair on his pillow. He was losing hair. He didn't expect this day to come so suddenly without any warning or preparation. In his imagination, hair loss should have been a gradual process, one strand at a time. How could it happen like this? Still in shock, Bob hurried to the mirror. The reflection showed that the hair on his head had noticeably thinned. However, Bob felt slightly relieved that there wasn't a bald patch. Reaching for a glass on the table, Bob intended to take a sip of water to calm his nerves. But as soon as he grasped the glass, a cracking sound came from his palm. Snap! Suddenly, the glass shattered, falling to the ground with a loud crash. What's going on? Bob muttered to himself. Without much thought, Bob assumed the glass must have had a crack he hadn't noticed before. It just happened to break when he picked it up. Turning around, Bob picked up another glass from the table. Crack! Just like the previous glass, another shattering sound followed. This time Bob's brow furrowed in concern. When he picked up the second glass, he had carefully inspected it. It was intact, without a single crack. Yet, it met the same fate as the first glass. Bob's mind raced, searching for an explanation. Suddenly, Bob's eyes lit up. He connected the dots with the hair loss and thought of a possibility. Could this be the result of a significant increase in his strength, to the point where his power had reached a terrifying level? So much so that even the slightest movement could easily affect the objects around him. The more he thought about it, the more Bob believed this to be the reason. Excitement gleamed in his eyes. Bob now deeply understood the saying, "I've gone bald, but I've also become stronger." Finally, after that battle, his Saitama template has truly awakened. Bob was now very curious about what level his strength had reached. But on this ship, it seemed impossible to test it. This left Bob feeling somewhat disappointed. Sigh. He sighed and gently touched the table with his hand. Boom! The moment his palm made contact, the table instantly fell apart. Seeing this, Bob was momentarily stunned. This is already affecting my normal life, isn't it? Chapter 95, The Roger Pirates arrive in the New World. In the following days, Bob devoted all his energy to controlling his own strength. If this issue wasn't resolved, Bob could be considered a walking bomb. No, that term couldn't even describe Bob's current situation. Wherever his hand touched, things would shatter. Even the most basic daily activities became problematic. During these days, even eating had to be done by Whitebeard personally feeding him. There was no other way. If he tried to hold utensils, the food would just fall to the ground. During this period, Bob experienced a life where clothes were handed to him and food was brought to his mouth. Today, Bob was sitting on the edge of the deck, holding a fishing rod, trying to catch fish. His eyes were fixed on the float on the water's surface. After living a few days like a disabled person, Bob could now basically control his strength. Although he hadn't returned to his previous state, at least things wouldn't shatter at his touch. At the very least, he could now eat and drink without any issues. "Bob, how are you feeling today?" Whitebeard approached Bob, who was fishing, and asked as he walked up to him. "No problem now, see? I can hold the fishing rod just fine." Bob turned his head and replied. This was already the 13th fishing rod he had used. "Gururarara. That's good to hear. You know, feeding you these past few days. The crew has been looking at me differently. Finally, I don't have to do that anymore." Whitebeard laughed heartily upon hearing Bob's words. He didn't know what had happened to Bob, why everything he touched would break. But what he did know was that during these days, a saying had been circulating on the ship. Watching Whitebeard tremor fruit ability is just for fun, the real expert is Bob. But now that Bob was back to normal, that was all that mattered. "Hey, I've got a bite." Bob saw the float sink and immediately lifted the rod. A large fish, nearly 20 pounds, appeared before him. Then, after a graceful arc in the air, it disappeared from Whitebeard's sight with a splash. The sound of the fish hitting the water echoed. This fish probably never expected to experience the sensation of flying through the air and still survive. It seems I still need more practice." Bob shook his head as he watched the fish soar through the air before plunging into the sea. This was Bob's daily training method, using fishing to practice controlling his strength. At that moment, a seagull delivering newspapers flew past the ship. Whitebeard tossed a few berries at it, and the seagull dropped a newspaper. Whitebeard found a chair, lay down comfortably, and began reading the newspaper with a relaxed expression. Bob's fishing rod had snapped again, and he no longer felt like fishing. He turned around, fetched 2 barrels of wine from his room, found a chair, and sat down beside Whitebeard. "This is some high-quality wine I bought at a great price. The stuff on the Rock's ship can't compare." Bob handed a barrel of wine to Whitebeard and spoke. However, Whitebeard seemed completely unresponsive, as if he was entirely absorbed in the contents of the newspaper. This made Bob pause in surprise. Whitebeard was a man who loved his wine. How could he not react to this barrel of strong liquor? What exactly is in this newspaper that's so captivating? Whitebeard muttered to himself, that Roger guy really doesn't disappoint. Just arrived in the new world and already has a bounty of 1.5 billion berries, TSK TSK TSK. As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, Bob dropped the barrel of wine he was holding and snatched the newspaper. It was fortunate that Bob acted this way. If it had been someone else, Whitebeard fist, imbued with the power of the tremor fruit, would have already struck. Bob, do you know God D. Roger? Why are you so excited? Hearing this, Bob was momentarily stunned, then replied. No, I don't know him personally, but I've heard of his name. It's said that people with the initial D in their names are extraordinary, just like me and our captain, Rox D. Zebek. Moreover, I've heard some rumors about him before. That's why I got a bit excited when I heard the name. Bob made an excuse. He certainly couldn't say that he not only knew Roger but also knew all about his life and death. Looking at Roger's photo in the poster, Bob was filled with emotion. Roger has appeared, so the Valley of the Gods is bound to come. I wonder what kind of miraculous chemical reaction will occur with my presence as a variable. Whitebeard crossed his arms and said with interest. Rumors? Does this D have some special meaning? Specifically. I'm not very clear, but it's said that in Holy Land Mary Geos, people refer to the D as the natural enemies of the gods. I didn't believe it at first, but then I met Rox. Bob slowly explained. Roger, Rox, Garp, and later Dragon, Luffy, Blackbeard, and others are all members of the D clan. They are the stormy figures of the entire One Piece world, influencing the changes in the world situation. Natural enemies of the gods. No wonder this guy is so strong. Just arrived in the new world and already has a bounty of 1.5 billion berries. Whitebeard frowned slightly, pondering something. Oh. So it seems you knew Roger before. Bob knew that Roger and Whitebeard had a good personal relationship, but he didn't know how they met, so he couldn't help but ask. I briefly crossed paths with him in the first half of the Grand Line. Whitebeard glanced at Bob and explained. Hearing this, Bob raised an eyebrow, surprised that these two had known each other so early and even fought. I didn't know you had such an experience. What was the outcome? Bob was curious about the result of their fight. One was the future Pirate King, and the other was the strongest man. It was a draw. Whitebeard picked up the barrel of wine and gulped it down. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Bob smiled and didn't press further. He picked up the strong wine that had been tossed aside earlier and drank it. This wine is really good, much better than the wine on this ship. Of course, I told you I spent a fortune on it. Meanwhile, in the captain quarters, Rox also saw the newspaper about Roger's arrival in the new world. A mysterious smile flashed across his lips. "God, Roger, will you become an aide or an enemy in my quest to rule the world?" In the blink of an eye, it was evening, and Bob was training in his room. John suddenly burst in. He shouted loudly. "Bob, Captain Rox is holding a meeting. Head to the conference room immediately." Chapter 96, Setting Off. Towards the Roger Pirates. At night, Rox held a meeting on the ship, one that only the commanders could attend. In the meeting room, Rox sat at the head of the table, while the other commanders took their seats on either side. Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Lin Lin, Wang Ji, John, Silver Axe, Bob, and the other commanders all settled in, waiting for Rox to begin the meeting. Recently, a very interesting pirate crew has emerged on the seas. Rox said, a slight smile playing on his lips as he looked around at everyone. An interesting pirate crew? Are you referring to the Roger pirates? Wang Ji asked, looking directly at Rox. During this period, the Roger pirates had rapidly risen to prominence in the New World. Known for their adventurous spirit and the formidable strength of their crew, they had clashed with the Marines multiple times. In a short span, they had become the so-called supernovas in the eyes of the Marines. Aside from the Rox pirates, the Roger pirates were currently the most famous and powerful crew. Yes, this pirate crew recently arrived in the New World. Their captain is Gold Roger, with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries. He holds some crucial secrets about the world government, which are of great importance to us, Rox explained. Moreover, not only is Roger himself strong, but his crew members are no less formidable. As soon as he finished speaking, the wanted posters of the Roger Pirates' 4 main members were thrown onto the table in front of everyone. Roger, Rayleigh, Gabon, and Bullet. From the wanted posters, it was clear. Roger, 1.5 billion berry bounty. Rayleigh, 1.1 billion berry bounty. Gabon, 950 million berry bounty. Bullet, 860 million berry bounty. Looking at the bounties on the table, Bob narrowed his eyes. Compared to the Rox pirates, the Roger pirates' strength still seemed somewhat lacking. Based on what Bob currently knew about the bounties of the various captains. Rox, 2.7 billion berry bounty. Bob, 1.7 billion berry bounty. Whitebeard, 1.65 billion berry bounty. Golden Lion Shiki, 1.3 billion berry bounty. Charlotte Lin, 1.25 billion berry bounty. Wang Ji, 1.1 billion berry bounty. John, 980 million berry bounty. Silver Axe, 900 million berry bounty. For a pirate crew of this caliber, we, the Rox pirates, need to bring them into our fold. Now, I need to send 2 people to accomplish this mission. Who among you is willing to volunteer? Rox looked around the room as he asked this question. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire meeting room fell into silence. Seeing this, Bob's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed that in the world of pirates, these powerful figures held meetings just like in his previous life corporate world. Once the leader finished speaking, everyone chose to remain silent. Captain, I'll go. Roger, with his 1.5 billion berry bounty, is currently only slightly below me, among the commanders. It would be more secure if I went, Bob spoke up. Hearing Bob's words, the other commanders couldn't help but glance at him in surprise. Bob, who usually avoided trouble, was now voluntarily stepping into it. After all, a pirate crew like Roger's, with their strength and convictions, was typically difficult to recruit into another crew. Moreover, there was a high chance of conflict upon meeting, and whether they could return safely was uncertain. In any case, it was bound to be a thankless task. I knew it, Bob, you wouldn't let me down. Seeing Bob volunteer, a smile appeared on Rox's face, though it looked somewhat eerie. The main reason Bob wanted to go was to meet the soon-to-be pirate king who had ushered in the great age of piracy. As for the idea of recruiting the Roger pirates, Bob hadn't even considered it. He knew the possibility was almost zero because Rox and Roger ideologies were fundamentally different. One sought to dominate the world, while the other was simply an adventurer who yearned for freedom. The two would never mix. If they met, it would only be to fight. As Rox finished speaking, Whitebeard also chimed in. In that case, I'll be the other one to go. Whitebeard's reason was simple, to accompany Bob and to see Roger, an old acquaintance. Since their last encounter, the two had become friends through their battles, and they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Moreover, staying on the Rox ship for too long had become stifling, and this was a good opportunity to get some fresh air. Hearing this, the other commanders glanced over, though they weren't too surprised. After all, it was understandable that Whitebeard would go since Bob, his closest friend, was also going. Ha ha ha. With the two of you, I can rest easy. Rox laughed heartily upon seeing Whitebeard volunteer as well. The 2 highest bounty commanders of the Rox pirates were sure to succeed this time. Even if they didn't, they could still gather intelligence on the Roger pirates and retreat unscathed. Then it's settled. Meeting adjourned. The next day, Rox had a ship prepared in advance for Bob and Whitebeard. When the two boarded, he handed them a map. Rox had already scouted the general area where the Roger pirates were located. With this map, they could avoid many detours. On the ship, Bob and Whitebeard had also stocked up on food and wine, all purchased by Bob on the island. They couldn't go without good food and drink on their journey to the Roger Pirates. After bidding farewell to everyone, the two set sail toward the marked sea area on the map. The weather was excellent today, with the sun high in the sky. Bob stood at the bow of the ship, enjoying the sea breeze. It seemed that in this world, rainy days were rare, and storms were seldom seen at sea. This was something Bob had observed during his months at sea, though it might also be because it wasn't the rainy season. "Edward, how much do you know about the Roger Pirates?" Bob, feeling the sea breeze, turned to Whitebeard, who was sitting on the ship's edge. "Not much. I've only fought Roger. As for his main crew members, I only learned about them during meetings," Whitebeard replied slowly. "Ha ha ha. We'll find out when we meet them." Bob had initially wanted to share some information about the Roger Pirates but decided against it. It would be better to wait until after the God Valley incident. "Wait. Speaking of which, are you sure we're heading in the right direction?" "Of course, my navigation skills are top-notch." "Then what's with that island ahead?" "It's not on the map at all." "Let me see." "Holy crap. Quick, turn left, full speed ahead." Chapter 97, Hapo Navy. It must be said, the new world is truly vast. Even with the map provided by Rocks and knowing the general direction of the Roger Pirates, Bob and Whitebeard still found it incredibly difficult to locate them. There were several instances where they veered off course. If it weren't for Whitebeard's timely intervention, they would have continued in the wrong direction indefinitely. The food they had brought on board was nearly depleted, and during this time, Bob took up fishing. His first goal was to procure some food, and his second was to practice controlling his strength. After drifting at sea for 3 days, Bob's control over his own power had become nearly perfect. He could now wield it with ease. Fortunately, this situation didn't last too long. After several more days of sailing, they finally found an island. "Let's head over and replenish our supplies first. Otherwise, we'll starve to death on the ship before we even find anyone." As they approached the port, they disembarked and found a bar. Whitebeard, who hadn't had a drink in days, was eager. "Bring out the best wine you have, and as much as you can." Whitebeard slammed his hand on the counter and shouted loudly at the bar. Standing at 6 meters tall, with bulging muscles and an imposing presence, Whitebeard was an intimidating figure. Several bartenders tremblingly brought over large wooden barrels to fill Whitebeard's cup. "No need, I'll do it myself." With that, Whitebeard opened the barrel directly and started pouring it into his mouth. After finishing one barrel, he immediately grabbed another, as if he had a bottomless pit for a stomach. The other patrons in the bar were utterly stunned. In contrast, Bob was much more refined, sipping his drink slowly. Just then, a conversation among a few people caught his attention. "Have you heard? That new pirate crew that's appeared in the New World is really something." "Yeah. I heard the Hapo Navy even clashed with them." "The Hapo Navy lost. The captain of that pirate crew is named Roger, and his bounty is 1.5 billion berries." "Damn, really?" Before they could continue, Bob walked over. "Is this new pirate crew you're talking about the Roger Pirates?" Hearing Bob's words, the group was momentarily stunned. One of them, with an excited expression, replied, "Yeah." "Do you know about them? Got any juicy gossip to share?" "I've only heard bits and pieces from others." With that, Bob tossed a 100-berry bill onto the table. "Do any of you know where this Hapo Navy is located?" Seeing the money, one of them blinked and quickly pocketed it. "They're on the island. Just head in that direction, and you'll find them." He pointed in a specific direction. Hearing this, Bob nodded and turned to Whitebeard. "Let's go, we have business to attend to." The Hapo Navy was a violent pirate crew from the West Blue Kano country, venturing into the New World. In the original story, Luffy had some history with them. They were numerous, with a long history, and were considered a well-known pirate crew in the New World. Their leader was called Don Chinjo. Chinjo was the 12th generation commander of the Happo Navy, with a bounty of 500 million berries. In the camp, Chinjo was currently drinking alone, brooding. Not long ago, the Happo Navy had clashed with the Roger pirates, and the opposing side's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. If the people on the other side hadn't been so forgiving, I might not have made it back. Although he had lost, Chinjo didn't give up because of it. He planned to recuperate and train for a while before challenging the Roger pirates again to prove himself in the new world. Leader Chinjo, something terrible has happened. 2 men have broken in, and our brothers can't stop them. 2 men. Are they from the Roger pirates? No. Hurry, take some men and go check it out. By the time Chinjo arrived, everyone in the camp was down, but thankfully, they were only unconscious, not dead. He saw 2 men walking towards him, one tall and one short, exuding an overwhelming presence. With each step they took, they radiated an intense deterrent power, and even Chinjo felt somewhat strained. Whitebeard stood with his arms crossed, looking down at him, and spoke. You must be the leader of the Happo Navy. We have business with you. Looking at the 2 men before him, they seemed utterly arrogant. One was over 6 meters tall with golden hair, while the other was about 1.8 meters tall with black hair and eyes, seemingly ordinary. Chinjo anger burned within him. Having just been defeated by the Roger pirates, he was already filled with rage, and now it was about to explode. Damn it! Brothers, let's take them down. Bob smiled and activated his Conqueror's Haki, the overwhelming pressure surging like a tidal wave. Boom! In an instant, the men Chinjo had brought with him collapsed, foaming at the mouth and their eyes rolling back. Chinjo quickly stepped forward, his own Conqueror's Haki flaring up. The 2 Haki forces clashed, but within seconds, Chinjo Haki was overwhelmed by Bob. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chinjo hadn't expected the newcomers to be so strong. Suddenly, it seemed like he remembered something, and his expression changed slightly. These 2 men seemed to be members of the Rock's pirates. Edward Newgate and Bob. At this moment, Chinjo was filled with dread, not because he feared death himself, but because the Rock's pirates were infamous, known as the most evil pirate crew. Pirate crews targeted by them almost always met a grim end, with no survivors. If they provoked such a pirate crew, his Happo Navy might be completely wiped out. Moreover, the 2 men standing before him were already forces he couldn't afford to offend. Thinking this, Chinjo adopted the most humble stance. May I ask, Lord Bob and Lord Edward, what is it that you require? Seeing that Chinjo had recognized him and Whitebeard, Bob smiled and got straight to the point. We heard you clashed with the Roger pirates. Hearing this, Chinjo breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they weren't here for him. Yes, just 5 days ago. Good. We need you to take us to the Roger pirates. Is that convenient? Upon hearing this, Chinjo quickly nodded his cone-shaped head and replied eagerly, no problem, it's very convenient. After losing to the Roger pirates last time, I've been having my men track them, hoping to get revenge. So I know exactly where they are now. Hearing this, Whitebeard and Bob exchanged a smile. Chapter 98, Head Flick. Leaving their ship at the island where the Happo Navy was stationed, Bob and Whitebeard boarded the Happo Navy pirate ship, having them lead the way to pursue the Roger pirates. The Happo Navy pirates on board, now aware of Bob and Whitebeard's identities, were too intimidated to breathe loudly, keeping their distance from the 2. Sitting on the edge of the ship, Bob enjoyed the sea breeze. Chinjo sat at the bow, holding a map and a navigational guide, determining the ship's direction. His cone-shaped head was particularly striking. Bob walked over to Chinjo, crossing his arms, and asked with interest. I heard your armament Haki is exceptionally strong, and you have a nickname called Chinjo the Drill, capable of breaking through anything with your head. Is that true? Bob remembered from the original story that during Chinjo Peak, he had a battle with Garp the Fist. Although he lost, he could withstand Garp iron fists with his cone head for quite some time, indicating his strength wasn't to be underestimated. Moreover, Chinjo was also a possessor of all three types of haki. Seeing Bob inquire about his proud cone head, Chinjo immediately became enthusiastic and said with pride. Of course. There's nothing in this world that I can't break through. Hearing Chinjo words, Bob smiled, thinking, you couldn't break through Garp fist. In that case, how about a little spar? I want to see if your strength is as legendary as they say. Is your cone head really capable of breaking through anything? Bob suddenly had the idea to test Chinjo cone head. Besides being genuinely curious about the hardness of the cone head, he also wanted to gauge his own current strength. After all, since losing his hair, Bob hadn't had a proper fight. Ha 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 ha. It's an honor to spar with the commander of the Rocks Pirates, a great pirate with a bounty of 1.7 billion berries. Hearing Bob's words, Chinjo was very excited. This young man had rapidly risen to fame on the seas. His strength was rumored to be exceptionally powerful among the pirates, and having a match with such a person was a great opportunity to improve his own strength. Then let's begin. Bob said with a smile. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the pirates, the two took their positions, ready to fight. One stood at the bow, the other at the stern. Bob, with his hands in his pockets, looked calmly at Chinjo and said. You go first. Show me your most powerful move. Hearing this, Chinjo didn't hesitate at all, his aura suddenly exploding. The flesh cone on his head instantly turned black, resembling an iron drill. He knew the person he was facing was formidable, and even if Bob hadn't said anything, he would have gone all out. The next moment, Chinjo pushed off the ground, leaping into the air, and shouted. Hashoken, drill head. In the air, Chinjo's body spun rapidly, locking onto Bob, and like a meteorite, he crashed down heavily towards him. The force of his entire body, combined with the power of his attack, made this move doubly powerful. Wow! It's our leader's ultimate move. I didn't expect leader Chinjo to go all out right from the start. Like a human drill, the power must be terrifying. I wonder how the opponent will handle it. The watching pirates couldn't help but discuss as they saw Chinjo immediately use his ultimate move. Bob, seeing the situation, slowly raised his hand without even using armament haki. Just as Chinjo was about to collide with him, he aimed at the hard cone and lightly flicked it with his index finger. Head flick. Clang. A sound like striking iron rang out, and Chinjo couldn't hold on for even a second. His body went flying like a cannonball, crashing into the deck and creating a human-shaped crater. Don Chinjo lose. The pirates who witnessed this scene exclaimed in shock. A few minutes later, Chinjo crawled out of the hole in a disheveled state, his face filled with unwillingness. He was even more astonished internally. Is this the great pirate with a bounty of 1.7 billion? His signature technique was actually countered with just a single finger, and he was completely powerless to fight back. Don Chinjo, your head. Don Chinjo, your head seems. The pirates, seeing Chinjo crawling out of the hole, all had extremely grim expressions. They urged Chinjo to check his head. Hearing the pirate murmurs, Chinjo's expression changed slightly, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. With a nervous feeling, he reached up to touch his head. There was nothing there. What the hell? At this moment, Chinjo was completely stunned. After a while, he snapped out of it, and despair and anger took over his mind. He turned sharply to look at Bob. You bastard, give me back my head cone. In this new world, Chinjo pride, his iron cone, was gone, which meant his strength was greatly diminished. And most importantly, the treasures he had plundered were hidden in a glacier that could only be opened with his head cone. Now that the cone was gone, the treasures were lost too, which was worse than death for him. Facing Chinjo's rage and despair, Bob scratched his nose. He hadn't expected that one flick would knock off Chinjo's head. But there was still a way to fix it. it was just buried and could be pulled back out. Don Chinjo, calm down, there's still hope. With that, Bob quickly walked over to Chinjo and gestured for him to sit down. Take a deep breath, and cover your head with armament hockey. Bob reached out and touched Chinjo's head, using 2 fingers to pinch the small part of the head cone that was still exposed. Screech. A metallic scraping sound was heard. Under Bob's immense strength, the dark, shiny head cone was pulled out. All done. Bob looked at the perfectly restored cone, clapped his hands, and smiled. Hearing this, Chinjo reached up to touch his head and, sure enough, it was back. The joy of recovering what was lost made him ecstatic. He jumped to his feet and repeatedly thanked Bob. Holy crap. Not only did he counter our leader ultimate move with a head flick, but he also fixed it. Is this the great pirate with a bounty of 1.7 billion? He didn't even use armament hockey. It feels scarier than when we encountered Roger last time. He's a monster. The surrounding pirates, seeing their pillar's head cone restored, were overjoyed but also deeply shocked. Because the strength Bob had displayed was even more formidable than Roger's. Also feeling the shock was Whitebeard, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines. Bob's strength had improved significantly compared to before. He felt that he might not even be a match for Bob now. It had only been a few months. What kind of monster was he? Chapter 99, Don't be stubborn in the future. Watching the excited Chinjo, Bob suddenly thought of something. He blinked and whispered in his ear. Next time you meet someone named Garp, remember not to be stubborn. Avoid him if you can. Upon hearing Bob's words, Chinjo's expression froze, looking utterly confused. Just as he was about to ask why, Bob finished speaking and walked away, leaving him in a daze. At that moment, a navigator from the Happo Navy rushed over and said, "Boss Chinjo, ahead is the Roger pirates." Hearing this, Bob snatched the telescope from the navigator's hands and looked into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a pirate flag fluttering in the wind, featuring a skull with a wave-like mustache, the unmistakable Jolly Roger of the Roger pirates. Meanwhile, within the Roger pirates, several key members of the crew were gathered eating roasted meat and drinking fine wine, chatting and laughing. Ha ha ha. Captain, it hasn't been long since we arrived in the New World, and we've already gained quite a reputation. I bet it won't be long before we catch up to the Rock's pirates. Bullet exclaimed, gnawing on a piece of cooked meat. Indeed, as soon as we landed in the New World, the Navy labeled us as a dangerous pirate crew, Gabon chimed in, holding a barrel of wine. Before they even reached the New World, the Roger pirates had already built a significant reputation, whispered about throughout the first half of the Grand Line. Years ago, they had the capability to venture into the New World, but due to the events surrounding Roger, they had spent considerable time in the Grand Line. Only recently did they finally resolve to reach the New World. Once they arrived, they thrived, recruiting many powerful crew members during their journey through the New World. Now, they had firmly established themselves among the top tier of the New World. Aside from the infamous Rock's pirates, they had no rivals. Our journey from the Grand Line to the New World has been quite smooth. Bullet remarked. Much of that is thanks to the Rock's pirates. Gabon added. At the Navy headquarters, the Rock's pirates were the primary target for elimination, which alleviated much pressure from the Navy on their crew, allowing for rapid development. The New World is still no simple matter. Compared to the Grand Line, we can't let our guard down here. Rayleigh cautioned. Especially with the Rock's pirates, they're far more dangerous than the Navy, he continued. Your worries are unnecessary. The New World is vast, it's unlikely we'll run into the Rock's pirates, Gabon replied dismissively. Besides, as a focus of the Navy, they should be fully occupied with them right now. It's better to be cautious. We don't know what others are thinking, we should prepare for the worst. Roger, who had been silent until now, spoke up, sipping his drink while eyeing the bounty posters of the Rock's pirates members. His gaze landed on two individuals. Rocks, 2.7 billion, Bob, 1.7 billion. Both of them had bounties higher than his own, causing him to raise an eyebrow. While bounties don't always reflect strength, they do serve as a reference. He was familiar with rocks, so he wasn't surprised. However, this newcomer, Bob, intrigued him greatly. He was eager to see him in person. Just as the discussion continued, a crew member rushed over, panting heavily. "Captain, the Hapo Navy is catching up again." The crew paused, momentarily stunned, and turned to look back. Damn it, these guys are really a nuisance. When will they give up? I admire their never-give-up spirit and their love for challenges. That's the true pirate spirit. Roger said. If it weren't for his appreciation of the Hapo Navy and their leader Chinjo, Roger wouldn't have played with them for so long. During their first encounter, none of them turned tail. Previously, Roger had even invited Chinjo to join his crew, but he declined. Before long, the Hapo Navy ship approached, sailing alongside Roger's ship. Bullet stood at the edge of the ship, taunting Chinjo, "Hey, pointy head, feeling itchy again?" Hearing this, Chinjo's mouth twitched, and he quickly replied, "I'm not here to fight you today, two people want to see you, and I'm just here to guide them." As soon as Chinjo finished speaking, Bob and Whitebeard stepped up to the edge of the ship, locking eyes with the Roger pirates. Once Bob and Whitebeard appeared, someone quickly recognized them. After all, their faces were plastered all over the New World. Those two are commanders of the Rocks pirates. Edward Newgate with a bounty of 1.65 billion, and Bob with a bounty of 1.7 billion. Upon hearing this, those in the Roger pirates who didn't recognize them were now filled with shock. Members of the Rocks pirates, and their bounties were even higher than their captains. This was not a good sign. Edward. Bob. Gabon's face turned pale, the slap to his face coming too quickly. Just a moment ago, he had said they wouldn't encounter members of the Rocks pirates, and now two of their division commanders had shown up. This doesn't look good. Rayleigh's expression changed as he looked at Roger. "Captain, what should we do next?" However, Roger showed no signs of fear in his eyes, ignoring Rayleigh's words. Instead, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." Seeing this, Whitebeard and Bob exchanged glances, puzzled. Roger laughed because he saw an old friend, Whitebeard. And also because of Bob's appearance, he had just been thinking about wanting to meet this young man with a bounty higher than his own. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, his wish was fulfilled. "Edward, Bob, how about coming aboard for a drink?" Roger invited both of them after his laughter subsided. "Gururara. That's exactly what I had in mind." The two leaped gracefully, landing on the deck of the Roger pirate's ship with a commanding presence that made the entire ship sway. With an aura of conqueror, they inspired awe. Turning to the Hapo Navy, they waved their hands, signaling them to leave. Seeing this, Chinjo led the crew of the Hapo Navy to quickly depart, not wanting to linger with Bob and the others for even a moment longer. Meanwhile, Bob, Whitebeard, and Roger exchanged glances, each contemplating the unfolding situation. Chapter 100, The Confrontation of Three Conquerors Hockey. On the deck of the Roger pirate's ship, the three men exchanged glances and then fell into silence. Bob was the first to speak. "I'm sure you can guess why we're here. Our captain wants to invite you to join the Rocks pirates." As soon as he finished speaking, Gabon, who was holding two axes, leaped up and swung them straight at Bob. "Hey! Why not let me finish what I was saying?" Bob shook his head and raised his right hand, clashing with the axes. A thunderous sound echoed, and Gabon was sent flying back over 10 meters. If it weren't for Rayleigh stepping in to catch him, Gabon would have fallen into the sea. What just happened? That was so fast. I couldn't see clearly. All I heard was a sound, and then Gabon was sent flying after attacking Bob. Gabon, who had been knocked back, looked furious and wanted to charge at Bob again, but Rayleigh stopped him. "Gabon, your axes." Hearing this, Gabon looked down and was shocked to see that his axes were now covered in cracks. Crack! Bang! The axes in his hands shattered into several pieces mid-air, falling onto the deck with a series of crisp sounds. This. Gabon stared at the scattered fragments of his axes, utterly stunned. Don't cause any more trouble. This level of confrontation is not something we can interfere with. Rayleigh spoke with a serious expression, emphasizing his words. Among the Roger pirates, Captain Roger was known as Gold, Rayleigh as Silver, and Gabon as Copper. Gabon was the third in command of the Roger pirates, but compared to Roger, his strength was far inferior, let alone Bob. Bob had clearly held back in that strike. Ha ha ha. Your strength is indeed impressive. It seems your reputation is well deserved. Roger laughed as he saw Gabon's axes shattered by Bob's single strike. Let's continue our earlier conversation, Bob said, ignoring Roger's praise. We'll talk about that later. I said we'd have a drink first. Roger seemed to know what Bob wanted to say and cut him off directly. Our ship may not have much else, but we've got plenty of fine wine. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Gururara. Then let's drink first and talk later. Whitebeard, hearing that Roger's ship had plenty of fine wine, couldn't hold back any longer. At Roger's command, the crew brought out various types of strong liquor. Come, let's toast. 3 large bowls clinked together, producing a clear, crisp sound. Sip ah. This is indeed good wine. Whitebeard said with a look of contentment, praising the drink. Bob downed his wine, grabbed a chicken leg beside him, and began chewing heartily. So, here we are, 2 commanders of the Rocks Pirates and the captain of the Roger Pirates, drinking and chatting together. Such a scene would astonish any pirate on the seas. If the Marines were to see this, the entire headquarters would be in an uproar. Were the 2 greatest pirate crews of the New World about to form an alliance? At the moment, it certainly seems that way. Roger poured himself another wine, looking thoroughly satisfied. The question is, are we enemies or friends? Bob tossed the gnawed chicken leg aside and spoke slowly. Ha ha ha. That depends on whether you want to be enemies or friends, Roger laughed heartily. At this point, he put down the large bowl in his hand, and his expression suddenly turned serious. Bob, how about joining my Roger pirates? He had already thought of this idea when he first saw Bob Bounty. After seeing Bob in person this time, he became even more convinced of his decision. After all, someone who could come out with Whitebeard and have a good relationship with him definitely wouldn't be an ambitious schemer like Rocks. Moreover, during their brief interaction, Roger felt that Bob was very much to his liking. Hearing this, Bob Wine Bowl paused mid-air, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Want me to join your pirate's crew? Are you worthy of me? Try it and you'll know. Roger laughed in response. As soon as he finished speaking, Bob's aura suddenly surged, and his conqueror's hockey was fully unleashed. Seeing this, Roger clapped his hands, and his own aura also rose sharply. In that instant, both of them simultaneously released their conqueror's hockey, colliding with each other. Everyone present could see that this wasn't a duel, but a contest of hockey. The next moment, the weather changed abruptly, the waves surged, and the surrounding air seemed to be sucked dry, making it difficult to breathe. The space itself appeared to distort. The intensity of their clash made Whitebeard, who was standing nearby, unable to hold back any longer. Flames ignited in his eyes, and he tossed his bowl aside. Boom! Whitebeard's conqueror's hockey was unleashed. The hockey of the 3 collided on the Roger pirate's ship, directly stirring up a storm. The aura shot straight into the sky, twisting the clouds above, and the sky gradually darkened. For a moment, the wind and clouds changed drastically, and a fierce gale blew. The faces of all 3 showed extreme excitement, and their hockey continued to rise. Under the pressure of this hockey, almost all the crew members on the ship were lying flat on the deck, leaving only the 3 main fighters still struggling to hold on. Rayleigh, Gabon, and Douglas Bullet. What's going on? How did it come to this just from drinking? I don't know. If they keep this up, we crew members are going to suffer. 3 conquerors hockey clashing at the same time, how terrifying. All 3 of them possessed conquerors hockey, but compared to these 3, they were not on the same level. Even for them, holding on required a great deal of effort. A few more minutes passed, and only Rayleigh and Gabon were still standing on the ship. Bullet was already half kneeling on the deck. Rayleigh could no longer hold back and said to the 3, "If you don't stop now, something big is going to happen. It seems we need to stop here for today." Roger said regretfully. Without waiting for the other 2, he immediately began to withdraw. Seeing this, Bob and Whitebeard didn't hesitate and quickly retracted their hockey. "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be so young, yet your conqueror's hockey is so profound. It's truly surprising." Roger picked up his wine cup and laughed. Hearing this, Bob shrugged. The reason he chose to use conqueror's hockey was mainly to see how the future Pirate King hockey measured up. He wanted to see if he could learn a thing or two and improve his own hockey level. After all, his armament hockey and observation hockey had already reached advanced levels, and only his conqueror hockey was still lacking. "Actually, this is just my weakest aspect." Bob raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly. "Oh. It seems I still have to give it a try." With that, Roger lifted one of the supreme-grade swords, Ace, and swung it directly at Bob. Chapter 101, Preparation of the Naval Headquarters. Roger believed that with Bob's strength, blocking this strike wouldn't be too difficult, but he was also curious about how Bob would handle it. No weapons, nothing else, just fists. Bob's right hand slowly swung forward, colliding with Roger's sword. In an instant, a dull thud echoed, and Roger's body was sent flying, crashing onto the deck. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but gasp in shock. Our captain was just sent flying like that. What kind of power is this? Quick, go check on the captain. Before the pirates could rush over, Roger had already gotten back on his feet. Ha ha ha. You were right after all. At this moment, when he looked at Bob, there was no longer any intention to recruit him. The punch just now had immense power. Although Roger had only swung his sword casually, the fact that Bob could effortlessly block his attack spoke volumes about his strength. With such power, Bob could easily form his own pirate crew. As Roger stood up, the crew noticed cracks appearing on the deck, which only added to their astonishment. The ship of the Roger pirates, known as the Oro Jackson, was constructed entirely from the treasure tree atom, making it incredibly sturdy. Not even a sword slash or cannon fire could leave a mark on it. Since the ship construction, it had never sustained even a single scratch. Come on, let's keep drinking. Bob, looking at the now standing Roger, raised a large bowl and shouted. Cheers! The 3 of them clinked their bowls together again, as if nothing just happened. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Kong, the fleet admiral, had summoned everyone early in the morning, Garp, Sengoku, Tsuru and Zephyr, who had fully recovered from his injuries, and other high-ranking Marines. At the conference table, Sengoku, Garp, and the others all turned their attention to Kong at the head of the table. Feeling their gazes, Kong stroked his goatee. According to reports from the Marines stationed on Chijiri Island, Bob has appeared there. Alongside Bob, Kaido and the Patrick Redfield were also present. Kaido has eaten a devil fruit, and based on their descriptions, it's preliminarily identified as the fish fruit. Kaido lost in his fight against Patrick Redfield, but then Bob stepped in. A series of words poured out of Kong's mouth, each one forceful and resounding. Everyone in the room tensed up upon hearing the name Bob. They had heard this name too many times recently, and each time it was accompanied by a major event. And then Zephyr, seeing that Kong hadn't continued, couldn't help but ask. He wanted to know the details of this battle, especially since it involved Bob, whom he was determined to defeat. The outcome is unknown. Unknown. Sengoku frowned at this. Yes, when those Marines returned to the scene, everyone was gone, and they only found the bodies of their comrades. Damn it! Garp slammed his fist on the table, his anger clearly visible. That pirate Bob, I'll make sure he dies by my iron fist. Everyone present understood Garp rage, but now was not the time for impulsive actions. So, what should we do next? Tsuru asked at this moment. Convening this meeting was definitely not just about stating the matter. What else? We must go and surround them. Garp glared, shouting loudly. At this moment, he wished he could personally take down Bob. No. We will wait and see. That's what I called this meeting to announce, wait and see. For the next 2 months, do not take any action against Bob and the Rocks pirates. Hearing this, not just Garp, but everyone frowned deeply. Fleet Admiral Kong, are you serious? Tsuru was the first to voice her thoughts directly. The Rocks pirates are already extremely difficult to deal with. If we let them grow unchecked. In the future, it will likely become even harder. Zephyr also chimed in at this point. In 3 months, the strength of the Rocks pirates will increase significantly. Moreover, if we, the Marines, remain inactive for too long, our authority will plummet. We must take action. Garp even slammed his fist on the conference table. Kong-san, what Zephyr and Tsuru said is absolutely correct. We can't let them grow like this any longer. Beside them, Sengoku adjusted his round glasses and said, Fleet Admiral Kong, what do the 5 elders say? Hearing this, Kong nodded and spoke. This is the order from the 5 elders. Wait and see, give it 2 months. Upon hearing Kong words, everyone's faces were filled with confusion. Just as they were about to ask, Kong waved his hand. According to the 5 elders, the strength of the Rocks pirates is too great. It's unrealistic for us to take the initiative to eliminate them. So we need to trap them like a turtle in a jar. The 5 elders said that in 2 months, the Rocks pirates will appear at the sacrificial ceremony in the Valley of the Gods. And their entire pirate crew will be mobilized. At that time, we can wipe them out in one fell swoop, so before then, do not take any action. To avoid alerting the enemy. After he finished speaking, a few people still frowned in confusion. How did they conclude that the Rocks pirates will appear in the Valley of the Gods? That's not something I know, but the words of the 5 elders have never been wrong. Hearing this, a few people nodded, deeply convinced. So, in the Valley of the Gods, there will be a great battle. Garp's expression was somewhat excited at this moment. He could finally use his iron fists to pummel those bastards from the Rocks pirates. Yes. This battle is extremely important, and we absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. So we must be fully prepared. This clash with the Rocks pirates will be a battle worthy of being recorded in history. And the Marines absolutely cannot lose, we must annihilate the Rocks pirates in the Valley of the Gods. Sengoku, Zephyr. Intensify the training of the promising recruits at headquarters over these 2 months. During this period, try to maximize their strength. Especially those Akainu and the others, start the devil training plan. Understood. Zephyr and Sengoku responded simultaneously. But, it seems our marine strength isn't quite enough either. Tsuru frowned and said. Exactly. It's not quite enough. But what if other forces get involved? Chapter 102, The Marines ally with Roger. Currently, the top-tier forces of the Marine headquarters can be roughly compared to those of the Rocks pirates. The Marine headquarters has 5 key figures, Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Tsuru. The Rocks pirates, on the other hand, boast 8 formidable members, Rocks, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Lin Lin, Wang Ji, John, Silver Axe, and the newly emerged Bob. Even without Bob, based on sheer numbers, the Marine headquarters couldn't directly confront the Rocks pirates. Therefore, to surpass them in strength, it's essential to involve other forces. What other forces are you referring to? Tsuru asked, still somewhat puzzled by Kong's intentions. Recently, a new pirate crew has risen in the New World, the Roger Pirates. Kong explained. They have 4 main figures whose strength could fill the gap in our forces. Moreover, it said they have an extremely negative view of the Rock's pirates. You mean? Sengoku immediately understood Kong's implication. The plan was to ally with the Roger pirates to take on the Rock's pirates. Exactly, we can bring the Roger pirates to our side. Kong affirmed. But, we're the Marines, and they're pirates. Zephyr interjected, finding it hard to believe that the Marines would collaborate with pirates. No. This isn't about identity, it's about strength. Tsuru countered. If we don't do this, the Rock's pirates will continue to expand unchecked. At this critical moment, identity was irrelevant. What mattered was forming a united front against a common enemy. Alright, fine. Zephyr sighed, reluctantly conceding. Though it was hard to accept, he had to admit that the Rock's pirates posed a greater threat than any other crew on the seas. If they weren't eliminated, the marine existence would become a joke. Meanwhile, Garp, who had remained silent, wore a complex expression upon hearing Roger's name. Kong raised his hand, signaling for silence, then turned to Garp. Garp. I know you have a close personal relationship with Roger. You'll be the one to contact them. Remember, this must be kept confidential. Hearing this, Garp was momentarily stunned. From the moment Kong mentioned the Roger pirates, he had guessed this task would fall to him. But the idea of seeking help from pirates to eliminate other pirates was something he found difficult to accept. If word got out, it would be laughable. However, there was no other choice. The Marine's strength alone wasn't enough, and the battle at God Valley might be the only chance to destroy the Rock's pirates. In the mission to eliminate the Rock's pirates, everything else was secondary. How can I be sure they'll agree? Garp asked. They will. As long as the Rock's pirates exist, no other pirate crew, including the Roger pirates, will ever rise to prominence. Kong stated firmly. Sigh, alright. On the deck of the Roger pirate's ship, Whitebeard, Roger, and Bob sat together. So, you're planning to return to the Rock's pirates, right? Roger said, holding a barrel of wine. Gururara. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Enough. If we keep drinking, we'll finish all the wine on your ship. Whitebeard laughed heartily. The deck was littered with scattered wine barrels. I never expected you to be not only strong in combat but also such a formidable drinker. After all that wine, you don't even seem slightly drunk. Your stomach hasn't even bulged. Roger, his cheeks flushed, spoke to Bob, who was leaning back on the deck with his hand supporting him, gazing up at the sky. He's a monster. In the Rock's pirates, no one could outdrink him. Whitebeard added. What a pity. Someone like him won't join the My Pirates crew. Roger's tone was filled with regret as he spoke. Care to reconsider? Forget it. I promised Rox I'd stay. I'm not one to break my word. Bob turned his head to look at Roger. Let's go. The mission's done. We extended a warm invitation to Roger to join us, but he refused. We fought, but since they outnumbered us, we had to retreat. Bob quickly summarized their actions here and then walked toward the bow of the ship. Hearing Bob's words, Whitebeard and Roger were momentarily stunned, then exchanged a smile. From Roger pirate ship, a small lifeboat was launched. Whitebeard and Bob boarded it, waving goodbye to Roger. Gururara, I'm looking forward to meeting you guys again someday. Whitebeard laughed heartily, and then he and Bob sailed away. Hearing this, Bob smiled. The next time they met, it would likely be on the battlefield. Watching the ship grow smaller in the distance, Roger stared for a long time, only turning away when it completely disappeared from view. As he took his first step, a pirate came running from afar. "Captain, it's Garp on the phone." "Garp?" Hearing this, the others were stunned. "Vice Admiral Garp of the Marines." Upon hearing this, Roger's drunkenness faded significantly. He reached out to answer the call and spoke. "Well, isn't this a surprise? The Marines actually reaching out to us pirates." A cold voice came from the other end. "Have you heard about the recent activities of the Rocks pirates? They aim to dominate the world. You must know that, right?" "Of course I do." "So what?" Roger's expression remained calm as he spoke. In this world, the ambitions of the Rocks pirates were common knowledge. Especially Rocks, who had always made world domination his goal, which was precisely why Roger despised the Rocks pirates. In 2 months, the Rocks pirates will appear at God Valley. We'll have a major battle with them. If you want the Rocks pirates to disappear, come and lend a hand. God Valley. Cooperation. Hearing this, Roger was completely sober. This operation was clearly well prepared by the Marines. But what exactly was God Valley? In 2 months, I'll let you know the location of God Valley. I need a clear answer from you now. Will you come or not? Garp's voice was resolute. Hearing this, Roger frowned and glanced in the direction where Bob and Whitebeard had just left. The Rocks pirates had to be eliminated. If the world truly fell under Rocks' rule, it would be a catastrophe. However, during this period, I need to find a way to get Bob and Whitebeard out of the Rocks pirates. Thinking of this, Roger narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. We will come. Chapter 103, The Eternal Log Pose to the God Valley. On the calm sea, the Rocks pirates' ship advanced steadily. Several commanders stood on the deck, discussing something. How long have Edward and Bob been gone? Asked Shiki, casually puffing on a cigar. Counting the days, it's almost been half a month, replied John, gazing at the horizon. Could it be that they won't make it back? The Roger pirates are no pushovers. Wang Ji stroked his long beard, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Who knows? Taking on such a task without any benefits, they must be out of their minds. John yawned. This sea breeze is making me sleepy. It might be better if they don't come back. That way, there are 2 fewer people to share the treasure with. Silver Axe, clad in gleaming silver armor, chuckled darkly. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him simultaneously. Their expressions were complex, their eyes uncertain. They neither agreed nor disagreed with Silver Axe's words. Hey, look over there. Silver Axe suddenly exclaimed, frowning. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a ship approaching the Rocks pirates' vessel. It's Edward and Bob, they're back. Wang Ji spoke up, his eyes fixed on the sea. His tone was unreadable, neither happy nor disappointed. Soon, the distant ship drew close to the Rocks pirates' vessel. Bob and Whitebeard boarded the ship, and the moment they appeared, a figure suddenly materialized on the deck. Captain. Upon seeing this person, everyone immediately greeted him respectfully. Rocks glanced at the group, his gaze lingering on Bob and Whitebeard for a moment. Call the other commanders to the meeting room. In the meeting room of the Rocks pirates, all the commanders had taken their seats. Rocks sat at the head of the table, looking at Bob and Whitebeard. So, what did the Roger pirates say? I tried my best to invite them, but they still refused, Bob shrugged helplessly. Having just boarded the ship, they were already being called to a meeting. Bob felt that the Rocks pirates were becoming more and more annoying. Hearing Bob's words, Rock's expression remained unchanged. He nodded to acknowledge the information. He hadn't held much hope to begin with, and the moment Bob appeared, he knew the mission had failed. Otherwise, Bob wouldn't have returned on that small boat but on the Roger pirates' ship. This only confirmed his suspicions. They actually dared to say no to our Rocks pirates. Bob, Edward, didn't you do anything about it? Shiki glared at the two, gritting his teeth. They disrespected our rocks pirates. As commanders, Edward and I couldn't just let it slide. We clashed with them right then and there. Look, we even lost our ship and had to return on another one. Bob shook his head. Hearing this, Rock's eyes flickered, and his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Since you fought them, how strong are they? The Roger pirates were the second most powerful pirate force in the New World. For Rocks, if he couldn't bring them under his wing, it meant they could serve as a stepping stone to his rise to the top of the world. On this vast sea, they could only be enemies. And when it came to enemies, it was essential to have a clear understanding of their strength. They are incredibly strong. Even their 4 main crew members are on par with Wang Ji, John, and Silver Axe, especially Roger, who is a whole level above them. As soon as Bob finished speaking, before Rocks could respond, 3 people immediately stood up. Are you deliberately picking a fight? How could the crew of some small pirate crew be stronger than us? Beating them would be as easy as playing around. Damn it. If I had gone, I would have come back with Roger's head. We haven't even fought yet, what are you trying to say by mentioning this? The 3 commanders were clearly displeased when Bob used them as a benchmark for strength. The room erupted into a cacophony of voices. Bob hadn't expected such a strong reaction from just giving a practical example, and he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, after hearing this, Rocks had a rough understanding of the strength of the Roger pirates. He rapped his fingers forcefully on the table, a signal for the commanders to quiet down. Once everyone had settled, Rocks continued. Good. As long as you all return safely, that's what matters. Let's put the matter of recruiting the Roger pirates aside for now. The reason I called you here today is for something even more important. Hearing this, the commanders furrowed their brows. Something even more important. Their eyes all turned to the captain, waiting for his next move. Feeling their gazes, Rocks smirked wickedly. In 2 months, the Celestial Dragons will hold a grand event at the Valley of the Gods. That's when we'll go hunting for them. As he spoke, his expression was filled with excitement, his lips curling into a wide, sinister grin. The Valley of the Gods. Wang Ji, John, and the others frowned even more deeply. They had never heard of this place. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before, Whitebeard said, stroking his chin. Jihahaha, are we really going to hunt celestial dragons? Shiki's focus was entirely on the celestial dragons, not the Valley of the Gods. Killing celestial dragons, what a feat for pirates. Among the commanders, only Bob had managed to do it before, earning him immense prestige. Shiki felt that if he could kill a celestial dragon, he would reclaim the respect he had lost. But there's one problem. To get to the Valley of the Gods, we need something. And that thing is in Mary Geos. It's called the Eternal Pose. Rock's words were soft, but they carried immense weight in everyone's hearts. The Eternal Pose. Mary Geos. They were unfamiliar with the first, but the latter was all too familiar. The residence of the Celestial Dragons, the seat of the world government. What it represented in this world was self-evident. It was undoubtedly heavily guarded, with countless elite warriors protecting the celestial dragons on the island. The Eternal Pose will always point to the Valley of the Gods, so if we want to get there, we must obtain it. So, we need 2 people to retrieve the Eternal Pose. As soon as Rocks finished speaking, the captains began to furrow their brows in thought. Going to Mary Geos to retrieve something was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task. Although as pirates, they all wanted to turn Mary Geos upside down, thoughts were one thing, and actual actions required careful consideration. After all, their lives were more important than anything else. This matter carries great responsibility and significant risks. Jihahaha. You cowards, always boasting about killing the celestial dragons, but now you're hiding like turtles. Captain, leave this mission to me. Shiki, holding a cigar in his hand, laughed heartily. As he spoke, his gaze turned to Bob, his meaning clear. Count me in. Bob said with a smile. Mary Geos was a place Bob had always wanted to see, and this was the perfect opportunity. Seeing Bob join, Whitebeard also wanted to come along. But remembering the captain order to send only 2 people, his hand, which had been halfway raised, fell back down. Ha ha ha. Excellent. With the 2 of you going, I can rest easy. I'll be waiting for your return on the Rock's ship. Remember, your mission this time is to retrieve the eternal pose, not to kill anyone. Once the objective is achieved, withdraw immediately. Chapter 104, Journey to the Holy Land of Mariehua. The Valley of the Gods, a place shrouded in secrecy. This island couldn't be found on any map, and aside from the celestial dragons and the world's highest authorities, almost no one knew of its existence. If Mary Geos was the stronghold where the celestial dragons resided, then the Valley of the Gods was their true sacred sanctuary. Rox planned to besiege the Valley of the Gods 2 months later, partly to eliminate the celestial dragons, but more importantly, to covet an ancient weapon hidden within the valley. In the world of One Piece, there were 3 ancient weapons. Pluton, a super battleship designed and built by the shipwrights of Water 7, capable of destroying an entire island with a single shot. Poseidon, who would become the mermaid princess 40 years later, had not yet been born during Rock's era. She could summon powerful sea kings. Uranus, the most mysterious of the 3 ancient weapons. Its exact nature remained unknown, but it was highly likely to be connected to the skies. Perhaps it was a weapon capable of global precision strikes from the air. With Pluton and Poseidon yet to emerge, if Rox could obtain Uranus from the Valley of the Gods, his power would ascend to new heights, making it even easier for him to reach the pinnacle of the world. After resting on the ship for a day, Bob set off with Shiki toward their destination, Mary Geos. 3 days later, the 2 arrived at the base of the Red Line. Before them stood a towering, seemingly endless wall that reached into the clouds. The wall was entirely red, colossal and awe-inspiring. We've finally arrived. Up there is our target for this mission, the sacred land of Mary Geos. Shiki stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the magnificent wall that stretched beyond sight. Damn! This wall is truly massive. Bob, who had only seen Mary Geos in the original story, couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, there was a vast difference between pictures and reality. Seeing the Red Line wall in images only gave a sense of its size, but witnessing it in person allowed one to truly grasp its grandeur. So, do we go up directly or sneak in? Shiki, who hadn't even lit his cigar this time, asked. Though he often held a grudge against Bob and wanted to see him humiliated, deep down, he acknowledged Bob's strength, so he instinctively sought his opinion. No. Mary Geos is the residence of the celestial dragons. It's undoubtedly filled with countless powerful figures. If we barge in recklessly, we'll be discovered immediately. Bob steered the ship to a hidden corner and spoke. Mary Geos was not only the home of the celestial dragons but also the stronghold of the world government. The world government, an institution that stood above the Marines, had ruled the world for 800 years. Rock's goal was to overthrow the government's rule and become the world's supreme ruler. Even he didn't believe he could confront the world government head-on with absolute certainty, which was why he was so desperate to obtain Uranus. Got it. Let's do it quietly, Shiki whispered. Right, we'll go up at night. The cover of darkness will make it much easier. Bob glanced at Shiki and raised an eyebrow. In his heart, he thought. You're the man who later single-handedly wreaked havoc in Marineford for 3 days and nights, and now you need to learn to lay low. But it was understandable, after all, the goals of the 2 occasions were different. Time flew by, and night fell. Dark clouds hung high in the sky, making it impossible to see even an outstretched hand. Bob and Shiki knew it was time to ascend to the holy land of Mary Geos. As night falls, it's our time to make an appearance. Shiki fingers twitched slightly, and a chunk of earth beneath his feet was lifted by some unseen force, hovering in the air. Bob stepped onto it, and they began to soar toward the heights of the Red Line. As they ascended, Bob could see that even the clouds were only halfway up the red line. This was enough to prove just how terrifyingly high the red line was. And how incredibly useful Shiki float fruit was. After flying for a while, Shiki finally maneuvered the chunk of earth to the holy land of Mary Geos. Under the silver glow of the moonlight, Bob could see several exquisitely decorated, grand, and luxurious buildings before them. They looked like the prince castles from the fairy tales of his past life. No. They were even more refined than that. Truly a place fit for the celestial dragons. Looking around, aside from opulence, no other adjective could describe it more aptly. However, Bob knew that beneath this magnificent exterior lay the sins of the celestial dragons. Should we come up with some kind of plan? Shiki asked, gazing at the incredibly beautiful castle. We definitely need a plan, Bob said slowly. In Mary Geos, there are many slaves of the celestial dragons, kept here for their amusement. If we release them, it's sure to cause quite a stir, which would divert people's attention. And we can take advantage of the chaos to act. Hearing this, Shiki nodded. That's a good idea. Mary Geos was filled with powerful individuals. The slightest disturbance here would lead to being surrounded. If the slaves were released, most of the manpower would be diverted to recapturing them. During that time, Bob and Shiki would have enough time to search for the eternal pose. But how do we know where the slaves are kept? Shiki suddenly thought of this crucial question and couldn't help but ask. Damn it! There are so many celestial dragons here. Just grab one and ask. Bob shook his head. I was just praising your intelligence, and now you're being dumb again. In an extremely luxurious room, an oily, fat celestial dragon was lounging on a chair. In his right hand, he held a whip, and in his left, an ice cream. His plump lips occasionally moved toward his left hand to lick the melting treat. Beside him stood 3 female slaves with collars around their necks, carefully massaging his body. You lowly scum, I'll beat you to death. One of the slaves, under the tense and oppressive atmosphere, applied a bit too much force. The celestial dragon frowned, and insult spilled from his mouth as he lashed out with the whip, delivering a beating. The sound of whipping, accompanied by pleas for mercy, echoed from within the luxurious room. The celestial dragon lashed the whip repeatedly on the slave, venting his fury. The 2 slaves beside him remained silent, their faces blank, showing no trace of emotion. Suddenly, the celestial dragon arm froze midair. No matter how much force he exerted, he couldn't bring it down. An arm had firmly clamped onto his wrist. Chapter 105, Releasing the Slaves of Mary Geos. The celestial dragon had already sensed someone nearby and turned to look. A young man with black hair and black eyes stood beside him, gripping his wrist tightly, causing pain. The celestial dragon was furious. You lowly scum, how dare you barge into my room? I'll slap. Before he could finish, a crisp sound of a slap interrupted his vulgar words. Stunned by the slap, the celestial dragon was momentarily speechless. No one had ever dared to do this to him since he was a child, let alone a commoner. You filthy wretch, how dare you hit me? The Marines will slap. Another crisp sound echoed. The celestial dragon dropped the ice cream in his left hand, touching his swollen cheek, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. This person before him was different from the other commoners, he showed no fear or respect. Seeing the celestial dragon quiet down, Bob nodded. Good, now we can talk now. Where do you keep the slaves? Bob got straight to the point. The celestial dragon didn't answer, his panicked eyes turning venomous. He was thinking, I'll make sure to have this lowly scum torn to pieces and turned into my plaything. Seems I'm still too gentle, Bob raised an eyebrow, seeing the celestial dragon silence. Then, Bob's arm moved slightly, and a hidden force transmitted from his fingers into the celestial dragon arm. Beneath the skin of his arm, something seemed to wriggle, like worms burrowing into his flesh. If one were to cut open the skin, they would see an inexplicable force slowly shredding his muscle tissue. Before the celestial dragon could let out a pig-like scream, Bob considerately stuffed a rag into his mouth. Sweat poured down his face, his eyes filled with terror. He now realized death was approaching. A foul smell of urine filled the air as a puddle of yellow liquid formed on the ground. Bob pinched his nose and removed the rag from the celestial dragon mouth. "You only have one chance," Bob stared at him with an imposing aura. "In the western slave pens. That's where we keep the slaves. Just head in that direction and you'll see it." The celestial dragon answered without hesitation, his entire body trembling. He knew this man truly dared to kill him, without hesitation or regard for the consequences. "Good. I believe you," Bob nodded, having gotten the answer he wanted. He then raised his hand, about to pat the celestial dragon head. At that moment, Shiki, who had been watching from the side, suddenly spoke up. "Wait, let me handle this celestial dragon." Without waiting for Bob's response, he slapped the celestial dragon head, shattering it instantly. Shiki had always wanted to kill a celestial dragon to boost his own prestige. With this opportunity right in front of him, he wasn't about to miss it. Bob's hand froze mid-air, his lips twitching. "You're a pro at stealing kills." "Stealing kills? What's that?" Shiki used his float fruit ability to clear away the mess, looking puzzled. "It means you're fast, precise, and ruthless when killing," Bob casually explained. Hearing this, Shiki nodded, seemingly pleased with the compliment. After removing the collars from the 3 female slaves, Bob clapped his hands. "The celestial dragons are finished. You can run now." Without any further delay, he and Shiki prepared to leave. "Are you heading to the slave quarters?" Suddenly, the female slave who had been beaten spoke up, cautiously asking. Hearing this, Bob stopped and turned to look at her. Yes. Her body was covered in whip marks, with fresh and old wounds interwoven on her exposed skin, a horrifying sight. "I know where that place is. I can take you there," she said excitedly, her voice filled with desperation. Upon hearing this, Bob blinked and pondered for a moment. Although he knew the general location, having a guide would indeed save a lot of time. "Let's go then." It must be said that the area of Holy Land Mary Geos is vast, with most parts being bustling cities. However, some areas remain desolate. After all, the top of the red line is so large, and there are only so many celestial dragons. It's impossible for every place to be fully inhabited. Heading westward. Under the precise guidance of the female slave, they eventually arrived at a desolate area with uneven ground, where an old, dilapidated building stood. Under the moonlight, Bob noticed the words "Slave Quarters" prominently displayed above the gate. "Found it," Bob said with a smile. "Who are you?" The guards on duty noticed someone approaching and came forward with weapons in hand. They observed that the trio wasn't wearing the special attire of the celestial dragons, confirming they weren't among them. Swish! A flash of blade light, followed by a sound. The heads of the guards soared into the air, landing on the ground with a rolling thud. Before their deaths, their wide eyes saw their own bodies slowly collapsing. But they didn't know how their heads had been separated from their bodies, as everything happened too quickly. Bob walked up to the guards' corpses and searched them for the keys to the slave quarters cells. The 3 approached the gate. Boom! The gate, as fragile as paper, offered no resistance under Bob's fist. Hearing the noise, some guards inside the slave quarters hurried out. But they were dealt with in an instant. Tap! 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 After a moment of silence, footsteps echoed, resonating within the cold, lifeless slave quarters. Many slaves locked in their cells looked up, using the moonlight to gaze at the strangers before them. Tossing the keys to the female slave, Bob stopped. He scanned the area. Humans, fishmen, giants, minks, long-arm tribe, long-leg tribe, and more. Clearing his throat, Bob clasped his hands behind his back. I don't care what race you come from. I don't care how you became slaves of the celestial dragons. And I don't care if you're good or evil. Today, you will all regain your freedom. Here, you should know your fate better than I do. So, there's one thing you must consider. Is this the only chance you'll ever get in your lifetime? Bob's words resonated powerfully, echoing through every corner of the slave quarters. The slaves looked at Bob, then at the now open cell doors. In the next moment, a thunderous cheer erupted. The slaves emerged from their cells, rushed towards Bob, lifted him high, and tossed him into the air. At that moment, the air was filled with the scent of freedom. Chapter 106, Trap. The slaves gently set Bob down, their faces brimming with barely contained excitement. Similarly, Shiki and the female slave, who had also been tossed into the air, were now lowered to the ground. As his feet touched the ground, Bob straightened his slightly thinning hair and glanced around at the assembled slaves. Back in the cell, he hadn't been able to gauge the exact number of slaves, but now that they had all emerged, he realized just how many there were. Before him stretched a sea of people. Clearing his throat, Bob spoke. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Bob. Clearly, Bob wasn't the type to do good deeds anonymously. At a moment like this, it was only natural to announce his name. Seeing this, Shiki quickly chimed in, Golden Lion Shiki. And my name is Talia, the female slave stammered timidly. Upon hearing the three names, the slaves fell silent for a moment before erupting into deafening cheers, shouting their names in unison. Seeing this, Bob raised his hand, and the crowd immediately quieted down. You now have two choices. You can choose to wreak havoc on this place, avenging the torment you've endured here. Or, of course, you can simply leave and head east, that's where your chances of escape are the highest. After saying this, Bob didn't linger. He and Shiki soared into the sky, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. After Bob and Shiki departed, the slaves naturally split into two groups. One group surged into Mary Geos, while the other chose to flee this hellish place. The slave named Talia was now revered as the leader of the second group. She gazed at the night sky where Bob had disappeared and whispered softly. Until we meet again. Then she merged into the crowd, heading east. In no time at all, the group that had entered Mary Geos began to wreak havoc. Countless buildings were destroyed, and thick black smoke enveloped the skies above Mary Geos. Bob and the Shiki stood on a floating stone slab, suspended in midair. Gihahaha. These slaves truly harbor an intense hatred for the celestial dragons. It hasn't even been long, and the area below is already in ruins. Shiki laughed heartily, thoroughly enjoying the sight of Mary Geos being torn apart. If it weren't for pressing matters at hand, he would have loved to join in and cause chaos for 3 days and 3 nights. Look! Someone from the world government has come to stop them. Shiki exclaimed as he noticed a group of people arriving on the scene. In front of the slaves, several hundred armed individuals now stood, issuing warnings to them. But in the next moment, the two groups clashed violently. Why are there so few of them? Bob frowned as he observed the forces in Mary Geos below. Ah, who cares? The slaves have succeeded in drawing their attention. Shiki didn't dwell on it. Now it's time for us to find the eternal pose. With that, he used the power of his float fruit to propel the stone slab beneath their feet toward the bustling district of Mary Geos. Bob could only shake his head and say nothing more. The mission was what mattered now. Where should we start looking? Shiki asked. Probe the more prosperous areas. Bob replied. And so, they set off. Shiki and Bob stepped on a green brick, quietly beginning their operation. What's that over there? Before long, Shiki made a discovery, pointing to a spot with his finger. Under his observation hockey, beneath the castle he pointed to, there was a tightly shut door, inside which lay a pile of treasures. Hearing this, Bob used his observation hockey to scan the area he indicated. 2 guards, 1 door. Let's go check it out, Bob said. Soon, the two arrived at the castle. The entire castle looked no different from other places, decorated very lavishly, with various gemstones embedded in the walls. On the walls hung paintings that looked incredibly valuable, along with casually placed antiques and the like. However, this vast castle was strangely devoid of people, which was quite peculiar. In a corner, Bob and Shiki discovered a staircase leading downward. Following the stairs, they saw the tightly shut door and the 2 guards. When Bob and Shiki saw them, the guards also noticed Bob. They gripped their weapons tightly and charged forward. Snap! After a sound, along with their severed weapons, the 2 guards' bodies were split apart. Shiki and Bob exchanged a glance. Let's go in. Kicking open the door, what greeted them was a huge open space. No less impressive than a football field, with scattered treasures lying on the ground. On the ground, there was also a golden box adorned with gemstones. Bob walked over, picked up the box, and opened it to take a look. Inside was a sea chart and an eternal pose. We found it just like that. Shiki, who had come closer, looked at the contents of the box, somewhat incredulous. It is indeed the eternal pose. Bob frowned and said, but this is too strange. What's strange? The pose? Golden Lion asked. No. From the moment we set foot on Mary Geos, to hunting that celestial dragon, to freeing the slaves, and finally obtaining the eternal pose. The whole journey has been marked by one word. Smooth. It's been too damn smooth. So smooth it's like it was handed to us on a silver platter. Bob slowly said, he and Shiki had been wandering around Mary Geos for half a day, encountering almost no resistance. If there was any, it was just some small fry. Thinking of the soldiers who had tried to stop the slaves earlier, and the missing celestial dragon, Bob became even more convinced of his thoughts. The world government must have known we were coming. And they knew we were coming for the eternal pose. This reasoning wasn't difficult, in fact, it was quite simple. So many strange things combined, the result was very obvious. It seems so. I thought we were being stealthy, but it looks like someone was giving us a pass. Shiki also realized at this point that the journey had been too smooth, without any of the expected dangers. If Mary Geos had only this much strength, it would have been destroyed long ago. Whatever, our mission is accomplished, let's leave the rest to rocks to decide. Bob put the map and the eternal pose back into the box and said softly. Immediately, the 2 of them darted toward the direction of the Rock's pirate's ship. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the night. At the same time, in a corner of Mary Geos, several figures appeared under the moonlight. After witnessing Bob and Shiki depart, they exchanged glances and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 107, The 5 Elders Conference. In the Grand Circular Council Hall of Holy Land Mary Geos, one of the 5 elders, clad in a white kimono and wielding the Shodai Kitetsu, gazed out at the night through the window, a trace of coldness flickering in his eyes. He then turned and walked to the center of the meeting hall, looking at the other 4 elders seated in a circle. Things unfolded as expected. They took the eternal pose and immediately withdrew. The path to God Valley required the eternal pose, a fact that Rox was well aware of, and as the supreme leaders of the world government, the 5 elders naturally knew it too. In fact, they were the ones who had leaked this information. To ensure that the Rox pirates would smoothly arrive at God Valley during the hunting game, they spread the word in the underworld that the eternal pose was in Mary Geos. In the 5 elders' estimation, once Rox learned of this, he would inevitably send someone to God Valley to seize the eternal pose. And the person sent would undoubtedly be a powerful captain, someone capable of retreating unscathed from Mary Geos. To avoid direct confrontation with the Rock's pirates, the five elders gathered the celestial dragons together after releasing the information, placing them under the protection of numerous elite guards. And to expedite the Rock's pirates' acquisition of the eternal pose, the five elders had it placed in a more peripheral location, reducing the search time for the Rock's pirates' commanders. As they had anticipated, after obtaining the item, Bob and Shiki withdrew from Mary Geos. The ones who came were the commanders of the Rock's pirates, Bob and Shiki, said one of the five elders, a man with white curly hair, dressed in a black suit, and holding a scepter. These lowlifes remained relatively calm and didn't cause too much trouble, remarked another, wearing a dark green suit and sporting a mustache. Successfully delivering the eternal pose to Rocks without a large-scale conflict was the best outcome for both sides. Otherwise, if Bob and Shiki had stayed in Mary Geos and attacked the central area, the five elders would have had no choice but to join the fray. At that moment, several men in formal attire appeared before the five elders. They were from CP0, the intelligence organization under the world government, who had been observing Bob and Shiki movements from the shadows as per the five elders' instructions. Their orders were clear: observe only, do not engage. What is the current overall situation in Mary Geos? Asked the bald elder in a kimono, the only one among the five, looking at the kneeling men before him. Shiki and Bob released the slaves from the slave quarters, and some of them went on a rampage, destroying buildings. However, they have now been suppressed. Another group has fled Mary Geos, and we have dispatched teams to pursue them. The current status is unknown, reported a man with a brown beard from CP0. Humph. Just some lowly slaves, they won't amount to much. We can always capture more from the various countries next time, one of the elders said sternly. And, one of the celestial dragons was killed. At this, the man with the brown beard hesitated slightly. Humph. Those useless fools, they deserve to be killed, the elder holding the Shodai Kitetsu snorted coldly. Having grown accustomed to wielding power and oppressing others, the celestial dragons' minds have long since deteriorated. They simply couldn't believe that anyone would dare to invade Mary Geos. As usual, they indulged in their residences, too lazy to even move. A stupid pig has died. Seal the news, the old man continued. Within Mary Geos, there is also a hierarchy among the celestial dragons. In the presence of the five elders, the actual rulers of the world government, the celestial dragons wouldn't dare to show any disrespect. This is because, apart from holding power, the five elders are also celestial dragons, the most esteemed ones at that. Thus, when they scold the celestial dragons, it doesn't feel the least bit disrespectful, as if they were merely reprimanding ordinary people. You may leave now, one of the five elders said indifferently. Upon hearing this, several CP0 agents kneeling on the ground vanished from the conference hall in an instant. The old man in a kimono whispered, given the current situation, the cost is worth it if we can annihilate the Rock's pirates in one fell swoop. Small impatience can ruin great plans. What we need to discuss now is the preparation for the upcoming battle at God Valley. For the world government, the escape of some slaves and the death of one celestial dragon, though significant, must be weighed against other matters. If this could lead to the complete eradication of the Rock's pirates, then this major event would be considered trivial. Bob and Shiki must have noticed something amiss when they so easily found the eternal pose. If they return, Rocks will surely know that we are already aware of their plan to launch a surprise attack on God Valley in 2 months, said an old man with long, straight white hair as he stroked his beard. Humph. So what if he knows? Given Rock's ambition, he would come even if he knew there was an ambush. He wants to reach the pinnacle of the world, and Uranus will be his next target, the kimono-clad old man snorted. Alas! It's a pity that we can't use this ancient weapon. Hearing about Uranus, the old man with a cane thumped the ground hard and sighed. Although Uranus is rumored to be in God Valley, the five elders have sent people to search for it for decades without success. As a result, the world government has not been able to utilize any of the 3 ancient weapons. This was never part of the plan, so there's no need to feel disheartened, said the kimono-clad old man. Headquarters has sent word that the Roger pirates have agreed to assist in the eradication of the Rocks pirates. This is good news, as it strengthens our side somewhat. But, it's still not enough. For the upcoming battle at God Valley, we must be fully prepared. At this point, the kimono-clad old man pushed his round glasses up, his eyes revealing a fierce determination. From Eni's lobby, impel down, and the CP Special Operations Forces, select those who are presentable. Deploy them all to the battle at God Valley. Hearing this, the other 4 elders fell silent for a few seconds, their brows furrowing deeply. After a while, the old man with a mustache pondered, should we seek Im-sama's approval for this matter? The others nodded in agreement. No need. Lord Im is still in slumber, there's no need to disturb him with such matters, said the elderly man in a kimono. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 elderly men in suits nodded in unison, showing their agreement. The kimono-clad elder stood his first-generation Kitetsu sword upright in front of him, his eyes narrowing slightly. It's settled then. In 2 months, we'll witness the great battle at the God Valley. Chapter 108, Embarrassed Commanders. On the deck of the Rocks pirates' ship. At this moment, numerous pirates from the Rocks pirates were gathered on the deck, waiting for Bob and Shiki to return. Why hasn't Commander Bob come back yet? With Commander Shiki float fruit ability, the trip should be quick. You think this is a vacation? Bringing back the eternal pose from Mary Geos isn't that simple. Although I have hope for them, Mary Geos is an extremely dangerous place. The strong ones from the world government are on the island protecting the celestial dragons. Even if they bring it back, there will likely be casualties. The pirates on the ship gazed out at the sea, discussing among themselves. It had been some time since Bob and Shiki left the Rocks pirates. However, there was still no sign of their return, which made them somewhat worried. That kid Bob, he wouldn't have died in Mary Geos, would he? John sat on the ship's railing, polishing his rapier. Bob had caused him to lose a lot of money before and even got him beaten up by 3 commanders, leaving him in the infirmary for several days. He still harbored some resentment toward Bob and secretly wished for something bad to happen to him, so he wouldn't have to repay the debt. Now, seeing that Bob and Shiki hadn't sent any news, he speculated that they might have met with an accident and felt secretly pleased. With such a long time passing and no return, it's possible they really perished in Mary Geos. Silver Axe chimed in. Good thing I didn't go on this mission, or who knows what might have happened. Wang Ji stood by the ship's edge, stroking his beard, his eyes filled with relief. Without a doubt, Mary Geos, as the residence of the celestial dragons, must be filled with countless treasures. If they could enter, they would surely bring out a lot of treasure. Of course, the prerequisite was being able to come out alive. Thud. 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 As the Rocks pirates were discussing, Rocks himself walked over from a distance. His footsteps on the deck made a very rhythmic sound. Captain Rocks, the crew, including the captains, shouted in unison. On this ship, as long as Rocks was present, he was the undisputed leader. No one dared to show disrespect in front of him. Captain, if Bob and the others don't bring back the eternal pose, what should we do next? Should we consider other methods to reach God Valley? Wang Ji spoke up first when Rocks arrived. He didn't believe the 2 commanders would die in Mary Geos, but even if they managed to escape, it wasn't certain they could find the eternal pose. Such an item must be tightly controlled by the world government. Trying to take it would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. If they couldn't get the eternal pose, they would definitely need another way to reach God Valley. How about we just go and destroy Mary Geos later? John said excitedly when he saw the captain appear. Inside Mary Geos, there must be treasures plundered from all over the world, and John was very eager for them. The other commanders glanced at John when they heard his words. Indeed, he's a guy completely blinded by treasure. Destroy Mary Geos? Did he really think the world government's forces were just for show? Rox frowned slightly upon hearing the commander's words, scanning the group before speaking calmly. Are you all so lacking in confidence in Bob and Shiki? They haven't even returned yet, how can you be sure they didn't complete the mission? Faced with Rox's questioning, the commanders were left speechless. Although some of them secretly believed that Bob and the others couldn't complete the mission and wouldn't return, it was all just speculation. They had no concrete evidence to prove their assumptions. Rox turned his gaze toward the sea, feeling utterly disappointed in his commanders. When they were heading to Mary Geos, they all acted as if they were dead, and now that the commanders had gone, they were hoping they'd die there. Although the reason for forming this pirate crew was purely for profit, the way these commanders behaved before even securing enough benefits left Rox deeply disheartened. Look! They're back! A faint smile appeared on Rox's lips as he gazed at the horizon. Hearing this, everyone followed Rox's line of sight and saw two figures suddenly emerge from the clouds. It was Bob and Shiki. They were standing on a massive cyan stone slab, with Bob holding a golden box inlaid with gemstones. Shiki carried a large sack on his shoulder, filled with treasures he had painstakingly gathered from Mary Geos. It's Commander Bob and Commander Shiki. They're back. Ha ha ha. I knew Commander Bob would return unharmed. They don't have a single injury on them. I wonder how the commanders managed it. They must have easily defeated the strong fighters of Mary Geos to come back like this. Did the commanders complete their mission? The moment Bob and Shiki appeared, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sparking intense discussions among the pirates. As for the other commanders, they were all dumbfounded. They had actually returned, and without a scratch. Gururara. I knew Bob would pull through. Whitebeard, who had been silently watching the sea, burst into laughter. He had remained silent while the other commanders voiced their opinions, as he couldn't be bothered to engage with them. At the same time, he had been secretly worried about Bob. Only when Bob appeared did the weight in his heart finally lift. Soon, Bob and Shiki descended onto the deck. Seeing the smiles on their faces, a glimmer of light flashed in Rox's eyes. Did you bring back the eternal pose to God Valley? In response, Bob didn't say a word and simply tossed the golden box to Rox. Kihahaha. Well done. I knew you'd succeed. Rox opened the box, saw the eternal pose and a sea chart inside, and laughed heartily. The other commanders, seeing that Bob and Shiki had indeed returned and completed their mission, felt their faces burn with embarrassment. The slap to their faces had come too quickly. It took you so long. Were the strong fighters of Mary Geos that troublesome? Rox said as he pocketed the box. Jihahaha. We didn't really run into any strong fighters. Most of the time was spent looting treasures. Shiki, puffing on a cigar, patted the sack of treasures on his shoulder. Are these all treasures? John's eyes lit up when he heard Shiki say that the bag was filled with treasures looted from Mary Geos. Hearing this, the other commanders glanced at John and frowned. Shouldn't the focus be on something else? No encounters with strong opponents. What does that mean? Rox couldn't help but furrow his brow as well. The world government should be aware of our intentions. Chapter 109, It will be, the end of an era. Bob's words caused a subtle change in the expressions of everyone present, but there was not the slightest fluctuation in Rox's eyes. So you knew, huh? Yes, during our search for the eternal pose, everything went unusually smoothly. The world government didn't even have anyone guarding it. Bob looked at Rox with calm eyes and spoke slowly. Hearing this, the other commanders' faces turned bitter, filled with regret. This was a result they could never have imagined. When Bob and Shiki went to Mary Geos, there was no one guarding it, and they encountered no danger at all. This was completely different from what they had imagined. In their view, the two sides should have at least fought for several days and nights. Instantly, they felt they had missed an excellent opportunity. An opportunity not only to bring back a wealth of treasures but also to make a name for themselves. The commanders who had just mocked Bob for his thankless efforts now regretted it deeply. Seeing that rocks had no reaction, Bob continued. It's highly likely that the world government knew we were going to seize the Eternal Pose and that we were heading to God Valley, so they deliberately handed it over. Therefore, they might have set up an ambush for us in God Valley. Bob voiced his thoughts. Hearing this, Rock's eyes slightly narrowed, and he revealed a sinister smile. Captain Rocks, what do you plan to do? Bob asked slowly. Having read the original story, he knew that Rock's journey to God Valley would only lead to destruction. Now, Bob had given Rocks an early warning about the world government scheme, curious to see how Rocks would choose. Would he confront it or avoid it? After a moment of silence, Rocks suddenly burst into laughter. Gee ha ha ha. So what? God Valley, I will conquer it. These few words were resolute and domineering, echoing on the Rock's pirate's ship, lingering for a long time. Upon hearing these words, the pirates' ambitions were instantly ignited, and they all began to cheer. Long live Captain Rocks! The Rocks pirates will surely win. Watching this scene, Bob's eyes remained exceptionally calm, and he said nothing more. The words had been spoken to this extent, yet Rocks was still determined to go to God Valley. Even Bob couldn't help but admire the confidence and dominance of this overlord. It's just a pity, he ultimately couldn't escape the fate of death. Whether it's the Marines or the world government, all of them will be annihilated in the God Valley battle. Rocks scanned the crowd, and the expressions of the commanders present were extremely solemn. In truth, Rocks also knew that the God Valley battle was extremely dangerous and that they would inevitably face a powerful encirclement by the world government. But now, Rocks had no other choice. Within the Rocks pirates, there were already signs of disunity, and although this had existed before, it had become increasingly apparent recently. Bob's appearance had played a significant role in this. Initially, Rocks had recruited Bob, viewing him as someone like Whitebeard. He had potential but couldn't catch up to him, so he could serve as a right-hand man. But after observing him over this period, his strength was simply monstrous, a true monster in every sense. In the future, he might very well surpass Rocks. And the commander's hidden ambitions, suppressed over the years, were now rebounding more and more noticeably. Rocks believed that it wouldn't be long before the Rocks pirates faced the fate of disbandment. Therefore, he had to consider whether the Battle of God Valley would be his one and only chance in this lifetime to reach the pinnacle of the world and dominate it entirely. While he could still suppress his crew members, he had to seize this opportunity to carve out a path. Defeat everyone at God Valley, seize Uranus, and rule the world. If he didn't succeed, he would become a martyr. You commanders, don't let me down when the time comes. Rocks looked at each commanders and spoke in a low voice. These people were the main combat force for the upcoming Battle of God Valley. If they fully supported him, there was a high possibility of achieving their goal, obtaining Uranus and ascending to the top of the world. However, if they didn't put in their full effort during the battle, the chances of success would be slim. Of course, we will give our all in the Battle of God Valley, the commanders said with smiles, though their thoughts were entirely different. When they first joined Rock's crew, it was solely for their own interests. After years of accumulating wealth and growing stronger, many had already begun to entertain the idea of forming their own pirate crews. For example, Shiki had been secretly colluding with arms dealers in the underworld. However, given Rock's overwhelming strength as their captain, leaving the Rock's pirates would inevitably come at a bloody cost. Thus, while the Battle of God Valley was an opportunity for Rocks to dominate the world, for them, it was also a chance to break free. If Rocks were to die at God Valley, they didn't believe anyone else on the seas could suppress them. Rocks wanted to rule the world, but these commanders, each with their own hidden agendas, had their own ambitions as well. Alright, you two, you've worked hard on this mission. Go back and rest up. For the next 2 months, no one is allowed to leave. During these 2 months, everyone must focus on improving their strength. You commanders, make sure to oversee this. With that, Rocks turned and left. Night fell, the moonlight faint, and a gentle breeze began to blow. Bob sat atop the ship's mast, listening to the sound of the wind. At some point, Whitebeard sat down beside him. "Enjoying the sea breeze and the scenery, you're the only one in the Rocks Pirates with such leisure," Whitebeard remarked, looking at the relaxed Bob. "Isn't learning to appreciate the beauty around us a virtue worth praising?" Bob retorted, shifting his gaze to Whitebeard. Hearing this, Whitebeard chuckled. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. "While you were away, Roger sent me a message. They will be joining the Marines in the Battle of God Valley." His tone carried a hint of surprise. When Roger had called him, Whitebeard found it hard to believe. The Marines, who had always viewed pirates as mortal enemies, were now seeking to cooperate with them. "Oh. What did he say?" Bob feigned surprise. Whitebeard didn't find Bob's reaction unusual and continued, "He said this battle would be extremely brutal and advised us to flee if we could." "So, how did you respond?" Bob didn't comment on Roger's words but asked with interest. "Although I don't like the Rocks Pirates, as a member of the team, I certainly wouldn't desert in the face of battle." Whitebeard shrugged. "What about you? What do you think?" "Same here," Bob said with a wink at Whitebeard. "Gururara." Whitebeard burst into laughter upon hearing Bob reply. In the upcoming God Valley battle, he would fight side by side with Bob. "By the way, what's your take on the God Valley battle?" Hearing this, Bob turned his gaze to the horizon. At this moment, the moon had been obscured by the clouds, leaving not a trace of light. "It will be the end of an era." Chapter 110, Setting Off to God Valley. 2 months, not too short, but not too long either. On the Rocks Pirates ship, the pirates carried out their daily training as assigned by their commanders day after day. Bob, of course, didn't slack off either. Aside from maintaining his daily exercises, he also worked on improving his mastery of the 3 types of hockey. Unsurprisingly, during this period, Bob's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. However, his hairline continued to recede. On a dark and windy night, Bob finally made up his mind. He shaved his head completely. Since he couldn't stop the trend of losing hair, he decided to turn passivity into initiative. Because of his new hairstyle, Bob was mocked by the other commanders for a while. But gradually, as everyone got used to it, the teasing died down. The only noteworthy thing was that Charlotte Linlin finally stopped pestering Bob. She gave up on the idea of making him her man. Bob was certain it wasn't because of his lack of hair but rather because his repeated rejections had made her lose hope, leading her to give up. Time flew by, and soon it was the day the Rocks Pirates officially set off for God Valley. On this day, everyone gathered on the deck to listen to Rock's final rallying speech. "Brothers. In this battle at God Valley, everyone will be crushed beneath our feet, and all the wealth will belong to us. Kill the Navy and the scum of the world government at God Valley, and we will conquer the entire world." Rocks drew the saber symbolizing the captain authority with his right hand and held the eternal pose in his left. Pointing the tip of the saber in the direction of the eternal pose, he shouted with fervor. "Conquer God Valley. Conquer the world. The Rocks Pirates will prevail. Conquer God Valley. Conquer the world. The Rocks Pirates will prevail. Conquer God Valley. Conquer the world. The Rocks Pirates will prevail." Boom. 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 The 3 cannons at the bow of the Rocks Pirates ship roared, unleashing massive flames into the sky. This was a unique tradition of the Rocks Pirates, firing 3 cannons before battle. Everyone, including Bob, felt their blood boiling and their spirits soaring. Every pirate knew that this battle would determine the fate of the world and their own destinies. Meanwhile, on the other side. Today was the day they set off for God Valley, and the Navy had gathered early in the morning. Led by Kong, the group included Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, and all 12 of the Navy headquarters combat vice admirals. The 3 super rookies, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsellino, were also present. 18 massive Navy warships were prepared and docked at the port. The soldiers assembled in the square stood with their hands behind their backs, their eyes filled with determination. These were the Navy elite, entrusted with high hopes for this battle. For the God Valley campaign, the Navy had mobilized its full strength once again. At Kong command, everyone quickly boarded the warships and headed for the bubble lift port beneath the Red Line. When the warships arrived, a massive and luxurious ship belonging to the Celestial Dragons was already docked at the port on the Red Line. Along the ship's edge stood a row of men in black suits, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Their attire indicated that they were members of the CP Special Operations Unit. Beside the luxurious ship, there were other warships as well. The figures standing above were the formidable warriors from Eni's Lobby and Impel Down. Kong and others waited on the ship for the Celestial Dragons, their eyes filled with gravity. They had been preparing for this day for over 2 months. Soon, a golden bubble pod slowly descended from the massive luxurious warship. Leading the way was a man wearing a round glass helmet. Behind him, 15 Celestial Dragons emerged, dressed in their exclusive attire and wearing glass helmets. Their noses turned upward, faces filled with disdain, some even with snot hanging from their noses. They strode forward, step by step. Are these the Marines supposed to protect our life? Are these useless trash even capable? Of course not. The pirates killed Charles right in front of them, and these people still have the nerve to live. They don't even seem as useful as my slaves. Too bad most of them have been freed. I'll have to capture some more next time. Upon seeing the Marines, the Celestial Dragons immediately began to mock and ridicule them without holding back. The Marines' faces turned grim, their heads lowered in silence, their knuckles turning white as they clenched their fists. On the luxurious cruise ship transporting the heavenly tribute, the pirates had indeed killed a Celestial Dragon right in front of the Marines. But the Celestial Dragon's insults were exceptionally harsh, igniting anger in the hearts of the Marines. Yet, there was nothing they could do but endure. These people wearing glass helmets were the world nobles, the ruler of this world. Even Kong had to endure their crude remarks, unable to make any move. After all, the duty of the Marines was to protect these Celestial Dragons, who claimed to be descendants of gods. Garp stood at the ship's edge, glaring fiercely at the Celestial Dragons, his fiery temper on the verge of exploding. This was a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. The Marines risked their lives to protect these so-called world nobles, but in their eyes, the Marines were nothing more than trash. Every word they spoke was filled with contempt, constantly flaunting their sense of superiority. Garp rolled up his sleeves, ready to jump off the ship and head straight back to Marine headquarters. Garp. Kong and Sengoku, seeing this, were alarmed and quickly called out. We are Marines. Kong's expression was also unpleasant, but he hid it well, his voice low and steady. Garp took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his emotions. In the end, he did not leave the warship. Silence, the leading Celestial Dragon commanded. He had been appointed by the 5 elders as the leader of this group, representing their authority. The previously chattering Celestial Dragons immediately fell silent. The leader glanced at them, then turned his gaze to the Marines. Let's move out. Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Tsuru, 12 vice admirals, 3 super rookies, and nearly 6,000 elite Marine soldiers. 15 Celestial Dragons, 30 slaves, over 1,000 members of the CP Special Operations Unit, and nearly 4,000 elite warriors from Eni's Lobby and Impel Down. 35 warships and battleships slowly set sail, heading toward the direction of God Valley. Under the protection of the warships, the journey was smooth and uneventful. Finally, the Marines and the Celestial Dragons saw a large island ahead. It is a place deeply connected to the Celestial Dragons, God Valley. Chapter 111, Rituals of Celestial Dragon. In the sky, the sun was obscured behind layers of dark clouds. Even at noon, the area appeared gray and hazy from a distance. The sunlight couldn't penetrate the clouds, leaving the entire island devoid of any brilliance. Looking down from the sky. It was an island surrounded by the sea on all sides. Covering an area of roughly 10,000 square kilometers, in the central region stood a cracked mountain peak. It looked incredibly mysterious. This was God Valley, a mysterious island that didn't even appear on maps. It was said that the secrets of the celestial dragons were hidden here. Some even claimed that the ancient weapon Uranus was buried on this island. This was an island unknown to ordinary people, and entry was strictly forbidden to anyone except the celestial dragons. 35 warships and battleships slowly docked. Members of CP carried boxes quickly off the ships and marched forward. The Marines also disembarked, forming orderly ranks. Kong, Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr stood to one side, their expressions grim. Garp didn't even want to look at the celestial dragons. We've finally arrived. 15 celestial dragons disembarked, accompanied by a group of slaves. Having been on the ship for so long, they were bored. As soon as they stepped off the ship, the celestial dragons began surveying their surroundings and moving forward. Though reluctant, the top-tier Marines of the Navy had their observation hockey spread out, constantly vigilant for any signs of movement. Could it be that the Rock's pirates don't dare to show up? Zephyr frowned and spoke. The Rock's pirates, even the celestial dragons trembled at the mention of them. They were known for hunting the descendants of the gods. In their years of activity, they had never missed an opportunity to attack the celestial dragons. They'll come. Given Rock's arrogant nature, he doesn't care about anything. He'll definitely show up at God Valley. Kong stroked his goatee and said solemnly. I hope they do come, or all our preparations will be for nothing. I came here with the intention of wiping out the Rock's pirates in one fell swoop. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to protect these foolish celestial dragons, Garp muttered under his breath. Watch your words. Kong frowned and said slowly. Not just the top-tier Marines, but everyone else was also closely monitoring their surroundings. Each person was tense, their eyes fixed on the surroundings, not daring to relax even slightly, despite being surrounded by allies. Because they knew exactly who their opponent was today, the Rock's pirates. The rulers of the seas, whose mere mention made all pirates hold their breath in fear. The three genius of the Navy were also holding their breath, cautiously observing their surroundings. All combatants are present, and the preparations for the ritual are complete. The ceremony can begin. A man in a black suit and mask knelt before the lead celestial dragon, Saint Roseward, and spoke. Begin the ritual. Hearing this, the 15 celestial dragons put away their arrogance and haughty expressions, bowing respectfully to Saint Roseward. As they rose, their faces were twisted with sinister and evil expressions. He. The ritual of the creators is about to begin. Bring forth the sacrifices. As the words fell, several tall, black-clad guards nearby pulled on the iron chains in their hands, expressionlessly dragging out the offerings. The so-called offerings. They were not fruits, animals, or toys. They were living people, 20 underage human girls. Each of them was dressed in white, their hair styled uniformly, their faces delicate but their eyes vacant, their expressions numb. They allowed the black-clad guards to pull the chains around their necks, leading them toward the center of the circular sacrificial altar. Around the cracked mountain, the Marines were wide-eyed. What does this mean? What's going on with these girls? I don't know, but I just heard the celestial dragon say something about the ritual starting and the offerings. But these are living humans. And from the looks of it, they're not even adults yet. Could it be that these girls are the offerings? The Marines, seeing the girls with chains around their necks and dull eyes, felt a deep sense of unease. They thought of something extremely cruel. These people were likely the offerings. Meanwhile, Kong, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp all furrowed their brows. Their attention, originally focused on scouting the surroundings, was now entirely drawn to the celestial dragon's eerie sacrificial altar. On the altar, various patterns were carved, and at a glance, they bore a striking resemblance to the patterns on devil fruits. Moreover, there were exactly 20 of them, one corresponding to each girl. Beside the altar, a pile of dry firewood was stacked. The black-clad guards pulled all 20 girls onto the altar, yanking the chains to force them to kneel before the golden patterns. The 20 girls were now arranged in a circle, their hands and feet bound, unable to move an inch. "Wake them up. The ritual's effect is best when they're conscious," Saint Roseward said in a deep voice. The black-clad guards nodded, pressing their fingers against the girls' temples. The girls, who had been expressionless and dazed, now woke up, their faces contorting in terror as they took in the scene before them. The Marines, seeing this, even the slowest among them, finally understood. The celestial dragons intended to use these 20 girls as living sacrifices. The pile of dry firewood beside the altar had already sealed their fate. This left a bitter taste in the Marines' hearts, and some of them closed their eyes, unwilling to witness what was about to happen. In Saint Roseward's hand, a small dagger now appeared. The celestial dragons, seeing the cold, gleaming blade in his hand, looked somewhat panicked. According to celestial dragon tradition, the ritual required them to shed blood. This 800-year-old rule could not be broken. Even if they were unwilling, they had to grit their teeth and extend their hands, each of them having a small cut made to draw some blood. A few minutes later, after the blood was collected, a CP agent gathered it into one place and walked to the altar, slowly pouring it into the center of the 20 patterns. If one looked closely, it wasn't hard to notice that the patterns, now stained with blood, resembled the shape of a tree. Ugh, that hurts. If I'd known it would be this painful, I wouldn't have come. It'll only hurt for a moment, and then it's time to enjoy the show. The celestial dragon covered his wound, his gaze fixed on the 20 young maidens on the sacrificial altar. His eyes revealed a twisted and insane gleam. "Begin the sacrifice," commanded Saint Roseward. The black-clad figures immediately picked up the dry firewood placed beside the altar and tossed some rice paper stamped with the celestial dragon's hoof print into the center. "Light the fire." Note: looks like the original author did not read the manga till the God Valley flashback, so treat it as an AU. Chapter 112, Rocks Pirates Raid. Light the fire. Light the fire. Light the fire. The 15 celestial dragons were in a state of extreme excitement, their faces devoid of any sympathy as they gazed at the 20 young girls. Their eyes were filled with a perverse madness. The celestial dragons were about to perform a human sacrifice, burning these girls alive. In an instant, every marine within the mountain couldn't help but gasp, their eyes wide as they witnessed the actions of the celestial dragons. "Help! Help me! Someone save me, I don't want to die." The girls looked at the dry wood in front of them and the torches held by the black-clad figures. They knew exactly what was coming. They were going to be burned alive. But these cries for help, when they reached the ears of the celestial dragonso, only made them laugh louder, laugh even more maniacally. "Ha ha ha! Scream! The louder you scream, the more excited I get. You should be thanking us. To be chosen as a sacrifice for the Creator is an honor. Admiral Kong, we." Seeing this, Zephyr's eyes were on the verge of bursting, his fingernails digging deep into his flesh. Garp's face was as dark as iron, his fists already coated in armament hockey. "Garp! We are Marines." Sengoku rushed out from behind, pinning Garp to the ground with a single motion. The hard granite shattered under Garp's forehead. At this moment, Sengoku's heart was filled with ironclad discipline, even more stubborn than Akainu behind him. Since joining the Marines, he had firmly believed in the orders of the world government. For those who doubted the world government, even comrades would become his enemies. Those who disobeyed orders were not Marines, and those who dared to challenge the world government were surely enemies. His unyielding ideology was the supreme principle guiding his actions, and his loyalty to the world government was unwavering. To enforce the justice that reigns over the world was the truest reflection of his conqueror haki. Light the fire. Hurry up, the celestial dragons shouted anxiously. The black-clad figures on the sacrificial platform raised their torches, ready to throw them into the center of the platform. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, and the already dim sky grew even darker. The torches in the hands of the black-clad figures were all extinguished. Enemy attack. We're under attack. Quick, stay alert. The Marines held their breath, their eyes scanning the surroundings, but they found nothing. Look up. Look up at the sky. There, in the dim sky, floated a massive pirate ship. A flash of lightning crossed Kong's mind. He immediately gathered his breath and shouted. The floating ability of the float fruit. It's Shiki. The Rocks pirates are here. As the Rocks pirates appeared, a dark, violent air current swept through the sky, like a gale rising from the sea, sweeping away all the dust. The accumulated dark clouds were torn apart in an instant, and the blazing sun appeared before everyone's eyes. It illuminated the God Valley below and lit up the sky. Having been in the darkness for so long, the Marines' eyes couldn't handle the sudden intense light. The fierce midday sun made it impossible for them to keep their eyes open. After a few breaths, their vision returned. Calm words still echoed in the ears of the Marines. Everyone's gaze turned to the sky, including the celestial dragons who were in the midst of the sacrifice. In that moment, everyone seemed petrified, their eyes fixed on the sky, jaws dropping in disbelief. Reflected in their dark pupils, the boundless sky was pitch black on both sides, while the middle stretch of several kilometers was a deep azure. It was as if the heavens had been split open. A massive pirate ship floated in the center of that azure expanse, the flag of the Rocks pirates on its mast fluttering wildly in the wind, mirroring the constricted hearts of the Marines, gripped tightly and unable to breathe. The Rocks pirates' ship, which should have been at sea, now appeared like a celestial battleship, emerging out of nowhere. Surrounding the main ship of the Rocks pirates were countless massive boulders scattered like stars across the sky. Standing on them were the fierce, weapon-wielding crew members of the Rocks pirates. The overwhelming sense of oppression, even across the vast distance between heaven and earth, left the Marines in awe. After nearly 10 seconds of stunned silence, they finally snapped back to reality. It's an air raid. The air raid is here. The Rocks pirates are here. Quick, counterattack. Damn it, steady the troops. By now, the Marines had regained their composure, veins bulging as they shouted. The Rocks pirates in the sky, along with the massive boulders scattered across the sky, now resembled falling meteors. Countless small black dots plummeted rapidly from the sky, the pirates standing on them like celestial soldiers descending from the heavens. Boom! 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 Under the control of Shiki, countless massive boulders crashed down onto the earth. With his float fruit ability, these otherwise unremarkable boulders transformed into meteor-like projectiles, their destructive power astonishing. In an instant, the Marines stationed at the outer perimeter, unprepared for resistance, were crushed, resulting in countless casualties. In the world government deployment at God Valley, the forces were not all clustered together. Under the command of Kong, they were arranged in a three-ring formation. The outermost layer had the largest number of troops but was the weakest in terms of combat strength. Only 3 vice admirals were assigned to manage and guard this layer. The second ring consisted of moderately skilled soldiers, including the 3 super rookies, along with 4 vice admirals and some elite fighters from Impel Down and Enies Lobby. The innermost ring housed the strongest forces, with Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru personally safeguarding the celestial dragons. In addition to them, members of the CP-0 were also present. At the outermost perimeter, massive shockwaves sent some Marines flying into the air before they plummeted back down. Like human cannonballs, they crashed into the ground, creating craters shaped like their bodies. The next moment, countless pirates brandished their cutlasses, clashing with the remaining soldiers. In an instant, the battlefield was set ablaze. At the same time, deep within the island, near the cracked mountain, the guards stationed here showed no change in expression. They were the elite of the elite. Of course, the Rock's Pirates crew members still in the air were also the elite of the elite. Shiki didn't send everyone down to the ground immediately. Instead, he dispatched a portion first, as the ordinary crew members could only maximize their effectiveness on the outer perimeter. Otherwise, in the innermost areas, they would merely serve as cannon fodder. Shiki cast a cold gaze at the naval soldiers below and spoke in a deep voice. This is just the beginning. Chapter 113, the real battle was about to begin. In the sky above the Valley of the Gods, the Rock's Pirates ship still floated in the air. Shiki took a deep drag from his cigar, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The next moment, he brought his hands together, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his body. The pirates surrounding him were all lifted into the air, suspended by Shiki ability. The massive boulders beneath their feet began to converge toward the center as Shiki hands came together. Boom! Boom! Hundreds of enormous boulders collided under the power of the float fruit, creating deafening roars. Small fragments of stone scattered and fell downward. As if fused together, the central mass of earth and stone grew larger and larger. In less than a minute, the massive boulders that had been scattered around were now merged into one. In an instant, a colossal boulder appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun, resembling a meteor. No. Now it was a meteor. Suspended above the Valley of the Gods, it completely blocked the sunlight. The marine's vision was once again plunged into darkness. Rumble. A tremendous sound echoed from the sky, as if it were tearing the heavens apart. It reached the marine's ears, piercing their eardrums and striking directly into their brains. The marines covered their ears and looked up, their faces filled with panic. The meteor was moving. Its target was the celestial dragons. A meteor. How could it be a meteor? Is this the power of Shiki Devil Fruit? It's terrifying. Quick. Focus on defense. Watching the massive meteor descending from the sky, countless marines were thrown into chaos. Even before the meteor fell, they felt an immense pressure. A chill shot up from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads, filling them with boundless fear. The Rock's Pirates are truly a tough nut to crack. Their power is overwhelming. That meteor in the sky must be over a kilometer in size. If it lands in the Valley of the Gods, the consequences would be unimaginable. The altar would be destroyed. Kong, the fleet admiral, said grimly as he looked at the massive boulder in the sky. It's not a real meteor, just an imitation. Zephyr's eyes flashed with cold light. I'll handle it. The next moment, Zephyr's arms were coated in black armament hockey, swelling in size, with a red glow emanating from them. In his previous battle with Bob, not only had Bob grown stronger, but Zephyr had also made significant progress in his armament hockey and physical abilities. Especially in the advanced application of armament hockey, Ryuo, Zephyr had begun to grasp its essence. Boom! In an instant, the ground beneath Zephyr's feet shattered, and with a deafening explosion, he shot toward the falling meteor. Look! Vice Admiral Zephyr is making his move. Has our top-tier marine force finally begun to act? He's so fast. I can't even see Vice Admiral Zephyr's figure. The Marines, who had been panicking over the meteor descent, felt slightly reassured upon seeing Vice Admiral Zephyr take action. The next moment, a black figure collided with the rapidly descending meteor. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed in the sky above the Valley of the Gods, like the roar of thunder. In the moment of collision, Zephyr's purple hair danced wildly as his fists surged with power, swinging at an incredible speed. At the forefront of the meteor, Bob's figure appeared as small as an ant. Yet the force he unleashed was enough to shake mountains. Even the speed of the meteor descent seemed to come to a halt. In the blink of an eye, Zephyr had thrown hundreds of punches, leaving afterimages as his fists created sonic booms in the air. Visible shockwaves rippled out, sweeping across a distance of 1,000 meters. Under the relentless barrage of force, the meteor gradually disintegrated, its head crumbling first. The shattered chunks of earth, like rootless duckweed, plummeted straight downward. Boom! 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 These smaller chunks of earth and rock struck the ground, creating loud impacts. But they didn't cause much damage. The Marines in the inner rings couldn't handle the massive meteor chunks, but smaller pieces were no problem for them. However, some Marines on the outskirts, along with the pirates they were fighting, suffered heavy casualties. Bang! At that moment, a tremendous sound echoed from the sky as the massive chunk of earth, formed by Shiki float fruit, was completely obliterated by Zephyr physical prowess. The scattered debris fell across various corners of the Valley of the Gods. Numerous warships and vessels were damaged by the smaller meteor fragments. In an instant, the scene was one of utter devastation. Zephyr descended from mid-air to the center of the Valley of the Gods. Vice Admiral Zephyr just destroyed the meteor. The Rock's pirates are doomed, our Marine officers are invincible. Pirates will always be pirates, they can never defeat the Marines. The Marines in the Valley of the Gods couldn't help but cheer as they saw Zephyr obliterate the meteor that had previously blotted out the sky. The suppressed emotions from the appearance of the Rock's pirates were now fully released in their cheers. Ship, there were other warships as well. The figures standing above were the formidable warriors from Eni's lobby and Impel Down. Kong and others waited on the ship for the celestial dragons, their eyes filled with gravity. They had been preparing for this day for over 2 months. Soon, a golden bubble pod slowly descended from the massive luxurious warship. Leading the way was a man wearing a round glass helmet. Behind him, 15 celestial dragons emerged, dressed in their exclusive attire and wearing glass helmets. Their noses turned upward, faces filled with disdain, some even with snot hanging from their noses. They strode forward, step by step. Are these the Marines supposed to protect our life? Are these useless trash even capable? Of course not. The pirates killed Charles right in front of them, and these people still have the nerve to live. They don't even seem as useful as my slaves. Too bad most of them have been freed. I'll have to capture some more next time. Upon seeing the Marines, the celestial dragons immediately began to mock and ridicule them without holding back. The Marines' faces turned grim, their heads lowered in silence, their knuckles turning white as they clenched their fists. On the luxurious cruise ship transporting the heavenly tribute, the pirates had indeed killed a celestial dragon right in front of the Marines. But the celestial dragon's insults were exceptionally harsh, igniting anger in the hearts of the Marines. Yet, there was nothing they could do but endure. These people wearing glass helmets were the world nobles, the ruler of this world. Even Kong had to endure their crude remarks, unable to make any move. After all, the duty of the Marines was to protect these celestial dragons, who claimed to be descendants of gods. Garp stood at the ship's edge, glaring fiercely at the celestial dragons, his fiery temper on the verge of exploding. This was a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. The Marines risked their lives to protect these so-called world nobles, but in their eyes, the Marines were nothing more than trash. Every word they spoke was filled with contempt, constantly flaunting their sense of superiority. Garp rolled up his sleeves, ready to jump off the ship and head straight back to Marine headquarters. Garp! Kong and Sengoku, seeing this, were alarmed and quickly called out. "We are Marines." Kong's expression was also unpleasant, but he hid it well, his voice low and steady. Garp took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his emotions. In the end, he did not leave the warship. "Silence," the leading celestial dragon commanded. He had been appointed by the 5 elders as the leader of this group, representing their authority. The previously chattering celestial dragons immediately fell silent. The leader glanced at them, then turned his gaze to the Marines. "Let's move out." Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Tsuru, 12 vice admirals, 3 super rookies, and nearly 6,000 elite marine soldiers. 15 celestial dragons, 30 slaves, over 1,000 members of the CP Special Operations Unit, and nearly 4,000 elite warriors from Eni's lobby in Impel Down. 35 warships and battleships slowly set sail, heading toward the direction of God Valley. Under the protection of the warships, the journey was smooth and uneventful. Finally, the Marines and the Celestial Dragons saw a large island ahead. It is a place deeply connected to the Celestial Dragons, God Valley. Chapter 111, Rituals of Celestial Dragon. In the sky, the sun was obscured behind layers of dark clouds. Even at noon, the area appeared gray and hazy from a distance. The sunlight couldn't penetrate the clouds, leaving the entire island devoid of any brilliance. Looking down from the sky. It was an island surrounded by the sea on all sides. Covering an area of roughly 10,000 square kilometers, in the central region stood a cracked mountain peak. It looked incredibly mysterious. This was God Valley, a mysterious island that didn't even appear on maps. It was said that the secrets of the celestial dragons were hidden here. Some even claimed that the ancient weapon Uranus was buried on this island. This was an island unknown to ordinary people, and entry was strictly forbidden to anyone except the celestial dragons. 35 warships and battleships slowly docked. Members of CP carried boxes quickly off the ships and marched forward. The Marines also disembarked, forming orderly ranks. Kong, Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr stood to one side, their expressions grim. Garp didn't even want to look at the celestial dragons. We've finally arrived. 15 celestial dragons disembarked, accompanied by a group of slaves. Having been on the ship for so long, they were bored. As soon as they stepped off the ship, the celestial dragons began surveying their surroundings and moving forward. Though reluctant, the top-tier Marines of the Navy had their observation hockey spread out, constantly. The moment their weapons made contact with Bob, they shattered and fell to the ground. Hav knew he could not sit idly by, his right hand flipped, and his once slender arm transformed into a blade glinting with a chilling white light. In the next moment, Hav twisted his waist violently, pivoting around his spine, and swung his right arm toward his side. But there was no one there. All that remained were the CP personnel, all lying on the ground. This. Hav pupils dilated in shock. Had Bob taken out all these 100 men in the instant he attacked? What kind of speed could accomplish that? Just as Hav was reeling from the shock, a hand quietly grasped his neck, and the next second. Crack! Before he could react, his neck was violently twisted. Hav's eyes bulged, unable to believe his life had ended in such a manner. His body slowly fell, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Until the end, he could not comprehend how all of this had transpired. Chapter 120, Bob Conqueror Hockey. The elite of the CP Special Task Force were like clay chickens and straw dogs in front of Bob. In an instant, they were all annihilated. Around the sacrificial altar, hundreds of bodies dressed in suits lay on the ground, each with their necks forcefully twisted. This scene unfolded too quickly. So quickly that the Marines, who were originally engaged in fierce combat with the pirates, didn't even have time to react. It wasn't until they heard the dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground that they realized what had happened, and they all turned their heads toward the source of the sound. Even Hav was no exception, lying by the sacrificial altar with his mouth agape, unable to close it, already lifeless. Instantly, the Marines were struck with terror. The entire CP is dead. What happened? How did it come to this? Hundreds of the most elite CP members were killed in an instant. What kind of terrifying power is this? The Marines, who had been locked in intense combat, were now utterly shocked, their movements stiffening in disbelief. Thud. While the Marines were in a state of panic, the pirates showed no mercy. The battlefield was a place of rapid and brutal changes. There was no room for the enemy to catch their breath. Any opening would be exploited with a fatal strike. Some Marines, momentarily distracted, were swiftly killed by the pirates who seized the opportunity. This caused the once balanced battlefield to tilt in favor of the pirates due to the Marines' disarray. In a short time, over 100 Marines were slaughtered. But no one cared about their lives, because a far greater problem now loomed before the Marines. With the CPs dead, the celestial dragons were left unprotected. What would happen to their safety? In the face of the ruthless Rocks pirates, this was undoubtedly a fatal blow. Without time to think, the Marines instinctively retreated and regrouped in the chaos. Quick! Fall back to the sacrificial altar. Protect the celestial dragons at all costs. Who did this? Protecting the celestial dragons was the Marines' duty, and this was no empty statement. For the Marines who had been indoctrinated with this belief since joining the force, they knew the consequences of the celestial dragons' deaths. Not only would they perish, but their families might also be implicated. Thus, protecting the celestial dragons had now become their most critical mission. At the same time, while the Marines were in shock, their confusion remained undiminished. Who could possess such immense power to kill the bodyguards who were tasked with protecting the celestial dragons? And to do so in an instant, claiming the lives of hundreds. In the next moment, their confusion was answered. Because standing abruptly on the sacrificial altar was a man with a calm expression. But in the eyes of the Marines, he was nothing but terror. Bob. It's Bob, the commander of the Rocks pirates. How did he get here? Weren't the Marines' top fighters supposed to handle him? The Marines and the powerful figures from Impel Down, upon seeing the man standing on the sacrificial altar, were filled with dread. Even though this man no longer had hair, they recognized him at once. It was Bob. They knew. Before setting off for the Valley of the Gods, under the strict orders of the high-ranking officers, every soldier was required to familiarize themselves with the main combatants of the Rocks pirates. Bob, the commander whose bounty was second only to Rocks himself, was their primary focus of observation. But what truly shocked them was why such a key combatant would appear here. Although the battle at the Valley of the Gods was essentially a chaotic melee between the two sides, having someone like him among the lower-tier fighters could directly influence the outcome. On the Navy's side, they needed someone of equal caliber to confront him, otherwise, it would be a massacre among those several tiers below in strength. However, even as this thought flashed through the minds of the Navy officers, it didn't stop them from advancing toward Bob. Because the safety of the celestial dragons had to be protected at all costs. Among the high-tier combatants, all the Navy forces had already been deployed, and no one else could possibly make it here in time. So now, it was only them. Standing in the center of the sacrificial altar, Bob watched as those who were retreating while fending off the pirates' attacks, and let out a cold laugh. In the next moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura, centered on Bob, rapidly spread in all directions. A visible red light enveloped countless people. Almost instantly, an earth-shattering pressure crushed the retreating Navy soldiers, and even the pirates were not spared. Everyone felt a terrifying force pressing down on them, a suffocating pressure that filled them with fear and dread. Boom! Bob's Conqueror's Haki unleashed a violent shockwave. The immense pressure shot straight into the sky, growing stronger and spreading outward. Those closest to Bob, both pirates and Navy soldiers, felt it most acutely, and they focused all their energy to resist. But it was useless. Under the overwhelming force, the elite Navy soldiers fell one after another, their eyes rolling back and foam spilling from their mouths. In an instant, around Bob, only a handful of Navy soldiers and pirates remained, struggling to hold on. This is Conqueror's Haki. So strong, even more powerful than Rocks. These thoughts flashed through the minds of the few remaining Navy soldiers. Having just experienced Rocks' Conqueror's Haki, they were no strangers to this kind of pressure. The sheer, unrelenting force was still fresh in their memories. But even Rocks' Conqueror's Haki hadn't brought them to this state. And it was still growing stronger. Crack, crack, crack. As the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki was unleashed, the ground around them split into countless fissures. Finally, the last few standing couldn't hold on any longer. Thud. Sweat still dripping from their faces, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed backward. Without Bob even lifting a finger, his sheer presence had already rendered them incapable of fighting. Around Bob, thousands of people lay sprawled on the ground. It was impossible to tell who was dead and who was merely unconscious, as everyone was drenched in blood. In the distance, only the rear admirals and vice admirals remained standing. But even they were gritting their teeth, their eyes fixed on Bob atop the sacrificial altar. Not just them, Garp, Sengoku, Kong, and others also took notice of the situation unfolding here. Bob Conqueror's Haki instantly became the center of attention. Chapter 121, Celestial Dragon Crisis. As Bob's Supreme Conqueror's Haki erupted, all eyes on the battlefield of God Valley turned toward him. Rox, Sengoku, Garp, Kong, Whitebeard, and other powerful figures also cast their gazes in Bob's direction. In the distance, Kong's eyes widened in shock. What stunned him the most wasn't just the overwhelming aura, but also the fallen CP agents lying beside the altar, and the celestial dragons now left completely unprotected. Protect the celestial dragons. Kong's voice boomed like thunder, echoing across the entire God Valley. Those who had been stunned by the Conqueror's Haki now realized that Bob stood on the altar, with the celestial dragons completely at his mercy. Kihahaha. The days of the celestial pigs are numbered. These worthless parasites deserve to die long ago. Kong. Don't get distracted while fighting me. A sinister grin flashed in Rock's eyes as he spoke. His blade, shrouded in black and red energy, slashed directly toward Kong's face. Clang! Garp iron fist shot out like lightning, striking the blade with a resounding clang. Under the immense force, Rock's blade was deflected, veering toward Kong's shoulder, its speed slightly reduced. At that moment, Kong reacted. He turned sharply, his fists vibrating in the air, creating a white halo. This was the result of air being compressed to its limit. In the next instant, the compressed air blast surged toward Rock's blade, while Kong's figure retreated explosively. This wasn't to evade Rock's attack, but to rush toward the altar to aid the celestial dragons. Kong could imagine Bob's next move would undoubtedly involve the celestial dragons, and most likely their deaths. Such an outcome was absolutely unacceptable. After all, the celestial dragons held an extremely prestigious status, even in Mary Geos. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been qualified to represent the celestial dragons in this grand ceremony at God Valley. Nearby, Garp's expression was also grim. Although he despised the celestial dragons and had even wished for their demise, he knew that the death of each celestial dragon would lead to the suffering of many innocent people. Moreover, the lives of 15 celestial dragons were now under grave threat. Seeing Kong retreat, Garp lunged toward Rox, buying time for Kong. But Rox was well aware of their plan. Kihahaha. You think you can fight me and still save the celestial dragons? Where does that leave my pride? As soon as he finished speaking, Rock's figure shot forward, layers of white energy waves spreading around him, accompanied by piercing sonic booms. In an instant, he caught up to Kong, who was rushing toward the altar. His blade slashed forward, sending a massive sword energy directly at Kong. At the same time, Rox flipped backward in mid-air, his left arm coated in armament Haki, glowing with black and red light. He threw a punch. Boom! It collided directly with Garp's attack from behind. The shock waves from their fists clashed, rippling through the air like a massive explosion. Kong felt the assault of sword energy and had no choice but to turn and face it. In an instant, the three of them were entangled once again, with Kong, Garp, and Rox clashing continuously in mid-air. They had no spare energy to support the celestial dragons. On the other side, Zephyr and Sengoku were also greatly alarmed. Jihahaha. Bob Conqueror's Haki is truly formidable. But what I find even more interesting is that these celestial dragons seem to be in for a rough time. Shiki, holding two famous swords with a cigar in his mouth, stood atop a lion made of earth and laughed heartily. In front of him, Zephyr's face was ashen. Shiki abilities were even more troublesome than he had imagined. Every time Zephyr tried to get close, Shiki would use his devil fruit powers to slip away. This made it impossible for Zephyr to utilize his close combat skills. "Zephyr, your martial arts are too weak, much weaker than Bob." Shiki taunted Zephyr, who was standing before him, unable to do anything. In this battle, Shiki embodied one word: slippery. He neither used large-scale killing moves nor allowed Zephyr to get close, instead using his devil fruit powers to engage in a guerrilla war with Zephyr. After suffering losses against a martial arts monster like Bob, Shiki had completely mastered the tactics for dealing with those specialized in close combat. Moreover, the person before him was considerably weaker than Bob. Thus, Shiki fought with ease. Of course, this wasn't because he feared Zephyr, but because he wanted to conserve his strength, especially since Rox was still in the fight. Stalling was the best outcome for now. It allowed Rox to see that he was contributing while also preserving his own strength, a win-win situation. Zephyr looked at the calm Shiki, his brow furrowed. The next moment, he retreated. He knew he couldn't defeat Shiki quickly, so it was better to rush to the aid of the celestial dragons. However, just as he charged towards the altar, Shiki, who had been toying with him, stood in his path. "Hey! Don't interrupt the celestial dragon's revelry." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shiki aura exploded, and he crossed his famous swords, Sakura 10 and Deadwood, in front of his chest. With a low shout, wave. A massive wave of sword energy shot out from the blades, rushing towards Zephyr. Boom! Zephyr crossed his arms in front of his chest, his body being forced back repeatedly. He hadn't expected the usually laid-back Shiki to suddenly erupt like this. Before he could react, he could only perform the most basic blocking move. He knew that without dealing with Shiki, he wouldn't be able to go anywhere. His gaze locked onto Shiki in the air, and in the next moment, Zephyr shot forward like lightning. In a similar situation, Sengoku, who was battling Whitebeard, wanted to head towards the altar the moment he saw Bob. But Whitebeard didn't give him the chance. Whitebeard by Sento, Murakumajiri, was like a wall, blocking Sengoku's path. No matter which direction Sengoku tried to go, he was forced back. "Edward!" Sengoku's voice was filled with towering rage and impatience. But Whitebeard didn't even bother to respond, directly swinging Murakumajiri at him. As for Bob's next move, Whitebeard, who knew him well, could guess it with his toes. Therefore, he would never let Sengoku go and cause trouble. On the sacrificial altar, during the time when the high-level combatants were engaged in their struggle, Bob Conqueror's haki had long since dissipated. The young women in the center of the altar had already been untied. Turning his head to look at the celestial dragon lying unconscious on the ground, a faint smile crossed Bob's lips. Chapter 122, Sacrificing the Celestial Dragon. At this moment, not a single person in the entire God Valley could come to protect the safety of the celestial dragons. The marine admirals in the distance were all restrained by the commanders of the Rox pirates. The nearby marines were busy resisting the pirates' onslaught and, under Bob's overwhelming presence, dared not approach. Going there would only mean certain death, especially since even hundreds of members of the CP Special Operations Force had fallen at his feet. No one believed they had the strength to challenge Bob. After untying the young girls, Bob led them away from the sacrificial altar. Glancing at the celestial dragons lying scattered on the ground, Bob raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, his figure moved like a ghost, and in no time, the celestial dragons who had been lying on the ground were now kneeling at the center of the sacrificial altar. Around the massive tree-like pattern, the celestial dragons were arranged in order. 15 celestial dragons, each in their designated spot, aligned with a corresponding line. It was a pity there weren't 20 of them, that would have been perfect. The chains and ropes that had bound the girls were now fastened to the celestial dragons. Of course, the celestial dragons were unconscious, which was not allowed, as the sacrificial ritual required them to be awake for the best effect. Whoosh! Bob figure darted among the celestial dragons, his hands brushing over their heads. Immediately, their bodies stiffened. Their previously rolled-back eyes and unfocused pupils gradually sharpened, and as they took in the scene before them, their bodies stiffened again, seemingly unable to process what was happening. But in the next moment, they realized their hands and feet were bound, and they were kneeling on the ground. Their faces twisted in anger, not fear. Which lowly scum dares to bind a god to the sacrificial altar? You filthy commoners, who dares to do such a thing to your gods? Untie your gods at once. The celestial dragon's roars echoed across the sacrificial altar. Their first reaction to this situation was not fear. After all, from birth, celestial dragons had never known what fear was. They had always been the ones to bully others, no one dared to bully them. However, in the next moment, the anger on their faces vanished. Because a bald man stood at the edge of the sacrificial altar, holding a torch with blazing flames. His gaze was fixed on the center of the altar, where there was paper stamped with the celestial dragon's hoofprint and dry firewood. Though they didn't recognize who this man was, the look in his eyes made the celestial dragons think of a very bad outcome. Where are the Marines? Those useless Marines. Bastards, come protect your gods. These worthless creatures, not a single one shows up when needed, come out now. Filthy commoners, how dare you defile the gods? The celestial dragons now realized the danger, shouting for the Marines and those who were supposed to protect their lives. At this moment, they desperately wanted to see those commoners they had always despised. But not a single person dared to approach the sacrificial altar now occupied by Bob. The sounds of battle in the distance, along with Bob's presence, made these pampered individuals feel fear for the first time. Their cries for help went unanswered, and their bodies instinctively struggled to break free from their bonds. However, the ropes tightly binding their hands and feet showed no signs of loosening. Several celestial dragons glanced around with the corners of their eyes, their faces filled with terror. Because those lowly people who had always been by their side, ensuring their safety, were now all lying on the ground, their eyes bulging lifeless. At this moment, the celestial dragons felt the threat of death. Bastard, you can't kill us. You don't have the guts. Let us go now, and I can let bygones be bygones. No, don't kill me. I'm a descendant of the gods. You can't kill me. I have a lot of treasures there, all of which I can give to you. Don't kill us. If we die, there would be consequences. Bastard, have you thought about the consequences? If you kill us, you'll be hunted by the entire world. Faced with the threat of death, the celestial dragons could no longer maintain their composure. Their strong will to survive stripped them of their usual arrogance. They had always treated the lives of others as if they were mere ants, but when their own lives were about to be taken, their panic and fear were no different from those they had killed. In an instant, pleas, threats, and bribes erupted on the sacrificial altar. Without exception, the expressions of terror on their faces revealed their despair. Bob looked at these celestial dragons, who had always held themselves high and treated life as worthless, and sneered coldly. For people like them, the only way to truly punish them was to let them experience despair before death. Otherwise, simply killing them would bring no sense of retribution. Bob turned his gaze to the tree-like pattern in the center of the altar. The blood within had dried, leaving a sinister dark red hue. The next step, bloodletting. Bob figure darted among the celestial dragons. With a series of screams, a bloody gash appeared on each of their wrists. In the next moment, blood began to pour out uncontrollably. In an instant, the dense patterns became even clearer, and a crimson tree appeared before Bob. Bob ignored the screams of the celestial dragons. However, to others, those screams were shocking. At this moment, both the Marines and the pirates turned their attention to the sacrificial altar. The celestial dragons were now bound and kneeling in the center of the altar. Ha ha ha. Commander Bob is truly amazing. These celestial dragons never thought they'd come to this day. This is so satisfying. Brothers, let's fight. We can't let Commander Bob lose face. Seeing the pitiful sight of the celestial dragons, the pirates' morale soared. Even these so-called descendants of the gods had been subdued by Bob. Could the victory of the Rock's pirates be far behind? In contrast to the pirates' excitement, the Marines' morale plummeted. In the distance, Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and others, though unable to reach the altar, were closely monitoring the situation of the celestial dragons with their observation haki. Witnessing this scene, they were all deeply shaken. But they could only watch helplessly as events unfolded, unable to intervene. "You seem quite angry," Rock said with a dark expression, looking at Garp and Kong, who were livid with rage. "Then stay angry. Watch how those celestial dragons meet their end." "Humph. You'll die here today as well." Kong roared with fury, his hair standing on end. In the next moment, he tensed his entire body and charged toward Rocks. After draining the blood, Bob didn't hesitate for a moment, even as the celestial dragons pleaded for mercy. He raised the torch in his hand and hurled it forward. Whoosh! A raging inferno erupted instantly. Chapter 123, The Appearance of the Roger Pirates. The sacrificial altar was surrounded by flammable materials like rice paper and dry wood in the center. The fire quickly spread outward from the middle, the scorching heat baking the air. The once bright red blood had dried up, and the celestial dragons stared at the raging flames in the center, their pupils filled with terror that seemed to solidify into something tangible. "Help! Someone save me! I don't want to die, I want to live. Someone put out the fire." The celestial dragons, who had always carried themselves with an air of superiority, were now reduced to their most primal instincts, screaming for survival. They could never have imagined that during this grand ceremony at the Valley of the Gods, they would become the sacrifices themselves. But regret was useless now, as the flames had already reached them. And this time, no one was coming to save them. To ensure they fully experienced the external heat, Bob had removed their protective bubble suits beforehand. In the face of the intense heat, the celestial dragon's hair began to curl slightly in the flames, and the smell of burning filled the air. In the next moment, the celestial dragons watched helplessly as the fire engulfed them, starting from the edges of their clothing. In an instant, the screams were unending, and everyone present was shaken to their core. Because these were the screams of the celestial dragons. Since the establishment of the world government, such a thing had never happened before. This was no longer sacrilege, it was outright slaughter. The Marines, who had been knocked unconscious by Bob Conqueror's haki, began to wake up. But the first sight that greeted them when they stood up left them utterly petrified. 15 celestial dragons, engulfed in flames, were writhing and dancing on the sacrificial altar. The fire had burned through the ropes binding them, but now, freed from their restraints, they were consumed by the inferno. The scene caused the pupils of every Marine present to contract in shock. What's happening? Oh my God! Are those celestial dragons on the altar? It seems, they really are. Why is this happening? Can someone explain what's going on? It's Bob. The person on the altar is Bob. It must be him. This isn't the first time he's killed celestial dragons. Whether they had witnessed the entire event or had just woken up, every Marine was filled with overwhelming shock. In front of so many representatives of the world government, the celestial dragons were being burned alive as sacrifices on the altar. This was the first time in 800 years. The moment they recognized Bob, they understood the full scope of what had transpired. This situation was undoubtedly Bob doing, as he had killed celestial dragons before. But no one expected him to take out 15 in one go. Previously, they had only heard about Bob's deeds through rumors and newspapers. Now, witnessing it firsthand, fear surged deep within their hearts. As the Marines listened to the screams of the celestial dragons and watched them being roasted alive on the altar, not a single one dared to step forward. Ha ha ha. You Marines, aren't you supposed to protect the celestial dragons? Go on, step up. Your masters are dead. The Marines are just stray dogs now. Commander Bob did well. Burning them alive is the perfect method for these celestial pigs. Their greasy bodies must be sizzling. You Marines are useless. Our rocks pirates will prevail. The pirates burst into laughter at the sight. This time, they also tacitly stopped their attacks, watching the celestial dragon on the sacrificial altar with a playful expression. Damn! I didn't expect Bob to pull off a sneak attack. John, wielding a rapier, clashed with a grim-faced Marine, while a vice admiral lurked nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Damn it! While we're fighting here, Bob is over there killing celestial dragons. He's stealing the spotlight. Wang Ji swung his massive sword forward, only to be blocked by a young man covered in magma, forcing him to recoil. The giant sword struck the vice admiral behind him, sending sparks flying. Damn it! Forget them, we're not done here yet. These guys are really tough. Silver Axe's face was pale with frustration. The two in front of him, a vice admiral and a curly-haired man, were particularly troublesome. Especially the latter, whose Logia devil fruit abilities were quite a handful. Where did these three Logia users come from? I've never heard of them before. Wang Ji said as he fended off the searing magma. Not sure. They look young, but their strength is no joke. They must be super rookies trained by Marine headquarters, John said grimly. Damn it. One of them would be manageable, but with that vice admiral here, we can't finish them off. If these young ones grow up, they'll become major threats. Wang Ji cursed. These three Marines were all very young, but their strength was formidable, especially their mastery of their devil fruit abilities. Their potential was immense. If they were allowed to grow, they would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the pirates. Bob is terrifying. He dares to kill celestial dragons. Borsellino said, watching the scene on the sacrificial altar with a smirk. As he spoke, a yellow energy bullet shot forward from his hand. Should we go over there? Kuzan asked calmly, forming a massive ice spear in his hand. In the next moment, it shot towards Silver Axe. The captains of the Rock's pirates are only slightly weaker than Rock's himself. We can't handle them. Let's leave it to Fleet Admiral Kong and the others. Sakazuki right fist turned into magma as he slammed it against Wang Ji's giant sword. As he spoke, he glanced toward Fleet Admiral Kong and Vice Admiral Garp in the distance. There, the two top-tier fighters from Marine headquarters were locked in a fierce battle with rocks. Fleet Admiral Kong, aware of everything Bob had done, felt a mix of anger and helplessness. The celestial dragon, engulfed in flames, was beyond saving. And it wasn't just the death of the celestial dragon, the situation was taking a turn for the worse. Rox was simply too powerful. Even with their combined strength, they couldn't finish him off. The wound on Admiral Kong's abdomen tore open under the relentless assault. If this continued, he wouldn't last much longer. When that happened, Garp would face Rox alone, and the outcome would be no different from his own. The Battle of God Valley would end in a crushing defeat, not only with the death of the celestial dragon and heavy casualties, but also with Rox remaining unvanquished. Why hasn't the Roger pirates arrived yet? Fleet Admiral Kong's face was grim as he muttered to himself. At this moment, the high-level combatants of the Navy were all being held back by the enemy, leaving the only hope pinned on this newly risen pirate crew to turn the tide of the situation. Meanwhile, in a corner of God Valley, a pirate ship was making its way toward the island. The flag bearing the image of a bearded man fluttered in the wind atop the mast. Chapter 124, Kong defeated. I told you, don't get distracted. Rox sneered, seizing the moment when Kong's focus wavered. The supreme grade great sword in his hand slashed straight toward Kong. The ferocious aura carried by the blade caused the surrounding air to tremble. Seeing this, Garp furrowed his brows. In the next instant, his pitch-black iron fist swung in a full arc, smashing directly toward the hilt of Rock's sword. Rock's attack was immensely powerful, even Garp dared not confront the blade head-on with his bare fist. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air, like a thunderclap. Rock's supreme grade great sword missed its mark once again, as Kong swiftly dodged to the side. You two are as annoying as flies. Rock's long hair danced wildly as he hovered mid-air, his overwhelming aura forming dense black waves around him. He looked like a god. Before him stood two of the Navy's top fighters, Kong and Garp, both glaring at him intently. One was covered in wounds, his tattered clothes stained crimson, while the other's face was grim, his once dark muscles now dull. Individually, neither Kong nor Garp was a match for Rox, he could easily kill either of them. But together, they posed a challenge. It wasn't that Rox feared their combined strength, but rather that he couldn't quickly eliminate the Navy's top fighters in such a short time. This was highly unfavorable for the ongoing battle at the Valley of the Gods. Moreover, after his earlier fight with Kong and the prolonged skirmish with both of them, Rock's stamina had noticeably declined. Rox. You're destined to lose. Kong clenched his fists, his voice icy. It was clear that Kong's entire body was now coated in armament hockey, but his wounds revealed his current state. Rock's attacks were too fierce. Even with armament hockey and the six powers enhancing his physical abilities to a terrifying level, Kong's body was still as fragile as paper against Rock's supreme grade greatsword. A direct hit from the blade would leave a massive gash on his body. Yet, despite this, Kong refused to give up. Though he knew he was no match for Rox, he believed in the triumph of justice. In the next moment, Kong's pupils contracted sharply, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, his hair flying wildly in the air. His blood-stained fists came together, and strands of dark, ghostly energy coiled around his arms. His well-defined muscles pulsed rhythmically, as if breathing. The air around his fists compressed and expanded in sync with the rhythm, white light manifesting at their edges. The immense power caused the passing wind to be sucked in, and his hair stopped its wild dance. Garp. Without hesitation, the moment Kong made his move, Garp knew he was unleashing his ultimate attack. In the next instant, Garp's aura surged. His arms wrapped tightly around Kong's legs, the veins on his bulging muscles appearing exceptionally fierce. Meteor Fist. Whoosh! The moment Garp struck, Kong was launched like a cannonball. Buzz! In the trajectory of Kong's flight, white shockwaves were visible, accompanied by explosive sounds. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Rox. However, the moment Kong made his move, Rox knew this strike would be the decisive one. Without a hint of arrogance, the black mist surrounding him surged into his supreme grade great blade. The blade, originally of normal size, suddenly expanded to twice its previous size. Yet, the color of the blade remained unchanged, with red and black light flickering at its tip. Like tiny bolts of lightning, they danced across the entire great blade. A cold glint flashed in Rock's eyes as he gripped the hilt with both hands and forcefully raised it. The next moment, Kong's charging figure collided with Rock's great blade. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, akin to thunder splitting the heavens. The dark clouds that had gathered in the sky were instantly dispersed by the shockwave. Kong's fists, shimmering with white light, slammed into Rock's great blade, the immense force surging back. Space itself cracked, torn apart by the sheer power of both combatants. The red and black light of the great blade gradually dimmed, its tip unable to advance even an inch against the white light. With a grim expression, Rock's sleeves exploded, the muscles in his right arm bulging as he forcefully slapped the hilt. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Kong's body was sent flying like a shooting star. Not good. Garp's face darkened as he couldn't help but exclaim. Boom! Kong's body crashed heavily into a low hill in the Valley of the Gods, sending dirt and rocks flying as the hill shattered into pieces. A cloud of dust rose, burying Kong's body under the rubble. Fleet Admiral Kong. Fleet Admiral Kong, the Steel Bone has been defeated. 2 against 1, and 1 was defeated. Just how strong is Rox? The moment Kong and Rox clashed, the Marines had taken notice. After all, the sheer magnitude of their collision was impossible to ignore. Now, seeing Kong being repelled, they were filled with shock and fear. The Marines' top combatant had been defeated once in a one-on-one with Rox. And now, even with Garp's assistance, he had been defeated again. This was hard for them to accept, and they were even more awestruck by Rox's overwhelming strength. 2 of their top fighters had failed to pose even the slightest threat to Rox. After sending Kong flying, Rox stood atop a massive boulder. His face had paled considerably. Though he bore no visible injuries, his stamina had been severely drained. Garp quickly retreated to Kong's side, his face filled with concern. As the rubble shifted, Kong crawled out, blood still spilling from his mouth, a massive wound covering his abdomen, overshadowing his previous injuries. Kong! Garp supported the Marine Admiral. Don't worry, I won't die. Kong's lips were stained with blood as he whispered. Kong's physical resilience was now on full display. For an ordinary person, such injuries would be fatal, but he quickly stemmed the bleeding. And the wound did not worsen further. Though his life was not in immediate danger, continuing the fight would be extremely difficult, and persisting would inevitably lead to death. The strength of Rox is truly despair-inducing. Kong shook his head, his voice filled with helplessness. But, the battle isn't over yet. Keep going. Chapter 125, The Arrival of the Roger Pirates. Kong's voice was low and hoarse. Despite being severely injured, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. He knew that in the current situation of the God Valley War, there was no retreat. If Garp were to face Rox alone, the outcome would inevitably be a defeat, followed by the complete collapse of the world government. Such a thing absolutely must not happen. Even if it meant stalling, they had to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Among the current Marines, all the high-level combatants were being restrained by the Rox pirates. No one had the strength to face Rox head-on. So even if it cost him his life, Kong had to fill this gap in combat power before the Roger pirates arrived. Kong, your body. Garp firmly pressed down on Kong's arm, his voice heavy. Garp knew that Kong's injuries were critical. If he continued to fight Rox, he would collapse before even being hit by Rox. I know, but there's no other choice in this situation. Kong gripped Garp's arm, trying to push it away. But he no longer had much strength left, and Garp's hand didn't budge. In your condition, you'll only hold me back. Garp said with a deep voice. He knew that only by saying this would Kong stop being stubborn. In the next moment, Garp's body sank slightly, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and he shot forward like lightning. Kong watched Garp leave, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to follow. It wasn't because he feared death, but because his current state was indeed as Garp had said. Though he could force himself to fight with his life, it would only become a burden, preventing Garp from unleashing his full strength. With Kong's defeat, the morale of the Marines on the main battlefield of God Valley plummeted to its lowest point. Even the combined efforts of the Marines' top fighters couldn't defeat Rox, which was undoubtedly a massive blow. But the pirates' expressions were the complete opposite. Unlike their commanders, they genuinely hoped that Rox would ascend to the pinnacle of the world and lead them to glory. So in this battle, every crew member fought with exceptional fervor. Seeing Rox defeat Kong, their combat strength even increased slightly. Taking advantage of the Marines' demoralized state, they pressed their advantage and swiftly cut down another wave of elite soldiers. At this point, the Marines, who originally outnumbered the pirates by several thousand, had been reduced to roughly equal numbers after several rounds of intense fighting. Moreover, the situation was developing in a direction favorable to the pirates. In this tense atmosphere, suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out from one side. Ha ha ha. The situation in God Valley seems quite intense. The voice echoed throughout God Valley, and everyone instinctively turned toward its source. There, docked at the shore of God Valley, was a massive ship. Standing at the bow of the ship was a man wearing a red shirt, with a robust build and a straw hat on his head. His mustache grew wildly beneath his nose, thick and untamed. He was none other than the captain of the Roger Pirates, Roger. It's the Roger Pirates. Why are they here in God Valley? One Rock's pirate crew is already hard enough to deal with. Adding the powerful Roger Pirates to the mix, how are we supposed to continue this battle? What should we do? Our navy's strength is simply not enough. Damn it, why are there so many pirates? How did the Roger Pirates find such a hidden place like God Valley? We're all going to die here today. The pirate strength has far surpassed ours. The Navy soldiers followed the sound, their eyes filled with terror as they looked toward the shore of God Valley. Whether it was from the pirate ship or the man standing at its bow, they could all recognize the identity of the newcomers. It was the Roger Pirates, who had risen to prominence in the New World, with a captain whose bounty was as high as 1.5 billion berries. From what they knew, this pirate crew's strength was second only to the Rock's pirates. Especially their 4 main crew members, who could even hold their own against the Navy's top-tier fighters. Such formidable strength appearing in God Valley was beyond their comprehension. Because without an eternal pose, this place should have been impossible to find. A suspicion immediately arose in the Navy hearts, this location exposed by the Rock's pirates. At this thought, the Navy soldiers were filled with dread. The Rock's pirates plus the Roger Pirates, what kind of top-tier combination was this? It could be said to be an invincible force. The Navy's will to fight plummeted, and despair enveloped everyone's hearts. However, unlike their reaction, the Navy's top-tier fighters looked at the Roger Pirates with excitement on their faces. Especially Kong, the fleet admiral. Looking at the newcomers, the weariness on his face completely disappeared, and the weight in his heart finally lifted. The Roger Pirates are our Navy reinforcements. Next, we will cooperate with them to annihilate the Rock's pirates. Kong's booming voice echoed high above God Valley. Every Navy soldier, even every pirate, heard it clearly. What? The Roger Pirates are our reinforcements? Pirates are actually teaming up with the Navy. Did you hear what Admiral Kong just said? Is this real? Great, I knew the world government wouldn't just stand by. This battle will surely be our victory. Haha, so they're on our side. I was worried for nothing earlier. Reinforcements have arrived. Let's kill all these pirates. Today will be the day the Rock's pirates are wiped out. Hearing Kong words, the Navy soldiers' spirits were instantly rejuvenated. Though they didn't understand why pirates would cooperate with the Navy, now was clearly not the time to ponder that. With the aid of this powerful pirate crew, eliminating the Rock's pirates would no longer be a pipe dream. The previously low morale surged once more after Kong's speech, and the Navy soldiers were filled with boundless fighting spirit. They vowed to annihilate the Rock's pirates in God Valley. Within the Rock's pirates, 2 people were completely unfazed by the arrival of the Roger Pirates. One was Whitebeard, and the other was Bob. Beside Bob lay 15 charred corpses, the celestial dragons who had been roasted alive by the flames. Yet after the ritual, nothing happened on the altar, just as usual. This made Bob mutter to himself. Superstition is still not to be trusted. He then turned his gaze to Roger on the shore, a slight smile playing on his lips. The show is about to begin. Chapter 126, The Reactions of Everyone. Is Roger going to join the fight? On the shores of God Valley, aboard the pirate ship. Roger, Rayleigh, Gabon, Bullet, and countless other crew members all jumped off the ship. As Kong had said, once they disembarked, they all stood on the side of the Marines. Damn it! They're traitors among pirates. They actually teamed up with the Marines. I didn't believe it when Kong said it earlier. Shit. The Roger Pirates, a force renowned in the New World, would actually bow to the Marines. Our Rocks pirates even tried to recruit them before. No wonder they refused, they were already in cahoots with the Marines. What spineless scum. How do they even deserve to call themselves pirates? Brothers, when they join, let's cut down the Roger pirates first. Kill every one of them. As the Roger pirates moved closer to the Marines, those who had doubted Kong's words were now convinced. The Rocks pirates were furious. They never imagined that pirates would ally with the Marines to eliminate another pirate crew. In their understanding, pirates and Marines were natural enemies, with no possibility of shared interests, let alone battlefield cooperation. A battle of this scale would cause significant losses for either side. They couldn't understand what the Marines had offered to make the Roger pirates do this. After all, whether they won or lost, their reputation at sea would be ruined. From then on, they'd be scorned by other pirates. Some more thoughtful pirates considered a possibility. The Roger pirates, ranked second in the New World, had always been overshadowed by the Rocks pirates. Perhaps, realizing they couldn't surpass them in raw strength, they sought to use the Marines to climb to the top. Thinking this, the pirates felt even more anger, disdain, and contempt for the Roger pirates. However, the arrival of the Roger pirates didn't dampen the morale of the Rocks crew. Instead, it ignited their fighting spirit, vowing to keep the Roger pirates firmly beneath them. They would ensure the Roger pirates remained in second place forever. Meanwhile, on the edge of the battlefield at God Valley, Whitebeard and Sengoku, locked in combat, both noticed the arrival of the Roger pirates. Humph. With the Roger pirates as reinforcements, your Rocks pirates are doomed to lose. Sengoku sneered. He and Whitebeard had been locked in a fierce battle for some time. Despite his many tactics, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. Now that reinforcements had arrived, his tone became more confident. Gururara. I never thought the day would come when the Marines would seek help from pirates. Whitebeard laughed, swinging his bicento forward. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. I'm sure you pirates understand that better than we Marines do. Sengoku's right hand turned golden as he punched against Whitebeard's blade. A deafening clash echoed as the two figures collided in midair. So, what about the justice in your Marines' hearts? Is this it? Whitebeard mocked. Want to know? Why don't you join our Marine faction? The Rocks pirates will surely fall today. A wise man knows when to yield. Sengoku said calmly. He wanted to turn Whitebeard to his side, pulling him into his own camp. If successful, the Navy's victory would be even greater. Gururara, then take this strike from me first. Whitebeard laughed heartily, a white light glowing on his Murakumajiri as he swung it directly in front of Sengoku. Although Whitebeard didn't care much for the Rocks pirates in his heart, he would never betray his allies on the battlefield. It was just a pity that he couldn't face off against Roger, that was a true regret. Humph. You're being ungrateful. Sengoku's face darkened as his golden fist clashed with Murakumajiri, creating a thunderous impact. The two figures were forced back, only to clash again moments later. Jihahaha. I never expected the Roger pirates to join the fray. Shiki laughed wildly, brandishing his two legendary swords. After Kong's defeat, he had been worried about the Navy situation. Losing their top-tier fighters would surely lead to their collapse in this battle. And after this war, Rocks would ascend to the pinnacle of the world, leaving Shiki with no chance to rise. But unexpectedly, the Roger pirates had joined at this critical moment, completely turning the tide of the battle. As a pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries, Roger combat prowess was undoubtedly formidable. You seem quite pleased, Zephyr remarked calmly. The appearance of the Roger pirates was good news for Zephyr, but Shiki's reaction was somewhat peculiar. He seemed even happier than Zephyr himself. "It seems your Rocks pirates aren't as united as they appear," Zephyr immediately considered this possibility. The commanders of the Rocks pirates were all notorious figures on the seas, each harboring their own ambitions to dominate the oceans and become the most powerful among them. Rocks was like a massive shadow, binding these ruthless pirates together. For these captains to become the rulers of the seas, their first obstacle wasn't the navy, it was their own captain, Rocks. After all, Rock's strength had reached a level where the pirates dared not even think of rebellion, at least on the surface. So, they needed external forces to intervene and help them remove this greatest obstacle. "No wonder you've been using the same moves over and over, you're a traitor." Zephyr continued, a knowing smile spreading across his face. /wave. Hearing Zephyr call him a traitor, Shiki immediately launched a /wave in his direction. Though it was true, he didn't like others pointing it out. Meanwhile, Roger stood beside Kong, raising an eyebrow as he observed the injuries on the Navy Admiral. "I never expected a Navy Fleet Admiral to be so severely wounded. If I were to kill you here, who would stop me?" Roger said slowly. "You won't kill me. Our target is Rocks. If you harm me, Rocks will be the one to benefit in the end," Kong replied calmly, clutching his stomach. "Don't waste time. Garp won't last much longer. Once he's in the same state as me, you won't be able to take on Rocks alone." Kong had always harbored a deep dislike for pirates. Even though he was now allied with Roger, his tone remained cold and detached. He briefly outlined the situation and then fell silent, unwilling to say more. Hearing this, Roger shifted his gaze and turned to look at the intense battle between Rocks and Garp in midair. His eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. Chapter 127, Rocks vs. Garp and Roger. In the midst of their aerial battle, Rocks and Garp clashed violently before landing on opposite sides. Garp now bore several cuts from Rocks' blade, his clothes stained with blood. In the brief time they had fought, Rocks had already managed to wound him. Fortunately, the injuries weren't deep, nothing that would affect his bones or tendons. On the other side, Rocks no longer maintained his previous composure. His hair was disheveled, his face paler, and the grin that had been plastered on his face was now gone. He glanced at Roger, who stood beside Kong, and the rest of the crew, his expression darkening. He knew that in the Battle of God Valley, the world government would undoubtedly make thorough preparations to annihilate him and his entire pirate crew, enlisting the help of other forces. But he hadn't expected the Roger pirates to join in, becoming an ally of the Marines. As a rising pirate crew in the New World, Rocks had once considered recruiting them to become part of the Rocks pirates. But they had refused. Only now did Rocks understand why the Roger pirates had turned down his invitation. They wanted to replace him and become the new rulers of the seas. At this thought, Rocks suddenly laughed, a wild and unrestrained laugh. Even now, there was not a trace of fear on his face. No matter how many people or how strong they were, standing against Rocks couldn't diminish his domineering presence. Because fearlessness was the very foundation of Rocks' immense strength. "Kong, this alliance isn't because I, Roger, fear you. It's merely because we share a common goal. Once Rocks is dead, I declare this alliance unilaterally dissolved," Roger said slowly. Before Kong could respond, Roger jumped and appearing instantly beside Garp. "Ha ha ha, long time no see, Garp. You're actually injured, what a rare sight." Roger greeted Garp with a laugh, noticing his wounds. Since the Roger pirates had entered the New World, their primary adversary had been Garp. It could be said that Garp was like a persistent thorn in their side, constantly launching attacks against the Roger pirates. The two had clashed many times by now, and it could be said that their rivalry had forged a strange familiarity. "Roger, I'm glad you've come to aid the Marines this time. But our cooperation is limited to this battle at God Valley. Once it's over, I'll personally arrest you," Garp said, his gaze steady on Roger. "Garp, you're such a bore. We'll deal with our issues after the God Valley battle." Right now, I have no interest in you or the Marines, Roger replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Garp remained silent. Although his relationship with Roger wasn't entirely hostile, in his eyes, allying with pirates was a disgrace to the Marines. But for now, they had no choice. After all, Rock's strength was overwhelming, and the current situation for the Marines was far from favorable. Let's end this quickly. Rock's power far surpasses ours, don't let your guard down. Garp said, having deeply felt Rock's strength during their battle. Even after the previous clashes, Rock still possessed an unrivaled might. Of course, this is Rox, the overlord of the seas. How could I dare to underestimate him? Roger drew the supreme blade, Ace, from his waist, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he stared at Rox on the other side. Even though they had never met before and he had only heard of Rock's name, Roger knew that Rock's strength far surpassed his own. After all, even a monster like Bob could only serve as his commander, which was enough to prove how formidable Rox truly was. Ha ha ha, you two brats, save your whispers for your own beds. Rox sneered as he looked at Roger and Garp. In the next moment, Rox let out a furious roar, wielding his supreme blade as he charged straight toward the two of them. Captain Rox, kill all these scoundrels, including that traitorous pirates. Rox is the strongest man in the world. Even if Roger and Garp join forces, what is there to fear? Didn't Kong and Garp get defeated before? No matter how many reinforcements the Marines call, it won't change the fact that you're doomed to lose. Rox. Rox. Seeing Roger stand beside Garp, the pirates of the Rox pirates knew that the two would soon face Rox together. But the crew remained completely unfazed, for in their eyes, the name Rox was synonymous with invincibility. What did it matter if the Marines' top fighters joined forces? What did it matter if the strongest of the Marines and pirates united? Rox had won before, and he would win again. Is this your final declaration before death, Rox? It seems you've realized that you won't be leaving God Valley alive today. Roger said. In an instant, the three figures clashed. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and a massive cloud of black smoke rose into the sky. Amidst the flurry of blades and swords, Rox fought with all his might. He continuously blocked the attacks of the two, occasionally seizing their weaknesses to counterattack. Though he was slightly at a disadvantage against their combined assault, Rox's momentum remained unyielding, even surpassing theirs. As expected of the strongest man on the seas. To still hold your ground against the two of us. Roger remarked, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead as he spoke during the intense exchange. Humph. I never thought you'd side with the Marines. No matter how strong you are, Rox, still no match for you. Rox retorted as he deflected Roger's strike. Your ambition is too great, so great that it terrifies the world. That's why you must disappear. Roger frowned, feeling the strain of resisting Rock's ferocious onslaught. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion erupted, and a blinding light illuminated the sky, even brighter than the sun. Brothers, let's take out the Roger pirates first. Kill these traitors. While Rox and Roger battled, the crew of the Rox pirates showed no hesitation, charging straight at Roger's crew. Compared to the Marines, they were more eager to see the Roger pirates wiped from the face of the earth. In an instant, the flames of war reignited as the Marines and Roger's crew clashed with the Rox pirates. The sounds of battle, curses, and shouts filled the air, unceasing. Rayleigh, Gabon, and Bullet observed the chaotic melee unfolding before them, scanning the crowd for worthy opponents. By the altar, Bob, who appeared completely at ease, caught their attention. Chapter 128, 3 against 1. The Broken Giant Axe. Within the Rox pirates, it seems that Bob hasn't joined the battle among the commanders yet, said Bullet, a towering and muscular man with eyes as fierce as a devil. True. But look at those charred corpses beside him, they must be celestial dragons. Bob really has no reservations, burning over a dozen celestial dragons to death. Rayleigh glanced at Bob while noticing the blackened corpses nearby. From the shattered bubble helmet scattered on the ground, it was clear that these were the world's nobles, the celestial dragons. The fact that Bob had slaughtered celestial dragons right in front of so many powerful figures from the world government made Rayleigh reevaluate him. Although the high-level forces of the world government were currently being held back by the commanders of the Rocks Pirates, giving Bob an opportunity, the hundreds of corpses of the CP Special Operations Unit lying around also showcased Bob's immense strength. Ha ha ha. I think I'm starting to like this guy. His courage and audacity are truly exhilarating, said Gabon, a robust man wearing sunglasses and sporting a ponytail. During his previous encounter with Bob, Gabon's twin axes had been shattered, and he had harbored deep hostility toward him. But now, seeing Bob dare to kill so many celestial dragons right in front of the world government, Gabon's opinion of him had shifted significantly. Last time on our ship, we didn't truly gauge this guy's strength. This time, I'm determined to have a real fight with him. Gabon, gripping his twin axes, continued with excitement. Compared to his previous massive axes, the two axes he now wielded were far superior in both hardness and weight. They were acquired at great cost in the underground world, and Gabon was confident they wouldn't meet the same fate as before in a battle with Bob. You alone won't be enough. We've all seen Bob's strength, he's not inferior to our captain. Rayleigh, with his long, wavy blonde hair tied back, adjusted his glasses and spoke. Though he was confident in his own strength and that of his comrades, it all depended on who they were comparing themselves to. Compared to ordinary captains in the Grand Line or even the New World, they were in a league of their own. But against the second highest bounty holder in the Rocks Pirates, they fell slightly short. So, you're suggesting, the two of us team up? Bullet devilish eyes scanned Bob as he grinned. No. All three of us. What? All three of us? Gabon frowned. Although Bob is indeed strong, it's not necessary for the three of us to gang up on him. Are you overestimating him? The idea of the three main fighters of the Roger Pirates ganging up on a single commander of the Rocks Pirates was, even if they won, a dishonorable act. This was hard for Gabon, who had always prided himself on his strength, to accept. The process doesn't matter, the result does. Enough talk, let's go. A cold glint flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. Just incapacitate him. Captain Roger doesn't want him dead here. Without waiting for the others' responses, Rayleigh's body tensed, and an overwhelming aura erupted around him, with invisible waves of energy swirling at his sides. With all three types of hockey fully unleashed, Rayleigh transformed into a piece of refined steel. He knew that Bob was incredibly powerful, so he held nothing back when he made his move. Seeing this, the other two exchanged a glance and nodded. In the next instant, the three of them locked onto Bob's figure and shot toward him like arrows. At that moment, Bob, who was still watching Rock's fight, sensed someone rushing toward him. Without the slightest hesitation, his figure flickered and disappeared from his original position. So fast! Rayleigh, Gabon, and Bullet exclaimed in unison. We were just about to hit Bob, how did he vanish so suddenly? Gabon frowned and spoke up. Even though they had launched a surprise attack while Bob was off guard, they still missed. This left the three of them somewhat surprised. Had Bob's speed reached such a level? Hey! You three, where are your manners? Sneak attacking like that. Bob, now standing to their side, spoke up. Originally, Bob had intended to deliver a single punch to send them out of this world. But upon realizing that the three were key members of the Roger Pirates, he abandoned that idea. After all, Whitebeard and Roger had a good relationship, and Bob didn't want to embarrass Whitebeard. Hearing his voice, the three turned their heads and saw Bob standing with his arms crossed, looking at them with interest. Humph. Bob, even without a sneak attack, you're no match for us. I admit you're strong, one-on-one, perhaps none of us could beat you. But do you really think you can take on all three of us? Gabon armament hockey enveloped his twin axes, significantly increasing their hardness. In the next second, he charged forward, raising his massive axes high and bringing them down straight toward Bob. Seeing this, the other two were shocked. They hadn't expected Gabon to be so reckless, charging in alone. They quickly moved to assist him. However, in the next moment, a crisp sound reached their ears. Crack! Gabon's twin axes struck Bob's single finger, and cracks began to spread outward from the blade at his fingertip. In no time, the entire axe was covered in cracks, and the sound of shattering echoed continuously. Small pieces of metal fell to the ground, producing dull thuds. Meanwhile, Gabon's body was sent flying like a cannonball. Rayleigh and Bullet immediately halted their advance and leaped into the air to catch Gabon mid-flight. My axes, how could this happen? Gabon's face was drenched in cold sweat, his expression filled with disbelief. These twin axes were the result of scouring the underground world and comparing countless similar weapons before finally choosing them. They were far superior to his previous axes, and the Roger pirates had spent a fortune to acquire them. In fact, they had invested most of their resources into these weapons. The crew was already strapped for cash, and now they were even poorer. Yet, in front of Bob, such weapons were as fragile as paper. With just a single finger, he shattered the axes, even with armament hockey applied. Along with the axes, Gabon's heart was also shattered. Chapter 129, 3 against 1 and still get counter-killed. Can they fight? So strong. Rayleigh's shock was no less than Gabon. Although he hadn't directly faced Bob's attack just now, he could still sense the immense power behind it. To shatter dual axes with a single finger, and axes imbued with armament hockey at that, this was truly beyond comprehension. Bob seems much stronger than the last time we met. What has he been through these past 2 months? Bullet said gravely. The previous look of absolute confidence was gone, replaced by a face full of solemnity. Back on the Roger pirate's ship, Bob had also shattered Gabon's dual axes, but at that time, Gabon had only struck casually, without any hockey enhancement. Moreover, Bob had used his fist to block, which was why the axes were shattered. But compared to then, this was clearly on a whole different level. Are the three of us really enough to take him on? I feel like it's a long shot, Gabon, who had once again lost his dual axes, said with a bitter expression as he recovered from his shock and heartbreak. I don't know, but we'll give it our all. Rayleigh exhaled deeply. The Bob before him exuded an overwhelming pressure, even greater than what he felt from Roger. Though he didn't want to admit it, the truth was clear, even Captain Roger might not be able to defeat Bob now. Bob, who had just shattered Gabon's axes, glanced at the three of them, then retracted his finger and blew on it lightly. The fine powder at his fingertips scattered in the wind, and before it could even touch the ground. Bob moved. A gentle breeze swept through the spot where he had been standing, and his figure vanished. He's coming. Rayleigh, who had been watching Bob closely, exclaimed in alarm as he saw Bob suddenly disappear. Though he couldn't see Bob's trajectory, his instincts told him that Bob was heading straight for them. And indeed, he was. In the blink of an eye, Bob's vanished figure reappeared right in front of the three of them, almost simultaneously with Rayleigh's shout. The words had just reached Gabon and Bullet ears, and before they could react, Bob was already before them. Their faces turned pale with shock, and almost instinctively, all three of them immediately covered their vulnerable spots with armament hockey. The veins on Gabon's arms bulged as his dark fists clenched together, unleashing a torrent of violent air as he struck forward. Bullet activated his devil mode, his body swelling in size as a black hue spread from his forehead downward. His speed and strength surged in an instant, making him resemble a demon from hell. Rayleigh's eyes gleamed like lightning, his aura skyrocketing as his arm transformed into a whip-like blade, slashing toward Bob. At the same time, all three of them unleashed their hockey to its fullest. Facing an opponent like Bob, they didn't dare hold back in the slightest, revealing all their trump cards without reservation. Their momentum was overwhelming, and with the three of them at the center, the hockey-infused air currents formed a small tornado, scattering the nearby corpses. The shockwaves rippled outward in layers, stirring up clouds of dust. This scene drew the attention of both the Marines and the pirates. In the next moment, without any verbal communication, the three of them attacked Bob from different angles with perfect coordination. Head, flank, lower body. Seeing this, Bob's lips twitched, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The moment Gabon's fist was about to land, Bob raised his hand and effortlessly clamped down on Gabon's arm. His speed was so fast that not even a blur could be seen, as if Bob's arm had always been there. Bob's body suddenly twisted and Gabon's body was wielded like a weapon in his hands. With a full swing of his fist, Bob then released Gabon, sending him flying. Bang! 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 The sound of collisions echoed, resembling the clanging of metal on an anvil. Rayleigh and Bullet, who had been entirely focused on Bob, had no time to react. They were left dazed and disoriented by Gabon's iron-like body. In the next moment, all three of them were sent flying, smashing through dozens of rocks before finally coming to a halt. Without exception, they were bruised and battered, especially Gabon, who had been used as a weapon by Bob. He was in the worst shape, still spitting blood and barely conscious. This attack was not only devastating but also deeply humiliating. However, it wasn't over yet. As the three were sent flying, Bob followed up. Just as they were getting back on their feet, Bob's figure loomed larger and larger in their vision. With his hand shaped like a blade, he struck the back of their necks. Thud! 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 Three dull thuds rang out, and Rayleigh, Gabon, and Bullet felt a wave of dizziness before collapsing straight to the ground. Did our officers, Rayleigh, Gabon, and Bullet, just get defeated by one man? Am I seeing this right? Bob took on three at once and won. This is insane. It feels like Bob didn't even break a sweat, and all three of them just went down. Is this the kind of strength a commander should have? He seems even stronger than our captain. These are pirates with bounties nearing $1 billion. And three of them couldn't even last 3 moves against Bob. Ha ha ha. The Roger pirates are trash. 3 against 1 and they still got wrecked. Can they even fight? Commander Bob is a monster, no doubt about it. He's just too strong. Both the Marines and the pirates who witnessed this scene couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Especially the crew members of the Roger pirates, who were utterly stunned. Rayleigh, Gabon, and Bullet, as officers of the Roger pirates, were the strongest trio aside from Roger himself. They knew full well how powerful these three were, having sailed through the Grand Line and into the New World. In one-on-one combat, few pirates could stand against them. But now, facing Bob, all three of them were defeated simultaneously, completely shattering their worldview. In this sea, aside from rocks, there was actually someone this powerful. They came to a conclusion in their hearts, even their captain, Roger, couldn't defeat these three in just 3 moves. In other words, Bob was even stronger than Roger. Looking at the 3 fallen men, Bob raised an eyebrow. He didn't intend to kill them, so he had deliberately controlled his strength. His mastery over his power had reached a level of perfection, fully integrating the explosive strength within his body. Just as everyone was reeling from Bob's display of power and the defeat of the 3 officers, a furious roar suddenly erupted. All of you, get the hell out of here. I'm going to slaughter every last one of you scum. Then. Roa Arare. A resounding dragon's roar echoed across the sky. Kaido. At this moment, he had finally mastered his devil fruit power. Chapter 130, Kaido Azure Dragon Mode. The originally clear skies suddenly darkened, as the clouds that had been dispersed by the high-level combatants now gathered together in a thick, turbulent mass, surging like angry waves. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, its blinding light illuminating the entire Valley of the Gods, followed by the rolling thunder that echoed through the air. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a green claw emerged from the clouds, accompanied by another flash of lightning. This scene captured everyone's attention. Those who had just been stunned by Bob's immense power now turned their gaze to the sky. The green claw actually grabbed the lightning bolt in its grasp and then hurled it fiercely toward a spot below. Boom! The purple lightning exploded violently, instantly turning the area within several meters into scorched earth. The Marines stationed there were immediately blown to pieces, some even reduced to charred remains. Several strong fighters from Eni's lobby leaped to the side, barely dodging the attack. However, their faces were filled with grave expressions. They had been Kaido opponents during the earlier battle, and since the full-scale war began, they had been trying to encircle and eliminate him. For a long time, both sides had maintained a delicate balance. Kaido couldn't kill any of the three, but they couldn't kill him either. The three from Eni's lobby had thought that this balance wouldn't last long and that Kaido would eventually be worn down to death. But to their surprise, at this moment his devil fruit power leaving them both shocked and astonished. "You annoying flies, die!" Another thunderous roar echoed. Another claw emerged from the clouds, and the two claws joined together before tearing apart the dark clouds in the sky, splitting them in two. An even larger bolt of lightning shot out, directly aimed at the strong fighters from Eni's lobby. Boom! 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 The deafening sound was accompanied by the Marines' cries of alarm. The three fighters' expressions changed. This lightning bolt was much faster than before, and they couldn't dodge it. They had no choice but to focus and brace themselves. The moment the lightning struck, the three were blasted away, spitting blood, their hair disheveled, and their clothes scorched black, leaving them in a pitiful state. Just this single direct attack had already injured them. Meanwhile, the enraged Kaido hovered directly above the main battlefield. His serpentine body was covered in green scales, his Chilan-like head adorned with upright antlers, and two dragon whiskers swayed in the wind. His carp-like tail swung back and forth, exuding an extremely aggressive aura. At this moment, he had transformed into Azure Dragon that controlled lightning, spewing clouds and mist. At this very moment, not only the Marines, but everyone's attention was drawn to the transformed Kaido. A dragon. This was a genuine green dragon. Its nearly 100-meter-long body coiled amidst the lightning and thunder, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Some of the Marines and pirates below stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in shock. That's a dragon. There's a dragon in the sky. That dragon is enormous. Why does the pirate side have a dragon helping them? It must be a devil fruit user, damn it. Ha ha ha. Our rocks pirates are truly full of hidden talents. Who would have thought Kaido could transform into a dragon? You Marines are doomed. Looking at the dragon circling in the sky, the crowd, after recovering from their shock, exclaimed. Is that Kaido? Kaido is actually a devil fruit user. How come I never knew about this? This guy has been hiding it so well. And what kind of fruit is this that allows him to transform into an Azure Dragon? Shiki glanced at Kaido in the clouds, muttering softly, his voice filled with disbelief and doubt. As a commander of the Rocks Pirates, you didn't even know Kaido was a devil fruit user? That's quite interesting. Zephyr said with a deep voice. Kaido devil fruit power was not good news for the world government. He was somewhat surprised that Shiki didn't know Kaido was a devil fruit user, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so kind as to answer Shiki's questions. On the other side, Whitebeard and Sengoku were engaged in battle. Didn't Kaido eat the fish fruit? How did he transform into an Azure Dragon after mastering it? Whitebeard was astonished seeing the 100-meter-long Kaido. When Bob subdued Kaido, Whitebeard had learned about the fish fruit. But Bob had only told him that Kaido fruit was called the fish fruit, without elaborating much. Who would have thought that after mastering it, instead of turning into a giant fish, he transformed into an Azure Dragon? At the same time, he was also shocked by Kaido. He knew that since eating this devil fruit, Kaido had developed it in less than 3 months. What kind of talent is needed to master it so quickly? Your rock's pirates never cease to amaze. Sengoku said with a grim expression, gritting his teeth as he looked at the distant dragon. To master a devil fruit power at this moment. From the earlier reports by the Navy branch, he had learned that Kaido was a devil fruit user. At that time, Kaido could barely transform into a beastman form, and even that was in its initial stage. Based on the descriptions from those Navy officers and the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, he and the top brass of the Navy had initially judged it to be the mythical Zoan fish fruit, Azure Dragon model. But who would have thought that in such a short time, he truly transformed into a dragon? This astonishing talent is simply terrifying. Gururara. Don't underestimate pirates. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Although he didn't know why the fruit turned into an azure dragon, Whitebeard was genuinely happy that Kaido had mastered it. Not only did it enhance the pirate's strength, but more importantly, Kaido was Bob vice commander. Not far from Whitebeard and Shiki. Charlotte Lin, who was commanding Hozumi in a large-scale attack, also looked up at the sky. She laughed maniacally. Mama. I never expected Kaido to be a devil fruit user, and to have mastered it at that. What an interesting man. Her eyes gleamed with an unusual light, her expression complex, as if pondering something. As for Wang Ji, John, and Silver Axe, they were slightly shocked. They didn't much care whether Kaido has mastered his fruit or even why Kaido was a devil fruit user. That fool Kaido, causing such a commotion at this moment, isn't he just asking for death? For us, this might actually be a good thing. His actions are drawing enough firepower, which reduces the burden on our side. Exactly, let's hope he can hold out a bit longer. As they spoke, the three of them turned their gaze back to the persistent few who were sticking to them like a plaster, and once again threw themselves into the battle. Chapter 131, Kaido Rampage. The azure dragon circling in the sky continuously rolled through the layers of clouds. Its massive body was so immense that even the gathered dark clouds couldn't conceal it. Bob looked at Kaido, who had now transformed into the azure dragon, raising an eyebrow as he pondered. In less than 3 months, Kaido had mastered his devil fruit power. His talent was indeed terrifying. Wait, it wasn't just about talent. In the world of One Piece, out of 100 devil fruit users, 99% might never achieve awakening even at the moment of their death. Moreover, it was likely that many didn't even know that devil fruits had such a concept, leading them to live their lives in mediocrity. This was due to the compatibility between the user and the fruit. Only when the compatibility between the user and the fruit reached an unimaginable level, coupled with some necessary talent, could one achieve awakening in such a short time. Both factors were indispensable and complemented each other. The fish fruit was indeed meant for Kaido. No wonder he later became the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Bob exclaimed. On the other side, Rox, Garp, and Roger, who were still engaged in battle, also noticed Kaido in the sky. He actually achieved devil fruit awakening. Your Rox pirates are truly a bunch of monsters. Isn't that Bob vice commander? Bob again. Roger and Garp murmured. In each other's eyes, they saw a flicker of surprise, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. They didn't pay much attention to Kaido awakening, as he was just a minor character who couldn't influence the outcome of the entire battle. But Garp was quite wary of Bob. Jihahaha. Kaido, this kid, actually achieved awakening in just 3 months. As expected of my Rox pirates, all elites. Rox laughed maniacally. However, his laughter, combined with his increasingly pale complexion, was eerily unsettling. Back on the Rox ship, he had noticed that Kaido had eaten a devil fruit. Although Bob hadn't mentioned it to him, Rox had sensed the change in Kaido ever since he returned with Bob. Whether in physique or aura, the difference was unmistakable. Meanwhile, in the sky, Kaido, seeing that the 3 strong warriors from Eni's lobby were still alive, immediately ignited a flame in his lantern-sized dragon eyes. Puff. Two streams of scorching air erupted from the corners of the azure dragon's mouth, rapidly condensing into a ball of fire. Then, the massive dragon head suddenly lifted, and the fireball in its mouth expanded dozens of times in an instant. Bellow breath. A torrent of scorching energy shot out from the dragon maw, forming a 3-meter radius inferno that blasted toward the three warriors. The energy was so intense that the surrounding air began to emit black smoke wherever it passed. Boom! The three warriors sensed the impending danger and had no intention of resisting. They scattered in 3 different directions, running for their lives. But the moment they fled, the searing flames descended. One of them, slightly slower to react, was instantly engulfed by the fire, vaporized into nothingness, leaving not even ashes behind. The other 2 were also severely injured. One had his arm completely obliterated by the spreading heat wave, while the other's face was half disfigured. Damn it! Why did he suddenly become so strong? This is the power of an awakened devil fruit user, completely beyond our current ability to handle. The 2 of them turned pale as they witnessed their comrade being instantly incinerated by the flames and saw the injuries on their own bodies. In the sky, Kaido, seeing that his attack hadn't killed them, a hint of madness flashed in his dragon eyes. He raised his dragon head once more, gathering energy again. Roar! Another dragon breath formed, a pillar of fire taking shape. But that wasn't enough. Kaido immediately followed up with another strike. This time, however, it wasn't a fire attack, but a barrage of violent green wind blades, like scythes glowing with an eerie light, merging directly into the pillar of fire. The flames, fueled by the wind, erupted into a towering inferno the moment the wind and fire collided. The pillar of fire instantly transformed into a massive blaze, the eerie wind scythes now glowing in a mix of green and red, the energy fluctuations even more terrifying. Even the surrounding space seemed to distort. The flames chased the wind, demonic fire raging across the sky. The demonic wind scythes illuminated the entire Valley of the Gods in a crimson glow, the spectacle far more terrifying than the previous pillar of fire alone. The 2 strongmen from Eni's lobby pupils dilated in shock. Not just them, even the marines and pirates were visibly stunned. The demonic inferno unleashed by Kaido would strike the entire battlefield indiscriminately. Without a second thought, people immediately scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. The 2 Eni's lobby strongmen had already started fleeing beforehand, knowing full well that such an attack was impossible to withstand. However, the dragon in the sky curled its lips into a human-like sneer. The next moment, a terrifying wind flame, 10 meters in diameter, instantly engulfed the 2 figures, wrapping them in its searing heat. The 2 Eni's lobby strongmen widened their eyes in terror, fear evident in their pupils. In the next second, they were completely vaporized within the inferno, leaving no trace of their bodies. After Kaido's attack, the entire battlefield was now divided. Those who had fled now gathered together. The Marines and the Roger pirates stood on one side, the Rocks pirates on the other. Everyone was covered in blood, various wounds visible on their bodies. On the Marine side, they had arrived with over 10,000 troops, but after the brutal clashes, fewer than 4,000 remained. The Roger pirates fared even worse, having already lost nearly 70% of their crew. It was worth noting that their time on the battlefield was much shorter compared to the Marines, yet their casualties were far more severe. The Rocks pirates weren't doing much better. If it weren't for the presence of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, 2 superpowered individuals, they would likely have been pushed back by now. Both sides glared at each other with intense hatred, their fighting spirit undiminished. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods had now reached its climax, not just for those on the main battlefield, but for the high-level combatants as well. Especially Rocks, Garp, and Roger, the few individuals who could sway the outcome of this battle, their fight was even more brutal. The sounds of relentless destruction echoed from the sky, shockwaves rolling, deafening booms resounding. People looked up at these figures, the battle still raging on. Chapter 132, Rocks. Defeated. In the sky, 3 swift figures darted past, colliding fiercely before quickly separating. Rox glanced at the two who now looked rather disheveled, a sinister smile flickering across his lips. Whoosh! Rox tightly gripped his supreme greatsword, the blade scraping against space, emitting a violent sonic boom, like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. The blade edge was razor-sharp, carrying an endless wave of energy. The demonic flames on the blade surged, causing the space around it to distort violently, as if a black hole was about to devour everything. Divine Demon Flame Devour. A sword aura that dominated the heavens and earth shot out in an instant, heading straight for Garp. Garp pupils contracted sharply. Even from a distance, he could feel the terror of this sword aura. At this moment, he desperately wanted to dodge Rock's attack, but the speed of the sword aura was too fast. By the time Garp reacted, it was already upon him. Moreover, this strike seemed to seal off all his escape routes, leaving him no way to avoid it. He had no choice but to take it head-on. Garp's brow furrowed tightly, and without hesitation, his aura surged. Armament Haki covered his entire body. His dark muscles bulged even more, and the power in his arms seemed ready to burst forth. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and at that moment, they seemed as impenetrable as a fortress. Meanwhile, Roger, who was beside Garp, had already sensed Rock's intentions the moment he made his move. Rox planned to focus his power to eliminate one of them first, then deal with the other. But Roger wasn't about to let Rox succeed. He gripped his supreme greatsword, Ace, and infused it with black flames. Conqueror's Haki coiled around the blade. With a low roar, he shouted. Divine Departure. A terrifying black sword aura formed at the tip of Ace and shot straight toward Rock's attack. The two sword auras tore through space, leaving long cracks in the air where they passed. In the next instant, the two forces collided. However, there was no deafening explosion as one might expect. Instead, Roger's sword aura mysteriously vanished. Only Rock's purple-black sword aura remained in the air. The demonic flames devoured. Rock's sword aura had completely swallowed Roger. The two differently colored energy waves clashed in the air, but in the end, Ace's sword aura was completely obliterated. However, the power of the purple-black sword aura had diminished slightly, but it continued to shoot straight toward Garp without any deviation. In an instant, Garp's body, upon contact with the sword aura, was sent flying backward like a meteor, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Boom! A deafening roar echoed throughout the God Valley as Garp's body slammed heavily into the ground. A massive crater formed in the area, with thick gray smoke billowing upward. Garp! Roger exclaimed in shock. As the gray smoke from the crater slowly dissipated, a figure shot out from within. You're still alive. You're really tough. Rock said, his face pale. The figure that leaped out of the crater was none other than Garp, who now stood beside Roger. His arms were a bloody mess. A large scar extended from his left forearm to the back of his hand, and there was a deep, bone-exposing wound on his right arm, though it was smaller compared to the one on his left. Both arms were drenched in blood, continuously dripping, and both palms had been stained red. If Garp hadn't blocked Rock's slash in time, he might have been killed on the spot. Taking my life won't be that easy, Garp said in a deep voice. Kihahaha. Then let's continue. With that, Rock's Conqueror's Haki surged once again, reaching a terrifying level. The aura he unleashed shot straight into the sky. The dark clouds summoned by Kaido were instantly dispersed, like a laser cannon fired from the ground into the clouds, except this laser wasn't red but a deep purple-black. Rox held the supreme great blade horizontally in front of him, his eyes flickering with a blood-red light. Divine Punishment, Finale. As his words fell, the entire supreme great blade expanded, and the demonic flames on it seemed to solidify, clinging tightly to the blade. In the next moment, Rox swung the blade forward with a single hand. In an instant, the entire world turned dark, as if the sun had been extinguished. What's going on? Why did it suddenly get dark? I don't know. Where did the sun go? Hey! It's bright again. Look, what's that in the sky? Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the dark world regained its light in the blink of an eye. In the sky, a pitch-black sword appeared in front of Rocks, so dark it seemed to absorb even the sunlight. Whoosh! The black sword energy shot out, locked onto Garp. Garp took a deep breath. At this moment, there was no trace of fear on his face, only calmness. He clenched his fists, pouring all his armament hockey into them. The bleeding from his wounds stopped, and the red on his fists disappeared, not because the blood was gone, but because his fists had turned pitch black, so dark that the red was no longer visible, just like the color of Rock's sword energy. At this moment, Garp channeled all his strength and hockey into his fists, preparing for a life-or-death struggle. Seeing this, Roger's expression changed drastically. He knew the power of Rock's attack and immediately swung his sword, trying to help Garp deflect it. However, a loud, urgent voice interrupted his action. Don't worry about me. Use this opening to kill Rocks. Garp shouted. He knew this was the only chance. Hearing this, Roger paused, his brow furrowed in hesitation. Hurry. There's no time. Garp yelled anxiously. Roger's face twisted in agony as he struggled internally. One option was to help his good friend Garp, the other was to kill Rocks. For the greater good, hurry. Garp was now roaring. Damn it! Roger cursed. In a flash, he changed direction and charged straight at Rocks. Rocks, who had just unleashed a massive attack, was now drained of energy. Seeing Roger coming at him in this opening, he smiled helplessly and raised his great blade to block. Thud! The sound of the blade cutting through flesh echoed as Roger's sword sent Rock's great blade flying. The supreme grade great blade, Ace, pierced through Rock's body, emerging from the other side. The blade that pierced through the back was stained with crimson blood. Under the sunlight, it appeared both alluring and blinding. Chapter 133, Rocks. Death. The battle between the three was nearing its end, and the first to notice the situation was Bob. Several times he had considered intervening, but in the end, he held back. If Rocks had been like Kaido, Bob would have acted without hesitation, saving him and bringing him into his own crew. But Rocks was not like that. His goal had always been to stand at the pinnacle of the world, to rise above all others. This ambition was destined to fail in this world of One Piece, for the formidable foes he would face were not Kong, Garp, or even Roger. They were the five elders, and beyond them, Emu. Bob could save him once, but what about the second time, the third? Would Rock simply survive under Bob protection? For a top-tier powerhouse, this would be an insult. Given Rock's pride, such a fate would likely be harder for him to bear than death itself. After all, if he had been willing to live like that, he wouldn't have been called Rocks. His conqueror's hockey wouldn't have surpassed all others, and this era wouldn't have been known as the Age of Rocks. On the battlefield in midair. As the supreme-grade sword Ace pierced through Rock's body, the pitch-black sword slash he had unleashed flew forth. It sealed off all of Garp's escape routes, overwhelmingly domineering. In an instant, that black sword slash struck Garp's arms. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, its sound rivaling that of a meteor striking the earth. The shockwave swept through the sky, dispersing the clouds and revealing the azure heavens. Those with weaker strength on God Valley hurriedly covered their ears, all eyes turning toward the battlefield. In the air, Garp's body was sent flying backward. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of sonic booms continuously erupted from Garp's back, the air compressed to its limit, flashing with white light. It was as if a booster had been attached to him. In the next moment, Garp's body crashed into the ground, plowing through over a dozen small hills before finally coming to a halt. Rocks and debris buried Garp's figure, dust filling the air. Meanwhile, in mid-air, Roger, who had just stabbed Rocks in the heart, tried to pull his sword back, his wrists exerting force, the blade trembling. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. The supreme grade sword ace seemed to have fused with Rock's body, firmly embedded within him. Kihahaha. Even in death, I, Rox, will drag someone down with me. Rox laughed, his voice carrying a mix of sorrow and weariness. Kid, ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? As soon as he finished speaking, Rock's eyes sharpened, his previously waning aura suddenly surging. With a single fist clenched, a purplish-black aura swirled around it. With a swift swing of his arm, moving at an incredible speed, he slammed his fist toward Roger's left cheek. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Roger watched as the fist, as large as a sandbag, rapidly grew in his vision. Unable to dodge in time, he was struck head-on. Not long after Garp's body was sent flying, Roger's figure was also hurled backward. The supreme-grade sword ace, no longer suppressed by Rox, was pulled out by Roger under the force of the immense backlash. Boom! In an instant, Roger's body crashed into the ground, rocks and debris flying everywhere, dust filling the air. A massive crater appeared on the ground. As for Rox in mid-air, he wasn't faring much better either. The previous strike had drained all his strength, and his body plummeted straight down from mid-air. Is Captain Rock's battle over already? I don't know. Two figures just flew out, accompanied by two loud explosions. That sound was absolutely earth-shattering. I could feel my body trembling. The dust is too thick. I can't tell who those two were that flew out. It must be Garp and Roger. I saw clearly that Rox fell from mid-air. If Garp and Roger were both sent flying, our Captain Rox must have won again this time. Bullshit. Your Captain Rox couldn't even hold on and just fell straight down. The Marines and pirates watched as the three combatants in mid-air separated in the blink of an eye. Two of them crashed into the ground, while one was in free fall, descending toward the earth. For a moment, the pirates and Marines, with tacit understanding, ceased their fighting and focused on the situation of the three. They knew that the outcome of the top-tier battle in the God Valley War would determine the final result. Some speculated that Rox must have won, as the two who were sent flying were Garp and Roger, who were likely either dead or too injured to continue fighting. Others guessed that Rox had lost, as he was now unable to even stabilize himself, let alone continue the fight. The high-ranking fighters also noticed the shift in the top-tier battle, their expressions shifting between uncertainty and concern. As the dust settled, a blood-stained hand emerged from the distant ruins. Whoosh! Garp stood up from the rubble, his body drenched in blood. If not for his tattered marine uniform, it would have been hard to recognize him. His arms were torn and bloodied, and wounds covered the rest of his body. His eyes were filled with exhaustion, his strength nearly spent. The black sword energy had exploded in front of Garp, its residual force terrifyingly powerful. Had Rox been at his peak when he unleashed that attack, Garp believed he would have been reduced to a corpse. On the other side, Roger climbed out of a massive crater, a fist mark still visible on the left side of his face. Even with the protection of armament hockey, he had still endured a tremendous impact. Blood spilled from his mouth, and half of his face was swollen. Garp. Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was currently engaged with Kaido, shouted. The rest of the Marines rushed toward Garp. Meanwhile, the members of the Roger pirates also abandoned their fights, gathering behind Roger. How is Captain Rox? Let's go check on him. Retreat first. The crew of the Rox pirates, anxious at the prolonged absence of their captain, began to withdraw from the battlefield, heading toward Rox's location. However, just as they started moving, a figure leaped out from where Rox had fallen. It landed straight onto the deck of the Rox ship. As the dust settled, they saw their captain, kneeling on the deck, the blood from his chest already dried. His eyes were closed, and there was no sign of life left in him. Standing beside him was Bob, the commander of the Rox pirates. Sending Rox from the battlefield to this place, allowing him to rest in peace on his own pirate ship, was the final respect Bob could offer him. Chapter 134, The Reactions of Everyone. Rox is dead. Ha ha ha. Damn Rox, he severely injured our fleet Admiral Kong and Vice Admiral Garp, but he finally met his end in God Valley. With that monster Rox dead, this battle in God Valley is ours for the taking. Ha ha ha. Who can stop the Navy now? Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. The moment Bob and Rox appeared, the Navy turned their gaze toward the Rox pirate's ship. The elite Navy soldiers, upon seeing Rox's demise, were instantly filled with exhilaration. The previously faltering morale soared to its peak. Across God Valley, the Navy triumphant cheers echoed, as their primary goal in preparing for this battle was to annihilate the Rox pirates. Now, after such a prolonged conflict in God Valley, they finally witnessed Rox's downfall, signaling the imminent end of the war. With Rox dead, the collapse of the Rox pirates couldn't be far behind. Meanwhile, Shiki, who had been closely watching the situation, burst into unrestrained laughter upon seeing Rox's death. Jihahaha. Finally, Captain Rox is dead, and I am free once more. Shiki felt no sorrow for Rox's death, he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Sharing his sentiments were a few others, including Wang Ji. Hee, Captain Rox is dead. From now on, this sea belongs to us. Wang Ji chuckled. His attacks became even more ruthless, overwhelming his opponents. Rox had been a dominant force on the seas, and as long as he lived, no one else could rise to prominence. So, he finally died in God Valley. Does that mean all of Rox's treasures are mine for the taking? John stared at Rox's corpse at the bow of the ship, his gaze shifting to the stern as he greedily licked his lips, thinking to himself. Among the Rox pirates, only John knew the location of Rox's hidden treasures. With Rox gone, those unclaimed riches would naturally fall into John's hands. Rox's death not only invigorated the Navy but also excited the crew's top officers. Edward, your captain has fallen. Next, it's your turn, commanders. Are you prepared to meet your end here? Sengoku taunted Whitebeard while launching an attack. Captain Rox may be dead, but that doesn't mean I'll die here, Whitebeard murmured, his eyes downcast. Whitebeard felt neither the excitement of the other commanders nor any grief over Rox's death. Instead, he felt a sense of liberation. After all, Rox's fall meant he was finally free. Whitebeard had already decided that after leaving the Rox pirates, he would form his own crew and search for the family he desired. Do you think you can leave here alive today? Sengoku sneered. Whether I can or not depends on my strength. With those words, Whitebeard Murakumajiri was enveloped in the power of the tremor fruit. Boom! Whitebeard gripped Murakumajiri with both hands and slammed it into the space before him with all his might. The tip of Murakumajiri made contact with the space in an instant. The untouchable space suddenly shattered into countless dense cracks. In the next moment, the shattered space transformed into a terrifying shockwave. It tore through the earth at high speed, destroying space, and surged toward Sengoku with overwhelming force. At this moment, Sengoku, who had transformed into a massive golden Buddha, was not to be outdone. His golden eyes opened, revealing not only the power of a Buddha but also his wisdom, becoming a transcendent being of mind and body united. Sengoku slightly bent his body, extended his left arm, then his right arm, assuming a stance ready to unleash a powerful punch. Clang! A brilliant golden light enveloped his entire body as Buddha Sengoku emerged with formidable might. Twisting his body around his spine, he retracted his left arm and fiercely swung his right fist. There were no flashy techniques, just a simple, unadorned strike. The moves of the two clashed in an instant. Boom! A collision that echoed through the heavens resounded in all directions. Both of their techniques possessed terrifying, wide-ranging destructive power. It was clear that the ground around them had already been shattered beyond recognition. Countless fissures covered the earth. Their figures separated the moment they clashed, their expressions grave, with no clear victor yet. However, this deafening noise did not attract anyone's attention. Because at this moment, everyone was still reeling from Rock's death, unable to calm down. Especially the crew members of the Rock's pirates. Captain Rox is dead, how could this happen? How could Rox lose? It's impossible. We're doomed, what should we do now? The Marines will definitely not let us go. It's over, it's all over, the Rock's pirates are finished. Let's run, if we stay here, we'll all die. Damn it, what's there to fear? We're dead either way, we have no choice left. Let's fight to the death. The pirates looked at the captain of the Rock's pirates ship, utterly incredulous. Having followed Rox for so many years, fighting countless battles at sea, they had never known defeat. The image of Rock's invincibility had long been etched into their hearts. During that time, no matter who stood before Rox, they were beheaded with a single strike. No one had ever forced Rox to unleash his full power. But now, not only had Rox been defeated, he was also dead. With their backbone gone, the once fiercely determined pirates suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, their morale shattered. This was the impact of top-tier combatants. Though they had not joined the battle, their outcome swayed the entire course of the war. The crew of the Rock's pirates had pledged allegiance to Rox for treasure and profit, with little emotional attachment. Now that Rox was dead, the tree had fallen and the monkeys scattered. They had no thoughts of revenge. They only wanted to seize the chance to escape, with only a dozen or so choosing to fight their way out, ready to die if necessary. At this moment, Kaido also reverted from his azure dragon form to his human form, leaving the battlefield and joining the pirates. With Rock's death, the main battlefield of God Valley split into two starkly different scenes. The crew of the Rock's pirates hung their heads in despair, looking for an opportunity to flee God Valley. Meanwhile, the Marines and the Roger pirates raised their arms in triumph, their cheers unceasing. The high-level combatants were still engaged in fierce battle, and the death of Rox had only intensified the fighting. Brothers, don't lose heart. Although Captain Rox is dead, we still have Bob. Everyone, head to Commander Bob position. There's still hope. Commander Bob's strength is such that even a Navy admiral would find him a formidable opponent. That's right, as long as Commander Bob is here, we haven't completely lost. Chapter 135, by the way, what's the deal with you three? The crew of the Rock's pirates, seeing Bob standing at the ship bow, shouted loudly. With Rox now dead, Bob had instantly become the central figure for everyone. Although Bob had joined the Rock's pirates for a short time, shorter than most of the other pirates, his actions during this period had deeply imprinted themselves on the minds of the crew. Whether in terms of strength or influence, he far surpassed the other captains. If the Rock's pirates were to vote for a vice-captain, Bob would undoubtedly be the top choice. Thus, with Rock's death, the pirates, now without a leader, placed their hopes on Bob and began to gather around him. Soon, the remaining members of the Rock's pirates boarded the Rock's ship and stood behind Bob. The Marines on the main battlefield, witnessing this, gradually quieted their cheers and looked at Bob and his group, their faces filled with mockery. Ha ha ha. The Rock's pirates are finished. Rox is already dead. Surrender now, and we might spare your lives. Bob is strong, but can he really surpass Rox? Even Rox failed, what can Bob possibly do? Bob's fate will be the same as Rox. You're all doomed to be wiped out in the Valley of the Gods today. The Marines, seeing the pirates rally behind Bob, laughed heartily after a moment of silence. In their eyes, Bob was indeed strong. Not only had he defeated Zephyr, but he had also single-handedly taken down the elite members of the CP Special Operations Unit. But with Captain Rox dead, how could Bob, a mere commander, possibly be stronger than Rox? For the Marines, victory over the Rock's pirates was now assured. However, unlike the others, Marine Fleet Admiral Kong, known as Steel Bone, wore a grave expression. His condition had improved significantly compared to before. In the world of pirates, physical resilience far exceeded that of humans on Earth, especially among the top-tier fighters. Though still not at his peak, Kong had recovered enough to be battle-ready. He looked at Bob standing at the bow of the Rock's ship, his brow furrowed. As a pirate with a bounty second only to Rock's, Bob's strength was something Kong had long been aware of. He knew that to decisively win the Battle of the God Valley, Bob had to be dealt with as well. Kong's goatee twitched slightly, his eyes narrowed, and in a flash, he appeared beside Roger. Rock's is dead. As long as we take down Bob here, the Rock's pirates will be finished. Kong said solemnly, his gaze sweeping over Roger. Ha ha ha. Kong, I'm not your subordinate. Roger, the swelling on his face having subsided, turned to Kong and said. Rock's is dead. Our partnership is over. We are now, enemies. Roger's ultimate goal in coming to the Valley of the Gods was to kill Rock's. With that accomplished, he had no interest in anything else. Especially when it came to Bob, Roger had no intention of teaming up with the Marines again. Hearing this, Kong's face flushed with anger as he roared. Roger, don't be ungrateful. You're opposing the world government. Ha ha, what is the world government? How dare you speak like this in your current situation? Roger laughed heartily. After multiple rounds of battles, the Navy had suffered losses not only on the main battlefield but also among their top-tier fighters. The situation was far from optimistic. Kong was injured, his strength significantly diminished. Garp was severely wounded and could no longer participate in the fight. Zephyr was engaged with Shiki, although he wasn't injured, his stamina had undoubtedly declined. Sengoku's condition was similar to Zephyr. Vice Admiral Tsuru was still in relatively good shape, but as a strategist, her combat strength paled in comparison to Zephyr and the others. Of the 12 vice admirals in the Navy, only 4 remained. The strongholds of Eni's Lobby and Impel Down had also suffered heavy losses. The CP Special Operations Unit was completely wiped out. With their overall strength drastically reduced, they indeed lacked the confidence to threaten the Roger pirates. Thus, the two parties, who had been allies moments ago, now saw their relationship crumble, instantly becoming adversaries. At this point, on God Valley, the original confrontation between the Rock's pirates, the Navy, and the Roger pirates had transformed into a three-way standoff following Rock's death. Humph. Kong snorted coldly and retreated. He knew the current situation well, there was no chance of Roger allying with him, so he chose not to linger. If he continued to pressure or entice Roger, he feared the pirate might turn against the Navy, which would be a greater loss. After Kong left, Roger shook his head and disappeared in an instant, reappearing beside Rayleigh and the other two. They had been unconscious since being knocked out by Bob and had yet to wake up. With Roger's assistance, the three gradually regained consciousness. Blinking groggily, they saw Roger standing before them. Immediately, they sprang to their feet, exclaiming, "Captain!" Then, as if remembering something, their faces lit up with excitement. Was Rox defeated? They asked. Previously, Roger and Garp had teamed up against Rox, and now Roger stood before them. It didn't take much for the three to guess the outcome. Rox is dead, Roger said calmly. Ha ha ha, as expected of our captain. That great pirate Rox is finally gone. Bullet laughed heartily. Rox's death was tremendous news for the Roger pirates. It meant that on the seas ahead, no one would be able to challenge them. Rox was a formidable opponent. If it weren't for teaming up with Garp this time, our crew alone would have been annihilated, Roger said, touching his cheek as he spoke. Although Roger had personally dealt the final blow to Rox, he couldn't help but admire the pirate's strength, it was a level beyond his own. Even with Garp help, it had been a near-death struggle to take Rox down. This was even after he had previously fought against Kong and severely injured him. Chapter 136, The Navy Primary Target. Upon hearing Roger question, the three of them fell into a brief silence. After a long pause, Rayleigh twitched the corner of his mouth and spoke up. Earlier, we wanted to test Bob's mettle, so we had a fight with him. 3 against 1. Bob's strength was evident back on the ship, so it was only reasonable for the 3 of us to team up. We thought we'd pin him down and give him a beating first. Gabon said with an awkward expression, crossing his arms in front of his chest. So, where are your 2 axes? Why are they gone? Roger frowned as he noticed Gabon's empty hands. Shattered. Bob shattered them again. Gabon's face turned pale, and he spoke with difficulty. Having suffered twice at the hands of the same person, Gabon now wished he could vanish into thin air. Hearing this, Roger twitched his nose, utterly speechless. The expensive pair of axes he had bought were shattered again, adding insult to injury for the already financially strained Roger pirates. So, the 3 of you fought one person, and Bob single-handedly took you all down. Knowing that Gabon must be feeling worse than him about the loss of the axes, Roger didn't dwell on it and instead changed the subject. Yes, and he defeated us in just 2 moves. Bob's current strength is far greater than it was 2 months ago. Rayleigh said slowly. Although such a defeat was humiliating, he knew he had to be honest. This was about Bob's current strength, and there was no room for exaggeration. Ha ha ha. Bob is truly a monster. Defeating the 3 of you in just 2 moves, that's something even I might struggle to do. Roger laughed heartily. I really want to have a good fight with Bob and see what he's capable of. Rather than feeling any fear from Rayleigh's description, Roger felt his blood boiling with excitement. Just how much had Bob grown in 2 months? At that moment, Roger was eager to test his strength against Bob. And he acted on that thought immediately. The next second, Roger shifted his gaze away from the 3 of them and turned toward the Rock's pirate's ship. His aura erupted suddenly, and his eyes locked onto Bob. However, just as he was about to charge toward Bob, a familiar, deep voice interrupted his action. Gururara. Roger, before you fight Bob, let's have a match first. Whitebeard laughed heartily. After disengaging from his battle with Sengoku, he had immediately leaped toward Roger. When all the members of the Rock's pirates began to converge around Bob, the fight between Sengoku and Whitebeard had already come to a halt. It wasn't because their relationship had improved, but because Sengoku realized that the battle was at a stalemate, and Bob had now become the backbone of the Rock's pirates. Someone needed to deal with him. Sengoku knew that the current marine forces had no one who could directly confront and defeat Bob. They needed high-level reinforcements. So, he proposed a ceasefire to Whitebeard, who agreed without hesitation. After all, Whitebeard's initial intention was to have a good fight with Roger. Now that Roger was free and Sengoku was no longer interested in fighting, Whitebeard was more than happy to oblige. Sengoku, however, was taken aback by how readily Edward agreed, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow. But he didn't dwell on it for long and immediately headed toward Kong's location. Ha ha ha. Edward, since you've invited me so earnestly, how could I refuse? Roger burst into laughter after hearing Whitebeard's words. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura surged dramatically, and an overwhelming domineering presence spread out. The supreme-grade sword, Ace, in his hand was enveloped in Conqueror's haki. In the next moment, he shot toward Whitebeard with undiminished momentum, no less intense than when he had faced Rock's. It seemed that Rock's direct punch hadn't caused much of an impact. This was largely because Rock's was already at the end of his strength at that time, so the damage wasn't as severe as one might have imagined. Moreover, after some time to recover, aside from the unsightly mark on his face, the effects were minimal. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, watching Roger as he charged toward him. His Murakumajiri swung with great force, the power of the Gura Gura no Mi, Tremor fruit, infused into the blade. A milky white aura flickered eerily. The 2 figures collided head-on, and the resulting impact was thunderous, sending shockwaves rippling out and making the entire island tremble. Why is Commander Edward fighting Roger? What's going on? He hasn't even finished his fight with Sengoku, and now he's going after Roger. Somehow, it feels like Edward is putting more effort into fighting Roger than he did against Sengoku. Damn it, who cares? Just kill Roger. Commander Edward must be trying to avenge Captain Rox. That's right. Commander Edward, take down this traitor among pirates. The members of the Rox pirates were somewhat incredulous when they saw Whitebeard suddenly break away from Sengoku and engage Roger. But when they remembered how Roger and Garp had killed Rox, they felt an intense surge of anger. Rox's death had not only ruined their plans to dominate the world but had also left them teetering on the edge of life and death. Seeing Whitebeard take the initiative now, they automatically assumed he was seeking revenge for Rox, aiming to kill Roger in the Valley of the Gods and make him pay for their captain's death. On the other side, Kong, the fleet admiral, watched the battle between Edward and Roger with a faint smile. This fight was highly advantageous for the Marines. Not only had they managed to keep a high-level combatant like Whitebeard occupied without deploying Marine forces, but they had also gained an additional strong ally. Sengoku, who had separated from Whitebeard, now stood beside Kong. Sengoku, how did you manage to get Edward and Roger to fight? Kong asked, turning to the man beside him. I have no idea. I saw that you needed help, and after I suggested a ceasefire to Edward, he agreed surprisingly quickly. Sengoku shrugged. Then he just went straight after Roger. I think Edward and Roger must have known each other before. Their relationship is definitely not simple, Sengoku added. Hahaha, whatever their relationship is, as long as they're fighting now, it's good for the Marines. Kong laughed, not particularly concerned about the details. Now that Rox is dead, the Rox pirates are leaderless. Currently, only Bob can keep them in check. Our next move should be to deal with Bob. This is exactly why I rushed here. Sengoku's eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity. With the two of us working together, he is bound to fall here. Bob, prepare to face the wrath of the Navy. Chapter 137, The Calm Before the Storm. On the battlefield of God Valley. As Rox fell, the once fiercely contested battle gradually calmed down. The change in attitude from the Roger pirates made both the Rox pirates and the Marines wary. From the Marines' perspective, the Roger pirates, whose alliance had broken down, were now enemies. Therefore, they not only had to guard against the Rox pirates but also be cautious of the Roger pirates. The Marines were unsure whether these two pirate crews might suddenly join forces and launch a counterattack against the world government. From the perspective of the Rox pirates, Roger and his crew were utterly untrustworthy. Even though they were enemies of the Marines, they were still seen as a thorn in the side. Moreover, Rox had died at their hands. Under such circumstances, the three factions ceased their attacks. Except for Roger and Whitebeard, along with a few high-ranking fighters engaged in intense combat in the distance, the main battlefield was eerily peaceful. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield. Jihahaha. It seems Rox's death has caused a significant shift in the situation. Shiki, with a cigar in his mouth, hovered in mid-air, looking down at Zephyr on the ground. While engaging in guerrilla warfare with Zephyr, he had been closely monitoring the changes on the battlefield. The crew of the Roger pirates, who had previously stood with the Marines, now positioned themselves behind Rayleigh and the other two. Shiki immediately understood the implications of this change. Now, the Marines had to deal with two pirate crews, which pleased him greatly. With the Marines forced to divert some of their attention to guarding against their former allies, his chances of escape had increased. Shiki, continuing this fight between us doesn't make much sense now. How about a truce? Zephyr glanced at the main battlefield and looked up at Shiki in the sky. He knew that the Marines' top priority was to annihilate the Rox pirates here. However, eliminating Rox alone wasn't enough, it only fulfilled one of the world government's two objectives. To eradicate this heinous pirate crew, the leadership had to be taken out first. As the saying goes, to catch the thieves, first capture their leader. Without a doubt, Bob was now the king of the Rox pirates. Having fought Bob before, Zephyr was well aware of his strength. Even when Zephyr had given it his all, he hadn't been able to inflict any damage on him. With Kong, who was injured and weakened, and Sengoku, whose stamina was declining, victory was far from guaranteed. Jihahaha, Zephyr, you were defeated by Bob last time, weren't you? That's how you managed to escape from him. Shiki sneered upon hearing Zephyr's proposal for a truce. Shiki recalled his last encounter with Bob, where they had also ended up calling a truce, drawing an easy parallel. But today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you off this time. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. Shiki sheathed his two famous swords at his waist and flew off toward Bob's direction. As Shiki disappeared into the sky, his mocking words still echoed in Zephyr's ears, but his expression remained calm. Zephyr had a solid defense mechanism against Shiki taunts, he simply ignored them. In the next moment, he took off, flying toward Kong location. On the other side, the three commanders, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and John, who were battling the three super rookies, couldn't help but frown as they observed the situation on the battlefield. What's going on? Why did the battle suddenly stop? Silver Axe swung his massive battle axe, his eyes filled with confusion. This must be the calm before the storm. Something big might be about to happen. Look, Shiki has stopped fighting. Wang Ji speculated, his beard disheveled from the battle, with no time to tidy it up. Damn it! That old fox Shiki must be conserving his strength to escape later. John cursed, his rapier trembling slightly, a cold glint flashing. Why are we still fighting so hard? Rox is already dead. Let's just retreat. Let's go. If we keep this up, we'll suffer heavy losses. As soon as the words fell, the three of them unleashed a final slash before propelling themselves toward the Rox pirate's ship. They left behind 6 bewildered individuals. Should we chase? Kazan asked, his head drenched in sweat, his voice slightly breathless. No, we can't take them down. Dragging this out is pointless. Sakazuki said sternly. Besides, those 3 seemed to be holding back during the fight. They didn't use their full strength. Phew, then let's retreat quickly. This fight has exhausted me. Borsellino sighed deeply. First mission and it's already this tough. The Marine HQ really knows how to work people. Let's go, we're retreating too. Although the 3 Marine rookies had immense potential, they were still far weaker compared to Wang Ji and the others. Even with the addition of 3 Marine Vice Admirals, they couldn't do much against the 3. Moreover, during the battle, they sensed that the 3 great pirates hadn't used their full strength, seemingly conserving their energy. This situation made the 3 feel extremely strained and also made them realize their own lack of strength. Among their peers in the Marine HQ, they were considered top tier, but after this mission, they realized how far they were from true powerhouses, let alone the top tier ones. Although they didn't manage to kill any opponents in the battle, it fueled their desire to grow stronger, making them train even harder in the future. For a moment, except for Roger and Whitebeard, who were still locked in an intense duel, all the top-tier fighters had ceased their battles. The situation on the battlefield had shifted dramatically, and everyone needed to adjust their strategies and prepare for the next phase of the conflict. On the Rox ship, Bob stood at the forefront, with the officers lined up behind him, and the pirates who had survived the fierce battle standing further back. On the side of the world government, led by the Marines, Kong, Sengoku, Zephyr, Tsuru, and the injured Garp stood together. The surviving vice admirals, the 3 rookies, and the elite fighters from Eni's lobby and Impel Down stood beside the main forces, with the Marines neatly arranged on one side. The Roger pirates, centered around Rayleigh, Gabon, and Barrett, gathered with their remaining crew, now less than 30% of their original number, sitting or standing together. After prolonged combat and slaughter, those who had survived were undoubtedly the elite of their respective factions. Although the 3 sides seemed to maintain a brief calm, the fire in their eyes and their undiminished fighting spirit suggested that an even fiercer battle was inevitable. At this moment it was like the calm before the storm. Chapter 138, Mariehua. The Five Elders meeting. At the same time, in the Chamber of Power in the Holy Land, Mary Geos. The five elders gathered around a small glass round table, sitting in a circle. It's been a while since the God Valley battle. I imagine the conflict between the Rocks pirates and the world government forces must be at its peak right now. The blonde-haired elder sat cross-legged on the sofa, his hands resting on his thighs, looking relaxed and content. By this stage of the God Valley battle, the captains of the Rocks pirates must have suffered heavy casualties. We've not only deployed the Navy top fighters but also numerous experts from Eni's lobby and Impel down, totaling over 10,000 elite world government troops. With more than 50 vice admirals and rear admirals, such a force could crush any pirate crew, even the Rocks pirates. Moreover, with the addition of the Roger pirates, joining forces with us to take on the Rocks pirates, we've effectively compensated for any lack of high-level combat power. In this battle, the world government can't possibly lose. The long-bearded elder stood by the round table, stroking his beard with a faint smile on his face. The Rocks pirates indeed had countless strong fighters, especially Rocks himself, who was far superior to the rest. But the world government was no pushover either. With all their top fighters mobilized, they could hold their own against the entire Rocks pirates. Not to mention, they had the Roger pirates, the second strongest force in the New World, on their side. No matter how you looked at it, it was impossible to imagine the world government losing. According to our orders, the Navy has focused their efforts on Rocks. If all goes as planned, that guy should already be dead in God Valley. The Rocks pirates had many strong fighters, but in the eyes of the five elders, the real target was their captain, Rocks. If their spiritual pillar fell, the Rocks pirates would be scattered and could be defeated one by one. I wonder how Bob is doing. Within the Rocks pirates, his strength is not to be underestimated. The elder in a kimono, holding the Shodai Kitetsu, said gravely. Although he was very confident about the God Valley battle, he couldn't quite gauge Bob's strength, which made him a bit worried. All of Mary Geo's forces had been dispatched to God Valley, leaving the headquarters vulnerable. Considering the scale of this mobilization, it must have already caught the attention of other pirate crews. If not for the need to prevent other pirate crews from taking advantage of the situation, he would have liked to personally participate in the God Valley battle. After all, since becoming one of the five elders, he had never once taken action. For a swordsman, this was an incredibly lonely existence. Bob's strength is probably slightly above Edward, but such power won't change the outcome of the God Valley battle. The curly-haired elder, leaning on a cane, said. He might have already been taken out by the Navy concentrated efforts. Based on past information from the Navy, Bob had once fought with Zephyr and was slightly stronger than him. He had also clashed with the great pirate Redfield, though the outcome was unknown. But according to the Navy accounts, since Redfield's body was never found, it was likely that they had only fought to a draw. Including these 2 months, Bob's strength has improved compared to before, but how much could he really improve in such a short time? At best, he might be slightly stronger than Whitebeard. However, this still wouldn't change the inevitable outcome of the Rocks pirates' downfall. Hearing the words of the five elders, the old man in a kimono nodded, feeling that his worries were somewhat unnecessary. With so many powerful figures in God Valley joining forces against the Rocks pirates, not only Rocks and Bob but also Edward, Shiki, Charlotte Lin, Wang Ji, John, Silver Axe, and Kaido, all these key members, will fall in God Valley. Moreover, the internal relationships within the Rocks pirates are far from harmonious. The bald old man, with his fingers interlocked and resting on his chest, sat on the green leather sofa and said. After the Battle of God Valley, the Rocks pirates will cease to exist. The Rocks pirates, who have been a thorn in our side for so long, are finally going to meet their end. The blond old man smiled faintly. Speaking of which, after the fall of the Rocks pirates, how should we manage the situation on the seas? The old man in a black suit, crossing his legs, glanced at the others around him. Although there was no news of victory from the Marines at God Valley, they all believed it was only a matter of time. After the fall of the Rocks pirates, the only major pirates left in the New World will be Roger and his crew. We just need to keep an eye on their movements, the old man in a kimono said slowly. After all, compared to Rocks, they are just minor players with some strength. They can't shake the foundation of the world government. Don't eradicate these pirates completely, maintaining a delicate balance is enough. After the fall of the Rocks pirates, the world government full strength would be more than enough to wipe out all the major pirates in the New World. But the reason they allowed the pirates to remain at large was that they had no intention of killing all of them. Firstly, pirates are endless. Once one group is eliminated, another will quickly emerge. Secondly, if all the pirates in the New World were completely eradicated, the affiliated nations of the New World would no longer pay the heavenly tribute to the world government. The reason why so many nations in the New World willingly pay the heavenly tribute each year, seeking protection, is precisely because the pirates in the New World are too numerous, too powerful, and too brutal. To protect their kingdoms and maintain peace within their borders, they have no choice but to pay the heavenly tribute to the world government. It's essentially a form of protection money. But if all the pirates were wiped out, would the New World still be dangerous? Without danger, the affiliated nations would have no reason to pay the heavenly tribute. For the world government, this would mean a significant loss of revenue. The extravagant lifestyle of the celestial dragons would take a hit, something the world nobles could never accept. Thus, for the world government, pirates are merely tools for extracting wealth. As long as a delicate balance is maintained, it is the most advantageous state of affairs. Chapter 139, The Commanders Run Away. The Battlefield of the God Valley. In the sky, clouds gathered and the sun rays filtered through the gaps in the clouds, casting dappled light below. Countless corpses piled up on the main battlefield, their flowing blood converging into rivers that streamed into the fractured crevices of the earth. The uniforms of the Marines and the pirates were dyed red, making it impossible to distinguish which side the bodies belonged to. Limbless torsos and scattered remains littered the ground, painting a scene of utter devastation. On the other side, the three factions stood in a tense standoff. Fleet Admiral Kong, what's our next move? Sengoku looked toward the pirates across the way, his voice low and steady. He knew that as long as the remnants of Rock's pirates remained alive, the battle was far from over. Another wave of attacks was inevitable. First, we take out Bob. The Rock's pirates are already on their last legs. If we kill Bob, they'll collapse without a fight. Kong's eyes were sharp as he glared at Bob, who stood at the bow of the ship, his voice stern. Bob's strength is no simple matter. Any one of us here might not be a match for him, Zephyr said. He had first-hand experience with Bob power and was the most qualified to speak on it. Given our current state, of course, we can't take him on one-on-one. Later, the three of us will focus all our efforts on Bob, unleash our full strength, and eliminate him in an instant. Kong's eyes gleamed as he spoke in a grave tone. The Marines' condition was already stretched thin. Although they hadn't lost any high-ranking officers, their situation wasn't much better than that of the Rocks pirates. If Rocks hadn't died, they would still be at a disadvantage. Therefore, at this point, concentrating all their forces for a decisive strike would be more effective than dividing their efforts. Dragging this out would be extremely unfavorable for the world government. What about the Roger pirates? Zephyr frowned. He agreed with Kong's assessment, but they couldn't forget that the Roger pirates were not allies of the world government. Don't worry, they're even more eager to see the Rocks pirates fall than we are. Sengoku adjusted his glasses. After all, that would allow them to dominate the new world. Under Kong's leadership, the world government fighting spirit was ignited. The Marines at the rear were brimming with morale, thousands of eyes fixed intently on the Rocks pirates. Annihilate the Rocks pirates. Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. Deafening shouts erupted from the Marines, echoing throughout the Valley of the Gods. At this moment, the Marines' morale reached its peak. After such a brutal battle, the Marines still have this kind of fighting spirit. It's truly astonishing. Bullet observed the Marines' rising morale. In this battle of the God Valley, the world government losses were no less than those of the Rock's pirates, especially the Marines, who had suffered even more severely. Blood fuels rage. This must be their final assault. Gabon said. Should we join in? Of course not. Their target is clearly the Rock's pirates. There's no need for us to get involved now, Rayleigh said with a faint smile. Let's reap the benefits. Who knows? We might end up the ultimate victors. In this battle, the Roger pirates had arrived as a third party. In the previous battles, nearly 80% of the crew had been lost, significantly weakening their strength. Rather than engaging in another fierce fight with them, it would be better to wait and see. After all, both the world government and the Rock's pirates would be their enemies in the future. The more fiercely they fought, the greater the benefits for them. On the other side, aboard the Rock's ship. Damn the Marines, go to hell and scream there. Haha, don't think you've won just because you killed our captain. These Marines are nothing but cowards. If it weren't for the alliance with the pirates, I'd already be carving their tombstones. Commander Bob, take them down. Commander Bob. Facing the Marines' rising morale, the remaining crew of the Rock's pirates showed no fear. Though they were all ruthless individuals, they also knew that there was no room for retreat at this moment. As long as Commander Bob was with them, they believed there was still hope for victory. However, while they thought this way, the other commanders might not share the same sentiment. They knew that the world government was about to launch a full-scale attack. Shiki narrowed his eyes, looking at the Marines who were ready to strike, a smile appearing on his lips. He glanced at Bob, then his aura suddenly surged. In the next moment, his figure appeared high in the sky. Jihahaha. I'm not sticking around to play with you. I don't want to lose my life here. Rox is dead. I suggest you all run for your lives. Not just Shiki, but Wang Ji, John, and Silver Axe also retreated behind the others. Damn it. The Marines are going all out. I don't want to miss seeing tomorrow's sun. Wang Ji, holding a heavy sword, swiftly fled into the distance. After he left, John and Silver Axe followed closely. Ha ha ha. Rox died well. I'm finally free. John laughed loudly. All the treasures will be mine. Bunch of idiots. Rox is dead. Why aren't you running? Do you want to be buried with him? Soon after, Charlotte Linlin also fled from the Rock's pirates ship into the distance. Strussen followed beside her, with two homies floating in midair. She had no intention of sacrificing herself for Rox. Watching the captains leave, the once boisterous crew of the Rock's pirates fell into silence. At this moment, they deeply understood the meaning of, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The commanders have run away. What do we do now? Why keep fighting? The commanders are gone. We're just cannon fodder. Damn it. They have the strength to escape, but we don't. Why the hell did I join this pirate crew and come here to die? Seeing the fleeing commanders, fear surged like a tide in the hearts of the pirates. They never expected the captains to abandon them beforehand. Their fighting spirit vanished instantly. With the commanders gone, they were nothing but lambs to the slaughter. Even if Bob was still here, it wouldn't change the outcome. After all, they were facing the full might of the world government. The crew quickly descended into chaos. Now's the time, attack. Kong, the fleet admiral, was overjoyed as he watched the commanders scatter. His voice thundered, igniting the fighting spirit of all the world government's elite forces. Everyone showcased their unique skills as they swiftly made their way toward the Rock's pirate ship. Seeing the Marines charging toward them, the crew members were thrown into chaos. Even Kaido felt a sense of impending doom and instinctively wanted to flee. However, when he glanced at Bob and saw how calm and composed he was, with no intention of retreating, Kaido's heart inexplicably settled down. Just as the crew was in disarray, a familiar voice reached their ears. Bob's lips parted slightly as he spoke in a calm and measured tone. Perfect timing. Chapter 140, Normal Punch. The three main forces of the Marines, Kong, Sengoku, and Zephyr, swooped toward the rock's ship, their eyes locked firmly on Bob. Beside them, all the Marine personnel, the powerful figures from Eni's lobby and Impel Down, followed closely behind. The rock's pirates have already fallen apart. We must eliminate Bob in the shortest time possible. Do not hold back, aim for a decisive victory. Kong said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the others nodded silently in agreement. As soon as Kong's words fell, his aura suddenly surged, a powerful presence sweeping through the area and stirring up clouds of dust. Armament hockey enveloped his entire body, and his injured abdomen swelled high, a thick breath of air expelled from his mouth. His palms stirred in the air, energy coursing through his body, flowing from his limbs into his hands. The energy in his palms compressed into a white sphere, spinning rapidly under the force of his strikes. Ultimate technique, White Radiance Drop. In the next moment, Kong's right hand closed into a fist, gripping the white sphere tightly in his palm. A torrent of energy flowed between his fingers, his entire arm trembling slightly as it suppressed the explosive force within his fist. Around his fist, the very fabric of space seemed to warp. Next to him, Sengoku was equally unyielding. His haki activated, and a massive golden Buddha appeared in the air, Sengoku the Buddha, a figure of terrifying power. The previously calm Buddha light suddenly surged, swirling around his towering golden form, an overwhelming energy that instilled fear. It was as if he had donned a layer of fiery Buddhist flames. His fist clenched, the Buddha light flowing from his body to his fist. There, the golden light shone brilliantly, more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Endless power accumulated in his right arm, waiting for the moment to strike. At the same time, Zephyr took a deep breath, his body enveloped in a red-black armament hockey. His arms swelled dramatically, red light appearing on his limbs like a mist of blood. Veins turned black, his arms twisted like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. Maximum wheel, 6 King's gun. His fists came together, a tremendous pressure radiating from his arms, distorting the air around him. His purple hair flew wildly, his entire being resembling a demon from hell. The three high-ranking forces of the Navy, at this moment, showed no signs of holding back as they prepared to attack Bob. In the next second, their figures shot forward, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Carrying an overwhelming momentum, the ground trembled beneath them, dust and debris flying as they passed. The three of them together created the sensation of an army charging forward. They had sealed off all of Bob's escape routes. It's over, it's over. The Navy is here. Commander Bob, what are you waiting for? Run. Quickly, we're done for. Run. The pirates, witnessing the Navy's overwhelming presence, completely lost any thought of resistance. Some had already jumped off the deck, trying to flee. Yet, as Bob listened to the crew shouts, a slight smile crept onto his lips. Reflected in his pupils were the figures of the powerful Navy warriors, and he parted his lips slightly. Normal punch. His calm voice echoed throughout the entire rock's ship. In the next moment, he clenched his right fist and swung it forward. No hockey enveloped it, no flashy techniques, just an ordinary punch. Boom! At the instant Bob threw his punch, the entire rock's ship trembled. A massive shockwave surged forth, the world dimming, causing the crew to instinctively shut their eyes. After a while, the wind settled, and light returned. The crew slowly opened their eyes, feeling the brightness beneath their eyelids. Buzz! At that moment, all the crew members who opened their eyes were struck dumb by the sight before them, their minds blank as if struck by lightning. A massive chasm had opened before Bob, and the once fearsome Navy warriors who had charged at him now lay scattered on either side. What just happened? What on earth was that? What happened in the last second? Was that a god descending? I felt the world go dark for a moment. Can someone explain? This is too terrifying. The crew of the Rock's ship was completely stunned by the scene before them. They could not comprehend what kind of force could achieve such a feat. Wait, look over there at the altar. The cracked mountain is gone. A few sharp-eyed crew members looked toward the spot where the cracked mountain had stood, only to find that the towering mountain had completely vanished. Everyone turned to look, and there was nothing but emptiness where the mountain had been. A flat expanse. What the hell? What happened? Where's the cracked mountain? The cracked mountain is gone. That was the tallest peak in the God Valley. That mountain must have been several thousand or even 10,000 meters high. How could it just disappear? Unimaginable, unimaginable. What kind of power could do this? Who could it be? Compared to the many Marine soldiers who were defeated in an instant, the disappearance of the cracked mountain left them even more shocked. It completely overturned their understanding. Even Captain Rocks himself could not have achieved such a feat. No, even if several rocks were combined, it would still be impossible. The scene was too overwhelming. Not only them, but the Roger pirates watching from the sidelines were also in shock. Their eyes were wide, mouths agape in disbelief. The sight before them felt like the end of the world, striking deep into their souls. Look! Not only has the cracked mountain disappeared, but the sky has changed too. The clouds in the sky have parted. The crew of the Rocks and the Roger pirates, still in shock, heard the voices and looked up at the sky. Then they seemed to turn to stone, staring blankly at the heavens. The thick clouds that had once gathered together now appeared as if sliced by a divine blade. The entire sky was split in two. It was as if someone had parted their hair down the middle. Chapter 141, The God Valley is Sinking. The ground split open with massive fissures, and the distant mountain vanished from sight. The clouds in the sky were blasted apart. Bob retracted his fist, gazing at the scene before him. Even he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This was his first strike after sensing the changes within himself, and it was nothing short of earth-shattering. However, he also knew that the punch he had just thrown was still far from reaching the level of Master Saitama. After all, Bob hadn't delivered a serious punch, nor had he perfectly inherited the physical attributes. Thus, while the clouds in the sky were split apart by the immense force, it was only limited to the area around the God Valley. Compared to Saitama's ability to split the entire atmosphere, it still fell short. Nevertheless, such power was more than enough to leave everyone in this world in awe. On either side of the massive chasm, among the numerous corpses, some figures slowly began to rise. Kong, Sengoku, Zephyr, Tsuru, and other powerful individuals. It had to be said, the resilience of the people in this world was terrifying, their bodies harder than steel, yet they still survived. However, each of them was in a sorry state, their wounds bleeding profusely, as if someone had poured buckets of red dye over them. When they opened their eyes and saw the scene before them, their bloodshot eyes froze, and they stood there in stunned silence. The ground was littered with the bodies of Marines and other powerful figures, hardly a single one intact. In the middle of the corpses, a massive chasm stretched out, the distant mountain nowhere to be seen, and the sky appeared as if it had been cleaved open by a blade. After a long moment, they finally reacted, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. One punch, splitting mountains and valleys. Is this kind of power something that anyone in this world can possess? What kind of person is he? His strength can no longer be described as monstrous. We were wrong, all of us. In the Rocks pirates, the most formidable wasn't Rocks, but Bob. What has he gone through? How did he become so powerful? Those who had crawled out from the pile of corpses had completely lost the will to fight on. In their dazed eyes, besides shock, there was also despair. Yes, Bob's strength had made them experience despair. Especially the main combatants of the Marines, Kong, Zephyr, and Sengoku. They felt it more deeply than anyone else. These were the ones who had led the charge against Bob, their eyes locked on him the entire time. When they were less than 100 meters away, preparing to unleash their full power, they saw Bob slowly raise his fist and swing it toward them. And in that instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, as if the heavens themselves had poured down an ocean upon them. Even with all their might, they could still feel insignificant in the face of that power. In a flash, they were knocked unconscious by the force, and when they opened their eyes, this was the scene that greeted them. So while others might not know who was responsible, these few knew all too well. Cough, cough, we've all been deceived. The strength of Bob is simply beyond our ability to contend with. Kong coughed twice, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his entire body looking utterly drained. His voice, once filled with vigor, now carried nothing but exhaustion. In this battle at the God Valley, he had experienced an unprecedented sense of defeat, a feeling even more intense than when Rox was around. Why? This can't be, it makes no sense. Zephyr muttered to himself, staring blankly at the vanished Split Mountain. He sat slumped on the ground, his eyes empty and lifeless. Among them, he was the one who felt it the most deeply, because he had personally fought against Bob. Back then, Bob didn't possess the power he had now. Although stronger, it was still within a reachable range. But now, his strength was terrifying. This meant that in just a few months, Bob had grown to this level. Such an opponent left him feeling suffocated, a presence he could never catch up to, no matter what. On the other side, Roger and Whitebeard, who had been fighting in the distance, had long since stopped. The immense and terrifying force, even though they were far away, as the strongest in the world, they too could feel a hint of fear deep within. Exchanging a glance, they leaped back to their respective crews. Meanwhile, Shiki, Charlotte Lin, Wang Ji, John, Silver Axe, and others, who were about to flee, were all dumbfounded. They didn't know what had happened, only that the sky had darkened for a moment, followed by a deafening roar, and then the entire God Valley had drastically changed. Shiki, suspended in mid-air, looked grave, the cigar in his mouth completely extinguished, blown out by the shockwave. Simultaneously, everyone stopped running, staring blankly in Bob's direction. At this moment, a possibility involuntarily surfaced in their minds. Could all of this have been done by Bob? Because the changes in the God Valley only appeared in front of Bob, and the massive Rift Valley also started from the Rock's ship, extending all the way to the direction of the mountain. Could this have been Bob doing? I don't know, since we didn't see it with our own eyes. Holy shit. If it really was him, is he even human? The commanders spoke in horror, knowing their conjecture was likely true, but they still couldn't believe it for the moment. After all, being capable of such a feat, it didn't belong to the realm of humans anymore. All of them frowned deeply, their expressions quite unpleasant. Because if this was Bob doing, then the death of Rox would hold much less significance for them, as Bob's strength was even more terrifying than Rox. And if it wasn't Bob, then what kind of power existed in this world? The unknown terror sometimes made people even more anxious than the visible. Just as the commanders were puzzled, a cacophony of voices suddenly erupted. The seawater is surging up, the God Valley is being swallowed by the sea. The God Valley is sinking. Chapter 142, The Battle of the Valley of the Gods comes to an end. Amidst the pirates' exclamations, people finally noticed that seawater was rapidly flooding into the God Valley. The water had already risen to ankle level, and from the trench Bob had created, seawater was gushing out incessantly. In no time at all, the entire God Valley would be completely submerged. Hurry, get on the ship. Bob shouted upon seeing the valley being engulfed. Hearing his command, the pirates who had already jumped off the deck wasted no time. Prioritizing their survival, they all rushed toward the ship's cabin. The commanders of the Rock's pirates, without a moment hesitation, as if they hadn't just been about to flee, returned to the Rock's ship. Only Shiki remained floating in midair. Frowning at the sight of the sinking valley, he chose not to board the ship. For him, even without a vessel, the sea posed no mortal threat. However, after a brief hesitation, he eventually descended onto the Rock's ship. The Roger pirates were no different. Before the water could rise past their calves, Roger led his crew onto their ship docked by the shore. "Hey! Where are the Marines? What's going on?" They disappeared in an instant. "Damn it! They seized the chance and escaped. Never mind them, let's get out of here." It was only then that the pirates realized the Marines, who had been stationed by the trench, had vanished. Only thousands of corpses remained, with not a single Marine in sight. Bob's expression remained unchanged at the pirates' remarks. His gaze was fixed on the direction of the altar. During the chaos earlier, the Marines had swiftly moved toward the altar and disappeared there. Bob speculated that beneath the altar, the celestial dragons might have built some secret chamber or passage in the God Valley. But with the valley about to be submerged, he couldn't be bothered to investigate further. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Marines who had been stationed by the trench were now beneath the altar of the God Valley. As the sacred land of the celestial dragons, the God Valley was vast and far more complex than its surface appearance suggested. Over the years, the 5 elders, in their search for the ancient weapon Uranus on the island, had thoroughly excavated the valley's underground. Although they found nothing of use, they had constructed a labyrinth of interconnected secret passages. These passages, reinforced within their walls, formed an underground maze. Despite the countless battles waged by powerful forces, especially the final divine strike, these underground areas remained intact. After climbing out of the chaos, the Marines realized the situation in the God Valley was beyond saving. Fortunately, the impending flood had bought them some time, otherwise, their predicament would have been dire. At that moment, Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and the surviving elite Marines were gathered in one of the underground passages. While regaining their composure, they prepared to make their escape from the God Valley. Fortunately, before coming to God Valley, the 5 elders informed us of the layout here in advance. Otherwise, we really wouldn't know how to retreat from this battle. Kong's complexion had improved slightly, but the terrifying wounds on his body still revealed his extremely dire condition. We originally thought we had victory in the bag, but who could have imagined it would end like this? Garp's face was filled with anguish. Due to his anger, the wounds inflicted by rocks had reopened, and blood was flowing out. When the final assault on the Rock's pirates was launched, Garp, due to his severe injuries, did not participate. Otherwise, he might very well have been a corpse by now. And now, as the top-tier combatants of the Navy and the elite of the world government, they were hiding in the shadows like sewer rats. This was not just a defeat in the battle, but a disgrace to justice. Damn it, we had already achieved victory, killing rocks and wiping out the Rock's pirates, but because of Bob we failed in the end. We must report everything here to the 5 elders as soon as possible, especially regarding Bob's strength. In the God Valley battle, according to the planned scenario, the Rock's pirates were destined for annihilation. But because of Bob, the situation took a drastic turn. Not only were the remaining members of the Rock's pirates not eradicated, but thousands of the world government's elite forces were instantly killed. Such a result, even if the Rock's pirates were ultimately destroyed, was unacceptable, especially since they hadn't even managed to achieve that in the end. And when everyone heard Bob's name, they couldn't help but recall that scene, their eyes filled with deep fear. The Great Battle of God Valley ended in a crushing defeat for the world government. They had killed rocks, but an even more terrifying existence had emerged. We must hurry and leave. We don't know how much longer Sengoku can hold on. Vice Admiral Tsuru's voice was full of concern as she glanced at Sengoku lying nearby, speaking softly. Under Bob's punch, Sengoku's towering golden Buddha form, which was over 10 meters tall, bore the brunt of the impact. This also absorbed the majority of the force for the others. However, the result was that Sengoku was the most severely injured among them. If he hadn't woken up once before, everyone would have thought he was already dead. But this state couldn't last much longer, as Sengoku's breathing had become extremely weak, hanging on by a thread. According to the layout of God Valley provided by the 5 elders, there's a secret passage among these tunnels that leads directly to our docked warship. Kong said with a furrowed brow. Rest for a while, then we'll head straight there. Hearing this, everyone nodded. The waters of God Valley had now almost completely submerged the entire island, with only a few higher elevations still exposed. On the surface of the water floated a vast expanse of corpses, and the surrounding seawater was dyed a deep red. It was like a pool of blood from hell, utterly terrifying. God Valley has been submerged. Retreat. Roger stood at the bow of the pirate ship, with Rayleigh, Gabon, and Barrett by his side, while the crew stood on the deck. The Battle of God Valley this time, although he achieved his goal of slaying rocks, the cost was extremely heavy. Nearly 80% of the crew was lost, and most of the remaining members were injured, with some missing arms or legs. Roger looked at his crew and let out a sigh. Turning his gaze to the distant rocks pirate ship, his expression was indescribably complex. As the ship trembled slightly, the Roger pirates' vessel slowly sailed away. Gradually, it disappeared over the horizon. Chapter 143, The Disbandment of the Rocks Pirates. On the Rocks Pirates ship. Bob searched the entire ship but couldn't find anything particularly valuable, not even a single devil fruit. Meanwhile, the crew members had already looted all the treasures on the ship. Of course, no one dared to touch Bob and the other commanders' belongings. After plundering the ship's treasures, they brought out the auxiliary ship from the storage room, preparing to leave this place. However, due to the large number of people, the lifeboats on the main ship were far from sufficient. Look over there. Bob stood at the bow, his gaze fixed on a spot by the sea where more than 20 Navy warships were docked. There had been more, but during the battle, over 10 had been destroyed and sunk to the bottom of the sea. Hearing this, everyone followed Bob's line of sight, their eyelids twitching nervously. Bob's intention was clear, he wanted them to take the warships. The lifeboats aren't enough. Who among you wants to go over there? Bob said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, some faint murmurs arose from the crowd, likely because they thought Bob was joking, and no one dared to speak up loudly. Speak up. How do you expect to command a warship with such a timid voice? It's worth noting that warships, compared to ordinary pirate ships, are not only more powerful in terms of performance but also don't have to fear harassment from regular pirates while sailing the seas. More importantly, these warships were currently ownerless. Whoever took them would claim the treasures and other items on board. So, although this act was insane and would undoubtedly lead to pursuit by the Navy, for these pirates who already had their mugshots in Navy headquarters and lived with their heads on the line, it was nothing to fear. Once they confirmed Bob was serious, it didn't take long for the crew members to step forward one by one. Thus, under Bob's direction, some crew members boarded the lifeboats, while others took the warships. Of course, there were some pirates who wanted to continue following Bob, but they were all rejected. At this moment, Charlotte Lin, sitting on her cloud homie Zeus, extended an invitation to Bob. Bob, how about becoming my comrade and forming a pirate crew together? Although she knew the chances of Bob agreeing were slim, she still wanted to make one last attempt to recruit such a monster. No. Bob's reply was swift and decisive. The Rocks pirates had already disbanded, and Bob was now free. There was no way he would join Charlotte Lin crew. You really don't give me any hope, do you? Charlotte Lin said. What about Kaido in your team? Is he willing? Being rejected by Bob didn't bother her much. After all, she had been turned down many times before and hadn't held much hope to begin with. But this Kaido, whom she had paid special attention to during the God Valley battle, seemed like a promising man. Standing on the deck, Kaido's expression changed upon hearing this, and he slowly said. Thank you for your kind offer, Lin, but I am already Bob man. After speaking, he glanced at Bob. The current Kaido was not the strongest creature, and one of the 4 emperors he would become 40 years later, but a young and inexperienced lad. Bob had taken him in as his vice-commander and even gifted him a devil fruit, a great act of kindness. After the battle at God Valley, he became even more convinced of his thoughts and was determined to stay by Bob's side. Whether there were benefits or not didn't matter, the main goal was to surpass Bob. Kaido's words reached the ears of the commanders, causing their expressions to stiffen. They couldn't help but reassess Bob. Especially Charlotte Lin, who wore a look of sudden realization, finally understanding why Bob had always rejected her. Feeling their intense gazes, Bob's forehead darkened, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Kaido, if you don't know how to speak, then speak less. Jihahaha. Lin, you might as well give up on that idea. With your temper, who could possibly stand you? Shiki crossed his arms and laughed heartily. Shiki, are you trying to get yourself killed? Charlotte Lin's face turned cold, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Your strength isn't up to par yet. You should train for a few more years. Shiki said with a look of disdain. The relationship between these two had always been extremely tense. Back on the Rock's pirates ship, Shiki had agreed to Bob's conditions, leading to frequent conflicts between the two. Now, without Rock's restraint, the tension was even more palpable. Breaking eye contact with Charlotte Lin, Shiki turned his gaze to Bob and smiled slightly. Bob, how about forming a pirate crew with me? Shiki was becoming more and more certain that the terrifying scene at God Valley was Bob doing. If he could form a pirate crew with such a monster, world domination would be within reach. No thanks, Shiki. I don't want to join any pirate crew right now, Bob replied calmly. Back then, he had joined the Rock's Pirates because his identity in this pirate world was as a trainee crew member of the Rock's Pirates. Moreover, he had promised Rox that he would never leave the crew. But now, with Rox gone, things were different. Mama, Shiki, your strength is just so. Why would Bob even consider you? Seeing Shiki get rejected, Charlotte Lin couldn't help but mock him. Shut up. Shiki snorted coldly. As for Bob's answer, Shiki didn't press further. After all, with Bob's strength, he had the right to choose freely. Meanwhile, Whitebeard glanced at Bob. Originally, he had the same idea as Shiki and Charlotte Lin. He wanted to try and recruit Bob into his own pirate crew, as Bob was the first person he considered a true friend, like family. But since Bob had already stated that he wouldn't join any pirate crew, Whitebeard didn't extend an invitation. Although Bob didn't join, some pirates did choose to join their crews. Of course, that was only a small portion. The other three commanders who had remained silent, Wang Ji, John, and Silver Axe, gave Bob a deep look. With the Rock's pirates disbanded, we won't linger any longer. With that, the three of them boarded a lifeboat and left. They knew that staying on the Rock's ship wouldn't bring them any benefits, so it was better to leave directly. They proceeded to carry out their future sailing plans. After a brief exchange of words, the others also left one by one. Meanwhile, Bob, Whitebeard, and a few other crew members set sail on the Rock's ship, heading into the distance. Not long after they departed, from the spot where the warship had been docked, several heads suddenly emerged from the water. What the hell? Where's the warship? Chapter 144, The Shock of the Five Elders. A few days later, at the chamber of power of the Holy Land, Mary Geos. The five elders sat around a small round table, with the elderly man in a kimono seated on the sofa, holding a den mushi. On the other end of the line was a Marine reporting on the events of the God Valley battle. However, as the Marine continued his report, the elderly man in the kimono grew increasingly grim. By the end, he slammed the den mushi onto the table, his expression dark and furious. Damn it, what kind of joke is this? In this God Valley battle, we only managed to kill Rox, and our losses were catastrophic. Out of over 10,000 elite forces of the world government, less than 100 survived. 15 celestial dragons were burned to death right in front of our elite forces. This is an utter disgrace, an utter disgrace. For this operation, the world government had mobilized enough forces to annihilate any country, and even the Roger pirates had joined in. Yet, the result was a devastating defeat for the world government. Originally, they had predicted that the entire Rocks pirates would be wiped out in God Valley, but the outcome was far from what they had expected. Not only Nusjiro, but the other 4 elders also listened intently, their expressions equally grim. If we had completely annihilated the Rocks pirates in this God Valley battle, the cost might have been somewhat acceptable. But this result is a complete and utter failure. Aside from Rock's death, we achieved nothing of value. Shepherd Jew Peter spoke with grave seriousness, as everyone struggled to contain their anger. These incompetent Marines failed to eliminate the threat of the Rocks pirates. This is a massive responsibility for us. Though we can't blame the Marines entirely. The Roger pirates are just as unreliable, turning on us without warning. Moreover, our assessment of Rock's combat power on the God Valley battlefield was severely off. Nusjiro gradually regained his composure and spoke in a deep voice. Especially Bob. According to the Marines, his current strength has even surpassed Rock's. With a single punch, he obliterated Mountain. Such power can no longer be described as monstrous. Damn it, how did Bob's strength suddenly become so overwhelming? According to the Marines' reports from a few months ago, this was impossible. Unlike Nusjiro, Topman Warcury was seething with rage. His mustache twitched as he spoke, his tone venomous. When he mentioned the name, Bob, his mustache trembled noticeably. The biggest variable in the God Valley battle was Bob. In front of the world government's elite forces, he sacrificed the celestial dragons and instantly killed over 100 members of the CP Special Forces. Moreover, during the final assault, he annihilated the remaining Marine forces with a single punch. If it weren't for Sengoku Golden Buddha absorbing most of the damage, several key Marine officers would have perished. Why his strength is so overwhelming isn't the most important issue. The most critical point is that Bob power has reached an unprecedented level. Nusjiro tightened his grip on the Shodai Kitetsu, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. None of us could have achieved such a level if we had intervened. This matter must be reported to Imusama. Upon hearing the name Gimu, the expressions of the other 4 elders changed, their faces turning serious and their eyes filled with reverence. Although this outcome is one we deeply despise, it has already happened, and we have no choice but to accept it, Nusjiro continued. Now, we must decide how to handle the repercussions of this event. The Battle of God Valley would inevitably become known to the public as the news spread across the seas. 15 celestial dragons had been burned alive, and tens of thousands of the world government's elite forces had been slaughtered. Apart from the death of Rocks, the man who once dominated the seas, the world government had suffered a devastating defeat. If such news reached the ears of the allied nations, the authority of the world government would plummet. People would engrave a thought in their minds: the world government is weaker than the pirates. Such a belief is extremely dangerous. At best, it would lead to a loss of confidence in the world government. At worst, it would influence the next generation's mindset. Specifically, the celestial dragons would no longer be seen as sacred. When these children grew up, they would not fear the celestial dragons, after all, who would revere those who could be burned alive by pirates. Moreover, they would grow up idolizing pirates, harboring rebellious tendencies. For the world government, this is the most dangerous outcome. Because if these individuals united as they grew older, they could become a force capable of overthrowing the world government. We must completely suppress the news. The history of God Valley must disappear. The name Bob must never be mentioned again. It would be best if he vanished from this world entirely, Nusjiro declared sternly. Suppressing this will indeed be necessary, but it won't be easy, J. Garcia Saturn frowned. They had done this kind of suppression many times before and were quite skilled at it. But this time was different. To completely annihilate the Rocks pirates in God Valley, they had mobilized forces that had already drawn attention from various factions. Many powerful individuals were waiting to see the outcome of this battle. Even with oppressive measures, it would take decades to slightly cover up the incident. To completely erase this history, it would take at least several decades, waiting for the current generation to age and a new generation to grow up. Only then might there be a slight possibility. For now, this is all we can do. Let's leave this matter to the Marines. Taking action is better than doing nothing, Nusturo said. He knew that completely suppressing this incident was nearly impossible because the scale of it was too vast. Even if the Marines remained silent, the pirates who fought in the God Valley battle would not. In fact, this would become a proud tale for them to spread, boasting about their actions in God Valley. Additionally, no matter who it is, if anyone spreads this story, kill them without hesitation. Nusturo's eyes flashed with cruelty as he adjusted his glasses. He intended to ensure that those who knew about the matter would keep it buried in their hearts. As long as it didn't spread from person to person, it might eventually be erased by time. The other 4 elders nodded in agreement, silently accepting this decision. After a moment of silence, Nusturo raised the Shodai Kitetsu in his hand and turned his gaze toward the direction of Pangaea Castle. After a brief pause, he spoke. Let's go. It's time for us to report to Imusama. Chapter 145, Aftermath. At the throne room in the Pangaea Castle. A figure sat there, wearing a crown with 4 towering spikes and a cloak that reached the ground, making their appearance indistinct. The 5 elders knelt on the ground, gazing at the lofty figure of him, who was shrouded in shadows, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. This behind-the-scenes ruler of the world government, the master of the empty throne, was a godlike existence in their hearts. Lord Im. We have ordered to completely seal off the events of God Valley. We will ensure that its impact is erased from this world. Nusturo spoke with utmost reverence. Please rest assured, Lord Im. We will not let the world government credibility be tarnished, and we will definitely erase Bob's name from history. The other 4 also spoke in unison. Bob. Interesting. Upon hearing their words, Im muttered to himself. The faces of the 5 below instantly changed color. Receiving such focused attention from Lord Im was something that had never happened before. But before they could speak, Im's ethereal and distant voice rang out again. Leave now. Handle the matter cleanly. Hearing this, the 5 simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief and bowed deeply to Lord Im. Yes, Lord Im. They then rose and slowly retreated. Ignoring the departing 5, Im raised their hand and, with a flick of their will, summoned a bounty poster from the ground into their grasp. The person on the poster was none other than Bob, the commander of the Rocks Pirates, who had shone brightly at God Valley and had a bounty of 1.5 billion berries. Whoosh! With a thought, the bounty poster was engulfed by an invisible flame and in an instant, was completely consumed by the void. Marine Ford, the headquarters of the Marine. As the Marine central base, this place was teeming with Marines. Along the coast, numerous artillery emplacements could be seen, guarded by countless elite Marines. Due to the crushing defeat at God Valley, the Marine feared that pirates might take advantage of their weakened state to launch a surprise attack on their headquarters. At that moment, in the Marine medical ward, Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru lay on their beds. Damn those pirates! Not a single one of our warships is left. If it weren't for Zephyr, we'd still be swimming in the sea. Despite being completely wrapped in bandages, Kong's visible mouth and eyes still conveyed his fury. When they emerged from the secret exit of God Valley, they found the area where their warships had been docked completely empty. All the warships had vanished without a trace. Undoubtedly, the surviving pirates from God Valley had taken them all. If it weren't for Zephyr, who, along with a few exceptionally skilled Marines, had found usable lifeboats in the submerged warships, they might still be adrift at sea, unsure if they would ever return. Those damn pirates! Those warships are our Marine heavy weapons. We must send someone to retrieve them. Garp's anger was no less than Kong. In fact, he was so agitated that some of his bandages had split. The loss of over 20 Marine warships, all top of the line, to the pirates was an extremely painful and unacceptable blow to the Marines. Don't get angry, focus on recovering from your injuries first. The Marine situation is critical right now, and we still need to hold things together. Tsuru, who was the least injured among them, spoke softly. She knew this wasn't the time for anger. There were still many aftermath issues to handle, and they needed to recover first. Garp, how are you feeling now? Tsuru asked, looking at Garp, whose face was the only part visible. I won't die, it just hurts a bit. Garp's voice came through, weak but no longer life-threatening. With his physical condition, it wouldn't be long before he was back to his vigorous self. The report on the God Valley battle has already been submitted to the 5 elders. I wonder how they'll handle it next. Zephyr spoke up at this point. Hearing Zephyr's words, everyone fell silent. When they first arrived at Marine headquarters, they had reported everything about the God Valley battle to the 5 elders. After listening to the report, all they heard from the other end of the Den Mushi was the sound of it being slammed down. Now, they had no idea how this matter would be handled. Just then, footsteps could be heard outside. Clack clack clack. Click. The door slowly opened, and several close aides of the 5 elders appeared in the medical room. At first glance, Kong, Garp, and the others knew that the 5 elders' follow-up decision had arrived. As these people spoke, Kong, Garp, Sengoku, and the others nodded one after another. After they left, Kong and the others exchanged glances, all looking grave, but no one spoke. Ahem. Kong coughed lightly to break the silence, then said in a deep voice. Although the task of sealing the news has been handed to us Marines, we've had experience with this before, haven't we? Let's clean up this mess properly. From what those people described, it seems the situation outside has changed rapidly while we've been lying here. Hearing this, the others nodded. After pondering for a moment, Tsuru summarized the information she had just received. This battle has had a huge impact, causing changes in the structure of many areas, but the biggest change is naturally the Rocks Pirates. After the God Valley battle, Hakanosu fell apart. The Rocks Pirates disbanded, and their commanders, Edward, Shiki, Lin Lin, Wang Ji, John, Silver Axe, and even Kaido from Bob Team, all announced their departure from the Rocks Pirates. Now they're all looking for their own territories to establish new pirate crews. At this point, Tsuru paused, her expression quite serious, then continued. In other words, although the terrifying organization that once dominated the seas, the Rocks Pirates, has completely disbanded and become history. The severe situation at sea hasn't improved in the slightest. Leaving aside the former commanders of the Rocks Pirates for now. With rock suppression gone, many powerful pirates have emerged, and pirate activities in various sea areas have actually increased. Hearing this basic summary, the others' brows furrowed deeply. The downfall of the Rocks Pirates not only failed to serve as a warning to others but instead led to an increase in the number of pirates on the seas. For the current Marine headquarters, this was an unacceptable situation. Kong, the fleet admiral, glanced at the bandages on his body and spoke in a grave tone. Listen to my orders, all Marines are to rest and recuperate for 1 month. Raise the bounties of all the commanders from the Rocks Pirates. Do not include Bob's name on the bounty posters.